Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
This happened around 2 weeks ago when Youngjun was clinging to Lee Yoon-ah's clinical trial. Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO of Agen, called Kim Hyun-taek, the lab director of Laboratory 1, for a meeting. When Kim Hyun-taek heard what Yoon Dae-sung was saying, he trembled in anger. "Sir, what are you talking about?" Kim Hyun-taek asked. Yoon Dae-sung lowered his head like he was sorry. "There's nothing we can do. Let Dr. Ryu do as he wants. You want me to give Ryu Youngjun the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department? We're not transferring the department itself. I'm saying that we send the scientists at the department like a task force. And it's just for the duration of the project. It's 2 to 3 years at most. That isn't a short period of time, right? And do you think they will adjust well when they come back to me if they work with Youngjun for that long? That department is my department. This is complete nonsense." Dr. Ryu said that he would share the commercialization strategy of the animal disease treatments he patented. Damn it, of course he has to do that? Was he going to sell the commercialization strategy to a different company when he's a director at Agen? Ryu Youngjun is a director at Agen, but he is also the CEO of ABio, and those patents are all privately owned by him. From his perspective, it doesn't matter whether it is produced by Agen or Conson and Colson, all that matters is that it gets produced and he receives royalties. But wouldn't he also be criticized by Agen shareholders if he handed that over to Conson and Colson? Would he really be? What are we going to do if he says that he had no choice because we didn't meet his demands? Would the shareholders still attack Dr. Ryu? And wasn't that demand of his asking us to lend him the manpower needed to carry out a huge project like the genome project of the entire race after he bought 200 pieces of Ilmina's equipment from the United States for cheap? The shareholders attacking a director who works hard and is good at his job? Do you think they will? No, but who do you think the shareholders will criticize if Dr. Ryu, who was offended because you didn't cooperate with him to keep his power in check, decides to not align with Agen and sells the commercialization strategies of 122 patents to America? Kim Hyun-taek sighed. "Let Dr. Ryu do what he wants. We have no other choice." "Sir, I was fine when you asked me to hand over the building Lab 1 had so ABio could use as their company building," Kim Hyun-taek said. "I let him use Agen's Research Support Center, Experimental Animal Resource Center, and the Clinical Trial Management Center like they were his toys. I allowed him to use the facilities at Lab 1. I even let him make that shitty diagnostic kit in our lab with our department's technicians." "Calm down. Do you think I can? We let him do all that, and now, this snake is stepping on the line because of his endless greed. And now he wants a department? A department, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Didn't Dr. Ryu do everything you said after paying the fair price? Don't talk about it like he stole it from you. Sir, whose side are you on? How can you be so calm when this company that we sacrificed our life to grow is going to go into someone else's hands?" Dr. Ryu is proceeding with this not as the CEO of ABio, but as a director of Agen. It will help the reputation of Agen a lot if he makes the genome project in our name. It's not a bad thing for us either. It is bad. This precedent, which shows him that he can steal other departments from us, is bad? Kim Hyun-taek shouted. "Then what do you want me to do? What Dr. Ryu requested is logical. There is no way for me to refuse. And to be honest, the diagnostic device department doesn't have any important projects going on, do they?" "Important projects?" Kim Hyun-taek's eyes widened. "Wait. Sir, let's think about this." He crossed his arms and tapped on his lip. "What are you trying to do?" asked Yoon Dae-sung. "I can't just let him do that to me, can I? Don't try anything weird. Everyone who tried to keep Dr. Ryu in check all failed and were defeated. This isn't even trying to do that. I can act in self-defense against someone who is trying to steal my hands and feet, right?" Kim Hyun-taek said. After ending his meeting with Yoon Dae-sung, Kim Hyun-taek returned to Lab 1. He went straight into the lab director's office, and immediately began looking through the project documents. He picked out a few useful ones among the random ideas and old proposals. "I am going to get a national project." The contest that had the closest deadline was the one that was closing in 3 days. 20th MSIT 1 New Materials Competition 2020. Park So-yeon, who confessed everything to Youngjun and wrapped things up, was now waiting to quit Agen. She only had 2 weeks left as an Agen employee, so she had to complete all the diagnostic kits within that time. And one additional task was created. This wasn't given to her by Kim Hyun-taek or Youngjun, but she made it herself. As soon as she arrived at work, she looked through the departmental project documents file as she drank her coffee. Then, she began to carefully read through the most recently created project proposal. Development of a highly efficient waterproof new material based on the DNA of lotus leaves. Because there are fine protrusions on the surface of lotus leaves, water is not absorbed even when it rains. The water droplets trickle off the surface and wash off dust. This self-cleaning mechanism is called the lotus effect. Many studies have been conducted in the past to develop a material with the lotus effect, but no efficient new material has not been created. This research aims to transform the clothing industry by developing this new material through analysis of the DNA of lotus leaves and extracting the fibers in the structure of the leaf. This project. Park So-yeon rested her hand on her chin and thought. The idea itself wasn't bad. A new clothing material that had the lotus effect was a goal that many ambitious scientists dreamt of from a long time ago. But it's only a basic idea. All that was in the proposal was that they were going to find the gene that created the epidermal fibers of lotus leaves and artificially express it. Ideas about how they were going to find that gene or how they were going to express it were flimsy. It was an incomplete document in the eyes of a doctorate-level scientist. Park So-yeon looked through the links that were on the proposal. A news article appeared. Selected proposal for the 20th MSIT New Materials Competition 2020. She was surprised. Why is there a link to this proposal in the article? When she pressed on the article, thinking that this couldn't be possible, she was shocked. Among the 20 selected projects, the development of a highly efficient waterproof new material based on the DNA of lotus leaves was 19th on the list. No way. The announcement of the selected projects was only a few days ago, but the submission deadline was 2 months ago as the decision took a long time. But how could the lotus leaf new materials project be selected for this? How can a proposal that was written after the submission deadline be selected? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What technology among the ones ABio had were foreign countries most interested in? ABio had succeeded in curing huge diseases like Alzheimer's, glaucoma, and diabetes, but there was a drug that was more popular than that. It's Chelicure, Youngjun said to Park Ju-hyuk. Why? Treatments based on stem cells are not exactly drugs, but therapies. It requires a technician who is skilled in complex cell culturing. The diabetes cure or the pancreatic cancer one are drugs that don't need that, aren't they? The problem with the diabetes cure is that it has to be taken regularly, although that will be solved once we develop probiotics. The administrations in charge of food and drug safety around the world were still a little reluctant about commercializing a live bacteria that had been genetically modified. Anyways, since people have to take it every day when it is in the drug form, insulin injections still have a shot at competing even though oral drugs are more advanced. And for the pancreatic cancer cure, people are waiting around for more clinical cases to accumulate and looking for the right time since it uses live viruses. People are more conservative than I thought. The Food and Drug Safety Organizations in any country are one of the most conservative organizations in the world, although time will take care of it. But Chelicure's safety has already been proven, and it's a new drug that is overwhelmingly superior to all other liver cancer drugs. So everyone wants Chelicure. Chelicure was already being called the miraculous liver cancer cure from places around the world. It was the drug that had succeeded in curing liver cancer that was so far along that nothing could be done. It was the drug that had no side effects even though it was highly toxic as it didn't touch normal cells. Chelicure might finish phase 3 of clinical trials very quickly. I'm going to release it as a product as soon as possible. And there was a lot that happened for the drug to get here, right? Investigate what illegal things happened at the point where Celigener completed phase 1 and it was transferred to Lab 1 at Agen. From what I heard from Dr. Song in the past, I think Celigener was threatened as well. Okay, I'll look into it. We have to set things straight so that there isn't any talk about it afterwards. Yeah, I want to make sure that Celigener gets everything they rightfully deserve. Youngjun, who left his office after his meeting with Park Ju-hyuk, found huge boxes that were piled up in the lobby. There were already 30 boxes stacked up, but more were coming in. The shipping company employees were carefully bringing them in, and a lot of ABio employees were watching the baffling situation. Sir, what is all this? Park Dong-hyun asked Youngjun. They are DNA analysis machines I bought from Ilmina. You bought 30 of these expensive machines? I bought 200. Park Dong-hyun's jaw dropped to the floor. Wait, why? We are going to do the Human Genome Project again. We are going to make a new, huge database that encompasses all races for future medicine. Who is going to run 200 of these? I'm going to bring in the Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department from Agen. All of these experiments will be done at Agen. Don't worry, Dong-hyun SSI. I won't make you do anything hard. Park Dong-hyun looked a little worried. Sir, you know what kind of person Lab Director Kim Hyun-taik is, right? Is he going to give up his department so easily? Of course not, Youngjun said. He saw the article on the projects that the MSIT selected for 2020. From what he heard from Park So-yeon as they developed the diagnostic kit and the other department scientists, there was no talk about a new project. But a national project all of a sudden? Of course, Kim Hyun-taik had dug an escape hatch to protect his department from Youngjun. Actually, I'm going to go to Lab 1 right now because of that, said Youngjun. Youngjun walked past Ilmina's equipment, which were being stacked neatly in the company lobby, and stepped into the K-Cop's security team's car. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That's what happened, said Kim Hyun-taik. Mr. Ryu, this is a national project. This research is being funded by tax money, and because it is a public project, I can't cancel the research just because I want to or send participating personnel to external services. Youngjun nodded. I understand. It will take a while to finish as it's a 2-year research project. It is disappointing for you, but I think you will have to find different scientists or wait 2 years. 2 years? Yes. Kim Hyun-taik smiled. I'm disappointed as well, Mr. Ryu, that I can't help you with something as big as the Human Genome Project. I am also upset. Why didn't you consult me in advance before planning something this huge? To be honest, I heard a lot of things as I visited the diagnostic device department frequently while developing the diagnostic kit, but all the scientists said that there weren't any projects that were going on or being planned, Youngjun said. So, I thought that I would definitely be able to receive cooperation. I didn't know you would suddenly be put into a national project in such a short amount of time. That's what happened, Kim Hyun-taik replied. Youngjun smiled. Director Kim. Yes. I believe the research on the development of a new material with the lotus effect is incredibly important. It will make people's lives more convenient and prosperous. Not only will it just be used in the clothing sector, it will be applied in many industries that require waterproofing. Of course. Yes. If we take 2 years for something like that, commercialization will be pushed back 2 years as well, right? If I can run this project, I can finish it in 2 weeks. What? Let's do it together and push back the genome project for about 2 weeks. I felt bad about borrowing a department in your hands for a few years, but I think I would feel a lot better if I helped you get huge results. One acronym for Ministry of Science and Information and Communication Technology. You're going to finish it in 2 weeks? Kim Hyun-taik asked Youngjun like he was shocked. Yes, I can do it in 2 weeks. Are you serious? I know that you have a way of making new drugs, but this isn't something like that. We are developing a new material. I understand. Isn't that why it's easy? We don't need things like clinical trials, right? Youngjun replied like it was no big deal. Kim Hyun-taik was even more flustered. Even Kim Hyun-taik, who proposed this project, had no solid ideas for experiments. Honestly, even the general supervisor couldn't be certain that this study could be completed within 2 years. But Youngjun could do it? In just 2 weeks? How in the world are you going to do it? Lotus leaves have numerous bumps, which are 3 micrometers in diameter, on its surface, and the nanoparticles have a water-repellent coating. That is the key structure in achieving the lotus leaf effect. We just have to isolate the gene that codes for it, make it synthesize the biomaterials, and then refine them. Nov. L. B //JNN. It's easy when you say it. The process to find that gene is. The gene is the 302nd ORF1 in chromosome 7, Youngjun said. It doesn't even have a name since it's not really well known in the scientific community, so should we just call it the lotus leaf gene from now on? Kim Hyun-taik took a sip of coffee as his hands trembled. Are you being serious? Or are you messing with me? Why would I mess with you? I am being serious. There's a paper that says the surface structure of lotus leaves were destroyed when that gene was broken. A paper like that exists? This data is from an on-campus paper published by Chinkan University. Kim Hyun-taik squinted his eyes in suspicion. He had never heard of this university before. How did you find an on-campus paper from somewhere like that? I did some research after I saw that the MSIT selected as one of their projects for 2020. This was not information that could be found by just thoroughly looking through the literature. To be honest, Kim Hyun-taik wasn't confident that he could find a no-name paper buried in the wilderness like him. It wasn't easy for any scientist to find that kind of literature. Of course, it was different for Youngjun. As he could figure out the answer first through Rosaline, he was able to search up the answer as the keyword. It was very difficult to find that the lotus effect was related to the 302nd ORF in chromosome 7 from huge databases of literature without any background knowledge, but it would be easy to find results if one searched up the exact gene. But will the data be right when it's from a no-name paper like that? There are a lot of papers that cannot be reproduced. How can you believe that paper? Kim Hyun-taik argued. Because I tested it myself after reading the paper. You tested it yourself? Yes. This was even more shocking. Kim Hyun-taik froze. Wait, Dr. Ryu, how is that possible? How could you have done an experiment when it just got selected? And it wasn't even an ordinary experiment, but a gene manipulation experiment. Because I have Ca9, Youngjun said. I bought lotus leaves, put in Ca9 through agrobacterium and cut the candidate drug. The surface of the leaf was destroyed in 5 hours, and it lost the lotus effect. Kim Hyun-taik had nothing to say. Even if he assigned this to a very experienced doctorate-level scientist, it wouldn't be easy for them to produce the data that Youngjun just talked about. The diagnostic device department would maybe be able to find that gene if they all participated and researched for a year. What about the gene manipulation experiment? If Youngjun didn't have Ca9, this experiment would have taken at least 6 months. Even if they did, it would take more than a month if they couldn't handle it as well as Youngjun. But he skipped that entire process in a day and showed up with experimental results that would have taken a year and a half. This monster. This was Kim Hyun-taik's mistake. He should have thought of this beforehand. Youngjun was this kind of person. He had easily taken over all kinds of major incurable diseases and humanity's long-standing enemies, and he had conquered HIV, one of the worst infectious diseases in human history, had he not? Youngjun was not exaggerating when he said he would do it in 2 weeks. Perhaps even that span of time might have been modest. When other people were planning the project and studying background knowledge, this man would be able to finish it and judge the results. Well, I think even this much information would really help the research, Youngjun said. And director, to be honest, the diagnostic device department's part in this project should be to discover the gene that causes the lotus effect, right? I think their work is done if you just cross-examine that what I told you is right. Then, the protein purification department should work on synthesizing biomaterials with that gene. I will help you then as well, so please let me borrow the diagnostic device department for a few years. Of course, once you cross-examine what I told you with experiments and prove that what I told you is correct. Kim Hyun-taik's fists trembled. He slowly opened his mouth. No. Pardon? Dr. Ryu, stop it. What are you talking about? You have enough, don't you? Will you be satisfied if you take this company away from us? Or are you doing this because you have a grudge against me because of what happened with Chelicure? Youngjun raised his head like he was baffled. No, what are you talking about? You know that I don't work emotionally. And isn't what I am suggesting now also helpful to you, too? Director, we are using the same people at the same time and doing the genome project on top of developing a new material with the lotus effect, right? Of course, I would receive the reward for the genome project, but you will be given a department with the experience of working on a project like that. This alone would be a considerable asset. Kim Hyun-taik sighed. Let's be honest here. I know the reason why you want the management rights to Agen. You are trying to stop unethical things that management does, like how I stole Chelicure and tried to get rid of it, right? But now, you are big enough to do whatever research you want and not be controlled by Agen's management. But why do you have to suffocate me and reach the top of Agen? Kim Hyun-taik said. Mr. Yoon and I may not have ingenious research abilities like you, but we have been in this field for decades. You really want to fight head-on? You're going to have to bleed in order to destroy us. Stop it now. Mr. Yoon, Ji Kwang-man, and I lead this company and grew it. Even if you are a genius, you can't swallow this up in just a few years. Youngjun ran his hand through his hair. Phew. He sighed. He looked a little irritated. He stared at Kim Hyun-taik. Director Kim, he said. To be honest, what you are saying is ridiculous. What? Current medicine is Eurocentric. All new drugs are tailored to the bodies of European people, and races like Asian, Hispanic, African, Native American, Latin American, and Oceanian are excluded, Youngjun said. You know that since you are a scientist in pharmaceuticals and you do biology, right? Genetic differences between races exist biologically as well. I'm not just talking about skin color, the expression level or number of replications of genes like KRT1 are different. In order for medicine to advance to be individually catered, one of the obstacles that must be overcome is the Eurocentric database. Is it that hard to solve it? Youngjun asked. Why are you talking about management rights? Did I ask for the CEO position of this company? Did I ask for your job? Director Kim. Youngjun brought his face in front of Kim Hyun-taik's. The look in Youngjun's eyes as he glared at Kim Hyun-taik was exactly the same as the time he cursed at him, calling him a f***ing piece of trash. Don't put politics into science, Youngjun said. This is exactly the same as Chelicure. The drug that you almost destroyed saved the life of a 9-year-old child. Do you know that? Food and Drug Safety Administrations around the world are interested in this drug, and liver cancer patients are calling it a miraculous drug. I believe that these things could one day act as a fatal weakness at a critical moment. Don't stop an important research like the Genome Project for such trivial reasons. I'm saying this for your own good, Director. I don't think this is a very good atmosphere to have a productive discussion. I will come again later. I hope to hear a good answer. Youngjun shut the door and left. Kim Hyun-taik, who was left alone, stared at the empty table for a while in thought. Thud. He slammed on the table with his fist. He felt like his blood vessels were going to pop from his blood, boiling so much from anger. Fuck. He stood up and kicked the sofa as hard as he could. This bastard quickly rose to become a candidate for the CTO position, and there was a high possibility that he would fill the vacancy when Nicholas left office. He was threatened when he saw Youngjun's growth, but he wasn't angry. However, his emotions were too intense right now. How dare a doctor that only graduated a year ago screw me over like this? Crash. He threw a tablet against the wall. A 30-year-old rookie is teaching me the attitude I should have when doing science? When I have worked in this field for over 30 years. Huffing and puffing with a red face, Kim Hyun-taik opened the window. He had to stop that monster as he was out of control. What should I do? What could Kim Hyun-taik do to screw that asshole over? Did he have to use an extreme and violent method like Ji Kwang-man? When Kim Hyun-taik was lost in thought. Knock knock. Someone knocked on his office door. Come in. His secretary heard him screaming and throwing his tablet against the wall. Because of that, she was quite nervous. It was even worse as the news she was about to give him was horrible. What is it? Kim Hyun-taik asked when he saw that the secretary looked uneasy. I think you should turn on the TV. The trailer for the next Unanswered Questions 2 is on. What? One of the employees from Lab 1 blew the whistle about Chelicure. Kim Hyun-taik froze. What are you talking about? They said that you bought that important drug from Celigener and tried to bury it. *****. Park So-yeon bought a plane ticket headed to the United States. She apologized to Youngjun, and she was almost done with everything she had to do in Korea. There was one more thing left for her to do, and it was to report Lab 1's conspiracy that was behind Chelicure. There were 3 main reasons behind why she was doing this. The first was because this was the just thing to do. Kim Hyun-taik had yet to be punished from this. He deserved what he deserved. Secondly, it was for her own atonement. She was trying to wash away her shameful past when she betrayed Youngjun and hid. Lastly, this was her last present to Youngjun before she left. The research on a new material with the lotus effect was a project that was passed without the proper steps. The proposal wasn't even finished, and the development strategy was missing parts. The reason why Kim Hyun-taek was taking this as a national project was probably to stop Youngjun from beginning the genome project. Park So-yeon was going to destroy that see-through strategy. Park So-yeon was sitting on the couch at home and watching TV. Her interview was being aired with her face blurred out and her voice modulated. This is the incident where the liver cancer treatment, Chelicure, the most popular topic in the medical community, almost disappeared. Agen was selling ELO, a liver cancer treatment, and Laboratory 1 director Kim Hyun-taek, who usually worked on anti-cancer drugs, felt threatened. So, he bought Chelicure, which had gone through phase 1 of clinical trials with Seligener, and tried to bury it without developing it further. They didn't have to change my face or voice. Park So-yeon didn't feel that the program needed to, as she was going to quit anyways. She gulped down her beer. Dr. Ryu Youngjun, the person who was against that and the current CEO of ABio, fought and exchanged curse words, and he was demoted and transferred to a different department in a different lab. You should be able to find it if you look through HRS3 files. That was also the reason why he took the development rights to Chelicure from Agen and left after he succeeded and started ABio. Chelicure would have disappeared if it was left at Agen, so he tried whatever he could to save it since it is a very important and excellent drug as everyone knows. Park So-yeon glanced at her phone. The program wasn't even done airing yet, and the public was running wild. Wait, is that true? Get a special prosecutor on this. We have to get to the bottom of this. Fuck. My mom passed away from liver cancer 3 months ago. This is bullshit. They tried to get rid of a new drug by even demoting Ryu Youngjun? He's supposed to be a scientist who studies new drugs. There's no way he is a human being. The impact of this was going to be huge. This might even jeopardize Yoon Dae-sung's position. Kim Hyun-taek would be held accountable and be replaced, and the national project would either disappear into thin air or be taken on by the next lab director. 1 acronym for Open Reading Frame. 2 a popular Korean investigative journalism program. 3 HR is an acronym for Human Resources. Burning with global humiliation and anger, the public swept over Agen. The world's interest in this drug called Chelicure was huge right now. It was the only cure that had succeeded in curing end-stage liver cancer. Additionally, it had no side effects, it was precisely delivered to the liver, and it didn't even cause problems in cancer cells that had metastasized to the bone. Of course, it had to be monitored carefully as only data from phase 2 of the clinical trial had been released, but it seemed clear that Chelicure was going to save countless liver patients in the future as it was safe enough to be used on a 9-year-old child lacking immunity and strength. It was one of the top items among the drugs that ABio conducted clinical trials on, but Agen tried to get rid of it. It was none other than a scientist who worked in the pharmaceutical industry who tried to get rid of a great drug with that much potential. Remove Kim Hyun-taek? Remove him? Remove him? Investigate the research ethics violations. Investigate it? People had already gathered outside Agen and Lab 1 to start protesting. There was a signature campaign criticizing Yoon Dae-sung, and the petition to the Blue House to start an investigation was instantly signed by 300,000 people. Foreign media like Fox News also covered this huge scandal in depth. Simultaneously, another issue blew up as well. It was about the legendary 30-year-old scientist who had fought against the lab director alone when everyone at Lab 1 stayed quiet after it happened. Is that actually possible? He's the CEO of ABio and the top scientist in the world now, but he was just a scientist at the time, and he criticized the lab director to not do something like that? This story came up in the fan club from time to time. It was the backstory of how CEO Ryu Youngjun left Lab 1 at Agen. It was just like hearsay, but I can't believe it was real. That seems even more amazing than curing incurable diseases. How can a 30-year-old young man who just graduated from school and got a job have such courage? Was he able to make a company like ABio because he had that kind of courage, or was he able to act that bravely because he was a genius smart enough to found a company like ABio? Anyway, the one thing for sure is that we have to destroy Kim Hyun-taek. They have to arrest him and investigate. Seriously, Chelicure wouldn't have been able to come out into the world if it wasn't for Ryu Youngjun. Thoroughly investigate how high up this incident goes. If the CEO approved it, they have to cut off his head, too. How could scientists who make medicine try to erase a drug like Chelicure to keep their livelihoods? I thought schematics were crazy bastards when they tried to attack Ryu Youngjun by planting a tumor in a glaucoma patient's eye, but Korea is the same. Fuck lol. The CEO of Agen should just go die. This is how the public is reacting, Kim Young-hoon said. Agen was having an emergency board meeting. Rain was dripping down the window. The heavy, depressed atmosphere was the worst. Key shareholders from Berkshire and SG Group glared at Yoon Dae-sung like they were going to chew him up. Mr. CEO, please explain, Kim Young-jun said. I don't know anything about this, Yoon Dae-sung denied. The CEO didn't know about purchasing all the rights of a new drug that completed phase 1? Lab director Kim Hyun-taek had the final approval. What Yoon Dae-sung said wasn't wrong. Kim Hyun-taek discussed it a lot with Yoon Dae-sung when purchasing Chelicure, but Kim Hyun-taek had the final approval. That was how Yoon Dae-sung did business. It was a defense strategy to keep him from being blamed in the future. This was also the reason why he threatened Seligener and lowered the price. It was to lower it enough so that Yoon Dae-sung's approval was not required under company policy and it could be taken care of with Kim Hyun-taek's budget. This isn't something that you can get away with by just saying that you didn't know. As the CEO, you have the final responsibility, Kim Young-hoon argued. I know. Should I resign? Yoon Dae-sung said. Psy.nov, L, B /JNN. The directors grunted disapprovingly. It will be a problem if you suddenly let go of the CEO position. You have led this company for decades, so it will be difficult for people to get used to the new system and there will be quite a lot of knockback, Alex said. What if director Ryu Young-joon fills the CEO position? Kim Young-hoon asked. Yoon Dae-sung flinched. However, Alex was against the idea. I believe someone like Dr. Ryu would do a good job, but he cannot be the CEO of two companies at the same time. We can merge. Then it becomes a very slow response. Merging a big company like this doesn't happen overnight. The stocks of Agen will plummet while we're doing it. The directors were all torn about what to do. Yoon Dae-sung lowered his head. To be honest, he wanted to let it all go. He was tired in a lot of ways. He felt doubtful about everything he had done in the past as he watched Young-joon, who was growing rapidly. All the dirty things that were hidden in the shadow of the old Agen, it had festered for a while, and it was now like a huge infection that was difficult to fix. Yoon Dae-sung wanted to let Young-joon destroy it all and take control of the company, but Yoon Bo-hyun, his son, always weighed on his mind whenever he thought of that. Let's hold lab director Kim Hyun-taek responsible and dismiss him, and appoint director Ryu Young-joon as the lab director for Lab 1. We can calm down the public if we move fast, Yoon Dae-sung said. Can director Ryu be the CEO of ABio and the director of Lab 1? Kim Min-hyung asked. It's not a problem according to company policy. I was asking whether the amount of work would be too much for him. He has already used many of Agen's facilities at his disposal. And as ABio's office building was originally purchased for Lab 1's expansion, Lab 1 and ABio are close to each other. Kim Hyun-taek was packing up his things at his office. This was before the board of directors made their decision. He already knew what was going to happen. I lost. This was it for Kim Hyun-taek. He knew that Young-joon was not behind the whistle blowing. He didn't show any signs of doing so when he came here before and got angry at him. The program blurred out the whistleblower's face and changed their voice, but a fellow scientist would be able to sort of make out who it was. Kim Hyun-taek thought that it was probably Park So-yeon. Kim Hyun-taek let out a deep breath. He didn't know that she would stab him in the back with a huge knife right before she left. He knew that she broke up with Young-joon, but maybe she still had feelings left for him. Or perhaps she was also the type of person to cause a fit about violations of research ethics since people date people similar to them. It didn't matter what it was anymore. It was too late now. Zip. Kim Hyun-taek zipped up his bag and sat on the chair. Professor Shin Young-ju's weekly commentary was playing on the radio. A lot of people are curious about what the Life Creation Department is, the department that CEO Ryu Young-joon was demoted to when he was a scientist. Yes, Professor. What does that department do? From what I have found, they artificially synthesize life, just like their name. Is that possible? Of course, it's not easy. It's in God's domain, is it not? Theoretically, it is possible to an extent. Professor Craig Venter's team has already succeeded in rebooting a bacteria by putting in artificial DNA into a bacterial shell. Shin Young-ju said. Are you saying that they resuscitated bacteria? Yes. And actually, the idea of a living thing is not a biologically defined word. Is that so? Yes. Biologists have defined a living thing over 100 times, but there were always exceptions. But Professor, we have an idea of what living things are. I mean, for example, whether they produce offspring. Self-replication is one of the most basic characteristics of life. But that's not enough. If so, are infertile people non-living things? The interviewer was at a loss for words like she was shocked. Shin Young-ju went on. The most well-known example is a virus. The biological community still has not decided whether to classify it as living or non-living. Really? Yes. Viruses are just huge molecular lumps made of protein and genes when they are floating in the air, but they suddenly perform biological phenomena when they go into the host cell. They also self-replicate. That's fascinating. Anyways, I'm saying that creating life isn't all that ridiculous. You can succeed if you find the exact boundary. If a genius like CEO Ryu Young-joon stayed in that department. Stupid. If he stayed there, he would have ended up as a failure. How can you create life? Kim Hyun-taek said mockingly. He grabbed his bag and got up, but paused. The Life Creation Department. A strong sense of curiosity came over him. All of this began when Young-joon, who left Lab 1, came here and suddenly showed up with induced pluripotent stem cells. There was no logical explanation, but Kim Hyun-taek thought that something must have happened there. Maybe I should visit before I leave. Kim Hyun-taek wanted to slowly follow Young-joon's trail at the Life Creation Department. Also, he had to go to Lab 6 to drop off something anyway. Rosaline LV16. Metastatic status, heart, 9%, liver, 47%, brain, 9%, kidney, 15%, spinal cord, 8%, synchronization, 20%, cell fitness, 10.0. Young-joon filled the fitness, which recovered with time, to the maximum. Should I try it? Young-joon asked Rosaline. Rosaline was sitting on the coffee table in front of the couch and stared at Young-joon with a nervous expression. Simulation mode, they needed to test it in advance as they didn't know how and when they would use it. When Young-joon was about to press the button, a message window popped up. You can eject a portion of Rosaline's cells that exist in your body and gather information about the environment. They can move at the speed of sound and observe the micro-world to identify biological phenomena. Fitness consumption is extreme, and you will lose Rosaline's cells if you consume more than your fitness limit. In the case that you lose Rosaline's cells, there may be losses to your metastatic status or synchronization, and Rosaline's level may decrease. There's quite a risk. But since the mother cell will not disappear even if you really overuse it, you can still increase the level and recover your current condition with time. Rosaline said, "Of course, I won't be able to leave until I grow that much. I'll be careful." Reassuring Rosaline, who was dejected, Youngjun pressed the button from the status window. Activate simulation mode. What are you going to look for? The most dangerous infectious disease in the world right now. This proximity cannot be analyzed with your current fitness. Please reset it in the Seoul and Gyeonggi 1 region. That's it? Even though I built my fitness to 10? That's right. Didn't you say something about observing the number of possibilities globally and whatnot? Then, you will have to level up a lot. Alright. Let's focus on checking that this simulation works well, Youngjun said. Activated in the Seoul capital area. A bio will probably come up, right? Since we have HIV that we used for experimental purposes. PSSH. His vision completely faded out into black. Youngjun could feel millions of Rosaline's cells being ejected from his body. The topology information and senses they were obtaining in real time came into his head one by one. There were thousands of research institutes in the Seoul capital area. Rosaline searched for biological elements throughout them. SHRRR. A big map formed in front of Youngjun's eyes. It was a circular map that included half of Yangpyeonggun in Gyeonggi-do based on the current location of Youngjun, which was A-bio. For the level of danger, I will comprehensively consider the infectiousness, and the individual and societal burden it could cause. Please individually set the weight of each element afterwards. Bleep. Gray dots began popping up one by one. Each dot represents a pathogen that can cause disease in a person. Rosaline said, the dot increases in size as the amount of pathogens increases, and the color gets darker the more dangerous the pathogen is. And I won't mark diseases weaker than the common cold. Dozens of dots showed up, but they were mostly very light gray. Bleep. This one's pretty dark, said Youngjun as he looked at the brick-colored dot on A-bio. This is HIV. It's not that big of a deal if you look at it like this. It is because the virus here is for experimental purposes. If you go to Africa, the sub-Saharan region will be completely gray. Bleep. A much darker gray popped out from Agen's headquarters. What is that? Youngjun's eyes widened. There isn't a lab at Agen's headquarters. Why is there such a dangerous pathogen over there? What species is that? Why isn't the name showing up? I have never seen that pathogen either. And it is already dead. The corpses are preserved in a liquid nitrogen container. Even if you've never seen it before, it must have a relationship with other organisms, right? What is it most closely related to? The most closely related organism is Bacillus anthracis. One a province near Seoul in Korea. Bacillus anthracis? Youngjun frowned. A sense of uneasiness swept over him. Anthrax? Why is something like that at Agen's headquarters? I wouldn't know. But that is not actually Bacillus anthracis. Then what is it? Bacillus anthracis doesn't have a sex, but that bacteria does. What kind of bacteria has a sex? I don't know. It seems like a very evolved organism that began from Bacillus anthracis. Did someone use Bacillus anthracis as a base and perform directed mutagenesis? Perhaps. If so, they probably separated the males and females as a safety mechanism, so that it only has biological activity when the males and females are combined. But it is not dangerous because it is already dead. There are about 100,000 bacteria cells in that stock, but all of them are dead. But why would they have? Bacillus anthracis was a dangerous aerobic, spore-forming, and gram-positive bacteria inside the bacillus. The fatality rate varied depending on the type of infection, but the fatality rate in the case of respiratory infections was 95%. It was higher than Ebola. Fortunately, it was not easily transmitted by coughing. But when an infected person died, the region became contaminated, and because the contaminated area was not easily cleansed, it continuously caused infections over a long period of time. The reason the bacteria was difficult to cleanse was because of its incredible survivability. If the environment was not optimal, Bacillus anthracis would go into spore form and defend itself. In that state, it was capable of surviving in the ground for more than 100 years. It withstood dry heat above 130 degrees and survived in cold water slurry. It didn't die even when frozen, so it would be active again when the ice melted. It wasn't easy to kill this monstrous bacteria unless it was shot to death with radiation, like gamma rays. For this reason, anthrax had brought down the powerful Uyghur Empire in Mongolia in a year in the mid-9th century in Mongolia. HIV would surely bow at its feet. In bacteriology, Bacillus anthracis was like the Lord of Terror. But there's a vaccine, right? Rosaline asked. She was right. There was a vaccine for anthrax. It was developed with the tremendous dedication of Pasteur, the greatest master in bacteriology, and numerous junior scientists. Because not a lot of people died from anthrax in the modern age thanks to the vaccine, people didn't really get vaccinated against it. Then, what happened to Bacillus anthracis? It would have been nice if this monster went extinct and disappeared forever, but it didn't. There were always two sides to science. countries all over the world tried to develop Bacillus anthracis into a biological weapon. It was called the M143 bomblet, and it was actually completed. About 6 trillion spores could go into an agent that was 0.3 kilograms, and it could kill up to 300 million people if it spread. Of course, it was only a calculated value and it wouldn't actually spread like that, but it was true that it was a bomb that matched up to an atomic bomb. Why would they make a weapon like that? Rosaline asked like she couldn't understand. It was created to subdue the opposing country during war. You don't need luxurious resources like uranium to make it, unlike atomic bombs. Wow, it is a very stupid idea. They multiply bacteria, which is lethal to Homo sapiens, to kill people, the same Homo sapiens species? What kind of species does something this stupid? It is stupid. So, we made an international treaty to ban biological weapons. Anthrax bomblets were almost ever used, Youngjun said. The problem was why something like that was at Agen's headquarters. Even if they were just corpses, it wasn't something that should be in an office, not a laboratory. No, it shouldn't even be in a lab. A genetic mutated organism with that danger level. Bleep. The alarm rang again. This time, it was Lab 1. In Lab Director Kim's room, Youngjun's eyes widened. That is also a variant of Bacillus anthracis. They are females. And all the bacteria in that sample are all dead. Kim Hyun-taek has Bacillus anthracis? Even worse, the dot began moving. From the speed of the dot, it seemed like he was in a car. Where is he going? The cells over there can share their visual information with you. Youngjun glared at the dot of Bacillus anthracis, which Kim Hyun-taek was carrying. The middle of his eyebrows tingled. A pattern that was similar to dragonfly wings stained his vision and soon turned into a black and white image. It was Kim Hyun-taek, who was driving. Cell number 8207401 is sending you this video. Rosaline said, if you increase the level, the image will be more focused and be in color. Youngjun slowly turned his perspective and checked the GPS. The destination was Lab 6. Why is he going to Lab 6? Bleep. The alarm rang again. It was Lab 6. No way. There were no dangerous organisms like that at Lab 6. They didn't even have a very high biological safety level either. However, the dot that appeared on the map was pitch black. It was so dark that it looked like it was photoshopped like Vanta Black, which only reflected 0.03% of light. The size of the dot meant the number of pathogens, and the color represented the danger level. Rosaline, what is that? I don't know. I think you will have to go see for yourself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kim Hyun-taek was taking Yoon Dae-sung's call. I'm sorry things went like this. Yoon Dae-sung said. I understand. This was probably the best course of action from your perspective. I will try to stop your prosecution as much as possible. I might not be able to do it right now, but I will try to secretly get you out or something when it dies down. Sure. Thank you. Other than that, what did you do with the item? Mr. Ryu is going to take your place after you leave. Then, we can't store it in the lab director's office. I know. I am taking it out right now. What are you thinking of doing? I will give it to Director Gil Hyungjun. Lab 6? Yes. I am on my way. With the item? Yes. I was going to drop by because I was curious about something. Can you trust him? He is our only option. And he's someone who already knows the gist of this project. It's burdensome for you to have all 2.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But the bacteria may already be dead. Those samples are decades old. But if even one of the cells is alive, and it leaks and becomes active, a major catastrophe will happen in decades. What I'm saying is, do we have to get Director Gil's help because we're worried about that low possibility? Even if I have both, we have to get Director Gil's help. You know that something like this has to be separated by the lab, don't you? I don't know why the situation came to this. If I were to go back to a year ago, I wouldn't touch Chelicure and let Ryu Youngjun do whatever he wants. Haha, it's too late now, sir. If I disappear, you are the only person left for Ryu Youngjun to tear apart. You know that, right? I know. Please be careful. Screech. Kim Hyun-taek stopped the car and climbed out with his bag. He went into Lab 6 and went to see Gil Hyungjun. When he went up to the lab director's office and explained while showing him the item, Gil Hyungjun screamed. Wait, why are you giving me this? You know we have to store it separately. Please keep it safe while I'm gone, it's an important sample. Ha, you know that this was the hidden cash cow that grew Agen into a big company a long time ago. We are all indebted to this. We only have you to trust now. With a sigh, Gil Hyungjun took the bacteria capsule. It was already in a sealed mini liquid nitrogen case, but he put it into another airtight container and sealed it again with parafilm. Then, he put it into his own personal safe. Click. Gil Hyungjun, who locked the safe, stared at Kim Hyun-taek like he was irritated. You can't let me be criticized for this later on, okay? Of course. And I will request compensation from you about this. Do as you wish. But I have something that I'm curious about, Kim Hyun-taek said. What is it? Can I see the experiment log from the life creation team? The record after Dr. Ryu came here. This kind of data wasn't shared very much, even between directors. But Kim Hyun-taek was not only a colleague to Gil Hyungjun, but his friend. They had a long-standing friendship from working as a lab director at the same company for years. Since he's leaving, Gil Hyungjun thought. And the life creation department's data was useless as all of it was about playing around with an artificial layer of bubbles. Since he was taking in the top-secret sample of the company, Gil Hyungjun decided to extend his favor a little more since he was doing it anyway. Here it is. Gil Hyungjun opened a file on his computer and printed it. But you cannot take it out of this room. Take a look at it here and leave it here when you go. Thank you. Kim Hyun-taek flipped through the documents and calmly read them from where he was sitting. Huh? Kim Hyun-taek's eyes widened. Director Gil, there was a medical accident? Yes. Apparently, Dr. Ryu fainted on the first day. But they said it was nothing. He got anemic because of hepatitis or something like that. He came back to work after that. Kim Hyun-taek looked up the record of Youngjun's first day at this department. There was no data, he didn't do any experiments, but Youngjun's name was mentioned in Park Dong-hyun's experiment notes. As Rosaline V4.87 died as shown in the provided microscope data, scientist Ryu Youngjun added 10 microliters of 10x PBS. However, the sample was discarded due to continued apoptosis. Thank you. Kim Hyun-taek left the documents on the desk and got up. He took the elevator down to the life creation department. Ryu Youngjun arrived at the life creation department and went into the lab. Kim Hyun-taek slowly followed Youngjun's footsteps. The sample was probably boiling on the heat block near the entrance of the lab. Kim Hyun-taek inspected the heat block that was at the entrance of the lab. When he turned his head to the right, the animal cell lab was right in front. The optical microscope that was inside caught his eye. This was what Youngjun would have seen as well. He probably observed the sample with the optical microscope. Then, he would have put it back in the sample container. Sample Rosaline V4.87? Kim Hyun-taek went to the liquid nitrogen tank and began looking through the samples. He found Rosaline V4.87. He organized the sample boxes and put them back in the tank. What are you doing? He heard Youngjun's voice from behind. Clang? Surprised, Kim Hyun-taek dropped the original cell of Rosaline. Cling? Youngjun picked up the Rosaline V4.87 sample that rolled towards him. Only authorized personnel should be touching lab material. I'm sorry. I came to see Director Gil, but somehow I came all the way here. I was just curious and wanted to take a look at the sample. Really? Activate synchronization mode. Youngjun examined Kim Hyun-taek. It was to check if he had found something and was playing a game with him. Youngjun could track the neural response of lying if he read Kim Hyun-taek's brain waves and blood flow. He's telling the truth. He was looking at it because he was actually curious. Although, he probably meant that he was going to take it to his lab, grow it, and look at it through a microscope. Rosaline said, "You can't grow this. It's a failed sample," Youngjun said to Kim Hyun-taek. Kim Hyun-taek flinched. There are a lot more Rosalines that were developed after this. Do you want me to take them out? Would you like to see it? That's all right. Haha. I just looked at it out of curiosity because I wondered if your ingenuity might have something to do with this. Youngjun smiled. It was related, but he wouldn't be able to recreate it as the creation of life was a single event and could not occur twice. But Director Gil hasn't used this lab yet, and he left it empty, Kim Hyun-taek said. I asked him to do that. A few people including Principal Scientist Shin were on the life creation project for so long that it has a place in their hearts. They said that they wanted to use this place again in the future. Aren't they passionate people? I see. Are you also here to experiment something? No. Actually, Youngjun was here to find the black dot he saw during simulation mode, but he couldn't find anything yet. I'm here to find you, Youngjun replied. That's what he said as he couldn't say that he came here after viewing simulation mode. And he originally meant to meet Kim Hyun-taek as well. Director Gil? No, Director Kim, Youngjun said as he gestured in Kim Hyun-taek's direction. Me? Why? Director Kim, do you know about Bacillus anthracis? Kim Hyun-taek's face froze as Youngjun asked. While observing the change in expression, Youngjun said, There's something I heard. Give it to me. You have it, right? Kim Hyun-taek gulped. I don't know what you're talking. He almost said that he didn't have it. How did he find out? Kim Hyun-taek felt cold sweat run down his spine. It's not with Kim Hyun-taek. Rosaline said. It's not? Yes. I would have been able to feel it at this distance. But Kim Hyun-taek was moving with it when we looked at the simulation? You turned off the simulation after seeing the fitness drop instantly. Kim Hyun-taek's hands are empty now. If you don't have it right now, where did you leave it? Youngjun asked. Do you have to hear an answer? I can feel it from upstairs. Rosaline said. Kim Hyun-taek felt fear as he saw Youngjun raising his head reflexively. Youngjun was staring in the direction of Lab Director Gil Hyungjun's office. Mr. Ryu, about Bacillus anthracis, who did you hear it from? Kim Hyun-taek asked cautiously. Why? Our company has never studied Bacillus anthracis before. I would like to know for sure if my name is also involved. As you know, I'm in a difficult position right now, and I have a lot of enemies as well. If someone who is holding a grudge against me is taking this chance to spread false rumors about me, shouldn't I be prepared? Youngjun just stared at Kim Hyun-taek. Director Kim, this is also a kind of whistleblowing. Do you think I would reveal who did it? The one thing for sure is that an organism based on Bacillus anthracis that underwent directed mutagenesis and is now separated by their sex is at the company. One of them is in Mr. Yoon's office, and the other one is in your possession, Director Kim. What the hell? What is this bastard? Kim Hyun-taek was more than shocked, he was terrified. He knows that it's in Mr. Yoon's office? And that the bacteria are separated by their sex? Youngjun said, and I know that you don't usually visit other labs, so you wouldn't go out of your way to come to Lab 6 the day before you cleared your office and visit the life creation department before meeting Director Gil, right? You probably already met him. I think I have an idea of why you met with him. Kim Hyun-taek wiped the sweat off his forehead. Fuck, is he the devil or something? At this point, the only people who knew that much information at the company were Yoon Dae-sung, his son Yoon Bo-hyun, Gil Hyungjun, Nicholas, and Ji Kwang-man. Wait, Ji Kwang-man? After having a conflict with Youngjun, Ji Kwang-man was arrested and imprisoned for hiring a hitman to kill Youngjun. Although, there was a high chance that Yoon Dae-sung would get him out however he could when the issue died down. If Ji Kwang-man leaked it, it was a possibility as Ji Kwang-man was a clever man. What if he tried to make a deal with Youngjun by telling him this secret before getting arrested, but failed? Wait. This couldn't have been it. If this had happened, Youngjun would have already turned Agen upside down a few months ago. Wouldn't he have shot everyone dead, whether it was Yoon Dae-sung or someone else, with a machine gun and tried to build a new palace? Nicholas? Kim Hyun-taek's mind blanked. Nicholas was recommending Kim Hyun-taek and Yoon Dae-sung to turn themselves in. What if Nicholas saw that he was resigning from the Lab 1 director position and told Youngjun in advance since there was a possibility he would find out anyway? What are you thinking so hard about? Youngjun asked Kim Hyun-taek. Kim Hyun-taek snapped out of his imaginary investigation. He wanted to ask Youngjun if Nicholas told him about it, but he couldn't. He needed to give him as little information as possible. Kim Hyun-taek, who barely held back his words, held his breath and looked at Youngjun. What did you do with that bacteria? Youngjun asked. I don't know what you are talking about. We don't have that kind of bacteria, Kim Hyun-taek replied. Do you regret the answer you gave me right now? I think the best way to minimize the damage that will come will be to tell me everything right now. I don't know who told you that, but don't believe them. It's all nonsense. All right. I'll see you again, Youngjun said to Kim Hyun-taek and turned away. He walked towards the elevator and pressed the button going up. Kim Hyun-taek could also see Youngjun waiting for the elevator through the lab's glass door. Is he going to Gil Hyungjun now? Considering Gil Hyungjun's reaction when he handed him the bacteria and the time it took for Youngjun to get here, Gil Hyungjun wasn't the one who told him. JNN. Kim Hyun-taek quickly took out his phone and called Gil Hyungjun. Director Gil, Ryu Youngjun is going up there right now. If he asks you about anthracis, just say that you don't know anything and that you don't know what this is about, said Kim Hyun-taek as fast as possible, then hung up. Then, he called Nicholas. Mr. CTO, I have something to ask you, he said. What is it? Ryu Youngjun knows about the anthracis. Pardon? Weren't you the one that told him? What? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to destroy the company? Wait, Director Kim. It wasn't me. I have never told anyone. If Dr. Ryu knows, I feel like it leaked through Division Manager Ji Kwang-man. What's the situation right now? I came to Lab 6 to give Director Gil the sample I had. But Ryu Youngjun came all the way here to find me and asked for the anthracis. What is? All of this just happened right now. And Dr. Ryu went to meet Director Gil. Does Dr. Ryu know that you gave it to him? I would be able to infer that if I was Dr. Ryu. What reason would I have to come to this lab at this point? He probably guessed that I came to give Director Gil that item since I have to clear the lab director's office tomorrow. Alright. I'm passing by Lab 6 right now, so I'll drop by. At the lab director's office, which was a few floors up from the lab, Gil Hyunjun was staring at his phone, baffled. Lab 1 director Kim Hyun-taek. Wait, what is this guy talking about? Why would Ryu Youngjun come here all of a sudden? Knock knock. Gil Hyungjun heard his secretary's voice from outside the door. Sir, Mr. Ryu from ABIO is here. Mr. Ryu? Should I let him in? Fuck. His heart began beating hard. The first thought that popped up in his mind was that he was FXXKD. He took out a bottle of cold water from the refrigerator and gulped it down. Phew. After a deep breath, he said, let him in. Click. Youngjun, who came into the lab, sat down on the guest sofa with a calm face. It's been a while, Mr. Ryu. Gil Hyungjun greeted Youngjun with an awkward smile. Hello, Mr. Director. How have you been? I've been well. You're very busy nowadays, right? It's all right. What brings you here today? The anthracis. You have it, right? Gil Hyungjun closed his mouth. After some thought, he said, we don't have anthracis at our lab. Are you thinking of starting a new project with it? No. The bacteria that Director Kim gave you. It's an organism that was created by applying directed mutagenesis on Bacillus anthracis. Director Kim gave me something like? I didn't receive anything. Did Director Kim say that? Gil Hyungjun pretended like he knew nothing. Youngjun just stared at him. Gil Hyungjun looked extremely nervous. After a moment of silence, Youngjun spoke. Director Gil. Yes. When Nicholas, the CTO, resigns and takes the government position, Agen will merge with ABIO. The shares I will have then will be more than all of Mr. Yoon's friendly shares combined. I see. And since there are things I have achieved at ABIO as well, don't you think I would be supervising all the research that goes on in the newly merged company? Then, I will have the right to read all the past research notes. When that time comes, I will look for everything myself, Youngjun said. I don't know if the reason you decided to take in the bacteria was because you made some kind of deal with Director Kim or if it was just because of your friendship, but the easiest answer I can think of is that you were also one of the developers of that bacteria. That is. Gil Hyungjun went pale. Don't let me become the CTO and read the past notes with a negative mindset. Just tell me right now. Tell me what that bacteria is and where it was used. Gil Hyungjun picked up his bottle of water to put his answer on hold. He needed some time to think. He drank his water slowly for quite a while. He felt like his thoughts were becoming more complicated with every gulp. Crackle. Gil Hyungjun set the water bottle on the table and glanced at Youngjun. Mr. Ryu, I will tell you what I know, Gil Hyungjun said in a diminishing voice. Please tell me. That is a biological weapon. It was co-developed with the United States military. It was when Agen was very small. Sai Youngjun let out a deep sigh. I thought so. There's nothing to profit from creating an organism like that except for military purposes. It's a violation of the Biological Weapons Convention, BWC. This isn't just an internal problem at Agen, this could become a national problem as well. Does our government know? As far as I know, they don't. This is frustrating. This was co-developed with the US military? Yes. It was created in secret and supplied to the US military. We received a lot of money from it, and I believe that it became the funding for growth for Agen in the early days. Has that weapon ever been used? I do not know that. Why is Agen holding on to that dangerous bacteria sample instead of disposing of it? Because it's evidence that it was co-developed with the US military and that we supplied it to them. Having the actual bacteria was the most powerful piece of evidence they could have. If a bite error occurred somewhere, they could compare the DNA and prove whether the bacteria used was this one or not. If we destroy all the samples and the United States argues that they know nothing about it, Agen would take sole responsibility for it. If we're unlucky, other international pharma companies might attack us by swaying the media and saying that we might have sold it to terrorists or something. So, it's to take them with you if it's ever revealed? Yes. Then, if we reveal the bacteria sample, match the DNA, and release the co-development and supply documents, a significant amount of the responsibility goes to the United States military. Even if a situation like that doesn't happen, this is also the US federal government's weakness. Corporate executives don't dispose of these cards easily, no matter how dangerous they are. Youngjun put his hand on his forehead and thought hard. What do you think? They are idiots. Rosaline said. But Mr. Ryu, from what I know, this bacteria was not developed as a weapon. Then, the development period was in the late 20th century when extreme Muslim militarized powers were highly influential. I believe that it was made as research in concern about the risk of biological terrorism using anthrax. Don't despise Director Kim so much. We did not commit any crimes with this, Gil Hyungjun said cautiously. Mr. Ryu, things are difficult for Director Kim right now, and it's a difficult time for Agen as well. Please let it go just this once. If you reveal something like this and add illegal research charges on Director Kim, it will be difficult for him to ever come back. The bacteria are carefully kept through safety mechanisms like separating males and females, so, he is not lying. Rosaline said, I can tell that he is being sincere even without analyzing his cerebral blood flow. However, it didn't mean it was right because it was sincere. Developing a biological weapon is a violation of the convention, and it is also a violation of research regulations because you worked on it in secret. You said that you didn't commit a crime with that or anything, but the research itself is a crime. And the fact that a pathogen like that exists is far from safe. The fact that you are carefully keeping cannot be an excuse, Youngjun said. Director Gil, biological weapons are of a different nature compared to other weapons of mass destruction. The range of damage can be calculated even for nuclear weapons, but the reason why biological weapons are dangerous is because there can be variables you can't calculate. No one can predict what kind of mutation that bacteria, which has spread to nature, will gain and how it will spread. It will threaten the life of mankind as a whole. That is right. Give it to me. Youngjun held out his hand. Gil Hyungjun thought hard with his eyes closed, then got up from his seat. There was no way for him to know if Youngjun was going to execute Kim Hyun-taek with this right now, but he didn't have the power to decline his request. Click. He opened the safe. The door of the safe opened. The bacteria was in a sealed tank containing liquid nitrogen, and it was sealed 2 more times with the casing Gil Hyungjun put on it. As Gil Hyungjun was about to take out the bacteria, slam, the office door flew open. Kim Hyun-taek appeared with an angry face. Beside him, Gil Hyungjun's secretary stood beside him, flustered. Gil Hyungjun was startled at first, but dropped his head like he was ashamed. Director Kim, I'm sorry. Kim Hyun-taek glared at Gil Hyungjun silently, then walked right up to Youngjun. Then, at that moment, Rosaline suddenly popped out and stood between them with her arms spread out like she was defending Youngjun from something. What? Youngjun was more surprised by Rosaline's reaction than Kim Hyun-taek. Get out of here. Rosaline shouted. What is it? What are you doing all of a sudden? It's a pathogen. But I can't figure out what it is. A pathogen? Lab Director Kim Hyun-taek is a pathogen? A pathogen entered Kim Hyun-taek's body. I don't know what it is for sure, but what I am sure of is that Kim Hyun-taek is infected. Youngjun distanced himself from Kim Hyun-taek slightly. Can Director Gil or I get infected? There is no pathogenic response from the aerosols coming out of his body right now. You won't get infected because you're here right now, but it's better if you leave this room. I'm worried. I have to know Kim Hyun-taik's condition. I can't leave by myself. Then I'll use some fitness, Rosaline said as she glared at Kim Hyun-taik. Pzzzzz. Youngjun's fitness, which had recovered to 5, began falling in seconds. Rosaline looked through Kim Hyun-taik's entire body. His immune cells were running wild all over his body. If his body was a country, this was like a state of disaster. It was like a huge tsunami hit, or like ashes were pouring down all over the country due to a large volcano erupting. His immune cells couldn't even clearly discern the enemy, they were just excited due to the emergency and were running around, destroying places at random. His organs were damaged in places, and internal bleeding was happening. If he's infected, is it anthrax? No, it's not a living thing. I would be able to feel it if it was a living thing. He was healthy just a moment ago. Can this happen so suddenly? That is also strange. However, it is certain that he will be in danger if this continues. We need to suppress the immune response first. Wait, the black dot we saw during simulation mode, is it that? It could be. Let's check the infectiousness. Turn on simulation mode. It is an unknown pathogen, so you may not be able to see it accurately. And you will not be able to see a wide range because you don't have much fitness left. Still, let's try. Activate simulation mode. With the message window, a shocking image appeared. The only range that could be observed with the remaining fitness for Rosaline was Gil Hyungjun's office. Within that range, Kim Hyun-taik appeared as a black dot. It was as dark as a black hole. Compared to this, the bacillus anthracis that was in the safe beside him was white. What is this? Gil Hyungjun approached Kim Hyun-taik with caution. Director Kim, you don't look so good. Kim Hyun-taik ignored him and spoke to Youngjun. Dr. Ryu, don't touch anthracis. This is connected to the United States military. Just bury it as a secret. Don't poke around. Blood trickled down from his nose. Director Kim, your nose is bleeding. Gil Hyungjun shouted in surprise. Youngjun slowly rose from his seat. You touched the cell line tanks downstairs. Did you touch something dangerous? What did you do? Tell me the truth, Youngjun said. I didn't do anything. I haven't been feeling well ever since meeting Dr. Ryu earlier, Kim Hyun-taik said as he wiped the nosebleed. He is not lying, Rosaline said in a trembling voice. Ryu Youngjun, I don't have a good feeling about this. Get out of here. Rosaline's shoulders trembled slightly. She was terrified. Ugh. Kim Hyun-taik suddenly grabbed his chest, then began coughing severely. Cough? He coughed up a handful of blood. Then, he slid down and collapsed onto the floor. He was most likely unconscious. Gil Hyungjun's secretary was calling 191. ******. Youngjun was watching the security camera footage from the CCTV in front of the life creation department at Lab 6 with Gil Hyungjun. Cameras weren't installed inside the experiment lab, but there was footage of the front of the elevator and the hallway. Youngjun was recorded getting on the elevator after meeting Kim Hyun-taik in the experiment lab. As soon as the elevator began going up, Kim Hyun-taik appeared in the hallway. He took out his phone and called someone for a while before shaking abruptly and dropping his cell phone. He coughed and flopped down, but managed to get up by using the wall and barely walked to the elevator. Kim Hyun-taik had come to Gil Hyungjun's office like that. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the office door. Nicholas came in with a serious face. Mr. CTO? Gil Hyungjun was surprised. Where is Director Kim? He was taken to the hospital in an ambulance just a moment ago, Youngjun replied. What brings you here, Mr. CTO? I got a call from Director Kim. He told me that Dr. Ryu knew about the anthracis and demanded to know whether I told him. Then, he began coughing severely and hung up, saying that he was feeling horrible, Nicholas said. He glanced at Youngjun with a bitter face, then said, Mr. Ryu, can I have a word with you outside? Nov, L, B /JNN. He went to the executive's rest area and began talking. I heard that you already know quite a lot about the anthracis, Nicholas said. I only know that it exists. They said it was a biological weapon, Youngjun replied. Who told you? I just happened to hear about it. Nicholas quietly stared at the side of Youngjun's face. He seemed to be focused on something and looked like he was lost in thought. Nicholas smiled. You already don't care about the anthracis. Pardon? I heard that Director Kim collapsed. Yes. You're wondering what kind of disease would put someone in such a bad condition that they bleed and faint all of a sudden when they were completely healthy when you met them a couple hours ago? That seems like you, Mr. Ryu. I came here to talk about the anthracis, but should we talk about it next time if there's a lot on your mind? It's all right. I will ask you something since you're giving me the opportunity to. Were you involved in developing that? No. It happened a long time before I came to Agen. I knew about it, but I kept it buried. You can't do that. I know. Nicholas calmly nodded. Mr. Ryu, why don't you leave this to me? To you? As you may already know, CEO Yoon is an old friend of mine. I have been recommending that he confess to all these illegal research projects. It is something that I was going to take care of before I left the CTO position. Director Kim and CEO Yoon will all be punished for their part in the research. Are you asking me to pretend I didn't see it and wait? I cannot do that. You are the new wind in science. In the past, there were a lot of people in the scientific community who wrote papers with experimental data that could not be reproduced and poor statistical methodology and committed fraud. A lot of the time, science sought after money rather than the truth, and it sometimes combined with politics or ideologies and yielded horrendous results like the Holocaust or nuclear weapons. This bioweapon is one of them, Nikoal said. You have continuously fought against that, but honestly, I have always wanted you to use your strength to create something new rather than spend energy fighting those things. You are the future of the scientific community. I wish that you wouldn't dirty your hands with blood to fight with the powers in the messy past. Even old people like me can clean up the past. However, the only person who can make the future is you, Mr. Ryu. You understand what I'm saying, right? Youngjun frowned and thought about it hard. Mr. CTO, I do not enjoy fighting against huge powers like Agen's management. Who in the world would like that? But the reason I have insisted on research ethics and conflicted with them is because it's right. This isn't something I can just turn a blind eye to. Troubles always happen afterwards if you don't correct the wrongdoing in science early on. I know. I'm not asking you to ignore it. I am only asking you to let me finish it since my term as the CTO isn't over yet. I have only sought honor when doing research. Please let me cleanse the dirty things with my own hands before I resign. After thinking about it, Youngjun said, all right. Please make me a promise that Mr. Yoon, Kim Hyun-taik, and those involved in this incident will be arrested before you leave your position. I promise you. Then I will leave it all to you, Mr. CTO. Since you are still the CTO and the chief officer, I think it's right for you to finish this. However, I will keep an eye on this incident. If any problems arise, I will do it myself. All right. Thank you for understanding. I will repay this debt in the future. Kim Hyun-taik's condition was much worse than expected. He was declared brain dead. Youngjun went to visit Kim Hyun-taik and monitored his condition with Rosaline. This guy. He was touching Rosaline v4.87? Youngjun said to Rosaline. He's not going to get up all of a sudden and say that he can see messages or something, right? Never. Rosaline said, horrified. Creating life is not that easy. It is also not an event that can happen twice at the same time. Really? The point where the common ancestor for all living things on Earth appeared was 3.8 billion years ago. A new living thing has never been created during the 3.8 billion years. There is no way that it would be made twice in a year. It's a miracle that I happened as well. I guess the probability is too low. And Kim Hyun-taik is basically dead already. The machines are maintaining his breathing, but it will be difficult to cure him with current medicine. And you can? I don't know. You don't have enough fitness. Rosaline popped out in the form of Ryu Sae, then climbed up onto Kim Hyun-taik's bed. She observed his face up close. She frowned. Ugh, there's so much grease. She quickly came down. Do you have any predictions about what this disease could be? I wouldn't call it a prediction, but just Imo too. Where did you learn things like that? I heard Park Dong-hyun use it before. So, what do you think? This is the pathogenicity of my existence that was created at the same time I was born. Youngjun squinted. Pathogenicity? Youngjun asked like he was confused. What are you talking about? Explain it in detail. You're pathogenic? I am the second creature that has been created on this planet. It can be said that I am a competitor to all existing populations of life in that I have a completely different set of genes. Let's say that at the end of the Cretaceous period that reptiles dominated, a powerful competitor called mammals appeared. Rosaline said, it's a mouse fighting a T-Rex if you look at it closely, but from afar, it is a battle between a class called reptiles and a class called mammals. From a macro perspective, all mammals are competitors to reptiles. This perspective may be awkward for humans as it is too vast. Anyways, from the point of my appearance, I became an enemy to all living things on Earth. Rosaline said, but Ryu Youngjun, reptiles are enemies to mammals, right? That's true. But why have I been cooperating with you to increase the lifespan of humans all this time? Mankind is the most powerful opponent among my enemies. I didn't feel any aversions. Why was that? And the countless living things I have met did not show any signs of rejection towards me. That was also fascinating. What if the pathogenicity I had separated and split off in the early stages of the mother cell development? What if that is the reason why the living things on this land do not recognize me as an enemy and I feel no aversion in helping you? Then, that pathogenicity was left at the life creation department and later infected Kim Hyun-taik? Yes. Because it is not a living thing but the property of causing diseases itself, it will just keep destroying everything. I can't really imagine it with the knowledge that I have. Think of it as a player of life, not as a scientist. And the life creation department was used for a long time after you were created. No one had any problems. I'm not sure of that. But since I kept growing, if we think that the pathogenicity has also grown. Youngjun rested his chin on his hand and became lost in thought. After contemplation, Youngjun asked Rosaline a question. If everything you said was right, can we cure Kim Hyun-taik? You don't like him. You're going to cure him? I have to save him to make him take responsibility and get punished for the incident. You're not normal either. Rosaline said like she was baffled. 1911 is 119 in Korea. 2 IMO is an abbreviation for in my opinion. But Ryu Youngjun, I don't know for sure if I will be able to cure Kim Hyun-taik or not. Rosaline said, I still haven't accurately diagnosed what this pathogen is. I have to inspect it closer. Closer? I am going to go inside Kim Hyun-taik's body for a moment. Can you do that? It should be fine. There's nothing that will mess with me except that pathogen anyways. Do you think something like Kim Hyun-taik's immune cells can go up against me? Rosaline said, It's kind of gross that I am going inside the body of a man in his 50s whose body was wrecked by alcohol, cigarettes, lack of exercise, and chronic tiredness, but this is the only way. Alright. Then I'll be back. Rosaline climbed onto his bed again and stuck her finger in Kim Hyun-taek's mouth. Then, her body slipped right in as if she was being sucked in by a black hole. Ugh. Rosaline groaned. He stunk of cigarettes right from his esophagus. Before moving into the stomach, she dug into the mucous membrane at a good point and moved into the blood vessels. I will share my perspective with you. Rosaline consumed 1 point of fitness and showed Youngjun the inside of Kim Hyun-taek's blood vessels. It was filled with cholesterol and fat. You've never seen something like this before, right? It's probably horrible. Don't be like that. It's because of the average Korean men's work stress and company dinner. Youngjun's voice came through. To be honest, Ryu Youngjun, your body was no different. Really? It was similar to this when I first arrived. Well, it was bound to be like this since you were an alcoholic back then. Anyways, I'm cleaning your blood vessels every morning and evening. Be grateful. Thanks. Rosaline took the vena cava and moved to the heart. The pathogen has not been found yet. Maybe it doesn't have a physical entity? If everything Rosaline thought was right and it was the pathogenicity that fell off her body that infected Kim Hyun-taek, it may not have a clear physical entity. There was nothing that she could be certain of. All the immune cells have stopped working. It was because the doctors had injected an immunosuppressant. If it wasn't for that, Kim Hyun-taek's body might not have been able to withstand it. Rosaline passed by the huge white blood cells. This time, she took the artery to cross the blood-brain barrier and went to the brain. Oh, Rosaline was startled. What is it? A significant part of the brain has been destroyed. Ugh, this will be difficult to reconstruct even with stem cell therapy. When you come out, tell me how damaged it is. Let's think of a way to cure him. Okay, but it will be difficult to find a way to cure someone who is basically a corpse at my level. We'll have to increase your level a lot as well. Oh, wait. I found something. Rosaline stopped moving. A cloud of black gas was floating around in front of her. It was a strange substance that looked like a coccus or like a protein lump. So this is the pathogen. Rosaline observed it more closely. It was definitely not a living being, so it wasn't active in the body and it also didn't multiply. As such, it was normal for it to not be that harmful to the body. The reason that Kim Hyun-taek's body was this ruined wasn't actually because of this substance, but the immune cells that reacted to it. It was a type of allergic reaction. However, it was odd that it was so intense that it led to brain death. What is this thing? It wasn't easy to discern what it was even from Rosaline's perspective, which could analyze the micro-world. It felt cloudy, as if something was covering her eyes. Rosaline cautiously touched the object. PFF? Suddenly, steam shot out with the burnt smell of coal. Crash! Rosaline, surprised at the sharp protrusions flying towards her, fired an attack reflexively. Perforin overexpression by 420%. Boom! A hole was blasted through the black, empty ball. With a sound of air deflating, the ball turned white and evaporated. At the same time, a few pieces of debris popped out. They were very small chemical molecules. Rosaline knew these structures. Prednisolone? Rosaline tilted her head in confusion. Another type of chemical flowed out. It was pentaxyphyllene. However, it looked like a tangled mold. She pulled in some water molecules and hydrolyzed them. After cleaning up her area, she went into the blood vessels again. She traveled for a long time and went back the way she came. Rosaline, who came out of Kim Hyun-taek's body, took a deep breath. It was so suffocating in there. What happened? Youngjun asked. I met a pathogen in there. And? I touched it, and it tried to attack me. Attack? You? So? I got rid of it. It disappeared when I put a hole through it with perforin. Little thing didn't know who it was up against. Rosaline puffed up her little chest. Then is Kim Hyun-taek all better now? You can't do anything about the explosion just because you caught the terrorists. It's over for Kim Hyun-taek. Really? It was a little upsetting. Well, we might be able to cure him if we develop stem cells further. But I can't think of a good way because my level is too low, and the pathogen has been completely destroyed. The ones that were in his body, yes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kim Hyun-taek, Laboratory 1 Director of Aegon, declared brain dead due to a sudden stroke. The news began spreading. The story that Kim Hyun-taek collapsed at Lab 6 while raising his voice due to having a conflict with Youngjun was pretty provocative. It's God's punishment. I don't even feel pity for him because he's a bastard who doesn't think other people's lives are precious.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Just take him off the ventilator. He's a waste of oxygen. The public was cold. An in-house board meeting was held at Aegon's headquarters. Youngjun was now the lab director of Lab 1. It was the best of the best that had 7 departments including the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department, Mobile Diagnostic Device Research Department, Plant-Based Pharmaceutical Research Department, and the Protein Manufacturing Research Department. The best research personnel who could be considered the main force of Aegon was now under Youngjun. The scientists at the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department were having an emergency meeting. Principal Kim, what do we do? Said lead scientist Wang Chanmi as she grabbed her hair. They all remembered the day Youngjun fought with Kim Hyun-taek at the department and left for the Life Creation Department. When he came out of Director Kim's office in anger, everyone in the department glanced at him and ignored him. Here, Youngjun was quite a controversial person. A lot of seniors liked him because he was smart, had passion, and finished his work perfectly, but there were quite a lot of people who didn't like him because of his tunnel vision and stickler attitude. CEO Ryu probably feels betrayed by us, too, senior scientist Kim Hyun-sok said with a sigh. But there was nothing we could do about Chelicure. What, would we have embraced Dr. Ryu and fought with Director Kim? How could we do that? Even his girlfriend broke up with him. Hyun Miju argued like it was unfair. But we could have given him a heads up about why Chelicure was purchased. No matter how badly we were stepping on his excitement, said principal scientist Kim Ju-yeon. I should have carried the ball and done that as the head of the department, but I didn't pay attention. I should have at least pretended to intervene and protect Ryu Youngjun when he was being sliced up by Director Kim. It's not your fault, Wang Chanmi said. Do you think CEO Ryu has any feelings towards us? Lead Park Shijun asked. I don't know. Click. The door opened and someone walked into the office. Hello. It was Youngjun. Oh, all the document folders that were on the table fell off as Kim Hyun-sok, Hyun Miju and others scrambled to get up in surprise. In that chaos, Wang Chanmi's elbow hit Kim Ju-yeon's phone, and it slid off the table. Snatch. Youngjun, who caught the phone like it was nothing while coming their way, held it out. It's been a while. Hello. Kim Ju-yeon took the phone. The scientists all greeted him nervously. Sir, I thought you were in a meeting with the other departments. I'm done now. I had about 30 minutes left before my last meeting, so I decided to stop by. Youngjun was having meetings with every department at Lab 1. It was to see the new projects that were going on at each department now that he was appointed as the new director. Oh, yes, haha. Kim Ju-yeon laughed awkwardly. There was a heavy silence in the room. Since I know the research data of the anti-cancer drug research department until 6 months ago, I think I just need a short briefing for about 20 minutes. Shall we just have the meeting now? Youngjun asked. Right now? We don't have a presentation ready. Let's just do it verbally. Just a moment please. And there's something I want to tell you just in case you're worried, Youngjun said. I don't have any feelings about you. All I want to do is do good research together. Since I was in this department, I know how talented you are. But you will have to be more careful about research ethics when you're working with me. All right, said Kim Ju-yeon after taking a deep breath. All right, Director Ryu, well begin the briefing. Sure. The anti-cancer drug research department has 4 anti-cancer drugs right now. And Elo, the cash cow, will now retire because of Chelicure. Yes. Are you developing Elo further? No. Good choice. Chelicure is no regular drug. It won't be easy to top it. 2 of the 3 remaining drugs have good efficacy and no side effects, so they do not need to be developed further. However, Tagvix, our inhaled lung cancer treatment, is the problem, Kim Ju-yeon said. From what I remember, I think that was our main project when I was here about 6 months ago, Youngjun said. That's right. The problem then was that Tagvix kept causing immune reactions in the lungs because of its high immunogenicity. That's right. That hasn't been resolved yet. We have been using ABIOS genetic scissors, Ca9, to get rid of the substance that causes immunogenicity, but we've failed. Does it not work well? We believe the problem is our proficiency. We're not familiar with Ca9. Then I will support you with ABIOS Ca9 technicians. You can co-develop it with them, Youngjun said. Kim Ju-yeon nodded. This was something she predicted. Things would become much simpler if scientists who were in charge of Ca9 at ABIO would come and help. And the other 2 anti-cancer drugs are treatments for malignant lymphoma and kidney cancer, right? Clitinib and Alimap? That's right. Those 2 need to be developed further. Develop them more? Kim Ju-yeon was confused. But sir, the clinical trials for them have already been completed. They are effective, and they have no side effects. Why do? Because it is expensive. Expensive? Cancer patients pay over 100 million won for these treatments. It's burdensome, even if it is insured, to the patient and the country. But there is a way to solve the problem about the price of the drug. Not just Clitinib or Alimap, but all biosimilar medicine. What? There are 2 reasons why I took this position as director of Lab 1. The first is that I can get a lot of talented scientists like all of you. And the other is Youngjun said. Because the plant-based pharmaceuticals research department is here. It is a unique department that only exists at Agen in Korea, and one of a few in the world. Well, use that department and significantly lower the cost of biosimilar drugs. The plant team? Yes. We should be able to lower it to at least 1,000th of the original price or 100,000th at most. As long as we plan a good strategy. What? The scientists were filled with shock. Kim Ju-yeon was especially shocked. There were instances when companies, like Roche, would purposely set new drugs at a high price so that they could profit. But Clitinib and Alimap weren't drugs like that. The reason why they were expensive was because the manufacturing cost was high, and that manufacturing process was the fruit that modern science had optimized. But he could reduce it to below 1,000th of the regular price. What are you going to do? He probably said these crazy things at ABIO every day, right? And he probably succeeded in doing all of them, right? Kim Ju-yeon's hands were sweating. Youngjun said, the reason why anti-cancer drugs, along with vaccines and biopharmaceuticals are expensive is because we have to grow animal cells in order to produce it. A lot of money is spent because the culture liquid is quite expensive. And if a culture facility is infected with bacteria or viruses, they will suffer tremendous damages. I am going to put in a gene that synthesizes biodrugs in tobacco so that the drug is highly expressed in the leaves of the plant. If you grind one leaf into a blender and make it into a juice, you will get enough for 10 patients. The ultimate goal is to ensure that the cost of treatment per person doesn't differ much from the price of vegetables at the supermarket. What does that makes no sense? The expression level of a foreign gene won't be that high, Wang Chanmi refuted. That is true if you put the gene inside the plant cell's genome, Youngjun said. I'm thinking of putting in the chloroplasts of the plant cell. One plant cell has more than 200 chloroplasts. Confusion swept over principal scientist Kim Ju-yeon. It was the same for the other scientists. The department that had the worst performance at Lab 1 was the plant-based pharmaceuticals research department. Just like Youngjun originally thought, this department was created to produce pharmaceuticals from plants. However, their initial goal was not to mass-produce pharmaceuticals, it was just an attempt to become free from bacteria and viruses that usually infected animal cells. All that department has been doing for the past 10 years is making vitamin-rich lettuce. You know that, right? Wang Chanmi asked. Of course, Youngjun replied. They weren't even purifying vitamins or anything, but just growing lettuce that was bred to contain a lot of vitamins. Honestly, it wasn't much different from what the health food department was developing. It was an awkward research direction considering that the name of their department was the Plant-Based Pharmaceuticals Research Department. To be honest, the reason they have been doing that for 10 years is because our lab has given up on making pharmaceuticals in plant cells, Kim Ju-yeon said. The plant team said that during our meeting. I am thinking of restarting the business they gave up on, Youngjun replied while calmly nodding. But, Director, I'm sorry, but it's not going to work well. I know this because my colleague who joined the company with me is the head of that department, but they all tried really hard back then. But it doesn't work. The process of expressing genes in plants is very different from animal cells. I know. The reason that most viruses and bacteria that infect animal cells do not have pathogenicity against plant cells is because their environments are completely different. The pattern of sugar chains attaching to peptides translated from RNA is completely different in plant cells compared to animal cells. Even if you put in the same gene, the results will be different. To analyze that pattern and put in a gene that matches it, that is incredibly difficult. It's harder than getting an anti-cancer drug like Chelicure to phase 3 of clinical trials. But we can't just let antibody drugs or biopharmaceuticals be produced and sold at extremely high prices, right? A lot of money is going into the vaccines that are being used for HIV eradication as well. There is progress being made for that project because the WHO is backing it up and numerous charity organizations are pouring money into it, Youngjun said. I have no intention of being satisfied with just HIV eradication, and along with the extinction of mosquitoes, I am going to eliminate countless infectious diseases from this planet. For this, it is essential to lower the unit price of biopharmaceuticals overall. I will give you the direction for the basic research, so don't worry and follow me. Have you discussed this with the plant team? Kim Ju-yeon asked. Of course. They are burning with passion right now. Kim Ju-yeon was at a loss for words. This was the democratization of drugs. There were actually a lot of expensive pharmaceuticals that cost hundreds of millions of won until complete recovery, but they just didn't receive a lot of attention because the number of patients was so small. With Youngjun, these highly expensive drugs may all become as cheap as vitamin supplements. Wait, can vitamins be produced this way as well? Then, the supplements on the market right now will. A chill ran down Kim Ju-yeon's neck. We might be shooting ourselves in the foot with this, Kim Ju-yeon said. Director, if we succeed in what you said, there will be a revolutionary change in the price of pharmaceuticals. There will be pharmaceutical companies that go out of business if the prices drop that low. We don't know the changes that happen to Agen's financial structure. There may no longer be a merit to the pharmaceutical industry itself, and Kim Ju-yeon stopped talking midway. It was because Youngjun was staring at her. I would like to reduce the prices, but I just wanted to tell you that I am worried that management will not like it. From now on, we will call this the plant-based pharmaceutical production method. In 5 years from now, the trend in pharmaceutical companies will change to this, Youngjun said. And as you said, it will become a huge variable in the management budget of many pharmaceutical companies. There will be companies among them that will go bankrupt. We can't do anything about those that cannot adapt and collapse. For people who lose their jobs, we can hire them if they are talented and someone we need. But we can't not develop cars because we are worried about coachmen, right? Kim Ju-yeon nodded in confusion. Conversely speaking, they were developing cars in a time when people rode carriages. What she meant was that it would be too difficult. Maybe it's not a big deal to Ryu Youngjun. Kim Ju-yeon could not guess how confident Youngjun was in starting this project as he was a person who had done incredible research like it was nothing. *****. In the pediatric ward at Sunyoo Hospital, a group of children were joking around and playing. A 10-year-old boy put on a white mask that he got from somewhere and pretended to be a doctor. Where are you feeling pain? A girl who looked to be about 8 years old lied down on the bed and touched her stomach. My tummy hurts. Let's take a look. The boy put the wire of his earbuds on his friend's stomach instead of a stethoscope. Hup, this is a stomachache. What's a stomachache? The girl asked with wide eyes. A stomachache is a very scary disease. You need to get a needle this big. Stupid, a stomachache means that your belly hurts. She came because her belly hurts, but how can you say that she has a stomachache? A 9-year-old girl who was beside them interrupted. She was one of the legendary patients of Sunyoo Hospital. She was the child who had survived an extreme situation where cancer cells spread to her pelvis during her end-stage liver cancer. To put it strongly, she had crossed the river of Styx halfway and returned. And now, she had recovered enough to join the relatively healthy group of kids and play with them. No, Yuna. I diagnosed her with a stomachache because her belly hurts. That's what my doctor said, too. He said I have a stomachache, said the boy. He was talking about your symptoms. A symptom and a disease are different things. Lee Yuna flinched. She would have been hurt by that statement in the past, but she was not that surprised now. All she felt now was a little bit sorry and disappointed. I'm getting discharged tomorrow, Lee Yuna said. You're getting discharged, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Discharged. Surprised, all the children gathered around her. You're all better now. Yeah. Then you're going home. Yeah. It's fun when Yuna is here. She's going because you said that your tummy hurting is a stomachache, Hotai Kappa. The girl who pretended to be the patient got up and scolded the boy. Don't go home, Yuna. Play with us, okay? I'll be good, the boy said in disappointment. The adults who were watching them smiled slightly. He said that he'll be good. My husband always says that, too. The women chatted playfully. I'll visit often, Lee Yuna said. Creak. The door to the patient room opened. A nurse and Kim Hojin appeared and looked for her. Come here, Yuna. This was her last examination before being discharged. Kim Hojin was overwhelmed to the point where she felt emotional. She took Lee Yuna's hand and went to the examination room. There were two scientists sitting beside Kim Chun-young, their doctor. It was Young-jun and Song Ji-hyun. They were reading the data that checked how much Chelicure and the chimeric immunotherapy was discharged from the body and the presence of any side effects. There aren't any problems so far, Song Ji-hyun said. There is a lot of clinical data that Conson and Coulson had about chimeric immunotherapy. It hasn't been tested on a lot of children, but since all the values are consistent with clinical data, it shouldn't cause any side effects if everything has been okay so far, Young-jun said to Kim Chun-young. To be honest, that data was additional, and Young-jun actually examined Lee Yuna in synchronization mode. Being extra cautious, Rosaline came out herself and observed her condition up close. She is cured. There aren't any cancer cells left. None. Rosaline said as she patted Lee Yuna's shoulder. Lee Yuna didn't feel anything, but Young-jun was relieved. There isn't a lot of clinical data on Chelicure, but the results are generally consistent with Phase 1 data of the old version, Song Ji-hyun said. Kim Chun-young thoroughly examined the data sheet, then talked to Lee Yuna. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? No. And it doesn't hurt? No. Kim Chun-young smiled. Mrs. Kim? Yes. Kim Hojin replied right away. We don't know what kind of after effects she will have because Yuna resected a lot of her liver. If possible, try not to eat anything heavily seasoned, and if you ever need to go to the hospital, make sure to let them know that her liver has been resected when they use medicine. Yes, I will make sure to do that. And because she's still developing, we don't know how her liver will recover. It will be best for her to come in regularly and be examined for the next 5 years. Of course. Anyways, I'm very glad that Yuna has become much better. You've worked so hard. You can leave tomorrow morning. And I want to especially thank Dr. Ryu and Dr. Song, said Kim Chun-young as she gestured to them. Kim Hojin quickly bowed. Thank you so much. All three of you have saved my daughter's life. Thank you so much. Especially Dr. Ryu. Chimeric immunotherapy is really expensive, but you gave it to us free of charge. How can I thank you? I can't take money since it's a clinical trial. We should actually be the ones paying you, Young-jun said. To be honest, Lee Yuna was a reason why he was determined to develop the plant-based pharmaceuticals production method. He was interested in research related to this from before, but it was less important compared to other things. He thought that developing drugs for incurable diseases was first. However, the emails he received after successfully treating Lee Yuna showed him the reality. Hello, I am a father in my 40s living in Chungcheongnam-do. My son has pediatric cancer that has metastasized to the bone, but I heard that you have succeeded in curing this with the chimeric immunotherapy. I am asking if we could receive the treatment. I heard that not anyone can get the treatment as it is still in clinical trials, and that it is very expensive, but Young-jun received hundreds of emails like this, and they weren't just from Korea. He got countless emails regarding this from overseas as well. However, he could tell that everyone struggled with the financial situation as he was classifying the emails. This situation was actually ironic as the clinical trial was completely free. The patients and their families weren't talking about money because they didn't know that. When Young-jun read their logic, it was usually in this order. 1. Not everyone can get into the clinical trial. 2. This treatment was extremely expensive. 3. Then, won't they include us in the clinical trial if we pay money? However, the chimeric immunotherapy was an ultra-expensive treatment that cost over 400 million won for one round of the treatment. How could regular people pay that? As such, there were usually two kinds of people. The first were people who were financially well off. The best of them was an oil king from the Middle East, and they wrote Young-jun an email. To Dr. Ryu, I am Aziz, and I live in Saudi Arabia. I have 7 sons, and my first son is very sick from pediatric cancer. He received treatment in America, but he was declared terminally ill. We thought about receiving chimeric immunotherapy through Conson and Colson, but they didn't do it because they thought the success rate would be very low, and if it failed, it could be a problem when getting approval from the FDA. However, I know that the child you successfully treated with this treatment was in worse condition. I can donate over 30 billion won to ABio, and if you would like to expand your business to Saudi Arabia. And as expected, the other type of people were regular folks who didn't have a lot of money. Unexpectedly, there weren't a lot of people who appealed to human compassion. They actually told him not to worry about the cost of treatment, saying that they would steal or sell their house or organs for it. They were scared that they would lose their opportunity to be treated if they acted timidly. The problem isn't other pharmaceutical companies going out of business when this is the situation. Youngjun thought about what Kim Ju-yeon said again. To be honest, other pharmaceutical companies weren't really where problems could occur in this ambitious business. *****. We have to prepare to fight insurance companies, Youngjun said. Park Ju-hyuk squinted. With who? Insurance companies. Whoa. Now that you've killed all your competitors in the STEM 1, you're going to take over business and economics. Do you think I'm a gangster or something? But why are you fighting insurance companies? I'm in charge of Lab 1 now, right? Yeah. There are 2 big projects that I can start from here, Youngjun said. One is the revolution in drug prices. The other is the genome project through the diagnostic device department. Park Ju-hyuk had heard a general explanation about the way he was going to lower the price of pharmaceuticals. He had also heard about the genome project, but he didn't understand them completely. But what does that have to do with insurance companies? Because the prices of drugs will fall. Do you know that Angelina Jolie had surgery to resect her completely normal breasts? Really? She cut them off even though they were fine. Yes. The probability of breast cancer was high according to her DNA test. Just because of that. It's not just because of that. She predicted it and dealt with it before the tumor formed. It's one of the most common things we'll see in future medicine. But it would have started in the West. If we conduct the genome project on all races and build a dense DNA database, that future will start in Korea. Oh, I get it. It's because insurance is a business where you bet on the uncertainty. If we can predict diseases, insurance has no place to stand. Youngjun nodded. It will take time to predict it precisely, but in addition to that, we have powerful, rapid, and cheap diagnostic kits, treatments that are the price of vegetables, and a next-generation hospital armed with a future technology called regenerative medicine. Whoa. The big picture was already completed. They would predict the disease, quickly diagnose it with a cheap diagnostic kit, rapidly cure and discharge the patient by using the next-generation hospital system, which is based on cheap pharmaceuticals and regenerative medicine. What point could insurance companies target if the uncertainty of disease development significantly decreased? Treatments became so cheap that even poor people could buy it, and patients could quickly recover and return to their everyday lives. It was obvious that this major structural reform that was going to happen in medicine was going to cause huge changes in the insurance market. We have to begin preparing for that future, Youngjun said. One acronym that stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These are the 40 completed kits that diagnose 32 diseases in groups or individually, said Park So-yeon as she pushed the box containing 40 kits towards Youngjun. I backed up all the research notes of the development process on the company's cloud, and I left the hard copy in the laboratory archive, so you can use it when you need. And this is an explanation of each project. I just wrote the basic things. Youngjun took the explanation that Park So-yeon handed him. He flipped over each page and read through it. Wasn't yesterday your last day? I heard that you left everything in my secretary's office when I wasn't here, Youngjun said. I did, but I had a couple of things to add to this explanation and data, so I came for that. I dropped off all the products here in the secretary's office yesterday. I see. Youngjun organized the explanations and put them on one side of his desk. So, are you leaving now? Yes. I'm going straight to the airport because my flight is soon. Do you want me to go with you? Oh, it's okay. Let's go in my car. Youngjun took Park So-yeon and went to the parking lot. He shook his hand as the K-Cop's security team was about to escort them to their van. It's all right. I will drive. Youngjun declined and went into the driver's seat. Then we will follow you in a different car, Kim Chol-kwon said. All right. Youngjun took Park So-yeon, who was sitting in the passenger seat, out of the company. On the way to Incheon Airport, he asked, Where are you going now? America. I'm going into the WHO, Park So-yeon replied while staring at him as the strictly formal tone he had been keeping with her disappeared. The WHO? Yeah. I'm already confirmed to join them. It's not easy to get into there. It's amazing. They took me as soon as I said that I was one of the developers of the diagnostic kit. Haha, I guess it was a valuable project. Then what are you going to do there? I'm going to go to Switzerland after I finish a few things in America. The WHO headquarters are there. After that, it'll probably be dispatched to Africa. Africa? The place where the diagnostic kit is being used the most is Africa. They're using a lot for HIV eradication. So, you're doing something related to the diagnostic kit in Africa? Yeah. I think they talked about the need to produce the diagnostic kit within Africa. I'll probably go there and work on optimizing the production process in their conditions. Youngjun thought for a moment, then said, So-yeon, the diagnostic device department is going to start the genome project. The genome project? You're talking about collecting DNA data from different races? That's right. You're going to find disease-related mutants based on the DNA data you obtained from the Genome Project? Yeah, it's not going to be easy. The relationship between gene mutations and diseases is clear, but the data will greatly vary between individuals. The same mutation can present differently in different people. Probably. So, I'm thinking of gathering the genomic data of at least 100 million people. What? Park So-yeon was filled with shock. How many people did you say? She asked again. 100 million. Individual differences will gradually fade as the sample size becomes enormous. If 1 million people out of 100 million are skin cancer patients, I can get values beyond individual differences if I compare their genetic variation against the remaining 99 million people. Chills ran down Park So-yeon's spine. You're probably the one person who can start a project that big. I am going to request cooperation from other companies and universities that work on DNA analysis. It'll be an international project like HIV eradication.nov, l/b//jnn. Of course, Youngjun could find genetic mutations with Rosaline. However, the fitness consumption to scan the entire DNA of humans, which was about 3 billion letters, would be too great. Additionally, it would be difficult to convince people if he found mutation points like that. In this project, it would be most effective to use Rosaline to overcome the important obstacles. Come back anytime if you are interested in the Genome Project, Youngjun said. This is why you offered to give me a ride, isn't it? Park So-yeon smiled. That's not why. It's just I wanted to see you off. I know how you feel. Thanks. It's easy for former employees to join the team because the process isn't very picky, and you can come back whenever you want, especially because you were a key person in developing the diagnostic kits. Thank you, but it's okay. I am going to find what I should do in Africa. Okay. We might meet again someday because of how small this society is. I look forward to working with you. Youngjun drove to Incheon Airport. Their romantic relationship ended long ago, and they had settled all their old feelings last time. The project they worked on together as an employee and executive was over as of today. Their emotions and power would be equal the next time they met. They would just be another colleague working in the same field. Youngjun waved goodbye to Park So-yeon, who was going into the airport terminal, and returned to ABio. The most powerful technology that existed in manipulating genes was Ca9, the genetic scissors. The Ca9 and RNA complexes were going to be wrapped in double lipids and introduced to the chloroplast. If they put in the desired gene at this time, the gene would be inserted into the sliced part, which was cut by Ca9, through homologous recombination. It couldn't be described as sophisticated work, but a chemical probability game. The success rate was very low, but it wasn't that difficult for Youngjun. Finished. Youngjun completed the experiment and cleaned up the sterile hood. There was no way to observe the molecular phenomenon even with a microscope, but he confirmed that he succeeded with synchronization mode. Please grow this cell, Youngjun said as he handed a scientist a cell culture plate. Yes, sir. Lead scientist Jang Jin-ho of the plant-based pharmaceuticals research department took the plate. He was a little amazed. This department was the one that lagged behind the most at Lab 1. Then, someone huge called Youngjun just burst onto the scene. Lab director Kim Hyun-taek berated the plant department a lot in the past, but he didn't really provide any good directions for their research. However, Youngjun was different. He actually came into the lab himself and started off this major project himself. Dozens of department members were watching Youngjun's experiment behind Jang Jin-ho with a tense expression. It was a simple transfection, but it looks different than us, scientist Lee Shinju said. It looks like the pipette is shining. Will the target gene really be expressed from that? The other scientists murmured. Before leaving the lab, he said to them, I am going to come to this lab for the next 3 weeks. Let's correct the tobacco plant genome together. We have to manipulate a few genes that affect the sugar chain with Ca9 for the target gene to be properly expressed. Youngjun actually came to the lab for the next 3 weeks. He was probably constantly busy as he held big titles like the CEO of ABio and Lab 1 director, but he never left the front lines of research. Since the project was in its beginning stages, the employees needed to become familiar with improving plants using Ca9 at the least. They were smart people, so they would follow along well if Youngjun just showed them once. However, Youngjun was not only focused on this experiment. The diagnostic device department will be divided into 2 teams. One team will work on the genome project. It will take at least 2 years, and they will be analyzing the DNA of over 100 million people of all the races in the world, Youngjun said to the entire department. You will obtain some skin tissue cells from subjects all over the world and use the Ilmina equipment to analyze their entire DNA. There are 2 major points. One is to collect the entire 3 billion letters of DNA data of each subject, and the other is the subject's disease information. Disease information? I don't think we can collect that information because it's private information, Song Ura said. That's right. Because of that, we cannot record any personal information when conducting this study. Only write the age, sex, and race. Destroy all personal information like their name or contact information, Youngjun replied. The Genome Project can be done because it is an academic study as long as it remains anonymous. We will also distribute all the data we have free of charge. What will the other team be doing? All academic studies are bound to be used commercially. Youngjun grinned. SG Life was one of the oldest insurance companies in Korea's private health insurance industry. Senior Managing Director Lim Gil-won was doing a presentation at the board meeting. He had become a senior managing director in his late 40s, and he had quickly predicted problems for the company's future with his unique sense of insight and danger detection skills. And recently, he had been focusing on Youngjun's new technology parade. The item I am bringing up today is regarding CEO Ryu. Ryu Youngjun again? Executive Vice President Baek Jung-hyuk frowned. I keep bringing up this item because we have not come up with a concrete alternative, Lim Gil-won explained. Now, stop with all this. CEO Ryu bought DNA analysis equipment. DNA analysis equipment? Chief Executive Officer Wang Junyoung asked. Yes. I heard he bought 200 of them. Where would CEO Ryu use that? I believe that he will use that to start a gene analysis business. A gene analysis business? This time, the director's faces changed. The gene analysis market was one of the future industries that was quite worrisome among insurance planners. Of course, the insurance industry still required information such as family history when customers subscribed to insurance products. However, if gene analysis data became commonplace, the probability that was previously lumped with family history would become much more accurate. From the perspective of insurance companies that developed and sold products based on uncertainty, the future of more accurate predictions was burdensome. Is that information accurate? Wang Junyoung asked. I am certain. Dozens of Ilmina's equipment came into ABIO, Lim Gil-won said. And I don't think that is all. We need to come up with countermeasures against the huge structural changes that CEO Ryu will make in the... Stop, Baek Jung-hyun cut him off. Director Lim, you're talking about CEO Ryu like his work is going to cause some sort of structural reform in the whole insurance industry, but have there been any kind of changes to our work even though he has been on the news countless times? Now there are only people who think that glaucoma is no longer one of the 3 major eye diseases. Now, our insurance covers glaucoma stem cell therapy. That's all the change we've seen. That is because the only kit that has been commercialized is the glaucoma cure kit. If you look at the business that CEO Ryu is doing, you keep bringing up that item every time we have a board meeting, but I don't think we need to be that nervous. Let's keep watching. Slowly. Let's hear the next item on the agenda, Baek Jung-hyuk said. One of the new cancer insurance products that Boryung Life has released provides living expenses. The next director began presenting. An hour later, the board meeting came to an end. Lim Gil-won, who returned to his office, couldn't calm down his anger and kicked his sofa. Thud. Damn it, these grandpas. He swung his fists in the air. He felt like he was going to die from frustration. Stagnant water was bound to rot. Those senile old men were so stuck in the old-fashioned insurance industry and could not predict the future. The entire medical insurance industry is on the verge of chaos. What good is the new product that Boryung Life released? Knock knock. Mr. Director, Executive Manager Lee appeared outside. Yes, you have to see this. He handed Lim Gil-won his tablet. A news article was on it. As soon as he saw Youngjun's name in the headline, he thought that the time had come. Ryu Youngjun succeeds at producing Alimap, a kidney cancer treatment, from plant cells. Plant cells? He was expecting something about the genome project, so he was a little surprised when he saw that it was completely different. However, his fingers trembled as he read the news. As such, it is predicted that Alimap's production price will fall to less than 1,000th of the original price, and director Ryu Youngjun stated that he would apply this production method to other drugs as well. Each drug will need its own optimization process, but theoretically, there will be a major drop in the price of all kinds of bio-based drugs, and... No way. Lim Gil-won turned off the news. The diagnostic market was not the only problem, he could also reform the price of treatments like this. Damn it. He sighed. I didn't even think of this anyways. Thank you for giving me this important information, Mr. Manager. Sir, there's more news after it. There's more? Lim Gil-won turned on the news again. Ryu Youngjun begins genome project for 100 million people. Ryu Youngjun provides genetic testing services. There was a gene named BRCA. It was one of the most famous genes in the world of genetics. There were 2 types of BRCA that existed in the body, BRCA1, which existed on the 17th chromosome, and BRCA2, which existed on the 13th chromosome. The reason why they were famous was because they were cancer-inhibiting genes. Human DNA was continuously destroyed by ultraviolet rays, chemicals, and naturally occurring reactive oxygen species in the body. Because cells with destroyed DNA died, there was a mechanism in the cell to repair damaged DNA to prevent death, and the BRCA gene was one of the genes that repaired DNA damage. But if there was a mutation in the BRCA gene and it could not function properly, the cell would be left with damaged DNA and just die. However, there were some unlucky cases where the DNA would repair itself in a slightly misaligned shape with BRCA. Then, those cells would turn into cancer cells. As such, there is a high chance that cells with broken BRCA will become cancer cells, Youngjun said. The members of the diagnostic device department were taking notes in their notebooks while listening to Youngjun's presentation. Youngjun continued with his lecture. The probability of cancer occurrence changes depending on where the mutation is in the BRCA gene, but women who have a mutation in BRCA have a 50% chance of getting breast cancer and a 15% chance of getting ovarian cancer. In Angelina Jolie's case, there was an 87% chance of her getting breast cancer and a 50% chance of ovarian cancer. Ultimately, she got surgery to remove her breasts, ovaries, and fallopian tubes. Are you going to begin BRCA gene testing services with this diagnostic project? Song URA ask.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. That's right. Youngjun nodded. As you all probably know, according to WHO statistics, 458,000 people die of breast cancer each year. If we can recognize the risk of developing it by genetic testing, it will help us control the incidence of cancer. What I want is for people to receive our services and test genes like BRCA, and I want people with a high chance of developing it to receive preventative surgeries or check frequently with the diagnostic kit. The survival rate will increase dramatically if it is diagnosed early and they receive treatment right away. Youngjun handed out documents to the department members. There are 24 famous gene mutations in the data provided. This data includes 3 BRCA mutants. From now on, we will start a business that diagnoses 24 of these target mutations. The scientists looked over the documents and checked the list of mutations. P53, CRAS, EGFR. They were all famous ones like BRCA, and they were genes that controlled the apoptosis signal of cells or growth signals. And everyone knew that these 24 targets weren't all of them. Youngjun began a huge genome project, and it was to discover new targets. He was trying to find indicators of cancer that the scientific community did not know yet, but were as important as the BRCA mutation. If the mutation of an unknown gene A was only found in lymphoma patients, it could be called a sign of lymphoma, couldn't it? A huge genome project that decoded the DNA of 100 million people. The big data to be obtained from it may be able to read all cancerous species that occurred in the human body. Song Ura's hands trembled in shock. There were a lot of changes that happened to the disease treatment market after Youngjun began induced pluripotent stem cells. Now, a lot of developed countries were building next-generation hospitals and investing in stem cell technicians. The treatments and cures that were in clinical trials right now were soon going to become products and pour out. Additionally, a major structural reform was happening in the disease prediction market. You are the best technicians at DNA analysis, and there are 200 of Ilmina's DNA analysis machines here, the best equipment in the world. Let's begin the genetic testing business as early as next week, Youngjun said. The Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department and the Plant-Based Pharmaceuticals Research Department were both in shock. It had already been a week, but their shock seemed to not go away. How did he do it? Kim Hyun-sok mumbled. Youngjun had succeeded in producing alimab from plant cells. It really worked. Seriously, this makes no sense. What do you think? Kim Ju-yeon asked like she was dumbfounded. We tried to express animal genes in plant cells for 10 years, but we have never succeeded once, Jang Jin-ho replied. But the director did it in 1 month? Yes. Youngjun picked out around a dozen locations from the hundreds of millions of target locations in the tobacco plant, as if he knew it all and it was obvious to him to manipulate them. After he cut them and stuck them together with genetic scissors, he put the new genes in the chloroplast. Then, all of a sudden, alimab began coming out of the leaves. It was like looking at AlphaGo put together a 100,000-piece puzzle in 10 minutes. No matter what piece he picked up, he put it into the right location as soon as he picked it up. Can a human be like that? Click. Oh, you were using the conference room. I thought it was empty. No, we're done now. We were just leaving, Jang Jin-ho said as he got up. You can use it, Durek up. The end of his sentence was stopped by bewilderment. It was because a guest was standing behind Youngjun. It was Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO of Agen. Sir? Surprised, the employees all greeted him. They are the scientists who were responsible for and drove the expression of alimab in plant cells. A word of encouragement, please. Youngjun introduced them to Yoon Dae-sung. Great work, everyone. Thanks to you, we are able to produce alimab very cheaply. Honestly, I don't know if this is good for the company, but ha ha ha. Yoon Dae-sung laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Youngjun laughed with him and led him into the conference room. Then we'll be on our way. The members of the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department and the Plant-Based Pharmaceuticals Research Department bowed to Youngjun and Yoon Dae-sung, then quickly ran outside. Youngjun closed the door and sat across from Yoon Dae-sung. Mr. CEO, there was a plan to build a large GMP facility in Pyeongtaek, right? Youngjun got straight to the point. There was. What if we set that up as a plant-based production facility and mass-produce alimab from there? Yes. I am thinking of taking all biodrugs to a plant-based production system from now on. The possibility of contamination is low, and the amount of production is much higher. In particular, antibody types that were previously produced using eggs will be produced more efficiently if they are made from plants, Youngjun said. As you probably know, producing biodrugs based on plants will be the new trend in drug production because we succeeded in producing alimab from plants. To be ahead in this field, we need a huge GMP plant-based production facility. Yoon Dae-sung already knew that Youngjun would propose this. As such, he was not that surprised at this request. However, he was worried about something else. But Dr. Ryu, will it be okay to reduce drug prices this sharply? I think we might be destroying our livelihood with our own hands. We could be. However, we need to adapt and change our livelihood if science advances. We can't take swords to a battlefield when tanks have been developed, right? Youngjun said. Yoon Dae-sung closed his eyes and thought. After a moment of silence, Youngjun spoke. And there is something I would like your help with. My help? The genetic testing business and cheap treatments might pressure insurance companies. Probably. I am also working with the legal team and preparing a response. But I need your help in this process. Yoon Dae-sung's worries about their livelihood disappeared completely from his mind. This project was not being done by ABio, they were participating in this business by lending Ilmina's equipment, and it was Lab 1 of Agen who was in charge of the project. This meant that if insurance companies attacked this business, they would not only be shaking up Youngjun, but Yoon Dae-sung as well. What a shrewd man. Yoon Dae-sung clicked his tongue in his head. Youngjun, who was eating away at Agen's shares and at odds with Yoon Dae-sung, was now trying to throw Yoon Dae-sung in front of him as a shield. How can I help? However, Yoon Dae-sung couldn't ignore him, as this project was being done by the Anti-Cancer Drug Research Department and the Diagnostic Device Research Department, the two most well-known and high-performing departments among all the research departments at Agen. Plus, Yoon Dae-sung didn't dislike Youngjun. Even if they were going to end up fighting for the management rights to Agen, it bothered him that other people were attacking Youngjun right now. I will support you fully if it is something I can help you with. *****. A new board meeting was held. CEO Ryu is moving faster than we thought, Baek Jung-hyun, the executive vice president, said cautiously as he glanced at Lim Gil-won in guilt. Lim Gil-won felt like his head was going to explode from stress as he listened to his frustrating voice. He's moving faster than we expected? Is he kidding? How can he say something like that when he knows the number of drugs that Ryu Youngjun put into clinical trials in a year? Youngjun's research was completely different from other scientists. Lim Gil-won evaluated him as more of a trend of advancement or a social phenomenon, such as the bio-revolution or the fourth industrial revolution, rather than an individual concept of a genius scientist. We could have ridden this wave well if these old gits listened to me earlier. Lim Gil-won sighed. It is a little late, but do you have any good ideas, Director Lim? Baek Jung-hyuk asked. Not anymore. I kept giving reports of this since Dr. Ryu Youngjun came up with a cure for glaucoma. We should have dealt with it from then, Lim Gil-won replied as he pushed down his irritation. What if we challenge the credibility of genetic testing and do media play? We cannot do that? Lim Gil-won screamed in shock. The credibility of genetic testing? That's a scientific problem? That is something that can be calculated with experiments and be in papers. Is this grandpa crazy? I know that he is old-fashioned, but he wants to go into that monster's home ground and fight? We will end up like the HIV opposition, 100%. We will be completely destroyed if he proves it in front of everyone's eyes with a crazy, unimaginable experiment. And Ryu Youngjun is someone who is capable of doing that. Is he? Baek Jung-hyuk scratched his head. Phew, Lim Gil-won sighed. What if we just give up on keeping him in check? Let's actually get close to him, learn about his genetic testing business and support it. Then, we can develop a new insurance product based on that. Develop a new insurance product? Well, design an insurance product that fits the generation of genetic testing. I don't know what it will look like, but let's do this, Wang Junyoung, the CEO, said. Let's do what Director Lim said, and on the other side, let's put pressure on the government to illegalize and regulate genetic testing because it violates the Personal Information and Privacy Act. Regulate it by illegalizing it. Lim Gil-won asked Wang Junyoung. Yes. A regular company will basically be able to view health information, which is more sensitive than hospital medical records, so we should be able to regulate it if we challenge it based on the Personal Information and Privacy Act. Kaya, Baek Jung-hyuk, the executive vice president, exclaimed. Sir, you are amazing. An outstanding insight, sir. However, Lim Gil-won frowned. He spoke while maintaining a cool head as much as possible. Sir, it won't be that easy. It won't work. Originally, you needed a doctor's permission to receive genetic testing in Korea. But now, the law has been revised so that ordinary companies receive samples from customers and do it arbitrarily. It won't be easy to flip it around a year after it has been revised and make it illegal. Ryu Youngjun proceeded with this business also knowing that as well. Why are they allowing things like that to regular companies? Baek Jung-hyuk said, worked up. That's the trend the international diagnostic market is heading in. In the US, regular companies have been doing genetic testing for individuals for a long time, Lim Gil-won explained. Of course, it was not against disease-related genes, but to find someone's ethnic origins as America is a multinational country. The market for diagnosing diseases is increasing as those companies get bigger. Although, there hasn't been anyone who did it this big by buying 200 of those expensive pieces of equipment and doing the genome project simultaneously. So is that why Korea also eased the regulations? Wang Junyoung asked. That's right. If we pressure the government now, we would be turning the clock back. Even if the government overturns the regulation, that only buys us time. They will follow the trend eventually. The table was filled with silence. Then you don't have any good plans, Director Lim? Wang Junyoung asked. Let's support CEO Ryu instead. We don't know how that genetic testing business is going to go yet. We could have known something if we prepared in advance by looking at the trend even before he started the project, but in this situation right now, we should be calm and come up with a long-term solution. We should actually support him and find out more. Wang Junyoung touched his hair like he wasn't open to the idea. What if we push for a revision to the law that allows us to ask customers for their genetic testing results? Then, we just don't accept customers with a high probability of cancer, Wang Junyoung asked. Oh, Lim Gil-won exclaimed. Right now, genetic testing was not left in the insurance services history as it was not a medical practice. Additionally, consent items for access to personal information were focused on insurance services in the existing insurance subscription form. As such, there was currently no legal justification for insurance companies to ask customers for their genetic testing results that happened at Agen. That's right. We should ask for that. Baek Jung-hyuk spoke up again. As the CEO said, if there is an imbalance in information, people with a high incidence may choose insurance companies as a result of genetic testing. The information must be given equally. That may be very bad for the image of our company, Lim Gil-won criticized. Director Lim. Even now, we refuse customers or set high premiums if we retrieve medical records and see that they have received chemotherapy in the past 5 years. Isn't it similar to this? Baek Jung-hyuk said. But isn't it different to say that to normal people who have never even developed a disease? We're saying that they can't get our insurance because it seems like they will develop it based on genetic testing data. It doesn't matter. All the insurance companies will eventually do that. Baek Jung-hyuk stopped Lim Gil-won firmly. Then, he glanced at the CEO. Sir, I will contact congressmen and push for this. But it will take time to revise a law. What will we do about people who swarm here after receiving genetic testing from Agen? Lim Gil-won asked. We can ask them if they have received genetic testing before, Wang Junyoung replied. Not their test results, just whether they have received testing or not. Yes. Then, just make up some excuse for the people who have received genetic testing before and refuse them. If that keeps repeating, people may avoid genetic testing on their own. Do you know why? Why? What will people think when experiences of being denied insurance registration after saying they have received genetic testing accumulate? They might think that insurance companies can view genetic testing results through some unknown route, right? Wang Junyoung said. Then, insurance is not the problem. They will begin wondering if this will cause problems in getting a job or being promoted. What company would promote someone who has a 90% chance of developing lung cancer in their 50s to an executive? There will be widespread distrust that insurance companies can access this information, or that maybe Agen secretly sells the health information. Let's secretly back up that rumor. Then, the growth of the genetic testing market will become much shorter. We can buy enough time for the bill to be revised. Wow, no one can think like you, sir. Baek Jung-hyuk clapped briefly. There was a lot on Lim Gil-won's mind. Can we do this? He felt like things were heading in the wrong direction. Youngjun, a world star scientist, was starting his diagnostic business. This was a collaborative business between ABio, his home ground, and Agen, a huge pharmaceutical company. This news swept over the nation at once. They didn't even need marketing, as all the media in the country were relentlessly talking about what that business was. Shin Youngju, a professor at Inyi University, was called to all major broadcasting networks to explain what genetic testing was. Steve Jobs, who passed away due to pancreatic cancer, paid 120 million won to receive genetic testing before he died. He wanted to analyze the DNA of the pancreatic cancer cells and find the most optimal treatment method, Shin Youngju said. The expensive price of testing has fallen to around 1 million won in just 10 years. It's cheaper at Agen because they are not analyzing your entire DNA, but only identifying some disease-related locations. Additionally, the price is lower because they are providing the service at the wholesale price based on the large number of equipment. So, if you look at their advertisements right now, they are saying that they will test disease-related genes for less than 100,000 won. What is the benefit of getting genetic testing? The interviewer asked. It can predict the incidence rate, such as telling you that the chance you will develop a certain kind of cancer. It is going to be an extremely important field in healthcare. How will the service work? I contacted Agen and found out. There are 3 steps to it. First of all, a customer requests genetic testing from Agen, then Agen will send them a small plastic container. Lastly, the customer spits in that container and sends it to Agen, that is it. Afterwards, Agen amplifies the DNA in the saliva and analyzes the DNA. Genetic testing was a foreign concept to the public, but it became familiar quickly due to the media constantly talking about it and a lot of people paying attention to Youngjun. On the day the genetic testing service was being offered for the first time, Agen suffered from inquiries about signing up for the service since the morning. The number of customers who signed up for it quickly reached 2,000 people, and 7 out of 10 customers requested it for their families. Have you heard? I heard from upstairs earlier that they had to stop taking customers after 5 hours, Lee Myung-guk of the Diagnostic Device Department said. I knew this would happen, but it is still shocking. Song Ura covered her face with her hand. I should have gone to the Genome Project team. That's another hell, too. It's not easy to decode the DNA of 100 million people. That's also why I came here, but I can't even imagine what it will be like when I think of the amount of work. Lee Myung-guk sighed. They took a large amount of the plastic containers and went upstairs. They went to the genetic testing department, a newly established department at Lab 1. There were mostly administrative employees here, and they were still taking calls even when the registration for the service had ended. Like parrots, they were just all repeating the same thing, that today's genetic testing registration had ended. I brought the plastic containers for the samples, said Song Ura as she set down the bag with the containers on the empty table. Thank you, the department head said with newly formed dark circles under their eyes. The division of work isn't clear yet, but next time, the administrative department will prepare the plastic containers, gather samples from customers, and send them to your lab. Yes. Thank you. I think we will barely be able to do 5,000 cases daily even if we run the machines and analyze data for the entire day. And this service is coming in internationally as well. I don't know your process because I'm in the arts, but I know that you will have a lot of work. Good luck. Good luck to you as well. The two department heads looked at each other with camaraderie in their eyes. What are you doing? Nov. L. B /JNN. Youngjun came out of the elevator at that moment. I know it is difficult, but hold out a little longer. I will hire more people, and we're still looking for people. Are you hiring more scientists as well? Song Ura asked. Yes. But how many scientists in the country are able to run a billion-won piece of equipment from Ilmina and analyze DNA data? I think you are the only ones, so we will have to supply scientists from overseas. It will take time. I can increase your salary. Right. Good luck. Youngjun walked into a luxurious bar in Gangnam. It was because Kim Young-hoon of SG Group, one of Agen's directors, asked him to meet here. Youngjun was grateful to Kim Young-hoon as he was the person who helped him prepare 20 billion won when he first started A-Bio. Also, he helped Youngjun find a way to link the diagnostic kit to phones through a mobile device jack when they were developing it. He had taken advantage of his knowledge from SG Electronics, his original company. Kim Young-hoon had always assumed the position of growing Youngjun and his influence while keeping Yoon Dae-sung in check. But now, Kim Young-hoon, who was so moved by the miraculous innovations Youngjun had created, had become his powerful supporter from when the diagnostic kit was developed. Agen and A-Bio will merge someday, and Ryu Youngjun must lead that giant pharma company. Kim Young-hoon was set on this. Then, he finally called Youngjun to get drinks together after listening to drunk complaints from Lim Gil-won, a junior at SG Life he was fond of, for several days. Hello, I'm Ryu Youngjun. Youngjun shook Lim Gil-won's hand. Lim Gil-won was already quite drunk as he already had a lot of drinks with Kim Young-hoon before Youngjun arrived. However, he looked focused and nervous, as if meeting Youngjun had sobered him up. Nice to meet you. I'm Lim Gil-won from SG Life. Now, everyone, sit down, said Kim Young-hoon as he sat everyone down. The scientist and businessman that I respect the most in our country. It feels good that I am introducing you to each other. Let's chat. I heard from Director Kim that you wanted to see me, Youngjun said. Lim Gil-won bit his lip and gathered his thoughts. Phew. He took a shot, then wiped his lips. Mr. Ryu, SG Life is trying to secretly harm your genetic testing service. The genetic testing service. Yes. They are trying to make it seem like Agen is secretly selling genetic testing results to outsiders by refusing insurance registration to customers who have received genetic testing. They are going to buy themselves time with that, then include genetic test results as a reference document when registering for insurance by revising the law, and they are going to refuse registration depending on those results. Youngjun stared at Lim Gil-won. Why are you telling me this? Pardon. I know that the genetic testing business can impact the insurance industry. It seems like SG Life has prepared a response to that, but why are you telling me this? Lim Gil-won looked a little dejected. Mr. Ryu, insurance is about dividing risk according to the law of large numbers. It is the last resort of poor, ordinary folks who have faced a huge catastrophe called disease, he said. And genetic testing is a technology that predicts those catastrophes. It is also the hope of ordinary folks. I don't want the insurance industry to obstruct the future of a technology like that. The genetic testing business should flourish in the way you do it, Mr. Ryu. And the insurance industry should adapt to that and look for other ways to survive. It shouldn't be like this. And refusing registration based on genetic testing results? How can we do that? Then where do they get protection when they get sick? These people have a high incidence rate, too. This isn't dividing risk, it's giving all of it to one side. I see. This is not the insurance industry I know and have been doing so far. There were some people who called me a genius and whatnot because everything went well for me at the company as I became a senior managing director in my 40s. It's funny saying this in front of an actual genius, but I am actually not that smart. This industry was attractive to me, so I just worked hard. How democratic is it that everyone holds hands and shares the risk of danger in the unknown future? Lim Gil-won said with a serious face, then suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, maybe I am drunk. I said some unnecessary things. It's fine. Youngjun smiled. And thank you for telling me about SG Life's strategy. I have a countermeasure as well. A countermeasure? Yes. What is it? I can't tell an SG Life executive. Youngjun grinned. Oh, yes, that's right. Don't tell me. I will have to tell the CEO if he asks me. Lim Gil-won nodded as he licked his lips. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Youngjun got up from his seat. He turned the corner in the hall and left the building. He took out his phone and called Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO of Agen. Sir, sorry for calling so late. Were you asleep? No, I haven't even gone home yet. Haha, I asked for something too hard, right? I'm sorry. I don't know anything about the financial industry because all I've done is research. It's all right. It's not that hard for me to make an insurance company in the form of a subsidiary of Agen. Yoon Dae-sung said. I just heard something, and it seems like the insurance industry is reacting like how I expected them to. That's normal. What crazy person would register insurance for people who are considered high risk from genetic testing results? Even I was surprised. Youngjun grinned. If it is a loss for an insured person to develop a disease, the way to improve profits is not to prevent high-risk groups from joining. It is best to sign them up, get insurance premiums from them, and make the customer not get sick or diagnose it extremely early and treat it cheaply. Jang Jinho, the principal scientist of the plant-based pharmaceuticals research department, was working on 15 different projects simultaneously. Youngjun set the guidelines of the research method by using Alimap as an example. The smart scientists who had worked with plant cells for a long time understood the direction of their work and the main principle right away. Produce glutenab in the same way I produced Alimap in tobacco cells, Youngjun ordered Jang Jinho after successfully producing Alimap. Starting with the interim results Youngjun had made, Jang Jinho and his team members developed glutenab in tobacco plants in 2 weeks. This item was a malignant lymphoma treatment that cost about 2.5 million won for a month's worth. It also wasn't covered by national health insurance. We have succeeded. If you look at the Western blot data here, a substance is being seen at 214 kilodaltons. This is glutenab. We are producing it with FPLC. Jang Jinho, who went into the meeting with a proud face, presented confidently. Congratulations. Good work. After praising their hard work, Youngjun gave them a terrifying order. Now that you are used to it, let's increase the amount. I printed out a list. Youngjun handed the department members a printed Excel document. There were 80 drugs listed. This is a list of the major pharmaceuticals on the market right now that are expensive. Are you going to do all of these? Yes. Youngjun nodded. All 80 types? You're going to produce all of these from plants? Yes. But considering work efficiency, it wouldn't be great to proceed with 80 drugs at once. The second sheet has the diseases with the highest incidence. Jang Jinho and the other scientists turned the page. There are still 15. We can do it. I'll point out the gene manipulation that is key to developing each one, so you can proceed based on that. Principal Jang Jinho, please distribute the work among the team members. All right. But director, can I ask something? Jang Jinho asked. Of course. Does it work like this at ABio? Yes. After I give them the rough research direction and pointers, the scientists experiment themselves and create data by minimizing trial and error. No, it's not that, but do they work on 15 drugs at once? It's just so shocking. At ABio, the bone marrow regeneration team has even differentiated hematopoietic stem cells and secured HIV curing technology through gene manipulation under the leadership of Dr. Carpentier and Dr. Lee Young-hyuk. With just 7 people. What oh my. They pushed ahead with the project more quickly because it was before we started the HIV eradication project. Isn't this better than that? Youngjun said, laughing. Yes. Thank you for only giving us 15, Jang Jinho replied jokingly. Well, thank you for your hard work. Yes, thank you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The main customer base of the genetic testing service weren't wealthy people or patients who paid close attention to their health, but ordinary people who were somewhat healthy. As such, the genetic testing service became quite an interesting issue among the employees at ABio's cafeteria. It was also because they were at an age where they were worried about all kinds of lifestyle diseases and cancer. Lee Hyunju, one of the workers, was especially interested as she didn't have any cancer insurance. Whenever her friends recommended her to get insurance, she always waved her hand and refused, saying that she couldn't pay hundreds of thousands of won a month when she could barely make ends meet. But now, she was seriously regretting her decisions. The genetic testing service was free for employees at ABio and Lab 1 of AGEN. It was a part of the company's employee benefits. Lee Hyunju participated in the testing service with the other employees, and the results were shocking. A defect in 4 nucleotides from position 6714 in the DNA sequence of the BRCA2 gene resulted in the 2166th amino acid changing into a terminating codon. This prevents the synthesis of regular BRCA2. An Rs80357894 SNP occurred in exon 17 of BRCA1. Based on the above data, the incidence of breast cancer is expected to be 92%, and the incidence of ovarian cancer is expected to be 34%. Warning, individual differences can have a significant impact on the prediction of the incidence rate of cancer, and the above values may not be accurate. Lee Hyunju felt like the world was falling apart. That was when she urgently visited SG Life to get insurance, but she received a very unexpected question. Have you received genetic testing from AGEN? Yes/no. SG Life was asking whether she had received genetic testing before with a document saying that filling in false information could be a problem later at the very front. Lee Hyunju felt that she would have a problem with getting insurance if she answered positively to this question for some reason, but there was nothing she could do. As she handed the paper to the insurance company employee after circling yes, the employee read through it in detail. You have diabetes. Pardon? Yes. In this case, it is difficult for us to provide insurance to you. What? Lee Hyunju's eyes widened. What does diabetes have to do with cancer? There's nothing I can do as it is prohibited under internal regulations. Why don't you try Boryung Life instead? Lee Hyunju, who was deeply disappointed, went to Boryung Life, but it was the same. You have been treated for hepatitis before, said the insurance company employee. Yes. In these cases, insurance companies will not give you insurance as it often develops into cancer. She went to a few other insurance companies, but it was the same thing. It felt as if someone had ordered insurance companies to collude and not let her get insurance. It's because of the genetic testing. Lee Hyun-ju knew by intuition. All insurance companies were asking whether they had received genetic testing or not. She searched the internet to see if there were any other cases like this, and there were actually people who had the same experience as her. Get insurance before getting genetic testing from Agen. You can't get insurance if you got genetic testing. My incidence rate for breast cancer is 11%, but I still can't get insurance. I guess 11% is high since the normal incidence rate is in the decimals, but there's a higher chance that I won't get it, right? It's upsetting that they won't take us at all. I'm trying to get insurance because I'm scared of getting sick, but what do they want us to do if they won't accept us because they think we're going to get sick? Are the genetic test results leaked from Agen? There's a rumor that they are selling data to insurance companies. Is this true? I just heard it from somewhere. Maybe not. I hate people who say, maybe not. Would Ryu Youngjun do that? He fought with the lab director as a scientist because of Chelicure. Would someone like that sell customer data? You never know. I had a bad feeling about Ryu Youngjun. Honestly, I think they are selling data. The conspiracy theory heated up and slowly rose to the surface. And to make matters worse, shocking news came from the National Assembly.nov.l.b/JNN. This morning, Congressman Kim Young-hyun issued a revision to the law that would allow insurance companies to view results of Agen's genetic tests. People didn't really pay much attention to new laws, but this case quickly became the center of attention. The public opinion was riled up. Are they insane? Insurance companies are going to select their customers based on disease incidence rates? Then what's the point of getting insurance? To the people who haven't gotten genetic testing yet, don't take it. Insurance people. Those holes. But isn't it right to let insurance companies see it? If not, only people with high incidence rates will get insurance and the companies will go bankrupt. Isn't the problem that they are leaking important personal information like genetic information to outsiders? I'm telling you, Ryu Youngjun already leaked it. There are a lot of rumors that Agen sold all the data. There's no smoke without fire. I think Agen sold data, too. Ryu Youngjun isn't someone who would do that. Let's be unbiased and keep an eye on this. Wang Junyoung, the CEO of SG Life, and Baek Jung-hyuk, the executive vice president, were reading a report about the public opinion with satisfaction. Everything was going as they predicted for now. The other directors were also very impressed by Wang Junyoung's response except for one person, Lim Gil-won. This is not right, said Lim Gil-won, who was reading the public opinion analysis report with them. Sir, let's look for a smarter way to coexist. We can't keep going like this. What are you talking about? The situation is over, Baek Jung-hyuk said with a mocking smile. This opportunity may work better for us if we can sort out people with a high incidence rate, Wang Junyoung said. That's right. Think about this, Director Lim. People who buy insurance these days are getting it partly because they are worried about getting sick and partly as savings. We can just put a bigger emphasis on savings. People who have a low incidence rate will still buy insurance because they feel like they will still need it. Simply put, we are in a position where we can maintain our income with little change and actually improve our gains and losses by identifying high incidence customers, who we have lost a lot of money on. Then, where will those people get insurance from? Lim Gil-won said. Well, that's none of our business. Wang Junyoung laughed. An insurance product that costs about 500,000 won a month will probably come out. It will target those people, Baek Jung-hyuk added. Buzz? Lim Gil-won's phone suddenly rang. Ring, ding. At the same time, Wang Junyoung's phone rang. It was a little late, but Baek Jung-hyuk's phone rang as well. The person who called Lim Gil-won was the executive manager who first reported Agen's genetic testing service to him. I'm in a meeting right now, Lim Gil-won said in a quiet voice after taking the call. As he was about to hang up, the executive manager urgently shouted. Sir? Agen made an insurance company. What? Lim Gil-won's eyes widened. He raised his head and glanced at Wang Junyoung and Baek Jung-hyuk. The two people, who were both on the phone, had the same expression as him. It seemed like they had heard the news as well. Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO of Agen, announced the founding plan of Agen Life. It was established as a subsidiary company of Agen, but it was quickly known that Youngjun was behind it. It was because Youngjun, who was at the announcement with Yoon Dae-sung, explained Agen Life's key business item to the reporters himself. Many insurance companies refuse insurance if you have a prominent medical history or family history. And along those lines, I heard that insurance companies are requiring the government to allow them to view genetic testing results, Youngjun said. They will probably refuse insurance to people with high incidence rates. I understand that. I think that being able to view test results is a fair and legitimate procedure in the application process. I support that bill as long as protection of personal information and privacy is strictly enforced by law. If insurance companies couldn't see genetic test results, people who were diagnosed as high risk with a high probability of developing the disease may choose insurance companies to file claims. If that went on, insurance companies would either go out of business or raise their premiums, and it would negatively impact the general public in the long term. Rather than that, it was better to relieve the imbalance of information and allow companies to view genetic test results like medical history. Everyone can apply for Agen's insurance products, especially those who were classified as high risk according to the genetic test results, Youngjun said. It does not matter if you have past medical history. You can have family history. It is okay even if you were diagnosed with a 100% incidence rate. The premium for the insurance is about 20% more expensive than what regular insurance companies offer. 20% seems extremely cheap compared to the risk. How does that work? One of the reporters asked in shock. Actually, the premium is the same as other regular insurance products. The 20% increase is the price of diagnostic kits. We are going to include diagnostic kits in our insurance product. The responsibility of the insured, other than paying the premium, will be to self-diagnose with the diagnostic kit at least once a month. We are not going to abandon the insured who are in fear of diseases. We do not think giving people money when they become sick after casting them aside is it. What would be the point of a patient who only has 1 month to live from cancer metastasizing to their entire body getting a few hundred million won? We explore the customer's development of a disease extremely early with continuous examinations through our diagnostic kit, and we ensure rapid recovery and return to your daily lives with immediate treatment after diagnosis. The reporters looked confused. Insurance was a financial instrument, but could that be called a financial instrument? Wouldn't the treatment fee be expensive no matter how early you diagnose it? Can the product be maintained by giving insurance to high-risk people with an inexpensive premium? Asked one of the reporters. Usually, if it is diagnosed very early on, the patient can be treated with medication as an outpatient and be cured. Because it is before the tumor gets bigger, it does not require surgery or hospitalization. There isn't much to spend money on. But anti-cancer drugs are expensive, aren't they? From now on, those treatments will become very inexpensive. The founding of Agen Life and its insurance product became a huge issue. There was also a debate in the public over whether it could be viewed as an insurance product or not. It was because the insurance business Agen Life started was very different compared to the existing insurance business in many ways. They were selling a unique product to high-risk people who existing insurance companies would not take. The price of diagnostic kits was included in the premium, and the customer would pay the premium. If the customer self-diagnosed with the diagnostic kit and did not develop cancer until the expiry date, it was the end. Agen Life would provide compensation if the customer developed cancer, but that compensation would not cover medical expenses. Instead, it was more similar to giving them treatment through their next-generation hospital. Additionally, the range of treatment was different depending on the product. For example, if there was a customer that had a 0.001% incidence rate for stomach cancer and a 45% incidence rate for breast cancer, this customer could get insurance only for breast cancer, or they could get it for stomach cancer as well. The premium would go up as they got more insurance, but it wouldn't be much more expensive than the products existing insurance companies sold even if they got every kind of insurance they could get. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. If the customer developed the cancer covered by the product they purchased, they could receive compensation for all kinds of treatments until they were cured or died. The customer could even receive chimeric immunotherapy in the case of myeloma or blood cancer. In other words, they could receive a 400 million won treatment. However, a situation where a technology like that would have to be used wouldn't happen because the diagnostic kit would find the disease before it became that serious. There wouldn't be a patient who would develop the disease on purpose as they weren't receiving money, but just treatment. Early myeloma and blood cancer could be cured quickly with treatments like Cliven. The one problem was that Cliven was an expensive drug, but the plant team solved this problem. It was the first drug they had achieved results for among the 15 target drugs. Agen has succeeded in producing Cliven from plant cells. A single tobacco plant can yield enough Cliven for 10 patients to use for a day. Jang Jinho, a principal scientist at Agen's plant-based pharmaceuticals research department, believes that this technology will be able to reduce the price of Cliven from 110,000 won per pill to 1,000 won. The news about Agen's technological innovation was on television and in newspapers every day. It was Alimab and Cludanab first, and now it was Cliven. The plant-based pharmaceutical production method quickly penetrated the existing pharmaceutical production market. It was absorbing drugs at a rapid pace and creating a revolution. The insurance business that Agen will be doing is not a financial game with capital. Agen Life is not guaranteeing financial compensation, but treatment. As it is a subsidiary of Agen, the premium that customers pay will go to Agen and be reinvested in research and development. It is a way to develop cheaper and better treatments to account for our customers' health and divide the risk of incidence. Youngjun explained Agen Life in more detail in the interview article that was released after the press conference. During that, he also commenced on the newly amended legislation about the usage of genetic test results. According to the current amended legislation, if an insurance company asks Agen to view data with the consent of the customer, Agen will have to show them the customer's genetic test results. There are no conditions for the data analysis methods or data selection. I get the impression that the congressman who proposed the bill handled the matter hastily without a deep understanding of genetic testing. For example, the bill states that the original data must be delivered. Original data refers to raw data, but would insurance companies be able to analyze that? Furthermore, would data about an HPV infection be required for insurance against leukemia? DNA information can be personal information that is much more confidential and important than their resident registration number or home address, as it is a powerful criterion for explaining what kind of person they are. Sensitive health information like this, which could even affect employment, should be as secure as possible. It should be about only providing properly processed analytical data about the genetic test results related to the insurance product the customer is trying to buy. Additionally, the insurance companies must strictly protect this information. After Youngjun's interview was released, the public opinion, which was confused for a moment, was wiped clean. The conspiracy theories about how Youngjun sold customer information from Agen to insurance companies disappeared completely. All that was left was backlash. What happened to all the bastards who said that Ryu Youngjun sold genetic test data and whatnot? Can't you tell from the Chelicure incident that TMJ wouldn't do that? I don't know why people are ripping him apart over something so obvious. But it's so obvious that they are all part-time workers. Weren't existing insurance just keeping him in check? But what do you have to do to sign up for Agen Live's insurance? I have SG Live's insurance, but I want to cancel it and go to Agen Life. If the customer is a high-risk patient, don't you just have to get rid of the risk? Why can't people do that? He conquered all of STEM, and now he's swallowing up the arts. I want to ask about Agen Live's insurance. Where do I call? An insurance product that one could buy even if they had a high incidence rate, family history, or past medical history. Plus, it was cheap, and what they were guaranteeing was not money, but a cure. Of course, there would be cases where it failed and the company would suffer losses as the patient died, but it could be minimized. Agen received questions from people about how they could get this insurance even before Agen Life was established. It was more than the inquiries that ABio received about the genetic testing service. And this situation that was happening at Agen strongly motivated pharmaceutical companies and botanists all around the world. We have to dive into this before Agen develops all those new drugs, David, the CEO of Conson and Colson, said at the board meeting. CEO Ryu probably patented the plant-based pharmaceutical production method. Let's look for a way to avoid that, and if there isn't, we have to give him whatever amount of royalties and use that technology. The future trend will completely change to plant-based pharmaceuticals. Let's make a production line right away, and recruit a lot of scientists who studied plants. David, MetLife has contacted us, said one of the directors. MetLife? MetLife was a gigantic health insurance company. They asked whether we can do the same thing CEO Ryu is doing right now. They want to work with us if we can. David thought for a moment. Honestly, it will take us a few years to catch up with Agen's technology. We have to follow them even if we are slow. This is the right direction. I knew they would be a powerful enemy when they released the glaucoma product, but now, it seems like they are getting ahead. We all have to work harder. Set up a meeting with MetLife. FXXK, is he serious? There was nothing Wang Junyoung, the CEO of SG Life, could do as he watched the situation unfold. There was a saying that getting too big of a shock could paralyze the brain. A huge predator had appeared in the industry, but he couldn't think of any countermeasures because he was so dumbfounded. Sir, what do we do now? Baek Jung-hyuk asked cautiously. How should I know? How will we stop that? Is that really an insurance product? What do you think, Director Lim? He asked. Lim Gil-won said nothing. He was lost in thought while staring into space with a blank face. Director Lim? Yes? Lim Gil-won's head shot up. Young, smart people like Director Lim should think of some ideas on how we should respond to this crisis. Lim Gil-won thought for a while. To be honest, he felt both extreme fear and astonishment at the establishment of Agen Life. The fear was that major insurance companies including SG Life were now going to have to compete with Agen Life, and the astonishment was from Agen Life's surprising idea. An insurance company that guaranteed treatment itself rather than reimbursing treatment fees or giving millions of won as a reward. He had never thought they would do this with new technologies like diagnostic kits or plant-based treatments. Lim Gil-won believed that technological advancements like this were far from finance businesses like insurance, but it was so closely related. We should have beat them to the punch, said Lim Gil-won. We should have reached out to CEO Ryu before and asked him to work together as we want to develop these kinds of insurance products. I put this on the agenda several times before. Ahem. Baek Jung-hyuk cleared his throat. Director Lim, you are not blaming me, are you? Of course not. Even if we reached out to CEO Ryu, he would not have given us an item that big. This was inevitable, Baek Jung-hyuk said. Really? Would he have not? Lim Gil-won analyzed Youngjun quite closely. He was an extremely smart person, but he didn't really want money, which was a relief to other business people. If his goal was to get rich, he probably would not have worked on something like plant-based pharmaceuticals, which would drastically reduce drug prices. He also had more than 100 personal parents, did he not? It would be better for him to make a new drug with his ingenuity. Why would he reduce the unit price of drugs and negatively affect his own livelihood? If we offered to do Agen Live's insurance business first, Ryu Youngjun might have collaborated with us and helped us. Youngjun didn't even have enough time to focus on his own research, and he probably didn't want to use his energy on something else. However, it was all too late. There is nothing we can do now. We are not in the position to receive research results directly from Agen like Agen Life. We don't have enough information, nor do we have that kind of pharmaceutical technology. There is no way to fight that strange hybrid business with financial business alone. Youngjun, who has been working at Lab 1 for a while, returned to ABio. It has been a while. He felt like he had come back to his comfortable base camp. He had actually spent most of his time at Agen's Lab 1 after graduating from school, but he felt more familiar with ABio. He took the elevator up to get to his office. Pop? Confetti popped in front of the elevator doors as they opened. The life creation team along with a few scientists were standing in front and clapping. What is this? To congratulate your 3 trophies Lab 1 director at Agen, CEO of ABio, and CEO of Agen Life, Park Dong-hyun said. No. What are you talking about? Why would I run an insurance company? Youngjun waved his hand in denial. Then what? The majority of Agen Live's shares are owned by Agen and ABio. We are the owners, but we are going to hire a professional manager to run the company. Who are you going to hit? We are going to have to think about it. We will do an open recruitment and do interviews to find the best candidate. I do have someone who I want to hire personally, but we have to make it a fair process. Who is it? Young Harim asked. A senior managing director at SG Life. He became an executive in his 40s, and it seems he is pretty famous in that field. Chun Ji-myung interrupted. It won't be easy to recruit someone like that even if we ask him to come. And there is no way he would volunteer and do an interview. It's okay if we can't. As Youngjun was chatting, Park Ju-hyuk appeared at the end of the hall. Oh, Ryu Youngjun? Sir. He shouted because he was glad to see Youngjun, but quickly changed into a formal tone. I have something to discuss with you, Park Ju-hyuk said. He took Youngjun to Youngjun's office, pushed him inside, and sat in the chair across from him. Did you finish your business at Lab 1? He asked. Yeah, I guess. I'll be able to direct them from here. Thankfully, the lab is close to here. Yeah. Anyways, look at this. Park Ju-hyuk pulled out a few documents. He showed Youngjun each one and explained them. We caught the people who left comments insinuating that you sold private customer information. How did you catch them? We reported them to the police for defamation, then contacted them saying that we were the legal team from ABio. They all started crying when we told him that. Just let them go. I don't really care. I would have. What's the big deal about a bunch of couch potato keyboard warriors talking crap about you at your level? But there's a reason I didn't let them go. What is it? SG Life wrote those comments to manipulate public opinion. And there is evidence of them confessing here. 2. Park Ju-hyuk tapped on the documents with his finger. 1. A national identification method in Korea. SG Life manipulated public opinion? Asked Youngjun. Yeah, but you're not really surprised? Park Ju-hyuk replied. Well, I kind of knew about it. You knew? Rather, it was Park Ju-hyuk who was surprised. Youngjun nodded. Lim Gil-won had already told him about it when they had drinks before. Lim Gil-won had hinted to Youngjun that SG Life was trying to covertly harm him by making it seem like Agen was secretly selling genetic test results to insurance companies and others. But it's nice that we found evidence. Youngjun slowly read through the documents Park Ju-hyuk brought. It's not that difficult to find evidence like this. SG Life probably knew that they were going to get caught. But the reason that major companies do things like this is because it's better for their business to eliminate a competitor by smearing their image than being sued and fighting in court. Probably. But they completely failed since the public is supporting you after the announcement of Agen Life. If SG Life starts a big court battle right now, they will be taken out. What should we do? Asked Park Ju-hyuk. I don't have any particular feelings towards them. I'm not angry either. Meaning that we should destroy them without any personal feelings? A grin slowly appeared on Youngjun's face. Park Ju-hyuk knew him all too well. Park Ju-hyuk said, this isn't the first time that SG Life has eliminated their competitors or kept them in check this way. Someone needs to put a stop to this vicious cycle. Like how birds of a feather flock together, Park Ju-hyuk was also very by the book and strict about ethics, although it wasn't as severe as Youngjun. Alright. Then I'll leave this to the ABio legal team. And there are more people you can use. The Agen legal team? Yeah. It's much bigger than our legal team since it's an older and bigger company. I'll let Mr. Yoon know, and you can lead both teams and fight. Got it. *****. Under Park Ju-hyuk's lead, Agen's legal team began attacking SG Life based on the evidence they had collected so far. They handed out press releases and made the situation as noisy as possible. Not just Agen, but all science and engineering labs around the world prevent data from being released by security programs. This is because it can be detrimental to companies if important technology is leaked. Secure Groupware, the security firm for Agen's laboratories, has stated that there is no record of data being released from the genetic testing department. Even employees cannot easily view personal information as the genetic testing data becomes encrypted after being sent to the customer. Personal information can be automatically discarded if the customer wants. It has been discovered that SG Life manipulated public opinion by insinuating that CEO Ryu Youngjun sold customer data illegally. This attack was like a nuclear missile to SG Life, which was already losing ground due to the emergence of Agen Life. Day after day, they began being berated by the media, rallies, and the public. Wang Junyoung, the CEO of SG Life, took responsibility for everything and resigned. Executives like Baek Jung-hyuk were also punished. The main shareholders of the company began looking for the problem solver who helped SG Life overcome many crises. Where is Director Lim? They called Lim Gil-won at the board meeting, but he did not show up. It was because he was meeting Youngjun. The little bit of attachment Lim Gil-won had left for his company completely disappeared after this incident. Now, he was deeply moved by Agen Life's ideas and aspirations. You want to join Agen Life? Youngjun asked. Yes. After joining SG Life through open recruitment, I was promoted to Senior Executive Director in just 22 years. SG Life was not a huge insurance company when I joined, but it is now the best company in the industry. I have contributed quite a lot to the company's development, Lim Gil-won said. Youngjun investigated Lim Gil-won separately after the meeting Kim Young-hoon had prepared. He was a celebrity in the insurance industry that everyone knew about. Not only did he get promoted to senior executive director at a young age without any connections, he had solved difficult problems that arose in the company's management. But you have come to the wrong place if you want a guaranteed job, Youngjun said. I contributed a lot in founding Agen Life, and I am practically the owner, but I have no intention of participating in management. I have left most of the process to Mr. Yoon. I think you should be talking to him about this. I know. However, you don't trust Mr. Yoon that much, do you? Lim Gil-won asked frankly. Me? Mr. Ryu, I have been doing business for a long time. I know a lot about Agen and Mr. Yoon. I don't think he is the type of person you will like. A little intrigued, Youngjun listened to Lim Gil-won go on. Agen is a pharmaceutical company, so you will have to hire a professional manager to run an insurance company like Agen Life. And at least for the first step, I think things will only proceed if you have confidence, not Mr. Yoon. That is why I came here. Lim Gil-won was clearly smart. He was skilled at reading someone's mind. Youngjun had left everything to Yoon Dae-sung, but he was going to participate in hiring the CEO in any way possible. Lim Gil-won had predicted that and come here. However, Youngjun wanted the process to be fair, as people more skilled than Lim Gil-won could have applied through Yoon Dae-sung. Please tell Mr. Yoon that you are applying for the CEO position. I cannot choose anything on my own right now, Youngjun said. Alright. I hope you can lead Agen Life, Director Lim. *****nov, L, B /JNN. The summer was over. As the weather was getting cold, Youngjun was reading a report on the success of the AIDS treatment in Phase 3. In just a few months, products that had been in the final stages of approval were getting successful results one by one. As he had tried many drugs at once, results poured out simultaneously as well. There were a total of 5 pipelines that had been commercialized. 1. The Alzheimer's cure based on induced pluripotent stem cells. 2. Cheli cure, a liver cancer cure. 3. Bernafan, a pancreatic cancer cure. 4. Amok, a type 2 diabetes cure. 5. The AIDS cure based on induced pluripotent stem cells. All of them were shocking, but the most impactful one was Amok. In just 2 months of its commercialization, Amok became as famous as aspirin. It was because the number of patients was overwhelmingly higher than all other diseases combined. 10% of people in Korea, which had a relatively low obesity rate, had diabetes. 90% of those diabetes patients had type 2 diabetes. The incidence of diabetes was highest in the Middle East and Northern Africa, where urbanization was rapidly progressing. Western countries already had a high incidence due to their food culture. The world's diabetic population was approaching 500 million, and Amok, a drug that could cure most of them, showed overwhelming authority among the drugs ABio had developed so far. Let's give up on insulin, David, the CEO of Johnson & Johnson, said on the day the FDA approved Amok. The company that produced the most insulin syringes was Johnson & Johnson. David had tears in his eyes, but he cut off insulin quickly and coldly. No matter how convenient we make injectable drugs, it cannot ever beat orally administered drugs. The pressure of having to pierce the skin with a needle is very different from taking something, he said. Maybe if insulin syringes were better than Amok in some aspects, but Amok has fewer side effects and much better efficacy. Instead, let's focus on making a replica of Amok. David's prediction was correct. Just 2 months after its appearance, Amok replaced most of the insulin market. A similar column appeared in USA Today and the New York Times. It has been 2 months after Amok's appearance. 80% of type 2 diabetes patients have seen effects. Insulin injections are difficult to administer. Since it's an injection, it requires pre-administration processes such as shaking the solvent, disinfecting the needle with alcohol, attaching it to the syringe, and removing air bubbles by spritzing a small amount. However, all Amok requires is popping out the tiny pill out of the casing and swallowing it with water. It does not have a sharp pain like an insulin injection does. Most of all, the best thing about Amok is that it is easy to store and carry. It is much smaller than an insulin injection, which is about as long as a finger. It is also stable for years at room temperature, unlike insulin, which has to be refrigerated. Amok has already replaced 80% of the insulin market, and insulin injections are expected to disappear from the pharmaceutical industry forever in the near future, and Agen Life had also safely launched. Lim Gil-won, who had finished his work at SG Life with haste in a few months, became the CEO despite lots of competition. Mr. Ryu, take a look at this. One day, Lim Gil-won sent Youngjun an email. I already saw it, Youngjun replied calmly, but he was actually quite happy. Lim Gil-won had sent him a huge statistics article in foreign media. Since he was looking at it, he decided to read it again. It has been 10 months since the appearance of Dr. Ryu Youngjun, the supernova in the scientific community. How has the world changed? The future of medicine seen through an index. 800,000 eyes that were blinded by glaucoma around the world regained vision. 8,042 Alzheimer's patients have regained their cognitive functioning. 1,107 pancreatic cancer patients were discharged after confirming the complete death of the cancer tissue. At least 2,000 liver cancer patients were discharged after receiving Cheli cure. The number of people who have received genetic testing at AGEN has surpassed 8 million. 1.7 million of them are foreigners. The number of people who bought AGEN Live's insurance product has surpassed 2 million. More than 40 insurance companies that carry insurance products similar to AGEN Life have appeared in the United States and Europe. AGEN's market capitalization has exceeded Johnson & Coulson. HIV infection rates in countries where HIV eradication is prioritized, including Eswatini, Lesotho, South Africa, and Zimbabwe, have turned negative. The spread has been perfectly controlled through diagnostic kits, vaccines, and cures, and patients have been cured by stem cell therapy. At least 250 million diagnostic kits have been sold, and at least 400,000 people have been treated in hospitals after finding dangerous diseases as a result of using these kits. It was truly moving. Youngjun had seen numerous patients, including Sun Soo-young, shed tears after being treated in clinical trials. It was touching then, but it was more intense this time. Youngjun, who was a scientist inside out, was even more amazed at the quantified data. Buzz? Youngjun's phone rang. It was Professor Carpentier. Usually, he only contacted Youngjun about research-related things, and it was always through email. It was because it was easy to show him pictures and videos. Hello? Youngjun picked up the phone. Ha ha ha, congratulations, sir. Pardon? Did you know that I have studied in Sweden before? Sweden? Why Sweden all of a sudden? One of my friends who I went to school with is one of the key members of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. Do you know what kind of institution it is? No, it is the institution that awards the Nobel Prize. Kook. It was usually called the Nobel Foundation or the Nobel Committee. Youngjun, who wasn't very interested in it, hadn't heard of the actual name of the institution until now. Every year around September and October, the Nobel Committee contacts famous university professors, past Nobel Prize recipients, and essential members of the Academy. They ask for recommendations for nominees. No, my friend recommended you, Mr. Ryu, and from what I'm hearing, it wasn't just him. It feels strange. I think you can look forward to it. I was recommended as a Nobel Prize nominee. Youngjun asked in surprise. Haha, you are definitely qualified, Mr. Ryu. No, you are more than qualified, you are a highly likely candidate. Carpentier replied. Of course, you won't be able to receive it this fall even if you are selected. You know that, right? Yes. This year's recipient will come from the nominated candidates in the letters that were sent out around this time last year. I'm sure they already finished the consideration process. You will probably be screened next January. Carpentier said. I think it's almost certain that you will receive the Nobel Prize next year. I hope so. Speaking of the Nobel Prize, recipients sometimes have difficulty in conducting further research. Why? It might not be accurate because it's only based on my friends and my experiences. However, people feel a little uncomfortable when Nobel laureates ask to do research together or when they go into a new research team. Really? Yes. It's because the spotlight is put on the Nobel laureate when a paper comes out from the group they are part of. O, Nov, L, B /JNN. And even if Nobel laureates try to do research together, well, they are all people who were successful in their fields. Usually, they don't listen to other people, are stubborn, and a lot of them have weird personalities. What was it in Korean? I learned it from Dr. Park recently. What is it? I remember. Kondi. Most Nobel laureates are Kondi. Do you mean Kondi? That's right. Candy. Haha. Carpentier laughed a little. I worked with Jamie Anderson for a little while, but I fought with him and left the lab because he kept telling me what to do on my research and got on my nerves. Jamie Anderson. Yes. The lab director of the Cold Spring Laboratory. Jamie Anderson. He was one of the living legends of 20th century biology who was also in general biology textbooks. Oh, do you know that all the papers that come out of the Cold Spring Laboratory all have Jamie Anderson's name on it? Does he participate in all the research? No, he just forces the scientists to put his name in as the corresponding author. He's basically the Cold Springs barcode. I'm getting off track. Anyways, you won't have to worry about not having anyone to work with after getting the Nobel Prize. Since you already own a company like ABio. Really? Of course. I am already working with you, aren't I? If you become a Nobel laureate, more scientists might go to AGEN. I think you can look forward to next October. After hanging up the phone, Youngjun was lost in thought for a moment. Korea was quite alienated from the center of science. Because of that, it was very rare for Korean scientists to be nominated for science-related awards such as the Nobel Prize in Physics, Chemistry, or Medicine. However, it was also entertaining for scientists to watch the Nobel Prize ceremony. Sometimes, they made bets on who would receive the award. Back when I was a grad student, I also made bar bets with seniors and juniors on whether Doudna or George would receive the Nobel Prize in Medicine. The Nobel Prize game was a war among the stars as only the top scientists were nominated. I can't believe I am one of them. Youngjun thought that this might happen while doing his research, but it was shocking to see that it actually did. He wasn't doing research out of patriotism, but he was pretty proud to be the first Korean to receive a Nobel Prize in the science field. I need to stop thinking about it. It wasn't like he had received it, he had just been selected as a nominee. The selection process wasn't going to start until next January, and even if he did receive it, the ceremony was more than a year away. I should focus on my research. Youngjun called Yoo Sung-mi, his secretary. Can you get me the notes from my meeting with Dr. Chen's team, please? It's about the organoid design, Youngjun said. A little while later, Yu Songmi appeared with the notes. She also gave him something unexpected as well. It was a golden envelope. It was sealed in an old-fashioned wax seal. What is this? It's from the Karolinska Institute Faculty Council. I don't know much about it. Youngjun eyes widened. The Karolinska Institute. Yes. What is it? Youngjun opened the envelope, thinking that there was no way. He felt his breath stop as he read a few lines of the letter inside. It was true that the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences hosted the final awarding of the Nobel Prize, but the judging process was divided among a few institutions. For the Nobel Prize in Medicine, it was judged by the professors of the Karolinska Institute, one of the best medical schools in Europe. And in very special and exceptional cases, they could consult outside experts. Dear Dr. Ryu Youngjun from the Karolinska Institute Faculty Council, we request your consultation on the judging process for this year's recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine. *****. So when are you going? Park Ju-hyuk asked Youngjun while having lunch. Sweden. Yeah, you have to go yourself for the judging process, right? I'm not going. Why would I go? Park Ju-hyuk narrowed his eyes and looked at Youngjun. What is this crazy nonsense? They are letting you pick the Nobel Prize recipient, but you're not going to go. I would take some time off if they were giving me the award. But I don't have enough experience to judge a scientist who is worthy of the Nobel Prize, and it's a burden. Who is the person you are judging? I don't know either. They said they would tell me stuff like that when I go to Karolinska. It's an important secret, so they probably won't be able to reveal that information to the outside. I don't know who it is, but they probably sent you a letter because you are the best expert in the research the nominee is doing. You don't have to be so humble. Not being qualified to judge. If you don't have the right, what does that make a professor like Carpentier who is working under you? And to be honest, it's a waste of time. It'll be good no matter who wins the Nobel Prize, so I want to do my research with that time, Youngjun said. I guess I have no way to convince you when you say it like that. After finishing his meal, Youngjun wrote a reply refusing participation in the judging in a respectful tone. I don't know why they are doing it in such an old-fashioned way when an email would take a second, but Youngjun respected their tradition as much as possible because this was the way it was. However, people were bound to throw their traditional way out the window and take the convenient one when it was urgent. The day after Youngjun's reply arrived at Karolinska, he received an international call from the institute. It was an early call in the morning for them. The professors had basically called him as soon as they received his letter. Dr. Ryu? Yes, hello. This is Ryu Youngjun. Nice to meet you. My name is Harriet, and I am the director of the Nobel Committee at the Karolinska Institute. I see that you turned down our request for your counsel on the judging process. I did. It is too much for me, and I am busy with my research right now. Did you hear that you were selected as one of the nominees for the next Nobel Prize? I did. People who have been recommended as nominees tend to hear about it in any way. Then, you also know that we will be judging you next year, right? Yes. Haha, people in your position would buy a plane ticket to Sweden immediately when we requested your counsel. But you are not coming because you are busy with your research. You are worse than your rumors. However, if you come to Sweden, it will be a lot of help to the research you are doing right now, Mr. Ryu. The key result of this nominee relates to your research. Is it about stem cells? It isn't. That is a relatively new field, and who could give you help when you are already the best expert in the world? Then, what is it? Mr. Ryu, I was impressed with how you drastically reduced the unit price of existing new drugs as you produced plant-based drugs. But there is no change in the price of the chimeric immunotherapy, right? It has been lowered a little, but it does need additional development. Because it uses someone's immune cells. There is nothing that can be done through plant cells. Plant-based production was producing pharmaceuticals that were originally made in animal cells in plants. This method had already reduced the price of several drugs. But if the pharmaceutical was the animal cell itself, immune cells were also the cells from an animal humans. As long as that was the pharmaceutical itself, there was nothing that could be done with the plant-based production method. They could not make animal cells from plant cells. I am doing a lot of research to solve that. You are trying to make a universal chimeric immune cell, right? Harriet asked. The universal chimeric immune cells, it referred to an immunotherapy that could be used on any and all patients. Originally, chimeric immunotherapy required the immune cells that were uniquely designed against the patient's cancer cells. Because of that, the entire treatment was personalized. They had to harvest cells from each patient and match the type of cancer they had. But if this could be mass-produced, if they could mass-produce it and just administer it when cancer patients came to see them, it would become a cure from therapy. The price would fall drastically. It was not a very innovative idea, as Conson and Coulson also poured in a huge amount of time and money to do this. And they failed. It was extremely difficult work. It was so difficult that Youngjun could not obtain results at once even with Rosaline. Youngjun was using his fitness and walking toward the answer, step by step. This year's nominee is related to cancer and immune cells. We cannot tell you any details right now, but I am sure it will be very helpful to the things you are trying to make, Harriet said. Oh, Youngjun was surprised. They are related to cancer and immune cells. That's right. Professor Kagekuni, or Professor Oliver. Phew, I won't say anything. Anyway, it will be an event that will definitely help you. Could you come to Karolinska for a little bit? Kate Gunya and Oliver were the ones who created a sensation at the cancer conference a few years ago with the development of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. Would I be able to learn about their research if I go there? They happen to be preparing a seminar. Professor Kate Guny is giving a lecture. I will go, Youngjun said. Scientists studied their entire lives. They studied for 10 years from undergraduate until they finished graduate school, and they studied again after getting a job. They weren't learning their new responsibilities, but actually learning new knowledge by printing out papers and highlighting the main ideas. It was because they would fall behind in their field if they didn't. However, reading papers was not the only way. Attending conferences was a good way to study as well. I should bring the hands-on employees since it's a difficult and important project. It was also a form of benefit that the company was providing to those who had worked hard. Youngjun posted an announcement to the scientists at ABio to gather participants for the conference. We are looking for scientists to attend the anti-cancer immunotherapy seminar at the Karolinska Institute in Sweden for a 6-night trip. Flight and hotel accommodation will be provided by the company. One kondi is an expression in Korea used to describe a condescending older person. Kondi are often very stubborn and expect unconditional obedience from their juniors. Park Dong-hyun was talking to the Life Creation team members. The topic of conversation was whether it was a good choice to go to the conference in Sweden. No, why are we thinking about this? They are saying that they will guarantee us free time excluding the time for the conference seminar. It's a chance to go on a 5-night trip to Sweden. On top of that, they said we could use our days off back-to-back with the trip and go on vacation, Young Harim said like she couldn't understand them. That is true, but there is some pressure in attending the conference seminar, said Park Dong-hyun. Huh? Dong-hyun SSI, is a conference seminar too much pressure for you? Young Harim was surprised as if it was unexpected. She said, it's not like we have to do difficult experiments or solve a problem with no answer. We just have to listen to what others have worked on and learn, right? Isn't it fun to listen to lectures? Of course, it's entertaining to listen to a lecture about a field I am interested in. And since everyone is so tired of studying, listening to a conference seminar isn't very stressful, but... Park Dong-hyun trailed off. But what? We're going with the CEO, Shin Ji-myung replied instead of Park Dong-hyun. Park Dong-hyun nodded and added, Harim SSI, can you imagine what he will want from us after he takes us to Sweden, paying for our plane ticket and hotel, to listen to the conference? The list of professors lecturing there is no joke. All the immunotherapy and anti-cancer experts are there, said Shin Ji-myung. Harim SSI, if the CEO goes there, I am 100% certain that he will start another cancer project. He's going to be like, I went to the seminar, and it looks like we can conquer lung cancer now. Let's get rid of lung cancer now. Then, he's going to start something new. Who do you think he will give the project to? Someone who listened to the conference. Young Harim replied with a slightly frozen face. That's right. Shin Ji-myung snapped his fingers. He's going to say, this project is related to what this professor presented at the conference. We listened to the lecture together, right? Then, he is going to make us do it. If we go, we are going to be awarded with bootcamp from hell. He won't stop until we destroy a type of cancer. But there's the anti-cancer drug department at Lab 1, and there are teams at ABio that worked on developing the pancreatic cancer cure. Will he really make us do anti-cancer research? He might make us do it since it's related to immunotherapy. We're the first team that started stem cells. Young Harim was lost in thought. She looked serious. There was a pretty heavy silence at the table. What about you, Sunyal SSI? I was going to go in the first place, KOH Sunyal replied. Really? Seo Yunju SSI said there's a famous Kohaka figurine shop in Stockholm, and she wants to go there. Whatever. Then I'm going, too. I kind of want to see Karolinska, said Young Harim. And all the research we do here is difficult anyways. The work intensity was already high. I'm going, too. When would we be able to go to Sweden if not now? Bae-sun-mi said. You know what? Let's go, all of us. If he tells us to get rid of lung cancer after we get back, he will give us good research directions. Park Dong-hyun shot up from his seat. Then, we're all going to go, right? I'm going to sign us all up, okay. Youngjun was looking into Professor Kate Guny and Professor Oliver with his office computer. Kate Guny was one of Youngjun's former teachers. He was a professor at the University of Tokyo, and his grandfather was Korean. He had a special love for Korea as he was taken care of by his grandfather. Many years ago, when Youngjun was still a second-year undergraduate student, Kate Guny visited Yungyun University as an exchange professor. He lectured and taught experiments at the university for 1 year. He didn't come as an exchange professor for money or prestige as he was already the face of the University of Tokyo and considered a Nobel Prize nominee. There were 2 reasons why Kate Guny came to Yungyun University. The first was because of his affection for Korea, which was his grandfather's native country, and the second was because of his belief that science in Asia should progress as a whole. As one of the only star scientists in Northeast Asia, he was trying to share his knowledge in Korea, China, and more. At the time, Kate Guny gathered passionate students and started a project. One of those students happened to be Youngjun. Reminds me of the old days. Youngjun smiled cheerily while reading the introduction of Kate Guny that was on his lab homepage. The conversation he had with Kate Guny when they experimented together in his lab came to mind. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why do you want to be a scientist, Youngjun-kun? Cake Gunny asked. After some hesitation, Youngjun told him about Ryusae. Then, he responded to Youngjun with something unexpected. The reason I started working on cancer is similar, too. I lost my closest friend to cancer when I was in grad school. Really? Yes. That's when I got the ambition to catch cancer. Youngjun-kun, Korea hates Japan, right? I guess there are some feelings like that. Because Japan killed a lot of people and stole a lot of resources when Japan colonized Korea. As a Japanese person, I feel bad. However, that is something I find strange as a scientist. What about it? Like how Korea hates Japan, many countries that were damaged by colonialism dislike the colonizing countries. But if that's the case, why don't people hate this disease called cancer, which has killed the most people in the world and consumed the most societal resources? Because it is a natural disaster. Perhaps people have given up on naming cancer as the nasty enemy. Maybe they excluded it from revenge because it is too powerful of an enemy. But scientists shouldn't do that. I'm telling you because you have a clear goal and you say that you will study your entire life, but this job is not something to have with soft emotions like curiosity or snobism. The public might think of scientists like that, but scientists should not think of themselves like that. Scientists are warriors. You must remember that. At the time, this conversation was shocking to young Youngjun. It was because he thought being a scientist was a romantic job where he would find new knowledge that mankind did not know yet. Click. Youngjun closed Cake Gunny's website. He was already a Nobel Prize nominee when he came to Yungyun University. He might actually get it this time if he hasn't been eliminated and is still one of the final candidates. If Cake Gunny were to receive the Nobel Prize, it would probably be because of the research he did last year. He studied the process of immune cells finding cancer cells. He discovered a number of biomaterial immune cells used to recognize cancer cells and other cells that work together. Rosaline was doing something similar now to commercialize chimeric immunotherapy. How long would it take for Rosaline to find the knowledge Cake Gunny found alone? If Youngjun used his fitness without wasting any, it would take about a month. It was an incredible speed as it was about 20 years of Cake Gunny's research. However, if Youngjun could listen to Cake Gunny's seminar and get his help, his work might progress faster. Although, it's funny that I will be judging him. Whoosh! Youngjun could hear the sound of wind from outside his door. A small cell flew in through the cracks. To him, it looked like Ryusae shot through the door like a ghost. I'm back? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Rosaline said with a bright smile. Did you have fun? I observed your subordinates. Please call them colleagues. There are a lot of people who want to participate in the conference. Really? I memorized the list. Would you like me to tell you? Yeah. Carpentier, Jacob, Park Jae-hong, Yoon Jae-don, Shin Ji-myung, Bae Sun-mi, Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim, Koh Sun-yeol, Felicita, Chloe, Park Mi-young, Choi Tae-il, Hong Soo-young, Lee Young-nam, Elliot Kim, Kim Jin-ju, Park Hee-sun, Kim Ji-won. Wait, stop. Why are there so many? Maybe they want to go to the conference. I don't think I would like it if my CEO asked me to go to a conference together. By the way, Ryu Youngjun, why did my name become Rosaline? Youngjun was a little flustered. Your name? Yes. What does Rosaline mean? The life creation team gave it to you. I don't know much about it either. Now that Rosaline asked, he was curious as well. Maybe I'll ask them when I see them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Most people applied to the conference while only a few stayed back to keep Lab 1 and A-Bio. Youngjun decided to take them all. Thankfully, everyone was able to attend as there was no limit to the number of people who could attend. Although, a lot of people wouldn't be able to listen to the popular lectures because of the competition. Youngjun made a reservation at a hotel, and he reserved nearly half of the rooms. On the morning when they arrived in Sweden, Youngjun let everyone listen to the lectures freely, and he went to the anti-cancer immunotherapy seminar and talked with the professors. It's been a while, Professor Cake Gunny, said Youngjun. Yes. Cake Gunny greeted Youngjun cheerfully and shook his hand. Youngjun-kun, or should I say Mr. Ryu? Just whatever you are comfortable with. Then, let's call you Dr. Ryu, a universal title in our field. Haha. Thank you. Anyways, I wanted to see you after hearing about your success, and now we meet here. Yes. We were relatively near each other, but we're seeing each other on the other side of the world. Haha. Anyways, although this is long overdue, congratulations on A-Bio, your great papers, and the treatments. I should have given you scholarships and living expenses and taken you to the University of Tokyo as my student. Cake Gunny made a disappointed face jokingly. I didn't study under you, but I still remember what you taught me back then. That makes me happy. Thud. As the seminar doors opened, another professor who looked to be in his 50s showed up. It was Oliver P. Allison. He worked at the Cold Spring Laboratory, then moved to MIT. Here comes my rival, Cake Gunny said with a chuckle. I have never met him, Youngjun said. He is an amazing person. I would congratulate him even if he received the Nobel Prize. I hope you get along with him as well, Dr. Ryu, Cake Gunny said. The moment Youngjun was going to approach him, the doors to the seminar room opened. An old, gray-haired professor with age spots on his face appeared. All the scientists in the room froze. Jamie Anderson, Carpentier, who was standing beside Youngjun and talking to other professors, frowned a little. He was asked for counsel. How do you know that? I heard the Karolinska professor talking. That's why he's here. Is he a remarkable person? Yeah, Youngjun replied to Rosaline. He discovered the double helix structure of DNA at the age of 24. Jamie Anderson was the greatest biologist after Darwin. He was the father of modern biology and living history. He was the person who built the foundation of DNA research, the origin of all biological processes. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the silent room. Jamie Anderson passed several professors and Nobel laureates and stood in front of Youngjun. Hello, he said as he held out his hand. Nice to meet you, Dr. Ryu. I wanted to meet you. Nice to meet you. Youngjun shook hands with Jamie Anderson. There was a slight tension in the seminar room. From Oliver's perspective, it felt like the transition from one generation to the next, the encounter of Jamie Anderson, the scientist who was the king of biology from the mid-20th century until now, and Youngjun, the young and ambitious genius who was opening a new chapter in science. Click. Someone took a picture of them. It was a young research professor from MIT, a student of Jamie Anderson's. It's a nice shot, he said as he walked toward them. Dr. Ryu and Dr. Anderson together in one photo. I think this will be published in a biology textbook someday. Jamie Anderson laughed happily. Keep that photo safe, he said. Then, he turned to Youngjun again. Dr. Ryu has been doing well recently, making a pancreatic cancer cure and a diabetes cure. To be honest, I think your achievements have already gone beyond all the other scientists in the room, including me. You flatter me, Youngjun replied humbly. Ring? With a ring, a message window popped up near Jamie Anderson's head. Synchronization mode. Observe the change in Jamie Anderson's cerebral blood flow. Fitness consumption, 2.5. Quite an interesting emotion. Rosaline suddenly popped out. She floated around in the air and landed on Jamie Anderson's shoulder. Then, she looked into his head. What's interesting? The emotion is very complicated. I have never seen anything like this. What is it? I have to use fitness to show you. Use it. Youngjun was so curious about the complicated emotion Jamie Anderson was feeling as he looked at Youngjun. As he went into synchronization mode, a large map of a brain appeared in front of his eyes. Swish, swish. The flow of his blood showed up. The points that were being activated appeared. A strong nerve reaction showed up in a few locations along with conditioned taste aversion. The emotions were delivered to Youngjun completely raw. It wasn't logical because he didn't know why they were occurring, but he could experience the emotions that Jamie Anderson was feeling: astonishment, envy, anger, admiration, disgust, jealousy, emotional, thankful. Can these emotions be felt simultaneously? How? As Youngjun was about to feel a bit of confusion, Mr. Ryu, Jamie Anderson said. Oh, yes. Youngjun left synchronization mode. The emotions that were rising within him cooled down completely. Jamie Anderson said, look around you. There are 40 scientists here. Everyone here is a Nobel laureate, is a nominee, was a nominee, or will be a nominee soon enough. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. And most of them are Caucasian, European people. The only people who aren't are you, Professor Cake Gunny, and Professor Liping Chen. Liping Chen was a Chinese-British professor at Yale University. Youngjun looked around. Just like Jamie Anderson said, the non-white person was himself, Cake Gunny, and Liping Chen. Do you know what this means? Jamie Anderson asked. I'm not sure. I'm saying that cultural background has some influence on conducting scientific research, just like how Japan, which succeeded in modernization relatively quickly and started working on science, has quite a few Nobel Prize winners, but Korea doesn't have anyone yet. Just like how it's difficult for Korea to study science compared to Japan, if you think of it on a wider scale, it's difficult for Asia to study science compared to the West. However, all three of you are amazing people as you have come this far nonetheless, Jamie Anderson said. In particular, Dr. Ryu, you have shown results that would be a landslide victory compared to any scientist here in just a year. You did an amazing job in a comparably difficult environment. It's incredible. It was a compliment, but Youngjun felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. Maybe it's because he took Asia as a whole and treated it like some underdeveloped country in science. In fact, that was actually not the case. It wasn't like the Anglo-American region represented the West, and there were a lot of research institutes in Asia that made significant achievements as well. However, it wasn't something to be so offended by if Youngjun took it euphemistically, and there were some parts to admit as well. Thank you for your praise, Youngjun replied. As he was about to end the conversation, Jamie Anderson pulled something out from his coat. I will give you this, Dr. Ryu. It was a golden badge. Scientists who were near Youngjun were surprised when they saw it. Sir, the research professor from MIT shouted. It's all right. He has the right to get this. I'm sorry, but what is this? Youngjun asked. It's a membership to the GSC, the Great Scientists Club. GSC. It's a group of the best scientists in the world. There are a total of 100 people from the scientific field including biology, medicine, chemistry, and space science. You can think of it as the organization that leads mankind. GSC has its headquarters in the United States, and we provide various kinds of advice and counsel to the UN, governments in various countries, and large multinational corporations, Jamie Anderson said. I'm telling you in advance, Dr. Ryu, that this position cannot be filled by just anyone. I have offered this position to people only a few times. Even Nobel laureates can't join easily. You can only join when a seat opens up when someone leaves or dies. Who left? Dr. Stephen Hawking passed away recently. It has been vacant since then, but I get to recommend someone for the position. I am giving it to you, Dr. Ryu. Youngjun glanced around. All the scientists were frozen and in shock. What kind of obligations will I have if I take this? Youngjun asked. There isn't anything like that. This badge only comes with rights and honor. I guess the obligation is not to ruin the honor. You can return it right away if you don't like it. Haha. Then I will take it. Thank you. Youngjun took the badge. *****. Cake Gunny and Carpentier both said something similar to Youngjun as they left the seminar room. It's a good thing that you joined the GSC. There are a lot of amazing scientists there. But don't keep Jamie Anderson close. Carpentier gave Youngjun personal reasons, such as that Anderson had a crappy personality, but Cake Gunny's reasons were different. That person is a racist. He is also sexist. Really? Youngjun was shocked. He has all three aspects of being an American, white male supremacist. He was condescending to Asia back there, too. He can't just lump Asia into one and belittle it like that. You probably didn't know because you haven't been in the mainstream of science for long and you've done nothing but study. You haven't socialized with scientists at all. But stories have spread among all the star scientists. Dr. Ryu, do you know how Jamie Anderson discovered the double helix structure of DNA? Professor Anderson, Professor Francis Crick, and Professor Michael analyzed the X-ray crystallography of DNA and discovered it. Right. That's right. Then, do you know who took that X-ray crystallography? It was... Oh, Youngjun's eyes widened. The name he heard a long time ago during his general biology class came to mind. And coincidentally, it was the same name he had been calling in the past year. Rosaline. Whoosh. Rosaline LV-17. Metastatic status, heart, 9%, liver, 47%, brain, 9%, kidney, 15%, spinal cord, 8%, synchronization, 20%, cell fitness, 9.4. The status window popped up. But Youngjun wasn't calling Rosaline. That's right. Rosalind Franklin, Cake Gunny said. She was the scientist who took a picture of a DNA crystal with X-rays and obtained an X-ray crystallography image. Dr. Ryu, a grandpa like me can't teach you science now, but I can tell you old stories. I was a young student who was burning with passion and curiosity back when the structure of DNA was revealed. You probably weren't even born yet. Haha, Cake Gunny said with a smile. It was a pretty big issue at the time. Rosalind actually did most of the work to reveal the structure of DNA by herself. She was deserving of all the praise Jamie Anderson is receiving right now. However, she did not receive the Nobel Prize. She had already passed away when it was being awarded. The reason was because she was exposed to too much X-ray, and she died of ovarian cancer. And before she died, Jamie Anderson took that X-ray crystallography photo and wrote a paper. Do you think he got Rosalind's permission? He didn't. Yes. He stole it without permission. Dr. Ryu, there was a huge star scientist who was said to be the best in the world in the mid-20th century when Jamie Anderson was revealing the structure of DNA. In chemistry. Do you know who it is? Chemists back then. Linus Pauling. That's right. Cake Gunny nodded. He was the top scientist in the world before Jamie Anderson appeared. And he also worked on analyzing the structure of DNA. He was ahead of him. But in the end, he lost his results to Jamie. Why do you think that is? I'm not sure. Because he couldn't participate in the conference Rosalind was at. He was invited, but he couldn't go. If he met Rosalind, he might have looked at the X-ray and figured out the structure of DNA first. Then, why couldn't he go? It was because he was at the forefront of the anti-nuclear and anti-war movements. He could not leave the country. If Einstein dominated physics at the time, Pauling dominated chemistry. But he didn't even participate in the Manhattan Project. He led the signature campaign and gave lectures that were against nuclear tests and making weapons like that, Cake Gunny said. Because of that, Pauling lost the opportunity to see definitive evidence, the X-ray crystallography image of DNA. However, Cake Gunny smiled. He received the Nobel Prize in Peace for his anti-war movements. And an intellectual like Pauling would have easily gotten the Nobel Prize in chemistry. That's why Pauling is a two-time winner, chemistry and peace. Dr. Ryu, scientists are people who explore knowledge. But people who are at the top, the teachers of mankind who are called star scientists, have to do more than that. And you are one of them, Dr. Ryu. As a professor who taught you briefly a long time ago, as a scientist living in the same time as you, and as a citizen living on this planet, I hope you become Linus Pauling, not Jamie Anderson. *****. Park Dong-hyun and Young Harim were looking at the posters for the professors. Harim SSI, do you want to make a bet? About what? Whether Cake Gunny or Oliver gets the award. Huh? Of course, it's Oliver. Don't you know he's the one that developed the immune checkpoint inhibitor? Young Harim replied like she was wondering why he was asking her such an obvious question. But Professor Cake Gunny isn't an easy opponent, either. He discovered the tumor induction process of immune cells, and the treatment method of antigen-presenting cells. Dong-hyun SSI. Someone suddenly called Park Dong-hyun and ran towards him. It was Youngjun. Oh, sir. Hello. Have you been enjoying the seminars? Yes, of course. Well. I'm sorry for asking you a question like this so out of the blue, but the artificial cell the life creation department was working on was called Rosaline, right? Youngjun asked. Yes. Was that from Rosalind Franklin? Rosaline? Park Dong-hyun asked. Yes. As Youngjun nodded, Young Harem interrupted from beside them. We didn't give it the name, but I think it is from Rosalind Franklin. Really? Rosalind Franklin is the one who took a picture of a DNA crystal with X-rays, right? Yes, that's right. We don't know in detail either, but apparently, there was a female scientist who volunteered to come to the life creation department. Crazy, right? Apparently, she came because she wanted to make an organism. Because she wanted to make an organism? Yes. And she probably named the artificial cell she made Rosaline V1.0. We've never seen her either. We don't know her name. There were many other artificial cell candidates when she was working, but after Principal Chen came in, they were all wrapped up except for Rosaline. They just took the one that had the highest potential and studied it to death. That's why they ended up only doing Rosaline. I see. But from what I heard from Principal Chen, she always talked about Rosalind Franklin, saying that she discovered the structure of DNA but died before being rewarded, and she felt bad for her. So maybe Rosalind came from Rosalind Franklin? Do you happen to know her name? No, we've never seen her. You should ask Principal Chen. All right. Park Dong-hyun, who was listening to Young Harem's explanation, interrupted. I don't know why she named the cell Rosalind, but Principal Chen also told us Rosalind Franklin's story. So we are very attached to the name Rosalind as well. Really? Rosalind Franklin was not just an unlucky person. She faced extreme discrimination. Discrimination? There is still some sex discrimination in science, but it was way worse back then. Michael Wilkes was awarded the Nobel Prize along with Jamie Anderson and Francis Crick. It was for his contribution to the identification of the structure of DNA. He was a colleague of Franklin's, but they were not on good terms. Dark lady was what Michael Wilkes called Franklin. It was a slang referring to women with darker hair and skin, women who were not traditionally beautiful. Wilkes hated Franklin and was condescending to her, and he treated her like she was his subordinate. Sex discrimination was extreme at King's College in Britain, her workplace, as it followed the tradition of the Church of England. It wasn't easy for women to obtain a degree, and Franklin had to eat with students as she could not enter the faculty's cafeteria. The courage to carry out one's research through such systematic discrimination and contempt is not something that an ordinary person can do, said Park Dong-hyun. That was similar to us, the life creation department. That's why we all liked Rosalind. Youngjun slowly nodded. I didn't know there was a story like this behind Rosalind's name. Principal Chen will tell you more about it if you ask him, Young Harem said. All right. Thank you. Oh, sir. Park Dong-hyun stopped Youngjun, who was about to leave. I saw a few people from Cell Igener earlier during the lecture. Really? Yeah. There seemed to be about 10 people including Dr. Song. I see. Well, they were part of developing the pancreatic cure and they made Chelly cure, so maybe they are more confident and interested in developing anti-cancer drugs. I guess immunotherapy is a hot topic in the anti-cancer field. I should say hi if I run into them. Thank you for letting me know. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's a good picture, said Bennett, the research professor from MIT, as he showed Jamie Anderson the photo of Youngjun and him together. Thanks. Jamie Anderson smiled faintly. But why did you give Dr. Ryu the GSC membership? Bennett asked. Because he is smart. He has the right to join the GSC. That's true, but because he's Asian? Yes. Haha, that's right. He is Asian. That's the fascinating part, Jamie Anderson said. Before, I said that outstanding scientists do not come from Asia because their research infrastructure is lacking and because the East and the West started science at different points in their history, right? But we know that is not true. It's a genetic difference. That's right. Is there any other reason why white people have come to rule this land? The same goes for black people. People who predict the future of Africa optimistically say that under the assumption that black people are as intelligent as us, but people who have worked with them know that that's not true. I was the director at Cold Spring Laboratory for 40 years. I have met several different races, but there is certainly a biological difference between them. Just as men perform better in mathematics and engineering than women, genetic differences between races certainly make a difference when performing in STEM. I mean, that's the case from my experience. It's like how black people are better at short-distance running because of their high expression of the actinin gene, and therefore most Olympic short-distance runners are black. It's no coincidence that most of the leading scientists in the scientific world are white. Then, why Ryu Youngjun? Isn't it fascinating? Imagine a short little Asian kid who knows how to run incredibly fast standing at the same line as those black people and waiting for the pistol signal. How fascinating is that? Jamie Anderson chuckled. He's incredible for an Asian. This is the mystery of biology. The true beauty of biology is that a mutant that escapes the general theory always arises in any group. And Ryu Youngjun is the best among them. That's the only reason you gave it to him? But the GSC is too powerful to give him a membership like that. Most companies will go crazy for you if you say you are a GSC member, and governments in various countries will expect good advice as well. It's alright. 99% of the GSC is white anyways. It's fun to have at least one maverick among us. And he has the right to. Plus, we need to have someone like that so that the world does not challenge us on the equity of our group. Isn't this such a frustrating world? Those illiterates who know nothing about science. They make a blanket statement that there are no differences between races, and that sexes and races are the same without any evidence or knowledge. Do they know how big the genetic differences between them are? How can they have the naive conviction that those differences don't affect brain activity? Click. The doors to the office opened, and Professor Oliver came in. Professor Kate Gunny is giving his lecture right now. Don't you have to go listen to it? Oliver asked. External judges and you have to listen to Kate Gunny's lecture, right? Yes, that's right. How bothersome. Is Dr. Ryu there as well? Yes. With a groan, Jamie Anderson got up from his seat. The Nobel Prize Committee is such a rigid and boring group. Oliver is going to get the Nobel Prize anyways, so I don't know what they are contemplating. Kate Gunny did good research as well, but what I'm saying is Jamie Anderson looked at Oliver. You wrote those papers at Cold Spring Laboratory. You published papers with my name as the corresponding author. Yes. And the Karolinska Institute Faculty Council dares to judge Cold Spring? Not even funny. Let's go. We still have to listen to Kate Gunny's lecture. Youngjun went into Kate Gunny's lecture. He sat at the back of the lecture room and listened to the presentation. As such, the dendritic cells process antigenic substances, then express them on their surface and show them to T cells, Kate Gunny said. If a cancer cell occurs in the body, these dendritic cells collect the mutated materials from cancer cells and explain it to immune cells. Immune cells that were activated like this track the mutated materials that the dendritic cells showed them and find cancer cells to destroy them. The scientists in the room wrote down Kate Gunny's explanation in their notes. Then, Kate Gunny put up a structure of a chemical on the monitor. This chemical acts on the receptor of dendritic cells, and it optimizes the process by which dendritic cells communicate with immune cells. In other words, more immune cells are more strongly activated in patients who have taken this drug, and cancer cells are more easily found and destroyed. After about 10 minutes, Kate Gunny finished his lecture. Song Ji-hyun, who had listened to the lecture at the very front, was burning with questions. This technology can potentially be linked to Ryu Youngjun's chimeric immunotherapy. It would show incredible synergy if these two technologies combined. Song Ji-hyun wanted to confirm this possibility with Professor Kate Gunny. Professor, I have a case. The moment she was about to ask, someone hopped onto the stage. It was Youngjun. Great lecture, Professor, he said to Kate Gunny. Thank you for listening. Professor, the content you just presented is what you will be evaluated on, right? That's right. It was definitely powerful. Dendritic cells have not been the main targets when developing anti-cancer drugs because the immune cells that actually attacked the cancer cells were T cells. However, dendritic cells were sort of like the commanding officers that gave T cells orders. This anti-cancer treatment was targeting dendritic cells to enhance the fighting ability of T cells. I see that it is difficult for you and Dr. Oliver to share the Nobel Prize because the technologies you developed are contradictory. Yes. Youngjun thought for a moment. The technology Oliver developed was outstanding, but with technology like this, I believe that you will be able to surpass Dr. Oli. Great lecture. Someone spoke from the back of the room. Song Ji-hyun, who hadn't left the lecture room yet, turned to where the voice was coming from. She was shocked when she saw who it was. It was Jamie Anderson. How come biology's living fossil is here? Song Ji-hyun had never seen him in person before. She took a step back without even realizing. Now that she looked at it, the three people standing here were a Nobel laureate, a Nobel Prize nominee, and Youngjun, who was surely going to receive the Nobel Prize sometime in the future. She wanted to leave the tension, but her curiosity won. She was so curious as to what kind of conversation the three of them would have together. Song Ji-hyun quietly listened to their conversation from an awkward distance. Jamie Anderson approached Kate Gunny and Youngjun. Can immune cells that were activated by this method kill solid tumors for sure? Dr. Kate Gunny? It was effective on breast cancer when we tested it, Kate Gunny replied. Any side effects? There were a small number of patients who developed rashes as a side effect because the immunity became too strong. Jamie Anderson smiled. You know the technology that Dr. Oliver made, right? The immune checkpoint inhibitor. That's right. Oliver was the inventor of the immune checkpoint inhibitor in immune cells. When someone had cancer, the immune cells would search for the cancer cells and try to destroy it. If the cancer cells were in a tumor state, the immune cells would be embedded into the tumor. Like a beehive, the immune cells were stuck on the tumor tissue as they were trying to destroy it. However, a large portion of those immune cells were known to be inactive. They weren't destroying the cancer cells, but just staying still with their activity stopped. What was making immune cells, which had come all the way to the tumor to destroy cancer cells, so stupid? This was a long-standing mystery in the scientific community. The truth that was revealed at last was extremely shocking. Cancer was so clever that it was creating a signal that ordered immune cells to stop working. As such, the immune cells that got close to the tumor received that signal, became inactive, and just stood there. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. What Oliver designed was an antibody that disrupted the inactivation signal the cancer cells sent. The immune cells were able to continuously attack the cancer cells in patients who received this antibody, and they had succeeded in erasing cancer as well. The greatest part about this technology was that it had no side effects, increasing the activity of immune cells and stopping its inactivation, Jamie Anderson said. They look similar from a glance, but they are different in terms of side effects. The latter is much more stable, since we are only talking about this in cancer cells. Professor Kate Gunny, you might have better luck next time. Kate Gunny gulped. Jamie Anderson said, "There's nothing you can do. The technology that Dr. Oliver developed has no side effects. It seems like that's how it's known." Rosaline sent Youngjun a message. Synchronization mode. Observe the hyperprogression mechanism in cancer cells that occurs when using immune checkpoint inhibitors. Fitness consumption, 8.5. The hyperprogression of cancer cells. Youngjun read the message window. Hyperprogression was a phenomenon where the progression of cancer increased explosively and the tumor grew multiple times its size in an instant. "Excuse me for a moment," Youngjun said to Cake Gunny and stepped out into the hall. As he walked he talked to Rosaline. "Turn on synchronization mode. How does this side effect work? Oh, wait. Let's see this in simulation mode, not synchronization mode. The thing we used last time when we found anthrax? Yes. Don't we use that to see how a virus spreads in the country? You can do that if you use a lot of fitness. If you use a little, you can select an imaginary person, administer any drug you want, and test it. It seems perfect for a situation like this. Alright, let's try it. Simulation mode. Click. Youngjun pressed the button. Ack. He felt a piercing pain break out in his head. His vision turned pitch black. What is this? Rosaline? He couldn't see anything. Jamie Anderson, who was in front of him, and Cake Gunny all disappeared. He felt like he had just dropped out of the lecture and into space. The desks, computers, and chairs disappeared, and the floor turned pitch black. His feet weren't even on the ground. What is this? Bleep. A message window appeared in front of his eyes again. Enter the subject's biological characteristics. Expand. Biological characteristics. Chromosome 1. Chromosome 2. Chromosome 3. Chromosome X. Chromosome Y. Humans had 44 autosomal chromosomes and 2 sex chromosomes. Half of them were from the father, and half of them were from the mother, resulting in 22 autosomal chromosomes of the same type. They were numbered by their order. Youngjun clicked on chromosome 1. Coding genes. Non-coding genes. Pseudogene. The chromosome was full of coding genes, non-coding genes that controlled the expression of genes, and junk DNA that did not do anything. Does this mean I can select all of them? Wait, is this? Youngjun froze up a little. He thought that he had been through most of the surprises as he worked with Rosaline, but he never imagined anything like this. This was the future technology that he ultimately wanted to implement in reality based on the genome project of 100 million people and DNA analysis technology. Youngjun, although he was the only one, easily surpassed the process, which would have taken years, through Rosaline. I've gotten to the final stage in personalized medicine. Youngjun's heart thumped. He pressed on the button for coding genes. Article 3, arylacetamide deacetylase like 3. Article 4, arylacetamide deacetylase like 4. ACODM, acyl coenzyme A dehydrogenase, C4 to C12 straight chain. They were all gene names. A whopping 2064 genes appeared one after another. They were all the genes that existed on chromosome 1. Holy shit, what is all this? Honestly, how could anyone know this? No one could know this, not even biologists. Even if someone worked for the Weather Network, it would be impossible for them to know the humidity of a small hill in the valley of a limestone cave located in Sinjimayan, Sanchiakesai, Gangwon-do. This was the same thing. Youngjun pressed the first gene that appeared. ETK. The DNA sequence of the Article 3 gene showed up. Youngjun was able to manipulate the sequence as he liked. His shock had exceeded its limit. Is this real? Rosaline, are you insane? Don't be so touched. This isn't that difficult for me. Still, this is. Youngjun was able to edit all 1 billion letters of DNA. Rosaline could not only figure out the humidity of a small hill in the valley of a limestone cave, she could set it to whatever she wanted. She could set the hill's humidity to 20% and make a pond 28 degrees. She could basically manipulate the weather in that amount of detail. That is an interesting metaphor. Quickly finish the details so that you can observe when and where a hurricane disappears when it occurs at a certain point in the Pacific Ocean. This simulation was able to understand the human body mechanically. All the secrets of biology were answered. But when will I finish setting up all 20,000 genes? Youngjun pressed the close button beside the message and closed all the detailed setting options. Set it to a random patient type who can experience side effects when using the immune checkpoint inhibitor. Sure. Suddenly, a random, fictional patient appeared in front of his eyes. He was a pretty old man with a medium build. He had a bushy beard, and he looked Hispanic. Beep. His profile popped up on the message window. Age, 63. Male. Height, 184.5 centimeters. Weight, 105 kilograms. Blood type, A. A bunch of data related to the patient's lesion showed up below, and the last entry displayed the progression level of his cancer. Lung cancer, stage 3. EGFR mutation driven. EGFR? EGFR referred to the epithelial growth factor receptor. This cell divided and proliferated upon stimulation, but some unlucky cells had their EGFRs broken. These mutated EGFR would send division and proliferation signals to the cell even in the absence of external stimulation. Then, the cell would keep dividing, get bigger, puff up, and escape their designated location. Youngjun understood the problem right away. The immune checkpoint inhibitor is related to the EGFR? Yes. Administer the immune checkpoint inhibitor to this fictional patient. Bleep. A graphic of an antibody, which was the immune checkpoint inhibitor. Youngjun dragged that with his finger and laid it on top of the patient. Routes of administration. Injection. Oral administration. Patch. The immune checkpoint inhibitor is an injection. Click. When Youngjun pressed the injection button, questions about whether it was going to be injected into the tumor or intravenously, how much should be injected, and how often it should be administered poured out. Damn it. There were too many choices. I don't even go to Subway because I hate having so many questions. Youngjun selected the intravenous injection, and chose to administer 125 mg per square meter every hour. Square meter referred to the surface area of the body, which was determined by height and weight. Activate simulation mode. At last, a message appeared. Youngjun monitored the fictional patient nervously. The molecular phenomena appeared in front of his eyes. The immune checkpoint inhibitor that was injected intravenously quickly spread throughout the body and became concentrated in the liver. Suddenly, dozens of genes were expressed in liver cells. The urea cycle quickly began to circulate as the genes that were involved in protein breakdown became activated. The proteinase stuck onto the immune checkpoint inhibitor and was trying to break it. A part of it broke, but a significant portion of the antibody survived and kept flowing in the blood vessels. And it's going into the lung cancer. Youngjun's jaw slowly dropped. The immune checkpoint inhibitor absorbed into the tumor and began coordinating the battle between the immune cells and cancer cells. Time, 1 day. Level of cancer cell death, 3%. A new message window appeared. The time was increasing by the day every second. In proportion, the cancer cell death value was also rising rapidly. And after some time n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Time, 5 days. Bleep. Hyperprogression has occurred. As the stop signal that the cancer cell was sending to immune cells was blocked, the EGFR popped up on the surface of the cancer cells as a complementary mechanism. As the number of EGFRs increased, extreme pressure to proliferate was being applied onto the tumor. In just a few hours, the cells began doubling. Then, angiogenesis has occurred. New blood vessels were created in the tumor. Time, 7 days. The tumor had grown more than 5 times larger than before the inhibitor was administered. The lung cancer cells have begun metastasizing. Time, 10 days. The cancer has metastasized to the breast tissue. Time, 14 days. The patient has died. Simulation over. Leave. Youngjun ended simulation mode. *****. It may be dangerous to use the immune checkpoint inhibitor in cancer patients with tumors due to mutations in EGFR, said Youngjun. This was the judge's midterm evaluation discussion meeting. All the professors looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Jamie Anderson asked. It's exactly as you heard. It has side effects, or it's actually counterproductive. EGFR is amplified on the surface of cancer cells as a complementary effect when the immune checkpoint signal is inhibited. If you use an inhibitor, the counter effect due to EGFR amplification becomes stronger than the efficacy from the immune cells from the 4th day. The proliferation of cancer cells exceeds the destruction efficiency. That's when hyperprogression begins. The cancer cells explode in number, and the patient could die within a few days. EGFR mutations are quite common in cancer cells, so hyperprogression like this will occur in more than 10% of patients if you use the drug in this state. The table was filled with silence. Dr. Ryu, are you being serious? Do you have evidence? Did you test this? Jamie Anderson asked. There is no experimental data, but it's a theoretical prediction. Don't talk so carelessly if you don't have experimental data. The immune checkpoint inhibitor is a product that has already been commercialized. Professor Harriet, said Youngjun while looking at the chairman of the Nobel Committee at the Karolinska Institute. Please let me borrow a lab. A lab? Yes. Are you going to do experiments here? Harriet asked in surprise. I will show you this with a mice experiment. Please sell me 10 mice. But those mice are not EGFR mutants, and they don't have cancer. I can make it. Even if you are that talented, Mr. Ryu, can you do an animal experiment of that scale alone? It can be done alone, but I am not alone. Pardon? The greatest dream team in the scientific community is here right now. The people I brought from ABio and Lab 1 at Agen. After some thought, Harriet said, I will lend you a lab. And I will give you the authority to use all the facilities and equipment at the Karolinska Institute. How much time do you need? About 2 weeks. Thank you, Youngjun replied. Youngjun, who left the room after the meeting, took out his phone. He sent out an email to the top scientists who were in Sweden right now through the company messenger. I have started a project at the Karolinska Institute. I am looking for scientists who can stay for an extra 2 weeks and help my experiment. You will be given first author in this paper, which will be published in Science, PTO when equivalent to the number of days used in the study, and the equivalent of a month's pay. Bleep. Park Dong-hyun, who received a notification for the email, was shocked when he saw his phone. Wow, did you see this? Is this real? Chun Ji-myung chuckled while reading the email like he was baffled. I knew that he was going to start a project to destroy a cancer when we go back, but I didn't know that he would start it here. Maybe he has an allergy to taking time off? Our CEO? If it's not that, how can anyone come all the way to Sweden and borrow someone else's lab to do an experiment? I guess the research topic was so fascinating that he couldn't resist starting it until he returned to Korea. But the benefits are amazing, aren't they? You're working for 2 weeks and getting a month's pay. Yeah, it might be really competitive. Where is the CEO right now? Chun Ji-myung asked. One acronym for personal time off. Youngjun gathered a task force to test the side effects of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. The most talented people of the scientists at Lab 1 and ABio gathered after receiving the email. There were about 30 people from a variety of departments, they all had different nationalities, and there were also promising young scientists, professor-level scientists, and even experts like Carpentier. These people would be able to easily establish a startup company just in terms of their combined research abilities. Oh my! Harriet clicked his tongue as he watched them chatting in the seminar room. Harriet, who was a medical doctor, barely had the time to attend conferences because he was so busy with hospital work. It was the first time he saw them all together. He already knew that they were at the conference as he heard that Youngjun brought them, but it was quite shocking to actually see them in person. Some of these people could apply to Karolinska right now and become a professor. It was shocking that people like them were all working at one company, but it was also fascinating that they assembled with one word from Youngjun when they had come all the way to a conference. Scientists who are called experts in their field usually don't like it when other people give them their research topic or direction because of their pride, but... Click. The seminar room opened. Youngjun came in and briefly greeted everyone. Are you all enjoying the seminar? We were, before you assembled us here, Carpentier said with a chuckle. I'm sorry. I have traveled to other places as a visiting lecturer, but I have never been a visiting researcher. There was light laughter among the scientists. This conference was supposed to be a vacation-like benefit we were giving to you so that you would be able to take a break while listening to the lectures you wanted. I feel bad that I am making you work all of a sudden, Youngjun said. However, I am so grateful and happy to see that so many of you have volunteered to work. Like me, you are all deep-rooted science nerds. I think I chose my colleagues well. It's difficult to do research for a living after studying this much if you don't fanboy over academia, Koh Sunyal said as he fixed his glasses. Haha, thank you. Like I wrote in the email, we will provide plenty of compensation in the form of PTO and bonuses, Youngjun said. I would have still done it without the compensation because the research topic was so interesting. We couldn't let you work alone, sir, so we had to. Choi Myung-jun raised his hand and interrupted. Manager Kim, you're going overboard. The other scientists lightly scolded. Anyways, thank you, everyone, Youngjun said. Professor Harriet here will provide us with the lab mice. Since we are at war with the clock with this research, we will have to do a few experiments simultaneously. Alright. First, could Dr. Kim Myung-shin and 4 members from the protein structure analysis team form a group with Dr. Chen and the 5 members of the life creation team and administer the inhibitor into the mice and control it? Youngjun asked. We need to test the amount of drugs discharged and the toxicity, just like the preclinical data. And we must monitor the size of the tumor. From day 4, the tumor will undergo hyperprogression and get huge rapidly. The scientists looked a little shocked. They knew that they were looking at the side effects of the immune checkpoint inhibitor, but it was the first they were hearing about hyperprogression. Hyperprogression? Carpentier asked. That's right. Dr. Carpentier and the bone marrow differentiation team, please work with the diagnostic device department to analyze the pharmacological mechanism of hyperprogression in mice. All right. Dr. Felicita's team and Dr. Choi Myung-jun's health foods department, please sacrifice the mice at the appropriate point and create data on the size of the tumor. *****. In order to test an anti-cancer drug in a mouse model, the mouse obviously had to have a tumor as it would allow one to observe whether or not the tumor decreased when it was treated with anti-cancer drugs. Then, how could one create a tumor in mice? They could treat them with drugs and naturally induce tumors, but usually, a cancer cell from a human was injected into a mouse and grown into a tumor. This method was called a tumor xenograft. These mice have tumors that were created using cancer cells from NSCLC, non-small cell lung cancer, patients. These cells are known to have a mutation in their EGFR, said Harriet as he gave Youngjun 20 mice. We were originally going to use them for an experiment, but we will let you use them first since it will be a waste of time for you to wait for a xenograft. Thank you. What kind of cancer cell is it? It originated from lung cancer, and the cell strain number is HCC 1010. It was clearly a cell that was known to have a mutation in the EGFR. However, Youngjun couldn't just blindly trust existing data and begin the experiment, they had to check the condition of the EGFR mutation first. We do have a DNA analysis machine at Karolinska, Harriet said. That's perfect. Would we be able to use it once? Youngjun asked. But the technicians who do it are on vacation and not here. It's all right. Our people can do it. The scientists from the diagnostic device department at AGEN stepped forward. The technician you have didn't maintain the machine well. We will take a look at the equipment itself as well, they said. Thank you. Harriet nodded in confusion. In just half a day, the diagnostic device team got some data. They extracted the genome from the cancer cell that was used to create the tumor, amplified EGFR DNA, took it out, and read it with the DNA analysis machine. From the report I received, there's a mutation in EGFR at L858R. Is that correct? Youngjun asked Harriet the next day. That's correct. Leucine, the 885th material that was made from the EGFR gene, had turned into arginine. It was the most famous type of EGFR mutation, and it was the most common mutation that induced cancer. Please give me the inhibitor now, Youngjun said. Of course. Harriet had given Youngjun a portion of the immunity checkpoint inhibitor that was kept at the Karolinska Institute. Chen Jimyang and the Life Creation team administered the immune checkpoint inhibitor intravenously as they grew the mice in appropriate conditions. The daily dosage varied from a very small amount of 10 micrograms to a high dose of 10 milligrams. They had created a variety of conditions. The diagnostic device department used imaging equipment and measured the size of the tumor that was in the mice's lungs. They tracked the tumor size of all 20 mice every day and gathered data. On the third day, there was still no sign of hyperprogression in the mice. The tumors had gotten smaller than before, and the mice seemed healthy. This is nonsense. This drug has already been commercialized, Jamie Anderson said. We administered the drug to 32 patients as we progressed through phase 3 of the clinical trial, but nothing like hyperprogression was observed, said Oliver. Ryu Youngjun is testing NSCLC. Were there patients with that type of cancer? I don't think so. Apparently, there are a lot of EGFR mutations in that type of lung cancer. How would we have data about whether clinical trial patients had EGFR mutations or not? We had a lot of samples, like blood, but we didn't analyze their DNA or anything. Because the only bastards who do that kind of stuff is the ABio Next Generation Hospital. But you can't let them do this. The Nobel Committee is a conservative organization, Jamie Anderson said. Oliver, even if side effects don't happen in this experiment, people like Professor Harriet may be uncomfortable with it and withhold the Nobel Prize since they're all possessed by Ryu Youngjun. Then what should we do? The Karolinska Institute is not only a research institute, but a university hospital. There are NSCLC patients here, too. Are you saying that we should use the immune checkpoint inhibitor on NSCLC patients? I heard that the patient is already past the third stage of lung cancer and they have no other options left. They were going to be given the immune checkpoint inhibitor anyways. The primary doctor seemed to be hesitant because Ryu Youngjun brought up side effects, but you should go see him. If you cure them, Ryu Youngjun will no longer be able to stubbornly argue that there are side effects. Oliver hesitated. You are the one who made this drug. Are you not confident in it? Jamie Anderson asked. No, of course not. But, Oliver trailed off. Oliver had researched for more than 10 years to create this drug. This technology was like his child. Of course, he believed in it. He was confident in the efficacy of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. He had checked all the pharmacological mechanisms, and he saw that it did not have toxicity. However, his opponent was Youngjun. The person who was criticizing the side effects of this drug, which had gotten the FDA's approval, was not just some third-rate rando, but Youngjun. That weighed on Oliver's mind. What if this technology, which was like his child, ended up killing someone? What if hyperprogression really occurred, like Youngjun said? Will I be able to handle the consequences? To Oliver, who was lost in thought, Jamie Anderson said, Oliver, it has already been commercialized. Have confidence. The fact that the FDA approved it means that its safety was proven in the medical community. This is not a clinical trial, it's normal treatment. The drug deserves to be administered to the patient. Dr. Song Ura from the Diagnostic Device Department was given 20 mice from Chen Jimyang's team in the morning. She used a PET/CT scan and took a picture of the mice's lungs. The size of the tumor was about half the size of her pinky fingernail until the third day. It was barely distinguishable on the screen, and it was continually getting smaller. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. However, on the fourth day, Song Ura doubted her eyes. What? The tumor became larger. The tumor size in the mouse that received 100 micrograms of the immune checkpoint inhibitor had visibly changed. The tumor had become as big as the space between her knuckles in mice that had received 1 milligram and 10 milligrams. How could it get this big all of a sudden? Song Ura took a photo to save the data, then observed the other mice. The mice that only received trace amounts of the immune checkpoint inhibitor and those who hadn't received the drug as the control group had no problems. It was clear, the immune checkpoint inhibitor had impacted it negatively. Although, the tumor hadn't become too big yet. Is it really hyperprogression? Her hands trembled. It was approved by the FDA, and it was the most promising drug from several years ago. It was the most famous anti-cancer drug in the world before Youngjun appeared and created the pancreatic cancer cure or Chelly cure. It was an anti-cancer immunotherapy that was expected to change the landscape of the anti-cancer market along with chimeric immunotherapy. But it has a side effect. Song Ura sent this data to all the scientists who were participating in the research. Soon, Youngjun and Carpentier came running. Sacrifice a set of mice we are using for the experiment and experimentally analyze the pharmacological mechanism. The EGFR signal should have increased. Please confirm that with Western blotting, Youngjun said. Reporting the side effects alone would have a strong impact, but it was the responsibility of scientists to figure out the mechanism. And please tell the Life Creation team to keep administering the drug to the rest of the mice and continue with the research. We will be able to see the hyperprogression clearly from tomorrow. Okay, Song Ura replied. Youngjun was correct. The next morning, the tumor nearly doubled in size in the mice that had received the 10 milligrams of the inhibitor, the largest dose. The tumor, which was about half the length of a finger, was too much for the mice's small body. You can see angiogenesis, too. The scientists who gathered behind Song Ura watched the monitor in shock. The cancer had metastasized. It's hyperprogression, Carpentier said. This mouse will not survive until tomorrow. The scientists glanced at Youngjun. Thank you for working so hard to create important data. Since there's still more than a week left until the allotted time, please obtain data from the remaining mice as well. And, Youngjun said, write the paper. I will contact Science. Samuel, the editor for Science, was extremely excited after reading the newsletter that he received in the morning. Jesse, go on a work trip. He shouted urgently. To Korea? Jesse, who had basically become Youngjun's personal interviewer, asked. No, Sweden. Oh, what a surprise. Is it Karolinska? Or Lund University? Dr. Ryu Youngjun has been dominating the scientific community these days, so it's time for a paper to come out from the West as a counterattack. Jessie said like she was glad to hear it. It's Dr. Ryus. What? Jessie squinted. Dr. Ryu took his scientist to a conference in Sweden, and he wrote a paper in 2 weeks after doing research there. How is that possible? Has anything he's done ever made sense before? Anyways, go. This is important. Has anything he's done not been important? Jessie said, impersonating Samuel. Did he make some incredible new drug again? She asked as she approached him. He reported on the counter effect of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. Immune checkpoint inhibitor? Dr. Oliver's technology was developed at the Cold Spring Lab, the most famous technology among the next generation of immunotherapies. It's about how hyperprogression can occur if it is administered to lung cancer patients with an EGFR mutation. Hyperprogression? Jessie said. She was shocked. This isn't just a mere side effect. I know. It's not a side effect, it's a counter effect. And I think there should be some additional explanations about the paper. This paper was the paper that Nature emphasized the most 2 years ago, and it's also what the Cold Spring Lab and Jamie Anderson put forward as their biggest achievement in recent years. The scientific community might exchange some bitter words with each other. Jamie Anderson's faction and the opposite group might fight with Dr. Ryu in the middle of it. Ilgo, Jessie said. Hyperprogression occurred in all the mice that were given more than 100 micrograms of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. The mice that only received trace amounts were not in fatal condition, but they had gotten worse. The mice that received more than 1 milligram of the drug did not survive for more than 8 days. As these mice all got worse than the mice that received no treatment, it seemed clear that the inhibitor was what killed the mice. This data was an important target for security as the paper hadn't been released yet. However, Youngjun revealed this to Harriet and the other evaluators, as well as Oliver and Cake Gunny. He gathered them into a small seminar room and presented the data. As you can see, hyperprogression occurred in all but 4 mice, which had received less than a microgram of the drug, and most died, Youngjun presented. He presented the data measuring the size of the mice's tumor and their weight change. It was clear that the change in the tumor size was related to the dosage of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. Hyperprogression occurred faster with more of the inhibitor, the tumor enlarged more rapidly, and the mice died faster as a result. I was told that this lung cancer cell was obtained from a lung cancer patient at Karolinska 20 years ago, Youngjun said. What would have happened if the immune checkpoint inhibitor was administered to that patient? This drug is dangerous for NSCLC patients who have EGFR mutations. The scientists were silent. Harriet was incredibly baffled. Hyperprogression really occurred, just like Youngjun said. At this point, it was not science, but a prophecy. So how does the hyperprogression occur? Can you tell us the mechanism? One of the doctors asked. Yes, of course. We identified the mechanism as well. Let's look at the next data. Youngjun went on to the next slide. As you can see, we identified that the expression of EGFR was amplified. If you treat these types of cancer cells with the immune checkpoint inhibitor, the EGFR signal becomes stronger, causing the cancer to increase explosively. Dr. Ryu, Jamie Anderson said. The immune checkpoint inhibitor was administered to a lung cancer patient at Karolinska University Hospital. Youngjun's eyes widened. What? What kind of lung cancer? It was NSCLC, like the one you wrote about. Professor Marcus here is in charge of that patient. Professor, please explain it yourself. A lung cancer specialist who looked to be in his 60s opened his mouth solemnly. The patient is 88 years old and has stage 3 lung cancer. No other treatments worked, and the commercialized immune checkpoint inhibitor was the only hope. We were going to use it anyway, so we consulted Professor Oliver, the developer of the treatment, since he was here, said Marcus. Of course, we don't know if there's an EGFR mutation in his lung cancer. We will know when we check it with the DNA analysis machine. We don't know whether hyperprogression will happen when there is a mutation in the EGFR like you said. But thankfully, there are no signs of that yet. The sure thing is that the cancer is disappearing from the patient's body. It has shrunk to about half its size. Youngjun was pale. Ahem. Jamie Anderson cleared his throat after Marcus stopped talking and added, Dr. Ryu, the immune checkpoint inhibitor is a good drug. It can treat various types of cancer effectively, and lung cancer happens to be. Stop the administration right now, Youngjun shouted. What have you done? You knew that I was studying that drug, didn't you? Even if there was no other way, how could you administer a drug that has issues with hyperprogression? You could have waited for the results, or examined his EGFR. The tumor shrunk to half its size, Jamie shouted. Dr. Ryu, I don't know how you got that data from the mice experiments, but the immune checkpoint inhibitor has gone through a strict clinical trial and has been approved by the FDA. There are no side effects, and it is clearly suppressing the growth of the tumor. Most NSCLCs have EGFR mutations, Youngjun said as he slammed the table with his fist. Professors, hyperprogression does not occur right away. In the beginning, the tumor shrinks due to the immune checkpoint inhibitor. Youngjun opened other data on his computer. It was data from the first 3 days. The tumor was getting significantly smaller. However, it returned to its original size on day 4, and it became enormous by day 5. The growth suppression early on is like an incubation period. The cancer cells in the tumor that received the inhibitor begin to express EGFR in large quantities. It just takes time to make it. The tables turn from the moment it gets produced. The size of the tumor doubles every 6 hours. Marcus and the other scientists looked confused. Frustrated, Youngjun ran down from the podium. Where is that patient right now? Let's examine their EGFR first. Let's go, Dr. Ryu. I will show you the diagnostic imaging data, Marcus said. The medical team and scientists followed Marcus into the CT room. Look. Marcus opened the file saved on his computer. It was a computed tomography scan one of the patient's lung cancer. The tumor was as big as a fist in old scans, but it had shrunk to almost half its size in the scans Marcus showed Youngjun next. These were taken yesterday morning, Marcus said. What do you think, Dr. Ryu? Youngjun could not tell right now. If the patient was lucky, he may not have a mutation in his EGFR and be cured. But if he had an EGFR mutation, it might already be out of hand, as there was always calm before a storm. Click. The door to the CT room opened, and a young doctor appeared with a few nurses. An old patient, who was in a gurney, came with them. Oh, Professor Marcus, the doctor said like he was happy to see him. I just contacted you because your patient complained about stomach aches and nausea. Did you come down here for that? A stomachache and nausea? It's the first I am hearing of this. Marcus was confused. The patient who was lying on the gurney was the NSCLC patient who was given the immune checkpoint inhibitor. I see. I decided to take a CT scan and brought him here. What would you like to do? Let's take a CT, Marcus said. The patient had already received a contrast medium. He climbed into the CT machine and laid down on the bed. The machine began working and soon, a scan appeared on the monitor. Clack. Marcus dropped his pen. Shock swept over the medical team and the scientists. The tumor, which had shrunk by 50%, had grown bigger than its original size in just 1 day. How could this? Marcus stuttered. It's hyperprogression. Youngjun sighed. Jesse, who had arrived in Sweden, had not been able to meet Youngjun.n/o/vel/b/c/om. I'm sorry, but now is not the time for an interview nor am I in the mood. There are a total of 3 co-first authors of this project, so please interview them, Youngjun said briefly and declined the interview. He was sitting in a small cafe in Solna and drinking coffee. Do you want to save the patient? Yeah, Youngjun replied in a quiet voice. That patient does not have much time left. Hyperprogression has already begun, and it is difficult to control it. He will probably die in a few days. Is there any way? Of course, I can think of countless ways. Rosaline said like it was not a big deal. But realistically, most of them will be difficult for me to do, right? Most of them are illegal. For example, you could administer a large amount of EGFR inhibitor through inhalation to stop hyperprogression. There's an inhibitor like that? You have to make it. But it takes time to make it? That's why it is a problem. You will be able to save the patient if you borrow or steal a lab in Solna, organically synthesize the inhibitor, skip all the animal experiments and the clinical trial approval process, and then shove it into the patient's nose. Experimental treatment is possible if I get consent from Marcus and the patient, but they won't agree to use some unknown chemical that hasn't been tested before. Won't they just trust you and let you do it since you're a miracle working scientist who has been successful in a lot of things? Well, maybe if I desperately try to convince them. But I don't want to try it with some unclear possibility that they might let me do it. Just administer it secretly. Then, you can still save the patient. But then he'll go to jail. Rosaline thumped her feet on the ground in anxiety while sitting in the chair. Then there is no way. It's possible to use chimeric immunotherapy, but it takes too long. Youngjun was lost in thought, but then his eyes widened. Wait. Chimeric immunotherapy. What about it? Rosaline. I'm going to write a sci-fi novel right now. Tell me the possibility of it working. All right. Tell me. Chimeric immunotherapy takes out the immune cells and gives it a new weapon by editing the genes. Yes. And the dendritic cells are cells that provide information about cancer cells to immune cells. And Professor Kakegunna's technology is about stimulating dendritic cells to help that process. That's right. What if we revise it a little and make it so that the dendritic cell delivers the gene to the immune cell? What if we give the weapons to the immune cells in the patient's body? Youngjun asked. Then, wouldn't we be able to skip the process of extracting immune cells from the patient's body and manipulating the gene and do the chimeric immunotherapy right away? One more commonly known as a CT. Rosaline's eyes widened. So, Youngjun urged Rosaline for an answer. It is definitely a sci-fi novel full of imagination. Would it be too difficult? Honestly, yes, it is. You're throwing out these crazy, unbelievable ideas because you trust me, right? Yeah, I didn't think of that, but it's interesting. It will be realistic if I improve the technical parts. Really? Yes. Let's make it together. Rosaline said. Kakegunna had practically given up on this year's Nobel Prize. Honestly, he thought that it was going to go into Oliver's hand, and he thought that his last chance had gone out the window because he was so old. However, the tables had turned now. The immune checkpoint inhibitor had a fatal side effect. It was counter-effective in patients who had a mutation in the EGFR gene. Then won't I have a chance? Cake Gunny, who was in deep thought, received a phone call in his hotel room. There's a guest who would like to meet you. Should I tell them to wait in the lobby? The hotel employee at the front desk said. Yes, I'll come down. Youngjun had contacted Cake Gunny today asking to meet briefly. He thought that it would obviously be Youngjun, but it was someone entirely unexpected. It was a beautiful and intelligent woman who was in good shape and looked to be about 30 years old. Hello, Professor. My name is Song Ji-hyun, and I am from a Korean pharmaceutical company called Seligener. Song Ji-hyun introduced herself. Nice to meet you. Were you in my lecture? Cake Gunny asked while shaking her hand. Yes. I was thinking about a lot of things after listening to that lecture, and I had a very good idea. I asked the staff at the conference and came to this hotel. I apologize that I asked to meet you so suddenly without contacting you in advance. No, it's all right. Should we go over there and continue? Cake Gunny led Song Ji-hyun to the coffee shop in the hotel and ordered a beverage. So, what is the good idea? Cake Gunny asked. There is something called chimeric immunotherapy among the technologies developed by Conson and Coulson. ABio has acquired it and is currently progressing with further development. I think that if it continues to advance, it could soon conquer all types of cancer. I believe it could be the most powerful cancer treatment. Cake Gunny nodded. I agree as well. Clearly, there is a reason why scientists are abandoning the old strategy of targeting cancer cells with chemicals and are trying to use the capabilities of the human immune system. Because chemical agents can destroy normal cells, and it is easy for cancer cells with resistance to develop. That's right. If the patient relapses, the drug becomes useless, and it's over for the patient. However, immunotherapy is not like that, especially chimeric immunotherapy. Theoretically, it can be upgraded endlessly. Chimeric immunotherapy was about attaching new weapons to immune cells. If cancer cells evolved to have armor when immune cells were given powerful swords, they would just have to give guns to the immune cells. If the cancer cells evolved further and wore bulletproof vests, they just had to give missiles to the immune cells. Being able to engineer immune cells meant that they could create them in the most optimized state to target cancer cells. Although it is currently unrealistic since it costs tens of billions of won and takes months of work, Cake Gunny said. That is what I am talking about, Song Ji-hyun said with sparkling eyes. Professor, wouldn't we be able to engineer the immune cells in the patient's body using your dendritic cell manipulation technology? With dendritic cell manipulation? Yes. Your technology is about using endocytic receptors to feed dendritic cells with the desired substance, right? And then we make the dendritic cell recognize that substance as an antibody and teach the immune cells to find and destroy it. Cancer cells had various kinds of mutations, such as an EGFR mutation. What would happen if they gave the EGFR mutation to the dendritic cell? The dendritic cell would analyze the EGFR mutation carefully, and then teach it to the immune cells. This looks dangerous, so find this and destroy it. Dendritic cells were the commander of immune cells. The immune cells that received its orders would look for EGFR mutations furiously. There was a huge difference in the efficiency of an operation between having a command tower and not having one. Cake Gunny had developed a method to feed desired substances to dendritic cells. Of course, this process occurred naturally in the body even if it was not fed to them, but in extremely low probability. It sort of worked like this. 1. A floating dendritic cell meets a cancer cell due to luck. 2. That cancer naturally dies or gets destroyed by a wandering immune cell at that moment with incredible luck. 3. Out of the billions of substances that are flowing out of the cancer cell, the mutated EGFR miraculously gets absorbed into the dendritic cell. 4. This lucky single dendritic cell analyzes the mutated EGFR and survives until it can teach the immune cells. It was not easy to successfully complete all these steps. The reason why it was so inefficient was because dendritic cells were originally a command tower to recognize foreign pathogens. They were extremely skilled in finding substances made by foreign bacteria that had entered the body. However, it was not easy for them to track something like a mutated EGFR that a cancer cell made as it was originally the patient's cell. But using Cake Gunny's technology, they could feed the mutated EGFR to many dendritic cells at once and make them recognize that as the enemy. The immune mechanism would be activated very efficiently. Cake Gunny thought hard for a moment. What do you think? Do you think it's a good idea? If it's okay, should I talk to Mr. Ryu and start this project? Song Ji-hyun asked. Do you know Mr. Ryu? We are not closer personally, but we did a few projects together in the past. To be honest, Song Ji-hyun was not very confident in this amazing idea. She did not know about dendritic cells or chimeric immunotherapy in as much detail as Cake Gunny or Youngjun. She could be just spewing an embarrassing delusion. However, that was why she came to Cake Gunny first rather than meeting Youngjun. It was so that she would be able to talk to Youngjun more confidently if Cake Gunny said it was possible. At last, Cake Gunny opened his mouth. However, Dr. Song, dendritic cells are commanders, not engineers. Dendritic cells can teach immune cells about who the enemy is, but they cannot edit immune cells themselves. Would this be difficult? Substances are delivered from dendritic cells to immune cells, and the antibody that the dendritic cell recognized would probably move as well, like the mutated EGFR. But the EGFR is just something that controls cell growth. It can't manipulate the immune cell's genes or anything like that. Thud. The coffee shop doors opened forcefully. The bell on the door rang loudly. Youngjun, who was out of breath, walked inside while catching his breath. Professor Cake Gunny, he shouted as he ran towards them. Cake Gunny and Song Ji-hyun were startled. Dr. Ryu. Mr. Ryu. Youngjun briefly greeted Song Ji-hyun at the table. Hello, Dr. Song. Then, he quickly turned to look at Cake Gunny. He was flushed, and his face, which was more excited than ever, was filled with passionate joy. Professor, let's use the dendritic cell technology. Let's make chimeric immune cells with that. Song Ji-hyun's eyes widened. What a coincidence? Dr. Song was just talking about that, Cake Gunny said. Really? Youngjun turned his face towards Song Ji-hyun in surprise. Song Ji-hyun blushed a little, but Professor Cake Gunny said that it won't work. He said that dendritic cells only give the substance that will become the antibody to the immune cell and that it can't manipulate genes. Let's put in Ca9, Youngjun said. The two froze like someone had slammed a hammer down on the table. Let's attach an RNA that recognizes the target on Ca9, feed it to the dendritic cell, then deliver it to the immune cell. It will be recognized and delivered easier because it is originally from a bacteria, Youngjun said. This process is not making the immune cell recognize and search for Ca9, you know that, right? Ca9 are gene scissors. It is to manipulate the immune cell's genes with the Ca9 that has entered the cell N/O/vel/B//n.C//OM. Holy, is that possible? Cake Gunny was shocked. Dr. Ryu, a DNA particle is smaller than dust. Even if you use gene scissors, it is difficult to manipulate it, even in the lab. But you're going to indirectly introduce it to the immune cell through another cell, and then manipulate those fine genes by cutting and gluing it within the body? By indirectly using the gene scissors through a cell. In terms of surgery, this was no different than performing brain surgery by holding a scalpel with a robot arm that was inside a claw machine. It was insane. Dr. Ryu, you think that will work? Cake Gunny said like it was ridiculous. It will. There's a way, Youngjun said confidently. I will explain the details soon. Just tell me if you have a kit that can be put into a dendritic cell through endocytosis. I do have one. That's enough. I can guarantee you that we can safely manipulate more than 40 gene locations in any way we want at once. 40. Cake Gunny shouted. Yes. If we use this, we can make chimeric immune cells very easily, and we can destroy most cancers at once. Song Ji-hyun was completely frozen. She had almost given up on the idea with a little embarrassment when she heard Cake Gunny's answer. But Youngjun was going to break through it in such a powerful way? Can this really work? Wait. If this succeeded, what kind of world would open up? Chimeric immunotherapy was evaluated to have the potential to cure 90% of leukemia patients after it was developed. But that wasn't all. The technology that could simultaneously manipulate 40 genes of individual cells within the human body, this was DNA surgery. It was the same as a surgeon cutting open the abdomen with a scalpel, excising lesions, and administering medication, but on a molecular level instead. Chills ran down Song Ji-hyun's body. Dr. Ryu, this makes no sense. Even if you can extract a patient's immune cells and manipulate its genes in a test tube, you can't manipulate 40 of them, Cake Gunny criticized. That's right. Then how could you possibly handle 40 genes when you are indirectly using another cell and indirectly manipulating their genes within their body, where there are millions of intricately linked variables? It's because it is done in the body, Youngjun replied. As you know, immune cells cannot live long if you extract them outside the body. There is a limit to growing immune cells. The time constraint is why it is difficult to manipulate their genes outside. But it is okay since we are doing it inside the body. Instead of laying the immune cell on the surgical bed, we are doing the surgery in the immune cell's home. It is the most stable. The dendritic cell will deliver the information of about 40 genes and Ca9 to the immune cell, and Ca9 will rip apart and fix the 40 genes in the immune cell, Youngjun said. That immune cell will become the most powerful cell in the history of mankind. Lung cancer cells will not stand a chance. Forsberg was an elderly patient who was almost 90 years old. He was an NSCLC patient. It had been 3 days since hyperprogression started, and Forsberg's condition worsened every 6 hours, but a relaxed smile appeared on his thin face covered with age spots. I've long passed my supposed last day. Don't you think I did pretty well? He asked Marcus. What do you think, Marcus? I'm sorry. Marcus dropped his head like he was ashamed to see him. N/O/vel/B//n.C//OM. No, I would have administered APD if I were you, too, Forsberg replied. APD was the drug name of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. Of course, there was no such drug when I was your supervisor. It's actually for the best. Through my body, you found that this drug can cause hyperprogression in certain patients, Forsberg said. In this life, I taught at Karolinska, evaluated Nobel Prize nominees, and reported the huge counter effects of the immunotherapy that is considered to be the greatest drug today. I am satisfied in every way. Anyway, what a fascinating young man Ryu Youngjun is. Dr. Ryu. I did hear a lot about him because he is so widely known, but how did he predict hyperprogression? That's not something that can be done with ingenuity, right? Before giving Forsberg the immune checkpoint, Professor Marcus already told him everything about how Youngjun was arguing about the fatal side effects of the inhibitor, and how hyperprogression could occur if he had a mutation in a certain gene. However, Forsberg calmly accepted it. What he had said then was still fresh in Marcus' head. Nothing works on my body now. So, you were going to administer APD to me as a last resort, that was the original plan. But are you being swayed just because of a claim that one scientist is making based on theoretical reasoning? Even though he doesn't have any data yet? No matter how much of a genius scientist he is, and even though everything he says is right, you can't do that. Even if the entire world believes him, doctors have to administer drugs by trusting data, not people. Proceed with what you originally planned? It was a tough, angry scolding, but it was completely right. Still, Marcus could not use a drug so recklessly on his teacher, who taught him in training, and the master of medicine in Sweden. What if Dr. Ryu is right? Then what are you going to do? You want me to carry all the guilt if hyperprogression occurs? Forsberg replied nonchalantly to Marcus, who was arguing with his jaw clenched. This rookie is shouting at me now that he's become a professor. There is only one result if hyperprogression occurs in my body, Marcus. What do you think that is? It means that the problem Ryu Youngjun is raising has gained a powerful piece of evidence. It cost an astronomical amount of money to develop APD. Do you think that a drug like that will easily withdraw from the first line of treatment just because of some mouse experiment? People will begin to examine it seriously if side effects are reported in humans. It might take more than one person, and I am going to be the first person to start that process. It's great if I get cured, but even if I don't, I'm satisfied that I produced important clinical data for the advancement of medicine. Marcus was extremely upset, but there was nothing he could do. As he was also one of the doctors who was deeply touched by the legendary Youngjun, he was anxious that Youngjun was going to be right this time as well. In this situation, however, he needed to proceed. The results were horrendous. You are a stubborn bull, Marcus said to Forsberg. Ha ha ha. Thank you. That's a compliment, right? I was able to have this much honor in my life because I have lived my whole life like this. But I have a question, and I hope you will give me an honest answer. How much time do I have left? I think you have a week at most. A week. A faint smile appeared on Forsberg's face. It's a shame, to be honest. Looking back, I'm satisfied with my life, but it's still a shame. I would even be able to see my great-grandchild's face anymore. Would you like me to discharge you? Actually, there is one thing I have to do before I leave. What is it? Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. The VIP patient room that Forsberg was in was a single room, and since Marcus was visiting right now, there was no one else that would be coming to see him. Puzzled, Marcus opened the door. Oh. He backed away in surprise. Key members of the Royal Swedish Academy of Science had come along with their entourage, and among them was a middle-aged couple with dignity and elegance. We're here to see Professor Forsberg, said Desideria, the crown princess of the Swedish royal family. Frozen, Marcus stammered and backed away. The Swedish royal family was very simple, and they did not make gossip by luxuriating or socializing like other royal families in Europe. They didn't use their authority or boast their power because they were royals. However, she was the heir apparent to the Swedish throne. Marcus, bring them in. Marcus stepped aside and cleared the way. Thank you. Desideria thanked him and approached Forsberg with her entourage and the scientists. How are you feeling? She asked. I'm so good that I think I'll be discharged soon. I do push UPS in my spare time nowadays, Forsberg replied playfully. Desideria smiled. All the other professors are disappointed because you're not at the academy anymore, she said. Haha, my apologies. Desideria stared at Forsberg, then asked, how much time did they say you have left? Forsberg was one of the key members of the academy. The scientists of the academy and the faculty committee of Karolinska were all very close to each other. Since they had a relationship like that, the word got out quickly. There was already talk about hyperprogression and whatnot. They say a week, Forsberg replied calmly. Desideria frowned slightly. Then, sadness appeared on her face. The royal family will do whatever we can. Haha, just let me go quietly. All I want is to take my great-grandchild on a walk by Rostanga Lake. No one could say anything. There was a heavy silence in the room. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door again. All 20 people in the room turned and glanced at the door, confused. Everyone who should be here is already here, Professor Alkin of the academy mumbled. Marcus opened the door. A young, Asian man and woman, and an old man appeared. Marcus did not know who Song Ji-hyun was, but he recognized Youngjun and Cake Gunny. Dr. Ryu? Professor Cake Gunny. Marcus said with a surprised face. As Marcus spoke, Forsberg raised his head from his bed to look at the door. Dr. Ryu, he said. Is Dr. Ryu here? Forsberg leaned and tried to see Youngjun through the scientists and the crown princess. However, it wasn't easy as they were also moving and trying to see Youngjun. Why are there so many people here? Song Ji-hyun, who was surprised, quietly mumbled without realizing. It was strange that the patient room was a VIP room. All she had come to do was meet the patient, but there were over 20 visitors. Additionally, they were all wearing formal suits, and the atmosphere seemed serious. Who is the patient? You had visitors. Excuse my abruptness. Could we talk outside? Youngjun asked Marcus. Wait. Forsberg shouted. Stop, Dr. Ryu. Come here. Youngjun stared at Forsberg with a slightly puzzled look. I don't know what you are going to tell Marcus, but I want to hear it if it's related to my body, Forsberg said. The patient will be able to hear it through Professor Marcus, Youngjun replied respectfully. The treatment of a patient had to be left entirely to the primary doctor. Too many cooks would spoil the broth. It could create false hope for the patient if an outsider talked to the patient about treatment carelessly. Plus, it wasn't respectful to the primary doctor either. Youngjun was thinking of convincing Marcus to do the treatment. However, Forsberg was stubborn. I have the right to listen. Dr. Ryu, please come over here. I am not just a regular patient. I was a doctor and professor who looked after patients and taught students at Karolinska for 40 years, and I am a member of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. I know more about the lung cancer in my body than most people in the world. I am one of the greatest scientists in Sweden. Youngjun did not know this. This is the lung cancer patient Marcus was looking after. I think we can discuss it here, Dr. Ryu, Kukanai said with a smile as he looked at everyone in the room. Contemplating, Youngjun looked at Forsberg's eyes. He was an elderly scientist who was about 90 years old, but his eyes were shining with pure passion and the curiosity of a young boy. Youngjun knew that feeling. If I was sitting in that hospital bed with less than a few days left to live, and if I saw a famous scientist who has cured many incurable diseases suddenly come to see my doctor, he would also guess that there was something and be extremely curious. It would be fine if the treatment failed. He would just be so curious about what plan the scientist brought to the table. The biggest disappointment in the short time he had left may be not being able to hear the ideas Youngjun brought. All right, I will tell you here. But who are these people? Youngjun asked Marcus as he gestured at Desideria. As Marcus stammered again, Foxberg replied for him. They are my friends. You can just talk to me here because they are all trustworthy. Of course. Professor Marcus, Professor Cake Gunny, Dr. Song, this way please. Youngjun called the three people to the bed where Foxberg was lying. Cake Gunny briefly stopped in front of Desideria while walking. Scientists like that have no interest in socializing. Please understand his impoliteness of not recognizing you. Cake Gunny bowed, then went to stand beside Youngjun. Then, Youngjun's declaration fell into the room like a bomb. I can cure the patient. The great, talented scientists of the academy were here, but no one could say anything. They froze because they were so dumbfounded. How are you going to treat me? Forsberg asked. I am going to use chimeric immunotherapy. I heard you used that on a child who was suffering from liver cancer in Korea. That you did that in 3 weeks, a very short amount of time. It's true that you cut the time hugely, as it usually takes months, but you can't use it on me, Forsberg said. Dr. Ryu, I have less than a week left. It will take a week just to extract cells from my body and grow them. We won't have time to manipulate the gene, test it, and administer it to my body again. I can treat you today. Forsberg's eyes widened. Youngjun explained further about how he was going to feed Ca9 to dendritic cells, deliver that to the immune cells to manipulate the gene, and use that immune cell to destroy the cancer cells. My god. Alkan, a professor at the academy, shouted. Dr. Ryu, are you insane? A patient is not a lab mouse. What are you trying to do? Professor Cake Gunny's technology is safe, and it is a commercialized treatment that has already been approved by the FDA. The same goes for the chimeric immunotherapy. Of course, that's true. But they have never been used together like that before, right? Even 2 approved treatments may require new approval for clinical use if the action mechanism changes like this. And Ca9. Has the stability of gene scissors been proven? You are right. I have chosen a way to combine existing technologies to skip the constraint of getting approval for clinical use, but frankly, this treatment could be overturned if you challenge that part, Youngjun said with honesty. However, I am confident that this treatment will succeed. And that is why I came to convince Professor Marcus. Silence filled the room again. Sigh, I've never seen such a crazy and unusual treatment before, said Alkan. Professor Marcus, this could create legal problems if you proceed with this without approval. Marcus was deep in thought. As he picked at his lips, Foxberg spoke to him. Why are you thinking about this, Marcus? Go ahead. Professor. Some of the scientists were shocked. I'm going to die in a week anyway. I will receive Dr. Ryu's experimental treatment that combines the greatest technologies in this generation. Mr. Forsberg, are you really okay with this? Asked a bearded man with a good build. It was the Secretary General Conius. He was a permanent member who held the highest position at the academy. It's all right, Forsberg replied with a grin. I am worried that you are being too reckless with your body. Science is important, but your body is important as well, Conius said. I'm really fine. And Dr. Rias' idea is quite convincing. Both technologies are so stable that they don't need any other approvals. But since this is the first case of combining and using them together, this clinical case could conflict with medical laws. I hope you could ease them if they come up, Your Royal Highness, Forsberg said to Desideria. Song Ji-hyun flinched. It seemed like she was surprised that Desideria was a princess. Youngjun was also surprised, but it didn't really show. Forsberg added, because even if this treatment goes wrong, I don't want it to hold Dr. Ryu back. My work in the scientific community is done and I'm just reviewing Nobel Prize nominees now, but Dr. Ryu is a young scientist who has much to do. Desideria stared at Forsberg silently, then said, I will promise you in the name of the Swedish royal family. Then we will prepare the treatment to administer to the patient, said Youngjun. I look forward to it, Forsberg said with a chuckle like he found it interesting. Youngjun, who said goodbye to the scientists and the crown princess and stepped outside, headed straight to the lab. It was the lab he borrowed from Karolinska. Professor Kakegunny appeared with the dendritic cell promoting kit. On the sterile bench, Youngjun added Ka9 into the MEM solution, which was heated to 37 degrees, and mixed in the promoting kit. As they were busy with the procedure, a guest visited the lab. It was Crown Princess Desideria. She came to the lab with her security team and entourage, rang the doorbell and waited outside. She thought that she shouldn't go into the lab without authorization. When Youngjun came outside, Desideria asked him a question. Dr. Ryu, can you really cure Professor Forsberg? I didn't get the chance to ask you before because we were in front of the professors. Youngjun nodded. Of course. Please, I am asking you. He is the most important person at the academy. He sacrificed his whole life to look after patients and teach students. Forsberg was a national hero in Sweden. He was the greatest doctor in the country. He had a similar level of respect and recognition as Professor Lee Gukjong-won in Sweden. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had sacrificed his entire life for medicine. He had collapsed 5 times from overworking when he was a surgeon at Karolinska and looked after patients. He was also very open to new technologies, so he spent nights reading new papers. If he found a technology that was even a little bit more advanced than what he had, he was the first to adopt it. He wasn't just a regular doctor at a hospital, he was someone who had continuously led medicine in Sweden. He is probably well known in the pharmaceutical and biology community. Is this the first time you've seen him? Desideria asked. Ah yes, I didn't know him. I'm sorry, Youngjun replied in embarrassment. Because Dr. Ryu is young, Kakegunny, who was now behind him, said as he put his hand on his shoulder. How many people do you think would recognize Mendel if he came back alive and showed up here? Scientists do not know faces of people from the past who they haven't met in research. The scientists' pictures aren't published in the papers. I see. Desideria nodded. There was no way for Youngjun and Forsberg to meet in the research field since Forsberg had already retired and become part of the Nobel Committee when Youngjun was in graduate school. But there are a lot of professors in my age group that know Professor Forsberg, even though medical doctors are quite different from scientists in pharmacology and biology, Kakegunny said. Desideria added, Professor Forsberg is one of 18 lifetime members of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. If you cure him, the royal family of Sweden and the Academy will be deeply grateful to you both. N/O/vel/B/C//OM. Youngjun nodded. I will make sure to succeed. *****. It was early in the morning. The dendritic cell promoter, a monumental masterpiece made by Kakegunny, was created. Usually, they included a material that was like a map to find cancer cells in the promoter, but this time, Ka9 was added. Additionally, information about the structure of 14 genes was added into the promoter in the form of RNA. We will begin. Marcus injected the treatment into Forsberg's veins with trembling hands. Can you check it? Youngjun was observing it, but with Rosaline. I will turn on synchronization mode for you. The substances flowing in Forsberg's veins were expanded enormously and created an image in Youngjun's retina. Time had slowed down. He was able to slowly observe the molecular phenomenon in synchronization mode, which could distinguish picoseconds and angstroms. Like a rocket was docking at the space station, one RNA molecule attached to one Ka9. This RNA was a map for finding the target gene. For this treatment, 14 types of RNA were added. It was to manipulate 14 genes. Ka9 would find the target location with the RNA map and cut it. PSHHH. With the sound of the phospholipid disintegrating, the promoter knocked on the dendritic cell membrane. Like it was being engulfed softly in bubbles, the Ka9 moved into the cell. The dendritic cell began packaging the Ka9 in a substance called MHC. The package popped up to the cell's surface again, and then made contact with an immune cell that was floating nearby. There was no way, but Youngjun felt like he could hear the cells talking to each other. It's a new antibody. The dendritic cell handed the Ka9 over to the immune cells. I will check it. The immune cell swallowed up the Ka9. At that moment, the Ka9, which had infiltrated the cell, suddenly became active and moved to the immune cell's DNA. The Ka9 read the RNA map and searched the huge library of genetic material that contained 3 billion letters. At last, it found the target gene, E1K. Snip. Ka9 cut the gene where E1K was located. The cutting of DNA, the core of biological processes, was a very serious thing for immune cells. The DNA repair mechanism was activated in the immune cell. However, a few bases that came with Ka9 interfered with the repair. It was like cutting a knee with torn cartilage with a scalpel and putting in metal pins. The DNA was torn apart, and a portion of the gene variant was put in and left to heal naturally. A much larger amount of E1K poured out of the newly formed and edited gene. The immune cells were moving differently now. Whoosh! They traveled through the blood vessels and ran towards the tumor rapidly. Beep! A signal came from the tumor. It was a PDL1 signal that stopped immune cells. Ting, ting, ting. However, the substances that the tumor was pushing out could not pierce the immune cell membrane and just bounced off. Boom! The immune cell crashed into the tumor and began to dig deep into the interior. T-cell infiltration. Youngjun wanted to eat some popcorn while watching the biological process he had learned from textbooks. It was as thrilling as an action movie. Pa! The perforin secreted by the immune cell blasted away 3 cancer cells. As their cell membranes had been broken, they became slimy and collapsed. Crash! 3 more cancer cells were destroyed by another shot. It's not going to take long. It was more powerful than Youngjun had expected. It was even more effective than the chimeric immunotherapy that he used on Li Yuna. It had to be, as the immune cell had 14 edited genes, even excluding E1K, it had 13 additional target genes to improve the power of the immune cells. These genes enhanced tumor attraction, resisted the inhibitory substances secreted by the tumor, increased the ability to penetrate into the tumor, or increased the amount and power of cytotoxic substances released to destroy the tumor. I can edit up to 40 genes in immune cells at once when I use Professor Kakegun's method. Youngjun had only targeted 14 genes to minimize the risk of side effects, but it was already powerful. I should optimize this technology and push for commercialization once the cancer lab is done in America. Youngjun may really conquer one day. He stopped synchronization mode. The last thing that he saw were tens of thousands of immune cells swarming toward the tumor. The conference was over. The scientists at Agen or Abio had already returned to Korea, or they were enjoying their vacation and traveling all over Europe. However, Youngjun was still at Karolinska. It was the last day of reviewing the Nobel Prize nominees. The final decision was going to be submitted to the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences tonight. Of course, the biggest issue was the counter effect of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. I explained the mechanism in which it occurs through lab mice. But now, the mouse experiment isn't that important. Since a clinical case was reported, said Professor Heracker. Jamie Anderson gulped. The hyperprogression that occurred in Forsberg's body was a huge shock to Oliver, the inventor of the immune checkpoint inhibitor, and to him as well. But this is only the first case. And we don't really know if the patient had a mutation in EGFR, right? Jamie said. Judges, the immune checkpoint inhibitor has been administered to many patients, but this is the first time hyperprogression has occurred. It is ridiculous to devalue an important drug like this just because of a single incident. I am not saying that we should not use immune checkpoint inhibitors. Of course, it is still valuable and an important drug, Youngjun said. But it can induce hyperprogression in patients with EGFR mutations. In that sense, it is true that the value decreases a little in terms of versatility. Jamie Anderson clenched his jaw and glared at Youngjun. The immune checkpoint inhibitor was developed at the Cold Spring Laboratory, and the director of that lab was Jamie Anderson. He put his name as a corresponding author on every paper published from there. What this meant was that the value of the immune checkpoint inhibitor decreasing also impacted Jamie Anderson. The things that Dr. Ryu has said still require additional experiments and cross-examination, said Jamie Anderson. That is true since it says that less than 10% of the papers in Science or Nature will survive 50 years later. I might be wrong, so we must cross-examine it. When the paper is published, many scientists will test the relationship between immune checkpoint inhibitors and EGFR genes. But Dr. Ryu, we can't delay the Nobel Prize until then, can we? We can't cancel the Nobel Prize just because of one clinical case and mouse experiment. Professor Oliver should receive the award. Jamie Anderson was being stubborn. The Karolinska professors sighed worriedly and glanced at the two of them. They were Swedish, and they were doctors. Not just any doctor, but doctors at Karolinska. Here, Forsberg was a legendary person, and they were obviously uncomfortable with the immune checkpoint inhibitor that had destroyed him. As such, they were already leaning towards Youngjun and Kakegun, but Jamie Anderson did not back down easily. The confrontation lasted for a moment. Then, sorry, I'm late. Marcus, who was one of the judges, came in. Surprisingly, he was pushing a wheelchair. It was Forsberg. Professor? Surprised, the Karolinska professors all bolted up. Should you be out like this? They asked, worried. It's fine. I am recovering quite quickly, Forsberg said with a chuckle as if he was in a good mood. He stared at Youngjun, then turned to face Jamie Anderson. It's been a while, Anderson. Yes, it has. How are you feeling? Jamie Anderson asked with a frown. Ha ha ha. I trusted your name and used the immune checkpoint inhibitor, but I almost died. But Professor Kakegun and Dr. Ryu Youngjun saved me, Forsberg replied. Then, he asked the professors, so, how is the process going? Who are you leaning towards? Professor Forsberg has no right to participate in the judging process, Jamie Anderson said firmly. Oh, of course I don't. I just asked because I was curious. I have no intention of interfering with the process. However, Director Anderson, you know what? My right as a lifetime member of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences has not been suspended. Lifetime means until I die, but I'm still alive thanks to Dr. Ryu and Professor Kakegun. When the review is complete, the Karolinska Nobel Conference will vote, then present a letter to His Majesty the King that includes the name and achievements of the final selected candidate, saying that we should give the Nobel Prize to this person, Forsberg said. If I'm lucky, I think I will read that letter beside His Majesty as well. I think I will be able to leave the hospital quickly at this rate. Jamie Anderson grit his teeth. Forsberg smiled. And Director Anderson, I think I am going to be suspicious of whether it was due to racism if someone is eliminated, so I hope you make a wise decision and present the letter. One a very famous and well-respected doctor in Korea. Youngjun received a text message from Song Ji-hyun on the way out of the Nobel Prize review debate. There's a place that sells Swedish food near the Rostanga Lake. Do you want to go together? He was leaving in a few days. Youngjun came to Sweden to see Cake Gunny and attend other scientists' lectures, but looking back, he barely had time to look around as he did experiments, made a new technology, and published a paper here. Sure. Youngjun sent a reply. The review debate happened to have just ended. He drove to Rostanga Lake. He had arrived when the evening sunset was still lingering on the lake's surface. Song Ji-hyun had already ordered a dish and was waiting at the restaurant. It was a traditional Swedish dish made with pickled herrings as the main component. Professor Forsberg recommended this restaurant, Song Ji-hyun said. Really? Yes. He told me about it when I went with Professor Marcus to analyze immune cell activity in his blood, she replied. Actually, Forsberg pestered Song Ji-hyun about her and Youngjun's relationship, saying that it was natural for young, charming, and passionate scientists to fall in love as they studied together. Then, Forsberg recommended this restaurant to her in a playful voice. He told her to spend time with Youngjun and not spend all their time working here. Song Ji-hyun did not tell Youngjun about this backstory. I found out after coming here that Nordic food has a bit of a hearty taste to it, said Youngjun. Song Ji-hyun nodded. Since cooking methods have developed for stored food because of the cold and barren environment. Do you know surströmming? Fermented herring? Song Ji-hyun frowned like it was painful to even think about. It is a Swedish food, but apparently it's also pretty controversial here because of its reputation. I heard it's like fermented stingray. Should we order it? Youngjun asked. Let's not take on anything we can't handle. Horrified, Song Ji-hyun stopped him. She didn't want to have a conversation with him in this good atmosphere while smelling like fermented herring. Okay, Youngjun replied. Actually, he didn't bring up surströmming because he wanted to eat it. I am curious. Rosaline, who was walking around near the table, said. You make surströmming by sealing salted herring into a can without sterilization. As fermentation progresses, it becomes naturally sterilized as oxygen decreases and carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and carboxylic acid products increase. However, those gases are released when it is opened. That is what causes the stench. Aren't you curious about a powerful gas mixture that can sterilize microorganisms? Not here. Go look at it in the kitchen. There aren't any open cans in the kitchen. Rosaline climbed down from the chair, complaining. As they continued with their meal, Song Ji-hyun said, but I like that Swedish food has a lot of food with fish, potatoes, and beans. Do you like them? No. Actually I'm on a vegetarian diet. Really? Youngjun tilted his head in puzzlement as it was unexpected. I remember you enjoying the steak before. It hasn't been long. But why, all of a sudden? Is it for your health? No. Then, is it for animal rights? It's because of food production efficiency. They say that 20 times more land resources are consumed to produce meat compared to grain production. I see. But I don't criticize people who eat meat or anything. I actually want to eat it, too. Song Ji-hyun laughed in embarrassment. It's just that everyone chooses different things. It's not like there's a chance that the hunger crisis in underdeveloped countries will be solved just because I don't eat meat, right? It's just for my satisfaction. I chose that satisfaction over eating meat. And I eat fish for that same reason. She pointed to the herring. I see. I understand. It would be good if the cultured meat technology developed faster, Youngjun said as he put some herring on his plate. Cultured meat technology was artificially creating meat from laboratory culture dishes. This was already quite advanced, and there were labs that actually made hamburgers with this. However, the cost of production was unimaginable, since it cost almost 1 million won to make the patties for a Big Mac. Wouldn't it be possible to end the hunger crisis if the cultured meat technology advances and plant seeds become reformed enough? Song Ji-hyun said. Maybe, and even if it's not about the hunger crisis, we need this technology. The moment when population growth exceeds food production will come soon, Youngjun said. Yes. I saw a FAO report that it will come in about 20 years. So, there seem to be some attempts to use bugs as protein. When that time comes, maybe surströmming will not be available. Yeah. If we could reform cultured meat technology and grow meat on a plate quickly. Oh, Youngjun shouted all of a sudden. Hyperprogression? What? We can use hyperprogression. That made a tumor double in size in 6 hours. If we apply that growth speed to cultured meat cells. Oh, Song Ji-hyun's eyes widened. I should test it when I get back. One of the fun things about science was that there was no telling how a new discovery would be used in the future. Hyperprogression, a tumor proliferation phenomenon that threatened human life, was a target of eradication in the context of anti-cancer drug development. However, extracting only the cell growth mechanism from hyperprogression and applying it to cultured meat technology could result in increasing production. It is possible, Rosaline said. Actually, that is not very difficult compared to curing cancer. You can make meat from grilled pork skin 1 to prime hanwoo 2 hanger steak. However, this could lead to a war with the livestock industry if he messed with this. But do you have time to work on that? Song Ji-hyun asked. Well, I can make the time. A cancer conference is happening in the United States soon, right? You will probably be invited because you attacked the immune checkpoint inhibitor. Well, probably. It's going to be a mess. But I might not be invited because the paper might not be published until then, since it will take months, Youngjun said. Unlike Youngjun's expectation that it was going to take months, the paper was published in 3 days. This was an unusual speed even considering that Youngjun, who had published numerous papers in science, was the corresponding author on numerous papers in science. This was because the paper did not undergo any review or editing process. Normally, a paper went through the following when it was sent to a journal. 1. Peer review. In this stage, the manuscript was sent to prominent scientists in the field for evaluation. Other scientists could ask for further experiments on wrong or confusing parts of the paper. 2. Revision. The authors of the paper revised and improved the paper by conducting additional experiments at the request of fellow scientists and the editor. 3. Preparation to be published in the chosen journal. In this stage, the final, completed paper went under another review. After evaluating whether the authors fulfilled their fellow scientists' requests or not, the paper was edited and published in the journal. These 3 stages took a couple of months to over a year. However, Samuel, the chief editor for Science, boldly skipped it entirely. This paper reports on the immune checkpoint inhibitor's fatal counter effect. As this drug has already been commercialized and is currently being used in many hospitals, informing the risk of the treatment was judged to be the top priority. As such, the peer review and editing process was omitted, and the draft manuscript was published. This news was like an exploding bomb hitting Oliver, Jamie Anderson, and the Cold Spring Laboratory. Cancer expert scientists and executives of pharmaceutical companies all over the world read this shocking paper with interest. I knew it. I knew something was wrong with that. Look, David, the CEO of Johnson & Johnson, said as he showed the directors the paper. I said that we shouldn't buy the patent for the inhibitor, right? I said that something felt off. I knew this would happen. But there's talk about Mr. A. The clinical patient that hyperprogression occurred in was Professor Forsberg, said Benter, the CTO of Johnson & Johnson. That grandpa was still alive? David asked while squinting. Apparently. But he's probably done with if hyperprogression occurred. But why am I not hearing anything when the master of Europe's medicine has fallen? Apparently, he didn't die, Benter replied. But hyperprogression occurred? And if you look at the published date, the tumor is probably in the kilograms right now. This isn't for sure, but apparently Dr. Ryu treated him. There were goosebumps on David's head. He cured what? Dr. Ryu cured the tumor undergoing hyperprogression in an 88-year-old elderly patient who had end-stage lung cancer. Wait, I know Dr. Ryu has done unexplainable things before, but this is he got rid of end-stage cancer in a young kid, and now he got rid of lung cancer in an elderly patient who is almost 90? Hyperprogression? It's still just a rumor. But apparently, Dr. Ryu wrote that in the paper and published it in Science. Apparently, Samuel dances when he comes to work now. Wait. Dr. Ryu is building a BIOS cancer lab beside the National Cancer Institute, right? How is that going? It's almost done. Nov. L.B//JNN. Then, do you think he's going to work on it more at the National Cancer Institute and commercialize that technology? There's a good possibility he will. Damn it. We have a small share of that cancer lab, right? We got a little on the condition of giving up chimeric immunotherapy, Johnson & Johnson's future livelihood. What a relief. I contemplated it at the time, but I guess that was the best I could do. Maybe a world where we are free from cancer will really come. David let out a sigh of relief. Wait. Director Benter, if Dr. Ryu cured Forsberg, is he in Sweden right now? Probably. I heard that he went to Judge Cake Gunny and Oliver. Shit, are you saying that he ripped apart the immune checkpoint inhibitor in Oliver's face as Jamie Anderson was watching? Aren't you excited for the next cancer conference? Let's bring some popcorn. ******. It was the first week of October. Youngjun attended the Nobel Prize ceremony. The professors chose the final candidate and sent a letter to the King of Sweden. Now, it was obvious that Cake Gunny was going to receive the award, since they didn't have to worry about Jamie Anderson thanks to Science publishing the paper first. Cake Gunny received all the votes. It was as Youngjun predicted. Professor Harriet read the award letter. Your Majesty, and ladies, and gentlemen. The Royal Karolinska Institute is very pleased to have selected Dr. Cake Gunny, a pioneer in immunology and currently the most distinguished scientist in the field. Although his work for this prize is only a part of his research, Dr. Cake Gunny has led advances in medicine for the past few decades. As such, by discovering the mechanism by which immune cells migrate to the tumor, he marked an important milestone in the upcoming era of cancer immunotherapy. The indirect activation of immune cells using dendritic cells has also shown powerful therapeutic effects. Since it was the Nobel Prize, the letter itself took more than 10 minutes. The ABio and AGen scientists who used their time off and were still in Sweden were in the hall. They had come to see it as it was a public event and anyone could attend. Youngjun heard the announcement with Song Ji-hyun and the other employees. However, something shocking happened after Cake Gunny received the award. Suddenly, King Hubertus of Sweden grabbed the mic. In the final stages of selecting the Nobel Prize recipient, there was the birth of a new technology based on Dr. Cake Gunny's dendritic cell bypass immunity promotion method. It hasn't been published as a paper yet, but Dr. Forsberg here, a lifetime member of the Academy, destroyed end-stage lung cancer thanks to that technology, he said. The faculty committee of the Karolinska Institute told me that the invention of this new technology was extremely important in the process of selecting the Nobel Prize recipient. And I heard that Dr. Ryu Youngjun conducted the key research in developing this technology. The Swedish monarch and the Karolinska Institute evaluated the possibility of co-awarding the Nobel Prize. However, there are rules such as the Nobel Prize being awarded with a focus on the base research, and only candidates registered in the previous year being able to be selected as co-recipients. Everyone turned to look at Youngjun as he was brought up. Hubertus said, "We thought about an unusual way to change the rules, but we were concerned that receiving the award like that right now could reduce the value of the Nobel Prize that Dr. Ryu may receive in the future. This is because the authority and the value of the Nobel Prize will only shine if it is difficult to receive. For this reason, despite the infinite appreciation of the Swedish monarch, it is difficult under the current law to award the Nobel Prize to Dr. Ryu." In response, the Swedish monarch has looked for other ways. Youngjun was baffled at the unexpected turn of events. All the scientists and dignitaries in the hall were already focused on Youngjun. The reporters were done taking pictures of Cake Gunny and were focusing on getting pictures of the king and Youngjun. What are they going to do? Staring directly at Youngjun, who was baffled, Hubertus said, in recognition of saving the life of Dr. Forsberg, the greatest doctor and scientist in this generation, and for reporting the adverse effects of new and existing treatments, the Swedish monarch has decided to award Dr. Ryu the Seraphim Medal, the greatest honor of the Swedish monarch, and the title of Duke. At the same time, Dr. Ryu Youngjun is an honorary citizen of Sweden from now on, and the Swedish monarch and the government promise to do our best to protect Dr. Ryu's rights in the country. 1. A popular Korean barbecue meat made of marinated or salted pork skin. 2. A breed of cattle native to Korea that is very expensive. There were 4 medals that the Swedish monarch gave: the Seraphim Medal, the Medal of the Sword, the Polar Star Medal, and the Vasa Medal. The monarch began awarding medals to several important figures from the mid-18th century. The Order of the Vasa was the lowest, and the Royal Order of the Seraphim was the highest. The Royal Order of the Seraphim was only awarded to foreign heads of state or to the Swedish royal family, so it was very unusual for a foreign individual who had nothing to do with state affairs. Youngjun froze as he had not expected this at all. "I am only announcing this since today is for presenting the Nobel Prize. We will make a separate arrangement to award Dr. Ryu Youngjun the Royal Order of the Seraphim," said Hubertus. A few days later, Youngjun received the Royal Order of the Seraphim at the Royal Palace. It was 2 days before his flight out. The medal was a beautiful and carefully crafted object that lived up to its reputation. The chains on the medal were made of gold, and it was composed of 11 blue Eastern Orthodox crosses and 11 seraphim. The badge of the medal was a cross plated with enamel. 4 seraphim and IHS were attached to the cross, and a crown was at the top. Hubertus wrapped a sash around Youngjun's right shoulder and hung the chain on his neck. The Knights of the Royal Order of the Seraphim were given the duty of overseeing large Swedish hospitals, including the Seraphim Hospital in Stockholm in the 18th century, she said. Now, it's done by doctors, of course. However, looking back on that tradition, you can say that it means a lot in medicine. It is an honor to present such a medal to Dr. Ryu. The photos of the ceremony were soon published in the news as breaking news. It was obvious for everyone to wonder how Youngjun received such a major medal. And naturally, news about how Forsberg's lung cancer occurred and how it was treated was published as well. There were more voices from the academic community that asked for objective data on the dendritic cell bypassed immunotherapy. Samuel, the chief editor of Science, quietly revealed Youngjun's paper in advance when it was still in peer review. By first reporting the most powerful treatments that have the potential to cure extreme cases of cancer, we attempt to improve the possibility of treatment for end-stage cancer patients who may lose their chance. However, everyone could tell that Samuel was making excuses. He was just striking while the iron was still hot, since everything would have died down when the paper was released after the normal process. Media around the world, including CNN and Fox News, were releasing news articles with Forsberg's name embedded in the title. The Cancer Conqueror, Dr. Ryu. That was the headline for CNN. They wrote big, provocative titles like this and put Youngjun's photo on the front cover. Damn. Youngjun felt a lot of pressure as he watched the news at a hole in Solna, Sweden, late at night. I'm not even close to conquering cancer. However, a scientist's perspective and the expectations of the public were different. Lung cancer and pancreatic cancer were both very difficult to treat, but Youngjun had managed to cure end-stage lung cancer in a 90-year-old patient when hyperprogression had occurred. From the perspective of regular people, it looked like no one would die from cancer in just a few months. Wow, this is crazy. He's on another level. Honestly, isn't Sweden getting on the Ryu Youngjun gravy train? Giving him citizenship and stuff. He went to Sweden for a conference, borrowed their lab at their university, and then made a new technology there? In 2 weeks? Wow, is he human? Don't people just easily write papers for science? During vacation? 1 every week? The Seraphim Medal was awarded to President Lim Yeon-hu once as well. Don't call him a genius anymore. Maybe super genius or ultra genius. 1. If you look at the Swedish king's speech, it seems like it's a given that he'll get the Nobel Prize in the future. Nothing is probably finalized now since it's a year later. But there's probably a high possibility if Ryu Youngjun did that much. If he conquers cancer, they're going to have to make a Nobel Prize by hand and give it to him. Youngjun turned off his phone and put it on the table. The airport is probably going to be full of reporters, right? Rosaline asked. I would think so, Youngjun replied dryly as he got ready to go to bed. Are you nervous? The most nervous I've been in my life is when I used the chimeric immunotherapy and Shelly cure on Lee Yuna without you. Back then, I seriously felt like I was going to vomit every time I ate for weeks, but after that, I don't feel very nervous no matter what I do. Then, it's alright. But I am a little worried. I wonder what it will be like this time since Korea always makes such a huge deal when something good happens that it's pressuring. Rosaline popped out of Youngjun's body. With her red hair flowing in the air like waves, Rosaline walked up to the hotel room window. Then, she quickly turned to look at Youngjun. Can I go out for a bit? This late? Morning and night mean little to me, I guess. Do what you want. Thank you. I want to take in more of this city before we go back. Rosaline jumped off the window. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the afternoon of the next day, Youngjun, who arrived at Incheon Airport, faced a huge number of reporters as expected. He answered as politely as possible as questions poured in with the flood of camera flashes, but it seemed like it wasn't going to stop soon. I think we're going to have to go now, Youngjun said to the reporters. Let's go. The K-Cop's security team opened the way for him. Youngjun quietly followed Kim Chul-kwan's muscular back and escaped the swarm of reporters. He climbed onto the back of the car and massaged his eyes, which were full of exhaustion. I would rather develop new technology and write papers. I don't know what to say in interviews, and my eyes hurt from the camera flashes. Should I drive to your house? Kim Chul-kwan asked. It was already Friday afternoon. Even if he went to the company right now, it would be the end of day when he arrived. I don't have to go right now since it'll only be pressuring everyone. Youngjun nodded. Please drive to my house. He spent nearly a month in Sweden as he attended the conference, conducted experiments, and reviewed the Nobel Prize nominees. His house, which he hadn't been to in a long time, was the same as before, but it somehow became unfamiliar in just a month. Hey, Ryu Ji-won, who was on her computer in her room, popped out into the living room. Yay, I'm back, Youngjun said as he threw his bag on the living room couch. Show me the medal. Is that the first thing you're going to say to me? Is it real gold? I don't know. Bite it and see for yourself. Youngjun took out the medal case from his bag and gave it to her. Ji-won, where's mom and dad? He asked. They're on a trip. A trip? They went to Jeju Island. Ryu Ji-won put the medal around her neck and played around, looking in the mirror and taking selfies. Oh, right, she said all of a sudden. She ran to sit beside Youngjun and opened her phone. Do you know about this? I don't, but do I have to know? Youngjun replied while laying down on the couch like he didn't care. Look at this. The Blue House is thinking of awarding you with a medal. Kek. Youngjun coughed. What are you talking about? That makes me exhausted already. The idea is being criticized by the public already. They're saying that it's just a free gift that they give to public officials when they retire. They shouldn't be proud when they are giving you something that is given out as an annual event to high-ranking officials. How they are so slow in giving you a medal when you have done so much that they are imitating Sweden. Just don't do anything since it's so embarrassing. Youngjun covered his forehead with his hand like he was getting a headache. They're not going to make me come to the Blue House to get that, right? Why, are you too lazy? To be honest, I was too lazy to get the Seraphim medal, too. I had to stay there 2 more days because of that. Well, I guess you wouldn't care about a medal since you're a workaholic who doesn't date anyone or meet his friends. It's not like you're dating anyone. It's been a while since you went to university, but you've still never dated anyone. Me? Ha, man. Youngjun scoffed like she was baffled. You're belittling me, huh? Hey, I'm Yoongyun University's scandal maker. Of course, I'm single now, but you're getting to an age where you should be thinking of settling down, but I'm worried that you will miss all the good opportunities because of your work. Worrying about your brother and all, how much you've grown. I raised you well. A lot of my sunbez are fans of you. Do you want me to set you up? Nov, L, B / JNN. If they are your sunbez, they're in their mid-20s at most. Weren't they freshmen when I was a ta? There are some people who are older than you because of the extreme lack of jobs. They are the fossils among the fossils too. Since minors who graduated high school early are a crime, they are off limits. We have various age groups prepared for you, from the age of 20 to early 30s. Do you have any preferences, sir? My preference is 1000 microliter pipette. What is that? A lab tool. Man, you are no fun. Oh. Ryu Ji-won's eyes widened like she thought of something. Or do you have someone you are dating right now? That person? What was it, Dr. Song Ji-hyun? No. Youngjun denied it, but Ryu Ji-won squinted and smiled creepily. Anyways, are you going to take it if the Blue House gives it to you? I don't care, but how are they going to look if I decline? I have to take it anyway, but I'm going to America soon. America? In 2 weeks. I have to attend the American Cancer Conference. I'm going to Pennsylvania. Wow. Ryu Ji-won's eyes shone in admiration. You keep going to conferences. I got an invitation email yesterday. The American Cancer Conference was a conference that was held annually by the American Association for Cancer Research, the AACR. It was the largest conference in cancer research, and there was particularly more important content this year. First of all, the ABio Cancer Lab was finished. The US government also rushed the process a little and finished it a week earlier. Of course, Youngjun was the reason. The US government had decided that it would be better to report on the launch of a cancer lab at the cancer conference if possible and use Youngjun to announce what kind of research would be conducted there in the future. Second, a grand debate was going to be held on the life or death of the immune checkpoint inhibitor, which was the best hope for cancer treatment. This drug seemed dangerous in patients who had EGFR mutations. Then, how would it behave with other gene mutations? Should this drug be discarded now, or could it be used in the future if it was controlled strictly? Jamie Anderson, who was utterly humiliated in Sweden, was probably going to prepare the big guns. The Cold Spring Laboratory was going to mobilize all the data possible to protect the immune checkpoint inhibitors. This was an important point of focus. And the third, most important reason was that Youngjun was coming. He was the person who invented the first treatment with incredible efficacy for pancreatic cancer, one of the worst diseases of mankind. He was the one who worked with Song Ji-hyun to develop Chelicure, the liver cancer cure of the century, and cured end-stage liver cancer that had metastasized to the bones. He was also the one who used dendritic cell bypass immunity promotion to cure hyperprogressing end-stage lung cancer in an 88-year-old elderly patient. The title of cancer conqueror that CNN gave Youngjun seemed a bit much, but it wasn't wrong as he was actually conquering cancer. There were much more registrations for lectures than usual. The original joke is don't call him Shinji anymore. Maybe Manji or Ukji. Shinji is Korean for genius, but Chun also means 1000. Man and UK are 10,000 and 100,000 respectively. The author is making a joke that he is 10 times, 100 times, smarter than genius. Two people who have stayed in school longer than they should have are called fossils. It had been a while since Youngjun came to ABio. As he held meetings that were delayed with each team, he found out something surprising. We succeeded, said Shin Ji-myung after he opened the presentation. Bae Sun-mi, Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim, and Koh Sun-yeol's chest was puffed up with pride. No wonder. You were all so triumphant when you walked in here that I knew something happened. Youngjun smiled. Great work, life creation team. Could you explain the data please? As requested, Shin Ji-myung went over the slides one by one. Our team had two goals, one was to make a liver organoid, and the other was to expand the small intestine organoid that we succeeded in growing last time to produce an artificial organ. Youngjun nodded. We succeeded in the liver organoid a few times, but the experimental results were shaky because it required such difficult techniques. So, we couldn't say that we finished it. It was something that Rosaline could not help with, as those difficult techniques were so simple and easy for Rosaline. She could manipulate every muscle fiber in Youngjun's hand and do an experiment so intricately as if she were carving a jewel. However, this had to be commercialized. Rosaline couldn't borrow Youngjun's arms and do all the experiments for all the patients at the next generation hospital. The only way was to decrease the difficulty of the techniques so that regular scientists could do it. But our team worked a lot with diagnostic device development at Lab 1, right? When we were working there, we saw that the diagnostic device department has a very powerful robot arm. A robot arm? You've probably never seen it. It's deep inside the department, and it's a robot arm in a big hood that can hold a pipette. The picture of the equipment showed up when Shin Ji-myung went to the next slide. A claw machine-like robot arm was inside a huge sterile hood. The diagnostic device department said that they used equipment like this to create microcircuits because they designed microchips, Shin Ji-myung said. But no matter how intricate a robot arm is, it's difficult for it to be more precise than your hands, Youngjun said. There were a lot of cases where robot arms were used for experiments, but its precision wasn't as high as one expected. They were usually used to carry out simple, repetitive tasks, not for precision. However, like he was prepared for this question, he answered, not this equipment. This is the newest model developed by an American company called Autotron, and it's more precise than a human hand. It can control things up to the nanometer. Really? But it's pretty expensive. 2.1 billion won. Director Kim bought something very expensive. Yeah. So, we asked Lab 1 for their cooperation and experimented with this robot arm. The results boom. 20 out of 20 tries succeeded. Shin Ji-myung showed Youngjun the liver organoid creation data, which was organized in an Excel sheet. So, it's possible to create a liver organoid if we buy a 2.1 billion won equipment. Yes. Alright. Well, buy one for our hospital. Let's harvest tissue from patients who come to our hospital with liver problems and make organoids for customized treatment. Before, the same drug was prescribed to patients who suffered from some kind of liver disease. It worked well in some patients, but it didn't in some. Of course, the patients suffered a great deal during the trial and error of testing out drugs one by one. However, it was completely different if they could make organoids. They could create a liver organoid of the patient as they administered the first drug. This liver organoid was a mini experimental liver that had the exact characteristics of the patient's actual liver. Then, they could treat it with the second and third drugs they were planning to administer. This was a future technology of medicine called precision medicine. Only the small intestine organoid is being used in the ABio Next Generation Hospital, right? Youngjun asked. That's right. Nov, L, B / JNN. Good. This was difficult, but you succeeded. Great work. Should we plan our next goal? Before that, we have to report on something else we succeeded in, Shin Ji-myung said boastfully. Another one. We succeeded in enlarging the small intestine organoid. Youngjun's jaw dropped. He hadn't analyzed this work with Rosaline, and he hadn't given them any information on it. How? In order to enlarge it before the tissue was destroyed, there was a need to increase the number of cells and grow the tissue by promoting cell division. Probably, but how? We used hyperprogression. Hyperprogression? Youngjun asked. Park Dong-hyun, who seemed like he couldn't hold it in any longer, interrupted. Ha, sir. I pitched the idea. Watching your work in Sweden and the report on hyperprogression, I thought that maybe we could grow an organoid to the size of an artificial organ if we quickly grow the tissue and enlarge it by using EGFR well. And you succeeded? Chen Jimyong moved on to the next slide. A cylindrical tissue that was in a three-dimensional cell culture appeared. It was the first ever artificial organ in humanity. Oh my god. Perhaps these people would have been the true geniuses if Youngjun didn't have Rosaline. What state have these people reached as they went through all kinds of experiments and trial and error at the life creation department? Could we use this to treat patients with short bowel syndrome? Severe dyspepsia occurred in cases where more than half of the small intestine was removed by surgery. This was called short bowel syndrome. Babies who were born with intestinal production or rotation problems also suffered from short bowel syndrome as they had to resect their small intestines. Short bowel syndrome was quite common as it occurred in 24 people out of 100,000. Not only did quality of life decrease significantly, but it showed a 30% mortality rate in children. I think it will be possible, Chen Jimyong said. Good. Youngjun took a few sips of his coffee. I have a proposal for everyone. A proposal? Let's go to the American Cancer Conference together. All of a sudden, Bei Sunmi asked like she didn't understand. Why does a liver organoid and an artificial small intestine lead to a cancer conference? Chen Jimyong was confused. There's someone there you should meet. I'm thinking of starting a new project, and I need your help. *****. 2 weeks after preparing for a few things, Youngjun and the life creation team arrived in the city of Philadelphia in the northeastern United States. This region was one of the greatest bases in life science. Behind Philadelphia was the New York branch of Nature, one of its largest branches, and the American Association for Cancer Research. In Maryland, a little southwest of here, there was a huge institution called the National Institute for Health. It was a national institution that oversaw healthcare and health-related policies in the United States. There were 20,000 employees, and they had research capabilities that could easily overpower most universities, labs, and pharmaceutical companies. Above all, the National Cancer Institute, one of 11 affiliated organizations, was here. It comprehensively coordinated national cancer-related projects and directly conducted or supported all research and training of scientists related to cancer prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. Additionally, there was an organization called the National Center for Biotechnology Information. The database that this organization held was a sort of textbook for scientists all over the world. If this place disappeared, research in all of biology could be stopped. That was how powerful their database was. And it's only an hour's drive from the American Cancer Research Association in Philadelphia to the national institutions in Maryland, said Youngjun as they moved. It's very close, right? That's how concentrated all the US resources involved in cancer research are in this region. The closer you are with them, the more convenient it is to borrow their resources. And did ABio enter the land of opportunity? That's right. The ABio Cancer Laboratory was built inside the US National Institute of Health in Maryland. It's a separate institution, but it will be very easy to work with them since we're in the middle of the organization, Youngjun said. But where are we going right now? Young Harim asked. The conference starts tomorrow, but we have someone to meet today. Someone to meet? All the team members stared at Youngjun in curiosity. They are a little high-ranking, but there's no need to be nervous. You just have to act like you usually do. Are we going to see Jamie Anderson or something? How is Jamie Anderson high-ranking? Youngjun laughed. Park Dong-hyun glanced at Kim Chul-kwan, who was sitting with them in the limousine. He looked very nervous. Where is this car going? Bei Sunmi asked. We're going to Washington, D.C., Youngjun said. The life creation team assumed the person they were meeting was going to have a high position since Youngjun referred to them as high-ranking, but this was simply beyond imagination. The car that the K-Cops security team was driving went into the White House. They took the life creation team, who were frozen in shock, and escorted Youngjun into the meeting room. It's been a while, Dr. Ryu. James Holdren, the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy of the United States, stood up and greeted him. Youngjun lightly hugged him and introduced the life creation team. They are scientists from our lab. Nice to meet you. In order, James shook hands with Chen Jimyong, Bei Sunmi, Park Dong-hyun, Young Harim, and Koh Soon-yeol. This is Dr. Collins, the director of the National Health Institute. Then, James introduced someone new to Youngjun. He was a friendly old man with white hair and glasses. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Ryu Youngjun. Youngjun shook hands with him. Then, shall we talk business? All the scientists here knew what the treatment method Youngjun used in Sweden meant. Dr. Ryu, I will ask you frankly. Please answer me honestly. The dendritic cell bypassed chimeric immunotherapy, can we conquer all cancers if we develop that? James asked. I believe it will be possible. James and Collins had a look of joy on their faces. Of course, it won't happen overnight. I think it will take a few years. A few years? That's not a big deal when we're conquering cancer. James laughed. Youngjun began explaining. We used 14 genes when we treated the lung cancer patient in Sweden, and that was a customized treatment for the patient. Customized? Yes. As such, even if we use my technology, if the patient's genes change, the prescription to treat that changes as well. The technology that I made is gene surgery in immune cells. It's a fundamental technology. considering the period when surgery was developed for the first time, the baffling idea of cutting away the tumor and stitching up the belly had tremendous therapeutic potential. However, very obviously, they had to figure out how much of the lung to resect, what happened when the liver was resected, how dangerous short bowel syndrome was when the intestine was resected, and more. There was little that could be done by cutting the patient's stomach with a scalpel without knowing this. That was not treatment. We can conquer cancer. However, we have to figure out what genes of the immune cell to manipulate for each patient, Youngjun said. As such, conquering cancer is synonymous with figuring out the gene variant types of all cancer patients. This requires vast amounts of patient data and personalized research. And Agen is doing that right now? Collins asked keenly. That's right. It seems like genome sequencing data of Asians are pouring out from their genome project of sorts. It seems like most of it is composed of Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Southeast Asian, and Russian data, but there is some Hispanic, Indian, and Middle Eastern data as well. We are conducting it on a huge scale. But I'm under the assumption that there's already a lot of genomic data on Western people, including the US, Youngjun said. There is a lot of accumulated data at the National Cancer Institute under the NIH-1 and the National Center for Biotechnology Information, Collins replied. External access is prohibited, right? That's right. But in previous meetings with Director James, it was decided that the data would be shared with me as the Biocancer Laboratory was launched as a partnered institution. That's right, James said and nodded. Dr. Ryu, we will share all the resources of biology and medicine in Maryland and the northeastern region of the United States. The three of them smiled in satisfaction. Now, the important thing would be the division of results that come from the lab, Youngjun said. The atmosphere became a little tense. Park Dong-hyun gulped as he watched them. Youngjun was given the essence of anti-cancer research that the United States had accumulated for decades. The United States government was going to use that to claim a certain percentage to the enormous achievements that the Biocancer Laboratory would make. I had something in mind, Youngjun said. One acronym for the National Health Institute. 2 days later at the American Cancer Conference, the KCOP's security team's car pulled into the AACR's underground parking lot 1. Youngjun got out of the back seat. There wasn't anyone from the Life Creation team, he was alone. He pulled out his schedule and checked it. The lecture schedule was about 7 days long, and they were packed from 9 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. He was giving the 9 o'clock lecture on the first day. Building A, room 102, the Grand Seminar Hall. Youngjun looked around for the elevator to get to the lecture room. This way, Kim Chulkwon said as he pulled Youngjun's arm. The elevator was closing with a crowd of young scientists. Wait. Youngjun hastily ran towards the elevator. Bleep. Someone pressed the button to keep the doors open. The doors were almost closed, but barely opened. Thank you. The moment Youngjun thanked them and walked inside. No problem/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The scientist who took their finger off the button froze. Not just them, but all 5 people in the elevator froze in shock. Dr. Ryu? Are you Dr. Ryu? One woman asked as she fixed her glasses. Yes, hello, I'm Ryu Youngjun. Wow, oh my, it got rowdy in the elevator all of a sudden. Wait, they suddenly surrounded Youngjun and took out notebooks and pens from their bags. I'm a huge fan, Dr. Ryu. Could I have your autograph? Then, they held it in front of Youngjun. Wait, let me press the button first. Youngjun pressed the elevator for the first floor, and signed their notebooks one by one. After getting his autograph, a black scientist who was wearing a navy shirt pulled out his phone and asked, Dr. Ryu, could I get a photo with you? Pardon? Oh, sure. The man stood beside Youngjun and took a photo with his phone. Everyone else quickly stood behind them so that they didn't lose their chance. Click. They began introducing themselves after taking a photo. I'm Peter. We're from Professor Una Bai's lab at Johns Hopkins University. Nice to meet you. You study CERNA, right? I think I saw your paper in Nature's sister journal. That's right. The students' faces lit up. You're studying something so fun. Professor Baya is giving a lecture as well, right? When was it? It's tomorrow afternoon? Oh, right. I was planning on attending it, Youngjun said. Ding! With a ring, the elevator stopped. Youngjun thought it was the first floor, but it was not. It was the basement level too. It wasn't a parking lot, but it had a 7-Eleven and a print shop. 3 middle-aged scientists holding coffee and snacks appeared as the doors opened. Oh, they flinched a little when they saw Youngjun, then stepped inside. Are you Dr. Youngjun Ryu? A man with a good build asked as he put some potato chips in his bag. Yes. Wow, the 3 of them exclaimed together. Then, they began asking him questions left and right. Did you really cure Forsberg? His prognosis is very good for now. He's going to the hospital as an outpatient now, Youngjun replied. About the chimeric immunotherapy, I noticed that BRT15 was one of the genes you edited. Why did you choose to manipulate that one? It is effective in sending the immune cell to the tumor. Why? Overexpressing that gene can help the immune cells leak out of blood vessels. The immune cells that were in the blood vessels can go to the tumor. Youngjun answered them as briefly as possible. There was a moment of silence. Wow, the scientists looked excited all of a sudden. Una Bai's students crowded Youngjun as well. Questions poured in from all over. Dr. Ryu, how did you find the gene variants you introduced to the virus to use it to treat pancreatic cancer in humans? Is Dr. Forsberg you treated fully cured now? You manipulated the genes of immune cells with the dendritic cell bypass technology, right? Do you think that can be applied to other types of cells? Dr. Ryu, if we change the process you used to coat Chelicure like this. Dr. Ryu. Youngjun was a little stunned. Some of the questions they were asking were difficult to condense and answer in just a few sentences. However, as the author of the paper, he thought that he had a responsibility to give them an answer. As he was about to answer them one by one, the elevator rang. Ding! Now, they were on the first floor. The elevator doors opened to show the reception desk in the hallway and countless scientists, reporters, and company booths. When Youngjun stepped off the elevator, all their attention was drawn to him. Is that Ryu Youngjun? He could see a group of people whisper among themselves. However, no one approached him right away. It was difficult for people to distinguish people from different races unless they were familiar with them. Since all East Asian scientists looked similar to them, they were hesitant to approach Youngjun because it might not actually be him. Instead, they listened closely to what he was saying, which was his response to Peter, the student in Unabaya's lab. Currently, no lung cancer cells are being observed in Dr. Forsberg. But with cancer, we have to see if there's recurrence within 5 years before we can declare him cured, so we'll have to wait and see. Dr. Ryu? Scientists began swarming to him. Now, it was clear that he was Youngjun since he was discussing Forsberg. Hello, Dr. Ryu. I'm Jennifer, the CEO of Jenny's LifeTech, a bioventure company in Silicon Valley. A female scientist in her 50s held out her hand. Starting with her, handshake requests and introductions poured out from all over. I'm sorry, but I have to go prepare for my lecture at 9, Youngjun said in shock after shaking the hands of a few people. However, the crowd did not back away easily. Kim Chul-kwon and 2 security guards were blocking people in front of Youngjun, but it could be rude to just use force in a place like this. All they could do was stand there and block the crowd from approaching. Mr. Ryu? In the middle of that, a familiar voice resonated in the hall. Youngjun turned around and saw David, the CEO of Conson and Colson, approaching him with his company executives. A fight had already broken out in room 102 even before the 9 o'clock lecture. The scientists were raising their voices and pointing their fingers. What kind of standards did the FDA use to approve a drug that causes hyperprogression? Didn't it just get approved because of Cold Spring Labs' name value? A counter effect was only reported once in the drug? There was no report of that before. Do none of you doctors know the basics of biology? There are always exceptions in the field of biology. There is no such thing as 100%. If you wanted something like that, you should have done physics or math. EGFR mutants are very common in cancer. What good is that drug if it is linked to EGFR mutations and hyperprogression? What kind of patients are going to want to use that? Even if there isn't a mutation in EGFR at first, it could occur as the tumor progresses. Realistically, we're not going to be able to use that drug on anyone. The paper that Dr. Ryu Youngjun published is just the raw manuscript that hasn't even been peer-reviewed. You're saying that we should trash something that the Cold Spring Lab has been working on for 20 years? I do not understand why we are having this meaningless debate. This will be solved eventually, as we analyze other clinical cases. Don't talk about it so lightly when people's lives are on the line. We have to revoke the approval? As they exchanged harsh words, the conference room doors opened. A white-haired old man with wrinkles and age spots all over his face walked in. The commotion in the hall died down at once. Jamie Anderson's face was tense in anger. That grandpa is going to cause trouble today. Collins, the director of the National Institute of Health, sighed inside. Jamie Anderson was someone who always caused conflict with other scientists whether it was major or trivial. And whenever there was an argument, he never backed down and fought stubbornly. He didn't even back down from arguments that began because of his sexist or racist comments. A genius who has identified the structure of DNA at 24 and received the Nobel Prize at 30, Jamie Anderson, the living legend of biology, was as full of pride and arrogance as his reputation. Now, he was very on edge as he was backed up into a corner. I am right. Jamie Anderson repeated in his head. I am right. I have to be right. He walked into the lecture room. Scientists were quietly watching from everywhere. They looked like hyenas who were waiting for the death of an injured lion. Bastards. Jamie Anderson's blood boiled with anger. They were probably arguing about the immune checkpoint inhibitor until I came here. They were probably praising Ryu Youngjun again. But I will be right. Watch. He clenched his fists. I reigned at the top of science before that baby was even born. I was the one who led the birth of biology. But these bastards who weren't even born then dare to criticize me? How dare someone teach me science? How dare someone say that I am wrong? Click. The doors opened. Dr. Ryu? There was a small cheer at the entrance. This time, it was Youngjun who entered the room with David. However, there was no one who rushed to ask him for an autograph or a handshake because unlike the outside, the atmosphere inside the hall was quite tense. It was because of Jamie Anderson. Everyone was both anxious and excited that Youngjun and Jamie Anderson were in one room together, like they were watching a bomb that could explode at any moment. Dr. Anderson? When all the scientists were cautious around Jamie Anderson, one scientist bravely spoke up. It was Unabaya, a professor from Johns Hopkins University. Unabaya was a black woman who was from a poor family in South Sudan. Although she was put at a huge disadvantage, she became a professor at Johns Hopkins University after overcoming all of her hardships by studying and passion. She was not very scared of ruffling Jamie Anderson's feathers. Tell us about hyperprogression. What do you think? She asked. Jamie Anderson frowned. You can hear it when I give my lecture, he said in a harsh tone. I would like to, but it's the last day of the conference. There are probably a lot of people here who won't be able to participate, including myself. Could you tell us just briefly? Everyone probably wants to hear your explanation. Jamie Anderson glared at her silently. Then, he slid past her. What a noisy Neanderthal. Unabaya clearly heard what he mumbled under his breath. What did you say? She said as she quickly turned around. Nothing much. You said that I was a Neanderthal? Unabaya said with her jaw clenched. I did not say anything. What you should do is change your childlike English accent. I think I heard a racist comment. You said that I was a Neanderthal right now. Didn't you go through trouble before because of your several racist comments? Saying something so rude Olive. I am not racist, Jamie Anderson said. It is not racism, I am just saying scientific facts. Like how the reason why Neanderthals went extinct was because their low intelligence could not compete with Homo sapiens, there is a clear difference in intelligence between races in the human race as well. I am not ashamed of that perspective because it is true. It is the same for Asians as well. I believe that they are less intelligent than white people. They are mesmerized when they see nature, but white people think of a plan to develop it. The way our brains think is different. There is a clear difference. Jamie Anderson stole a few glances behind him as he finished his sentence. Youngjun was about 10 meters behind him, and Jamie Anderson had made a statement to provoke him on purpose. All the scientists' attention was drawn to them. I don't know, Youngjun said with a chuckle. Dr. Anderson, Homo sapiens, the current human race, came over to Europe and Asia after originating from Africa. White people are the offspring of a hybrid cross between them and Neanderthals in Europe. Jamie Anderson stopped walking. He turned around and glared at Youngjun with anger in his eyes. Youngjun said, pure Homo sapiens are indigenous black people from sub-Saharan Africa. You are the one who has Neanderthal genes, Dr. Anderson. Jamie Anderson and Youngjun stood against each other. After some time, Dr. Ryu, please prepare for your lecture now, said Dr. Moore, who was in charge of the conference, from the stage. Of course, I'm on my way. Youngjun headed for the stage. 1AACR is an acronym for the American Association for Cancer Research. Dr. Moore had worked for the American Association for Cancer Research for 37 years. He was going to retire last year, but he pushed back his plans to oversee the preparations for this year's conference himself. It was because he was deeply inspired by Youngjun. Moore was also once a promising rookie who had successfully made his debut in science. He went on to become a professor at Brown University and a well-known scientist whose name appeared in many of America's top newspapers. He was past his prime now, but he was once nominated for the Nobel Prize. He had studied cancer for over 30 years and seen countless scientists, breakthroughs, and new drugs. However, the progress being observed since Youngjun appeared like a comet was different. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Cancer Conference, Moore said as he presented Youngjun. It was a standard courtesy for the moderator to give a brief overview of the seminar speaker's career before they began their lecture. Dr. Ryu was personally invited by me. He has graciously agreed to give the first lecture on the first day of the conference to kickstart this event. As the person who was in charge of organizing this conference, I would like to express my deepest gratitude. Moore then pulled up a small slide on the screen. I'm sure many of you already know about Dr. Ryu Youngjun, but I would like to give you a brief introduction. I have brought with me 3 important statistics that can visibly demonstrate Dr. Ryu's achievements. Several graphs appeared on the screen. These are data that was gathered by the American Association for Cancer Research. These are the statistics on the number of patients newly diagnosed with cancer each month. Breast cancer, 240,000. Lung cancer, 200,000. Liver cancer, 85,000. Pancreatic cancer, 15,000. These data were gathered at the end of last year. Moore went on to the next slide. Now, let's look at last month's results. Breast cancer, 310,000. Lung cancer, 240,000. Liver cancer, 125,000. Pancreatic cancer, 21,000. There is no way that the number of cancer patients increased so suddenly in just 6 months because there was a major change in human genes or lifestyle. So, how did this happen? Moore asked. Diagnostic kits, someone murmured. That's right. With the commercialization of the diagnostic kit that Dr. Ryu developed about 5 months ago, cancer patients are coming to the hospital and getting early diagnoses. People who would have otherwise not known they had cancer were diagnosed, said Moore. Let's look at the next one. Breast cancer, 50,000. Lung cancer, 170,000. Liver cancer, 80,000. Pancreatic cancer, 40,000. This is how many patients die of cancer every month. These values were collected last year. How has this changed? Moore went on to the next slide. Breast cancer, 48,000. Lung cancer, 170,000. Liver cancer, 2,000, monthly average after the launch of Chelicure, the liver cancer cure. Pancreatic cancer, 3,000, monthly average after the launch of Bernigen, the pancreatic cancer cure. The graph of monthly changes shown below this statistic was even more dramatic. The values for liver and pancreatic cancer dropped to less than 1/10 of the original value from June and July. Clap, clap, clap. As someone in the audience began clapping, others followed. The last statistic is fascinating as well. Alimab, $7,800. Clutinib, $5,200. Cariptine, $3,800. Osimerzumab, $2,900. Bevitinib, $7,500. This was the average monthly cost of the conventional anti-cancer drugs. As we all know, this is not something the average person can afford to pay out of pocket without insurance. More went to the next slide. Now, it has changed to this. Alimab, $9.70. Clutinib, $7.50. Cariptine, $3,800. Osimerzumab, $8.50. Bevitinib, $7,500. Wow, everyone had heard the news, but seeing it this way came as a shock, even to the scientist who already knew. ABio's new plant-based pharmaceutical production method has yet to be applied to cariptinib and bevitinib due to patent issues, so the price has remained the same, said Moore. However, the other three have gone down to almost less than 0.1% of the original cost. It is now the price of a burger combo. Moore turned off the slideshow and walked over to stand beside Youngjun. I believe these three statistics clearly show the things you are doing, Dr. Ryu. You're finding patients who were undetectable before, you're saving patients who were previously untreatable by providing new technologies, and you're reducing the economic burden on society by bringing down the cost of drugs. Moore finished up his introduction of Youngjun. I thank Dr. Ryu again for participating in today's lecture when you are doing such important work. Please give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Once again, applause filled the seminar room. Moore handed the microphone to Youngjun. Thank you, Dr. Moore. I don't think anyone in my company has ever shown me such a well-organized statistic before. Can the ABio marketing team buy this data and use it? Youngjun asked playfully. There was mild laughter in the audience. Youngjun presented the slide on dendritic cell bypass chimeric immunotherapy. What I am going to present today is my new paper, which is a technology that combines Professor Kate Gunna's technology, the chimeric immunotherapy developed by Conson and Coulson, and Ca9, which are gene scissors. It is called gene surgery. Youngjun began his lecture. All the scientists listened with interest, but their attention was all focused elsewhere. Will there be a discussion about the clinical patient at the end of this? N/O/vel/B//n.C//OM. The moment Forsberg was mentioned, the conversation could turn into a debate about immune checkpoint inhibitors. That was what everyone was worried and excited about at the same time, ultimately working this way. Furthermore, a trial was done on an end-stage lung cancer patient in Sweden with hyperprogression. Was that trial approved? Someone threw a keen question at Youngjun. It was Jamie Anderson. Yes. The trial was approved by the Swedish Medical Product Agency. And there was no animal data on this? No, there was no animal testing done at the time. So, you administered a new drug that hadn't been tested on animals directly to humans? Isn't that a bit risky? Youngjun stared at Jamie Anderson. Jamie Anderson was trying to put a dent in this technology. He was trying to get revenge on him for damaging the image of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. It was a reasonable decision. Dendritic cell bypass, chimeric immunotherapy, and gene correction with Ca9, all three are well-established techniques. Trying them in the body all at once was the novel work being done. That's what I am saying. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me that the Swedish Medical Product Agency would approve of a treatment that hasn't been preclinically tested for drug excretion or toxicity. Was there some kind of external pressure? Jamie Anderson attacked Youngjun more blatantly. The patient's condition was so severe that he only had about a week to live. Just because they are a hopeless patient, it doesn't mean that you can test any new drugs on them like you're doing animal testing. I agree. However, the patient insisted on this treatment, and the Swedish Medical Agency approved of the treatment because they recognized its potential. Still, there is something called protocol in modern pharmaceutical practice. That is enough, Anderson. Someone shouted from across the lecture room. Youngjun wondered what scientist was brave enough to speak up, but to his surprise, it was a familiar face. Nicholas, the CTO of Agen, was sitting in his seat with his legs crossed and a scowl on his face. Protocols are important, but we don't have to get completely hung up on them. That was a brave and wise decision made by the Swedish Medical Agency. And as for the hyperprogression that occurred in the clinical patient's body, wasn't that due to the immune checkpoint inhibitor that came out of your lab? What? Jamie Anderson scrambled to his feet with a frown. Sit down, said Yoon Dae-sung, the CEO of Agen, who was sitting beside Nicholas. Dr. Anderson, is there a need to make such a disturbance at a conference this big? Jamie Anderson glared at Yoon Dae-sung angrily, then sat back down. Youngjun was a little baffled. Wait, when did those grandpas come? Of course, they could come as it was a big conference, but it was normal to send scientists rather than coming themselves. It was understandable for David and Nicholas as David liked these kinds of things and Nicholas was a scientist. But I didn't know Yoon Dae-sung would come. Youngjun didn't recognize them as there were so many people in the seminar room and he had to get on stage right away. I should greet them after I'm done. Youngjun picked up the microphone again. I will now explain the prognosis of the clinical patient. He continued with his lecture. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. About 20 minutes later, Youngjun finished his presentation and received another round of applause. Are there any questions? Youngjun asked. Dozens of hands immediately shot up from the audience. You manipulated a total of 14 genes in immune cells in your paper. How many genes do you think can be manipulated at most? I believe we can manipulate up to 40 genes. Originally, there were reports that chimeric immunotherapy worked well on blood cancers but relatively poorly on solid tumors. But you cured a solid tumor in lung cancer with the technology you developed, right? Yes. And before that, it was used to cure liver cancer that had metastasized to the bone in a pediatric patient. Then, do you believe that it will be effective on other types of cancers as well? I predict so, Youngjun replied. More questions followed until finally, Youngjun heard what he had been waiting for. Dr. Ryu, a young, enthusiastic scientist asked. I know it's a bit off topic from your talk today, but you reported that immune checkpoint inhibitors have the potential to induce hyperprogression in a paper that came out around the same time, right? Yes. I was wondering if you could talk about that, at least briefly. The look in everyone's eyes changed. Jamie Anderson clenched his jaw. I know that everyone is curious about that. We have data from an animal experiment and one clinical case, but science becomes clear through countless repetitions, Youngjun replied. However, I also believe that it is unreasonable to keep giving patients that risky drug and wait for hyperprogression. Dr. Ryu, Jamie Anderson shouted. That drug has no possibility of hyperprogression. Do not speak about your own opinions that haven't been peer-reviewed so recklessly. Nicholas interrupted again. It happened to an actual patient. Jamie Anderson turned and glared at Nicholas. Do you have any evidence that it was due to EGFR like Dr. Ryu claims? There is a high probability of NSCLC having a mutation in EGFR. It's just a high probability, not a proven fact. But isn't that probability enough to reconsider administering it to patients in the future? That drug was studied at the Cold Spring Laboratory for 20 years. It passed all clinical trial phases. I believe that there is nothing wrong with it. As the director of the Cold Spring Lab, I am sure of it. Then, Agen will have to be more careful about using drugs developed at the Cold Spring Lab from now on, Nicholas said. Dr. Nicholas, you are the CTO of Agen, aren't you? How can you say that so lightly? Of course, I can. Dr. Ryu is an executive of Agen. Jamie Anderson paused. It is just like what Dr. Nicholas said, Yoon Dae-sung interjected, taking a deep breath. Dr. Anderson, because Dr. Ryu is an Agen executive, the paper that Dr. Ryu published is also Agen's paper. It is a legitimate criticism and a reasonable issue that could be raised in the scientific community. What would the pharmaceutical companies think if the developers of a new drug did not provide any feedback? There was a heavy silence in the room. The air was so sharp and tense that someone could cut their finger on it. Let's do this, Youngjun spoke up again. I understand your position that mice experiments and one piece of clinical data are insufficient. It is a prominent new drug, so we should approach it carefully. Youngjun went on. On the last day of this conference, I will demonstrate the process of hyperprogression caused by immune checkpoint inhibitors. The scientists in the room looked confused. There were murmurs around the room. How will we be able to see that with our own eyes? Are you going to inject the immune checkpoint inhibitor in the mouse, then take it out and measure the size of the tumor? Like you did in your paper? Jamie Anderson asked. No, Youngjun replied. If we cut open a rat, we can only see the size of the tumor at that moment. It's direct evidence, but I know you won't believe it because it would be a discussion only based on the result after the fact. And since there are a lot of different factors at play inside an organism, you could argue that it's not because of the immune checkpoint inhibitor but because of other characteristics of the mouse. Then what are you going to do? I will show you the hyperprogression outside of the rat's body. Not in pictures, but in videos. You will be able to watch the process of the tumor expanding explosively with your own two eyes, not just the last moment of the tumor. The scientists were even more confused now. They all looked at each other like they didn't understand this nonsense. Youngjun smiled. His cell phone rang with a message from Shin Ji-myung. We've attached an EGFR mutant cancer cell to an organoid and created a mock tumor. The organoid has been treated, and you will be able to use it for your experiment in 5 days. The ABio Cancer Laboratory was a new, clean lab with all new equipment and facilities. Some of the equipment still had their vinyl packaging on. I feel like our CEO is actually enjoying doing experiments in places other than our lab, Shin Ji-myung, who was the first one to rip off the packaging, murmured to himself. Right? Is he going to travel around the world and write papers in each country? It's not like he's getting a stamp every time, Park Dong-hyun said. Well, it's not actually a different lab since the ABio Cancer Institute is ABIOS. It's better than Karolinska, though, Jung Harim said. Beep, bleep. The security device made a loud noise at the entrance. The door swung open. Youngjun, who stepped inside, took a quick look around the lab, then asked Shin Ji-myung, is everything going well? Well, I guess. Did you enjoy your lecture at the conference? He asked. Yes. Did Jamie Anderson or the Cold Spring Lab attack you about it? Jung Harim asked. They did, but these 2 people here defended me. 2 people? The Life Creation team members scratched their heads. 2 middle-aged men appeared at the door. The washroom is a bit far, Yoon Dae-sung complained. But it is a nice lab, Nicholas said as he took a look around. Sir? Mr. CTO? They were surprised. Yoon Dae-sung had never attended an international conference like this after Agen had become a major company. Executives of a company rarely went to conferences in the first place as there was nothing for them to gain. Even though new data was being presented, it was too early to even begin thinking about commercialization. Usually, executives sent out their frontline scientists so that they could gain some new ideas, get to know their fellow scientists, or sent out their marketing team to spread the word about the company and recruit new talent. Hearing the news from the protein purification room, Bae Sunmi quietly whispered to Koh Sunyal, "Why do you think Mr. Yoon came? There's nothing for a CEO to gain from the conference. Our CEO went because he's a scientist to the core and likes conferences, but what about him? Well, I don't think our CEO is going to conferences just purely because he is a scientist to the core either," Koh Sunyal said. Then what? When he presents something at a conference and people are stunned, he uses that to get funding and a building. So, he makes sure to gain something. Youngjun gave Yoon Dae-sung and Nicholas a tour of the facilities at the A-Bio Cancer Laboratory. After one lap, Yoon Dae-sung asked, "But Dr. Ryu, why is the life creation team here?" "Because I asked them to do an experiment." "Is it related to the one you talked about at the conference, where you said you would show us hyperprogression in person?" "Yes." Youngjun nodded. "Wow, what is it?" Nicholas asked. "It's still a secret. You will find out on the last day of the conference." "But what are you doing here? Executives usually don't come to these kinds of things. University professors are usually the main audience of a conference." "We came because we thought it would be difficult for you to take on Jamie Anderson by yourself," Yoon Dae-sung replied. "I see. Thank you for your consideration. Well, you are one of Agen's executives as well, Mr. Ryu. And this isn't just a battle between you and Anderson as a scientist. Really? It's a battle between Cold Spring Laboratory and Agen," Yoon Dae-sung said. Cold Spring Laboratory is an old and time-honored place. Jamie Anderson was the lab director for 40 years, and every paper that came out of that lab has Anderson's name on it. Can you imagine the kind of power that someone as smart and political as him would have built up during that time? Anderson is a huge, symbolic figure. Oliver and Anderson's lecture is on the last day, right? That's when they'll probably pull out all the stops to protect the immune checkpoint inhibitor, not just with data, but with connections as well. It will be difficult to break through that with just your paper and one piece of clinical data. And when you say connections, what kind of people might that be? The people who approved it? The FDA? Most likely, but we don't know what they will do. Anderson knows that this conference is important and that it's over if he backs out. Probably. But even if they keep using the drug, they will keep getting reports of hyperprogression like this one. It will be taken off the market eventually. That could happen if the reports keep coming. But Jamie Anderson doesn't believe in hyperprogression. The other scientists are skeptical as well because this drug went all the way to phase 3 and treated 200 people with no side effects. Youngjun nodded. He recalled that most of the clinical trial was focused on types of blood cancer. EGFR mutations weren't very common there. I think they were quite lucky in choosing their clinical patients because most of them didn't have EGFR mutations, Nicholas said. That could have been the case. Anderson is never going to accept a disastrous blemish on Cold Spring Lab's groundbreaking work. Even if he understood your explanation about hyperprogression in mice, he would have had cognitive dissonance. Yes. Nicholas smiled. But always remember that Agen is always standing behind you, Mr. Ryu. We're not a small company that can be overlooked. We're a major international company, too. Thank you. Youngjun turned to Yoon Dae-sung. I didn't expect you to come, sir. Thank you. Honestly, we have had some internal squabbles over company shares and controls, but we have to join forces when you're up against someone like Anderson, Yoon Dae-sung said. That's why I took the time to come here, but it seems like you already made your defenses. Youngjun grinned. That's right. Don't worry too much, Youngjun said. Science is a discipline of understanding, not faith, right? I don't care if Anderson doesn't believe it, I will make him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You said there was someone here for us to meet, but you're just making us do experiments all day, Chun Ji-myung complained, half jokingly and half seriously, after Yoon Dae-sung and Nicholas left. I was so excited to come all the way to America and travel, but I'm only in the lab, so I can't tell if this is A-Bio or America. I'm sorry, but it's true that there is someone for you to meet. You will be able to see them after the conference. Who is that? McKinney. McKinney? He's a big shot in the American livestock industry. He is also an animal rights activist. I've met him once before. He was the first person to buy and use the diagnostic kit for animal diseases. But what about him? We've got some work to do together. When we're done, let's do a little tour of America, Youngjun said. Broadway? Young Harim shouted. Let's go to Broadway. That's New York. It's not a long drive from here. Dong Hyun SSI will drive. Why are you? Park Dong Hyun looked at her, flustered. You're the only one who has an international license. The security team will be driving. It'll take about 3 hours from here. All right, let's go to Broadway, Youngjun said. Yay, let's watch a musical. Please book the tickets. It's on me. What about the seats? Young Harim asked with sparkling eyes. Choose the best seats among the ones that are left. Anywhere you like. Thank you. Other than that, can I take a look at our artificial tumor? Youngjun was led to an incubator by Chun Ji-myung. A small intestine organoid was created in a large culture tube, and a small tumor that was the size of a grain of rice was attached to it. How big will it be in 5 days? Youngjun asked. It won't be that big. Around the size of a bean? Chen Jimyang replied. Good. You're trying to treat this with the immune checkpoint inhibitor at the conference and grow the tumor, right? Yes. *****. A typical conference had multiple lecture halls as different lectures were going on at the same time. On the last day, Jamie Anderson and Youngjun were giving a lecture at the same time in different rooms. What? The scientists who were entering Anderson's lecture room were shocked by some of the faces they saw. Who said that conferences were for professors to hang out? It was shocking that Yoon Dae-sung and David, CEOs of huge pharmaceutical companies, came yesterday, but today was even more shocking. Everyone was confused as they saw the two people talking to Anderson. It was Scott, the commissioner of the FDA, and Catherine, the secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. Hello everyone, and welcome to the lecture. Jamie Anderson went onto the stage and talked into the microphone. Today, I will be lecturing about the immune checkpoint inhibitor, the new drug developed by Cold Spring Laboratory. I can say with confidence that it will be the best anti-cancer drug of this century. Jamie Anderson put up the biomolecular mechanism of the immune checkpoint inhibitor on the screen. Advanced cancer cells produce a structure like this on their surface. A long structure that was in the shape of a Y appeared. It is called PTLA-L1, and it binds to the PTLA structure on immune cells, which tells them to stop working. The schematic of this appeared on the screen. Jamie Anderson went on to the next slide. We've made an inhibitor of PTLA-L1 and developed it into a drug. When this is administered, the inhibitor binds to PTLA-L1 and immune cells can no longer be stopped. As such, the immune cells can destroy the cancer cells, said Jamie Anderson. What do you think makes this technology better than existing anti-cancer drugs? He slowly walked across the stage. Anti-cancer drugs are basically poison that destroy cancer cells. However, the normal cells in our body are similar to cancer cells in most ways. This is because cancer cells are normal cells that have gained mutations. As such, the anti-cancer drugs that science has developed before inevitably destroy normal cells as well. That is why patients lose their hair and feel pain. Then, Jamie Anderson spoke with emphasis. Nov. L. B//JNN. But folks, immune cells can tell the difference between cancer cells and normal cells? The human eye can't tell them apart, but cells can. For too long, medicine has had the wrong approach to treating cancer. We thought of cancer as a foreign invader, like a bacteria. Like how we try to kill bacteria by treating it with antibiotics, we tried to kill cancer by treating it with anti-cancer drugs, Jamie Anderson said. But no. Cancer is a rebel force within the body, and it is a civil war filled with spies and espionage. We can safely destroy cancer if we empower immune cells, the cells that can accurately recognize cancer cells. Jamie Anderson paused, then went on. He spoke as if he wanted everyone to listen carefully. Without any side effects, he said. Immunotherapy has no side effects. A paper was published recently, but I don't believe it. A lot of papers that are published in science have errors, and they are discarded over time. We have already established the safety of this technology in 200 clinical cases. Scott? Dr. Catherine, what do you think? Scott, the commissioner of the FDA who was standing on one side of the stage, nodded. The FDA can assure you, no side effects have ever been reported in the immune checkpoint inhibitor, and it is a safe drug that has a clearly understood pharmacological mechanism. There are some people who are attacking the drug, saying that the FDA was wrong to approve the immune checkpoint inhibitor and that it was too soon. They are making up a conspiracy theory, as if the Cold Spring Laboratory put some sort of pressure on them. What do you think? Jamie Anderson said. That's just not true. We approved of new drugs fairly. The Department of Health and Human Services, a higher-ranking department, can vouch for that, said Catherine. As such, the recent issue about the reported side effects of this technology is. As Jamie Anderson was speaking. Wow, a tremendous roar erupted from the lecture room next door. What is that? Jamie Anderson frowned. A few young scientists who were sitting at the very back of the room jumped to their feet and went to the lecture room next door. Dr. Ryu did it again? With immense curiosity, they opened the door to Youngjun's lecture. To their surprise, there was a small glass incubator on the stage. Inside was a tiny small intestine organoid tissue. Can you see this bean-sized tumor here? Youngjun said. This is a cancer cell that has a mutation in the EGFR. It originated from lung cancer, and it was transplanted into this small intestine and grown. Then, Youngjun pulled out a small box from his bag. I purchased this APD from the National Institute of Health this morning. It's the commercially available immune checkpoint inhibitor. It is unopened and still has the quality assurance mark on it. Take a look. Youngjun showed it to the audience and opened it. Now, I am going to administer 1 milliliter of this to the artificial tumor, and you will see what happens with your own eyes. You should see hyperprogression by this afternoon. Youngjun pierced the rubber seal on APD with a needle, drew out the liquid, and injected it into the artificial tumor. This was biology that was beyond art. The glass incubator that was on one side of the lecture room was like an installation. APD, the immune checkpoint inhibitor, went into the tumor on the organoid. The APD rushed to the surface of the cancer cell and attached to PTLA-L1, the immune cell shutdown factor. Youngjun turned on the live cell imager and connected it to the incubator. A magnified version of the tumor showed up on one side of the monitor. It still seemed like a static mass of tumor. However, there was a lot of work going on in the microscopic world. Changes began to occur inside the cancer cells as a large amount of PTLAL1 was neutralized. It's going crazy. Rosaline sent a message. She was outside of Youngjun's body and observing that phenomenon. By nature, organisms wanted to maintain a certain base level. This was called homeostasis. As such, if something was activated in the organism, there was bound to be a reaction. In the case of cancer cells, the response to PCLA inactivation was the expression of EGFR. However, this EGFR was mutated, unlike regular cells. It malfunctioned by continuously producing growth factors inside the cell. Replication was promoted inside the cancer cell nucleus. DNA polymerases began moving and replicating the chromosomes. The cell cycle changed as numerous additional biomaterials were produced. The cancer cells now entered mitosis and multiplied like an amoeba undergoing binary fission. The cancer cells, which had exactly half of the DNA, still had a large amount of EGFR. The cell division promoting signal was still active. The cancer cells began preparing for their second division. It would take about 2 hours to completely copy the DNA and create enough biomass to divide. The initial single cell quadrupled in just 4 hours. Hyperprogression has already begun. The conference ended in 8 hours. By then, this tumor, which was the size of a bean, was going to be bigger than the organoid. Let's observe this slowly, and while the reaction is happening, I am going to present something else. Youngjun put up a new slide on the screen. It was information about a huge number of DNA sequences. What we have here is data on targeted mutations. Targeted mutations? The audience gasped. From now on, the ABio Cancer Laboratory will use gene surgery in the body to manipulate immune cells, and we will use this to cure various kinds of cancer. This is information about our first experimental candidate. The scientists were still confused. They didn't understand why Youngjun was presenting a candidate at the conference. It was a drug candidate, but the CEO of a pharmaceutical company was just openly revealing that at a conference? They didn't possibly think he would do this, but Youngjun made an announcement that shocked all of them. We have decided not to patent this information. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This was when Youngjun and the Life Creation team were in a meeting with James, the director of the Office and Science and Technology Policy, and Collins, the director of the National Health Institute, at the White House before the conference began. The base technology is dendritic cell bypass, so it will be patented by ABio and Professor Cake Gunny, Youngjun said. The problem would be the patent rights to the treatment method tailored to the type of cancer patient, or the selection of genes to operate on. The base technology of manipulating the genes of immune cells in the body was developed by Youngjun. But which genes were they going to manipulate, and in which patients? This was a huge portion of ignorance that science hadn't touched yet. If someone discovered that manipulating a certain gene was effective for lung cancer, they could patent that gene. It was a kind of intellectual property. It wasn't that the technology became an invention, like what Youngjun made. Every gene mutation pattern that could use that became intellectual property. Humans had about 20,000 genes. They had to figure out what gene mutation patterns in what were associated with cancer, and how that varied by race, gender, and age. And if there were multiple genes at play simultaneously, the combinations were almost infinite, and there were countless variables. Dr. Ryu has opened a gold mine, and now, countless scientists will go on a gold rush. Collins made an appropriate metaphor. Now, it was time to decide the division of rewards within the ABio Cancer Laboratory, the most powerful team in that gold mine to collect gold. Let's split it 6-4, James said. Dr. Ryu, the support that the U.SS government is pouring into the ABio Cancer Laboratory is enormous, as I am sure you are aware of. We have the right to 40% of the invention. James wasn't very greedy for money. He was an academic, and he valued the advancement of human medicine. However, it was a completely different story if they were talking about conquering cancer. Cancer was the second leading cause of death in humans, after heart disease. Conquering that huge humor was too sweet and exhilarating to give up. Unless they were Buddha, it was natural for people to expect a reward if they were to accomplish an achievement of that magnitude. And it was not a personal award but for the US government. This was something that James had to fight for as the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. The US built ABio's cancer laboratory right next to the National Cancer Institute, and we have shared all our platforms for cancer research that we have created. You know that, right? James said. He acted calm, but inside, he was a little nervous. His original plan when he built the ABio Cancer Laboratory was to use the genius Youngjun to advance American science. Plus, one couldn't do cancer research no matter how genius they were. It required a huge amount of patient data and genetic experiments. As such, James was going to use Youngjun's ingenuity with the National Cancer Institute, which could do that well, and take the results. But I didn't think he was this much of a genius. James knew that he was going to be long remembered in history when he made induced pluripotent stem cells and showed that he could cure Alzheimer's, but that was it. But conquering cancer? Curing end-stage lung cancer and liver cancer in a 90-year-old elderly and a child? Hyperprogression and bone metastasis? At this point, the support the National Cancer Institute was giving Youngjun was supplemental. The ball was in his court now. They would be able to conquer cancer faster if they used the accumulated research resources and data from the US, but that was it. Seeing that Youngjun was working on a huge genome project in Korea, he was more than capable of conquering cancer on his own. What do you think? James asked cautiously. He had suggested a 6-to-4 ratio, but he was actually thinking more of a 7-to-3, or 8-to-2. However, Youngjun gave him a shocking answer. Let's not patent it. What? James shouted in shock. Colin's jaw dropped, and he was speechless. From now on, scientists from all over the world will be rushing into this business to find gene variants with therapeutic effects. We need to patent the genes to attract them, but Youngjun said. Still, most of the gene variants will come from the ABIO cancer laboratory until cancer is conquered. Probably, since the research base that the US has built on cancer overpowers the rest of the world, and you're a bigger genius than Einstein. But I don't want to patent them. Why? James shouted incredulously. Because a patent is an incentive, but it also stops other people from getting into the business, Youngjun said. You compared this to a gold mine, right? What if people could get more gold by mining in the same spot we got gold from? What are you talking about? You can manipulate up to 40 genes at once with gene surgery. Since there are about 20,000 genes, there are about 20,000 to the power of 40 variations. The effect will change depending on how the genes are mixed and matched. But if we patent one gene, do you think people will try to study that gene? I am deeply grateful to you. You have always supported me fully. I want to give you a lot in return, but not like this, Youngjun said. I am working on a genome project in Korea. After a few years, when the scientists working on it become better, we will have research resources that will surpass the data that the National Cancer Institute has accumulated over the years. There is only one reason why I am not using that to monopolize the results and using the ABIO cancer laboratory in the United States. To conquer cancer quicker? Collins asked. The faster the better. Phew. James let out a deep breath while covering his head with his hands. I'm sorry. All I can give you is honor, Youngjun said. I'm shocked. This is not something I can decide on my own. Please discuss it with the president. All right. Whatever conclusion we come to, it will be better to announce it on the last day of the conference if possible. Everyone will be wondering how things will proceed at the cancer lab. All right. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was the full support of the US government behind this bold decision, Youngjun said. The scientists, who were shocked, were already sending messages to all the cancer researchers they knew. The reporters' hands were trembling as they filmed Youngjun's announcement. The reporters who specialized in science already deeply investigated the establishment of the ABIO Cancer Laboratory and James. They knew that the ABIO Cancer Laboratory was going to take most of the gold in the gold mine Youngjun opened. But they are going to release all that gold for free? What are they talking about? N/O/vel/B/C/n.C//OM. Are they crazy? This huge achievement isn't just a bag of money. They could buy a building with this in cash. But distributing it freely. This was charity like no other. Did you say that the US government supported this? One of the reporters asked. Yes, that's right. Did the White House choose to do that? The US government had decided to honor all the support they previously promised to the ABIO Cancer Laboratory, and they have completely relinquished any intellectual property rights to the target genes that will be discovered there. I am relinquishing them as well. The ABIO Cancer Laboratory promises to share all of this knowledge, which will save mankind, for free. The disturbance that was in the hall had now subsided. There was only the silence of shock and confusion. Thud. Dozens of scientists poured in as the doors to the lecture hall opened. They were the ones who had attended Jamie Anderson's class. There were more people now than when Youngjun first took out the incubator. Everyone had come here in curiosity because it was getting so loud here. Hey, look at that. One of the scientists who had been here since the beginning pointed to the incubator. It looks like the tumor has gotten bigger. The tumor, which was the size of a bean, had doubled in size. It grew, said one of the scientists in the audience. They began whispering again. It is definitely bigger than before. Can tumor growth be observed like this? It usually takes a few days for it to grow like this. The only reason for a tumor to grow that fast is hyperprogression. My God. How could you do an experiment like this? How is this technology possible? Youngjun silently watched the commotion spread. Dr. Ryu, someone shouted. How did you do that experiment with the organoid and tumor? I read in your paper that ABIO developed a small intestine organoid, but this experiment is too shocking. Please explain how you did it. Of course. Youngjun picked up the microphone. The relinquishing of patent rights and the free distribution of target genes, which are intellectual property, that I mentioned earlier is only possible because the US government has also relinquished all rights and fully supports us. I would like to give a very special thanks to them. And, Youngjun said, this experiment you are seeing right now, the miracle of being able to observe hyperprogression in real time, is only possible because of the outstanding scientists from our lab. Then, Youngjun looked at the life creation team members who were sitting in the front. No. Park Dong-hyun flinched. Principal Scientist Shin and our members, please come up here for a moment. Eek. Bae Sun-mi was flustered. Hey guys, you go up there. The scientists in the audience were all professors at the world's most prestigious universities or key scientists at big pharmaceutical companies. And if she went up there, she would have to lecture them about organoids and artificial tumors. Why are you scared, Lead Bae, said Shin Ji-myung as he stood up. This is nothing compared to being grilled at Lab 6 every year. The members walked onto the stage with elated faces. Youngjun put down the microphone and spoke to them in a low voice. I won't bother you too much, so don't worry. Please give us a warning when you do this kind of thing, sir, Park Dong-hyun said playfully. Youngjun picked up the microphone again and introduced the life creation team. They are the key scientists who have done many important experiments at our lab, including the development of organoids. From the left, Principal Scientist Shin Ji-myung, Lead Scientist Bae Sun-mi. Clap clap clap. After a round of applause and cheers, Youngjun began his lecture on the process of making organoids and introducing an artificial tumor. He asked the life creation team questions during the lecture. For some reason, Young Harim felt a little choked up. Youngjun could have answered everything himself, but the reason why he brought up the life creation team was out of respect for the frontline scientists. He wanted to recognize and praise their efforts by giving them the spotlight. The scientists who conducted the experiments should get the most honor. That was one of the basic principles of the scientific community. That was why the first author was given to the person who did the experiments and wrote the paper. However, it was something that people tended to overlook, especially companies. He really is a great person. Young Harim glanced at Youngjun. He started from the bottom and worked his way up to that position at an incredible speed. He had the White House in the palm of his hand, and he was famous enough to destroy a huge company like Schematics. And yet, Youngjun still had the same attitude toward frontline scientists as before. After the presentation ended, the incubator came out of the lecture room and was placed in front of the conference information center. It was placed right next to the reception desk that people saw when they walked in through the main entrance to the conference. The live cell imager and a monitor that showed an enlarged image of the tumor were also set up right next to it. Why are they putting it here? One of the receptionists, who helped people sign up for lectures, whispered to her supervisor. Because it's the most accessible and there's a lot of people coming and going. It's a lot of pressure. There's nothing we can do. Now, there were many more people coming to see the tumor than people asking to register for lectures. A constant stream of scientists, journalists, and people were crowding the incubator, taking photos and looking at it. They were making a huge fuss over it. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It didn't end with just one look. Look at this. I took this photo before the lecture started, but look at it now. It's almost 1.5 times bigger. I took a picture of the live cell imager video that was on the screen when Dr. Ryu was giving his lecture at 9 o'clock, right? I think it's gotten 3 times bigger. The scientists whispered among each other with their phone gallery open. They kept coming back in regular time intervals to take pictures and make observations. The peak was around lunchtime. There were so many people coming in that the reception desk was paralyzed. Everyone was curious to see if the size of the tumor would be noticeably different before and after lunch. Because of that, it was incredibly busy after lunch as well. It was a clear indication of how much people were interested in this show that would last in the history of biology. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everything became clear. The tumor is as big as the organoid now, the scientists said in admiration. Can the tumor grow this fast if it's not hyperprogression? Excuse us for a moment. The life creation team and Youngjun appeared through the scientists. Park Dong-hyun and Koh Soon-yeol were pushing a cart with something on it. It was another monitor. You can leave it here. You can give it to me now, said the video program expert who came with them. They set up the monitor familiarly and then connected it to the live cell imager. Inside the machine was a 5-hour video of the microscope, recorded from 9 in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They loaded the video and played it on the second monitor at 64 times speed. The 5-hour video was compressed to about 4 minutes. The growth of the tumor was even more obvious like this. 4 more minutes were added into the video after it played once. Thank you, no problem. Please call me if you have any questions. I'll be back in my lab, room 303, in the diagnostic imaging lab. Yes, thank you. As Youngjun was about to leave, the room suddenly fell silent. Jamie Anderson and Oliver were here. People began to slowly back away, creating a path in the middle. Jamie Anderson slowly walked towards the incubator. He looked down at the enormous tumor with a complicated expression. A heavy silence filled the room. Youngjun stared at him, then approached him. Dr. Anderson, I am upset that I had to attack important research from the Cold Spring Laboratory this way, but there is no value in science that trumps the truth. The incubation will run until this evening, and everything will be cleaned up later on. The data will be sent to science. Jamie Anderson clenched his teeth. Oliver, who was standing beside him, let out a sigh. Oliver was the true developer of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. He was the first author of the paper as well. All Anderson did was fund the project. Oliver was the one who actually ran the experiments. The technology, which was like his child, was being dismantled before his eyes. Dr. Ryu, Oliver said in a voice with mixed feelings. Yes. Thank you for reporting the important problem with this technology. Thanks to you, we were able to prevent more accidents. Thank you. Oliver thanked Youngjun. In the Oval Office at the White House, James Holdren, the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, was having a conversation with President Campbell. He is amazing, Campbell said. But it's such a loss that. Why did you grant a request like that? I honestly didn't expect it, James said. Huh? You can't say that to me, Director Holdren. You said that Dr. Ryu would conquer cancer with or without our help, didn't you? You said to take the opportunity since it was just a matter of time, Campbell said. That is true, but. Still, I didn't think you would do it that willingly. To be honest, I am a little disappointed. I mean, look at how much money we're pouring into Dr. Ryu. We're giving him access to all the research resources the US has built up over decades of cancer research and a whopping $3 billion, right? But the fact that we are not gaining anything from that is, why aren't we getting anything from it? All the papers that will come from there will have an acknowledgement of the funding from the National Institute of Health, right? But that's just for honor, James said. Mr. President, scientists like myself like honor and prestige. We would be thrilled if we worked hard in that cancer lab and published a paper in Science as the first author. Universities will hand you a job as a professor if you have a paper like that under your belt. It's a powerful weapon for your career. But since I don't care about that and I'm investing a lot of money in Dr. Ryu, I should gain some tangible profit from him. It's not that capitalistic, but it is true that the amount of money we're pouring in is too much for us to just think of it as charity. Campbell smiled. You're right. But we are the government, not a company. Wasn't it you who told me that the scientific world was shifting to Asia with Dr. Ryu's performance in the past year? That's right, but Director, the United States has been the best in the world in businesses of the future, such as medicine, biotechnology, and biopharmaceuticals, by a large margin. Yes, and I think maintaining that is worth it. Holdren scratched his head. The overwhelming support of $3 billion is to keep Dr. Ryu on our side. To keep him on our side. Has the US government ever sacrificed this much in order to make one person into their ally? In my opinion, this isn't even half of what Dr. Ryu is capable of. He mentioned cultured meat during our meeting before, right? That's right. What do you think? Am I wrong? I think that if we continue to support Dr. Ryu like we are doing now, the United States will be able to continue leading the world in science. Well, probably. Dr. Ryu knows more about cancer than any other scientist in the 21st century. Right. Yes. Chelicure, a liver cancer cure, Bernigen for pancreatic cancer, and the genetic surgery that cured lung cancer this time around, all three have completely different drug bases. Chelicure was a traditional treatment using chemicals. Even though Song Ji-hyun played a vital role in the development of Chelicure, Youngjun must have given her a lot of help. As such, Youngjun had most likely mastered organic chemistry. However, the cure for pancreatic cancer was unexpectedly a virus. No chemicals were involved at all. He actually used the crazy idea of manipulating a virus that caused pancreatic necrosis in fish to destroy pancreatic tumors in humans. On top of that, when he cured lung cancer this time around, he combined a couple of new technologies and manipulated genes like he was doing surgery. It was neither chemotherapy nor virus-based treatment, but immunotherapy. Usually, it's hard to do any of those three. He has mastered all kinds of scientific knowledge, he has an incredible imagination and reasoning skills, and he has strong execution skills to make it happen. If we can stay friendly with Dr. Ryu and run the ABio Cancer Laboratory, the United States will be able to stay where we are in biology right now. That's good enough. No one will complain that we are spending tax money on useless things because the United States has the most cancer patients in the world. $3 billion is not expensive if we can keep Dr. Ryu as an ally and give the American people pride and hope that we are conquering cancer, Campbell said. Actually, since it has come to this, I think we need to go one step further, Director Holdren. A step further. Isn't the Swedish crown trying to claim Dr. Ryu by making him an honorary citizen and whatnot? I'm sure there are other countries that want him too, but technically, we are the first ones in line, right? We have supported Dr. Ryu since schematics. Why don't we give him a little boost and solidify our relationship? How? Should we make him an honorary citizen, too? I'm kidding. Let's start with publicly affirming ABio's patent guidelines that Dr. Ryu would have announced today. Campbell moved fast. He held a press conference right away and confirmed the details Youngjun announced during the cancer conference. The US government provided $3 billion in annual funding to help Dr. Ryu Youngjun, the CEO of ABio, build the ABio Cancer Laboratory, Campbell said. The ABio Cancer Laboratory is an affiliate company of the National Institute of Health, and it will have access to all anti-cancer research data at the National Cancer Institute and the National Center for Biotechnology Information. Even if the corporation itself followed US laws, it was still a foreign company. Plus, it was highly unusual for the US government to give them this much access. And frankly, the fact that they were giving him $3 billion was just insane. Furthermore, the US government has decided not to claim any rights to any new drugs developed from it, Campbell said. The ABio Cancer Laboratory was controversial from the beginning of its establishment. People were asking why America should spend so much tax money to help a foreign company get off the ground. The White House was attacked because of this decision, but those comments disappeared while the cancer laboratory was being built. Do you know why? It's because ABio and Dr. Ryu Youngjun have accomplished so much. The reporters wrote down Campbell's announcement. It was information that people in the know already knew about, as Youngjun had dropped a spoiler of sorts at the conference. Now, the situation has taken a complete turn, and people are making all sorts of comments, that it doesn't make sense for America to invest that much money and get nothing out of it, and that an investment that does not yield profit is a failed investment from a capitalist perspective, no matter the excuse. There are some saying that the relationship between Dr. Ryu and myself should be investigated, Campbell said. It was true that people were saying that, but that was not the public's general opinion. There was a reason why Campbell let Youngjun announce everything at the conference first, to see how the public reacted. Campbell's announcement would change slightly depending on that. But things were going as he expected and as he wanted. First of all, I only met Dr. Ryu for the first time just a few days ago, and, Campbell said, this bold decision was made by the US government because we had confidence in the synergy that would be created between Dr. Ryu Youngjun's ingenuity and American capital. We are at the threshold of an important battle. Campbell took a deep breath. With the help of Dr. Ryu Youngjun, ABio, and AGEN, the United States of America will find the complete answer to cancer in the next 50 years. We will create a world where we will no longer have cancers that are incurable because of the lack of technology. Campbell raised his voice while holding the microphone and looking at the reporters. To those who say that the US government is investing a great amount of money and resources but not getting anything out of it, let me give you this answer. 1.73 million people were newly diagnosed with cancer in the United States last year, and 609,000 people passed away from cancer, Campbell said. According to data from the last 5 years, the average American citizen has a 38% chance of being diagnosed with cancer at least once in their lifetime. Last year, 15,270 children and adolescents under the age of 19 were diagnosed with cancer and 1,800 of them lost their lives because of it. Campbell's supporters cheered at the right time as he spoke. And the national cost of caring for cancer was estimated to be $147 billion. Isn't an investment of $3 billion a year to end this huge loss of lives and capital a bargain? Campbell went on. After Dr. Ryu Youngjun developed gene surgery that can be done in the body, the scientific community is full of people who want to work with him on his anti-cancer project. However, the White House wisely noticed his abilities and prospects months ago and established a cancer lab, ultimately leading to the start of this project. Good job. Give him more money. Some of the citizens shouted. Campbell smiled inside. The United States is not investing in the ABio cancer lab, it was brought into the United States. And I believe that what is happening right now is one of the best things this government has done this year, Campbell said. Dr. Ryu Youngjun has experience in working on transnational projects such as the HIV eradication project, and he has also developed effective treatments for incurable diseases like Alzheimer's and diabetes. His and ABio's capabilities have already been proven. Moreover, he has shown us his true integrity and commitment to this project by even giving up his own patent. Campbell went on. I promise you, the great people of the United States of America, that we are Dr. Ryu Youngjun's best ally and friend. We will give it our all and work together toward the greatest goal in human history, the conquering of cancer. If we join forces, this disease will be extinct in 50 years. In a restaurant that served beer and burgers on Kingsretta Street, Philadelphia, Youngjun's hand froze while still holding his fork. So did all the members of the Life Creation team who were sitting at the same table. It was because the president's announcement was on the huge television that was at the front of the restaurant. When did you become friends with America? Chen Jimyang asked. It's the first I'm hearing of it, Youngjun replied while putting down his fork. Park Dong-hyun chuckled. They're really showing off their friendship. ABio's entry to the US was not an investment by the US, but brought in by the U.S. Wow, Chen Jimyang exclaimed. But honestly, it is something to be proud of. I would have bragged to the Prime Minister if I was the President too, Park Dong-hyun said. Right, sir? The person they funded with $3 billion a year and built a cancer lab for suddenly developed a platform that can end all cancers? Isn't this like Bitcoin-level success? If this was an investment, they would be Warren Buffett. Youngjun scratched his head like he was a little embarrassed. Now, you will be treated like a guest of honor in any country, Bae Sun-mi said. That's a lot of pressure. Youngjun sipped his coke. Sir, why are you not drinking beer? Young Harim asked. I'm just not feeling it today. Youngjun made an excuse and glanced at Rosaline, who was playing with her fingers beside the table. She's probably going to get all angry because she doesn't want to use alcohol-filled blood vessels, right? Youngjun took another sip of his coke. Hey, what are you doing? Youngjun asked Rosaline. I'm just people watching. Is it entertaining to just stand there and stare at people's faces like that? Yes. It seems like other people enjoy it too. They are all staring at your face. Huh. As Youngjun looked around after hearing Rosaline, he made eye contact with 5 other people in the restaurant. He realized that people were stealing glances at him while drinking. The president's announcement had ended on television, and it was now showing Youngjun giving a lecture at the conference. Someone called Youngjun from behind. It was a man with a bushy beard. He was the owner of the restaurant. Are you Dr. Ryu Youngjun? He asked while comparing Youngjun's face on television to his actual face. Yes, I am. Wow, he exclaimed in a thick voice. He stared at Youngjun with a blank stare, then mumbled, wow. His hands trembled as if he saw something that he shouldn't have. Then, he asked, is there anything you need? Pardon? Oh, no. Wait, hold on. I will bring out some things on the house. No, it's fine. Youngjun was about to decline, but the man had already turned his body. He ran towards the kitchen with a smile on his face. Then, other people began to crowd Youngjun's table as well. They were people from the nearby tables. Are you really Dr. Ryu? They asked. Yes, I am. Wow, I am a huge fan, Dr. Ryu. Could you take a picture with my son? Asked a woman in her 40s as she pulled on her son's hand. Wait, Let's not bother him while he's eating, said an old gentleman in his 70s from behind. Dr. Yu, if it's alright with you, could we pay for your dinner? Asked a young couple. Hey, the owner peeked out from the kitchen and suddenly shouted. Don't touch Dr. Ryu. And I was already going to give it to him on the house. As Youngjun stood there, dumbfounded, the customers went on. My grandmother had Alzheimer's, but she became a lot better after your treatment. My wife here had liver cancer. I've lived with diabetes for 20 years, but my quality of life has improved a lot after taking a muk. I have it with me right now, do you want to see it? It's a muk, right? In the frenzy of people talking, the owner showed up with a huge plate. Ha ha ha, Dr. Ryu, he said as he set the plate down on Youngjun's table. I was actually HIV positive. My wife was HIV positive as well. I gave it to her because I didn't know I had it. I was in agony. But now, both of us got treatment. I see. It's funny how we say we were patients because just a year ago, I didn't know we could use this phrase. Thank you so much. The fact that I'm alive and cooking here is all thanks to you, Dr. Ryu. Youngjun smiled happily. I'm glad you are okay. If it's alright, could I get an autograph? We want to keep it at our restaurant for a long time. Sure. You're paying for our meal, so it's the least I can do. Great, thank you. Do you mind if I call my wife? She's at home, right in front of the place, and I'm sure she would love to see you. Haha, that's not for me to decide. Please, do as you wish. Wow, everyone, the owner excitedly shouted to the customers in the restaurant. Everything is on the house today, eat up. Wow, the customers clapped. The excitement in the restaurant was in full swing. Sir, look at that, Young Harem said as she pointed to the television. Another news broadcast was on. Dr. Ryu Youngjun brought an artificial tumor to the American Cancer Conference that was transplanted into a mini small intestine designed by organoid technology. After administering APD, an immune checkpoint inhibitor, the artificial tumor was found to grow rapidly by more than 16 times its original size in 9 hours. Nov. L. B/JNN. The screen showed the footage of the artificial tumor experiment, then people crowding the reception desk to the cancer conference, then to Jamie Anderson's grim face. The European Medicines Agency is taking this very seriously and has decided to thoroughly examine the possibility of revoking APD's approval. Moreover, they have asked hospitals to refrain from using it until they have reached a definitive conclusion. What are you going to do about this? Asked Scott, the director of the FDA. Scott was talking to Jamie Anderson in irritation in the lab director's office at the Cold Spring Laboratory. He had a frown on his face. Director, the EMA-1 has asked hospitals all over Europe to refrain from using APD, and they are considering withdrawing the approval. The FDA has been very kind to you and the Cold Spring Lab. You know that, right? We trusted you and used it. But you earned that much from us, too. What are you insinuating? There is nothing wrong about our relationship. Watch what you say. The EMA has almost the same status as the FDA. Just like how the United States has the FDA, the European Union has the EMA, it is the FDA of the European Union. We can't sit on our hands if they revoke APD's approval. Phew. And even the president is defending Ryu Youngjun like that, so how can I take your side here, director? I'm getting out of this here. But do you have any other solutions? Where's Dr. Oliver? He hasn't been coming to work lately. He's probably in shock. Sigh, everything is a mess. Honestly, I'm shocked, too. I didn't know that there was such a severe side effect to the immune checkpoint inhibitor. I didn't believe it before, but now, I have no choice but to believe it. Anyway, you're on your own now. Sooner or later, the FDA will be making an announcement to refrain from using APD, Scott said briefly and left. The Cold Spring Laboratory had studied the immune checkpoint inhibitor for almost 20 years. They considered it to be one of the greatest achievements since the founding of the lab. There were many challenges along the way, and Oliver, the leader of the project, was so overwhelmed by the difficulty and stress that he tried to abandon the project several times. Even the executives of the lab were doubtful as well. It was because the idea of activating immune cells to cure cancer was so far-fetched at the time. They were still worried even after the mechanism was relatively well known. The person who pushed for it was Jamie Anderson. And when they finished the clinical trial, he thought that had done it. Hard work can be wasted. It was before this huge project received a death sentence. Jamie Anderson's status was falling rapidly. ******. Wild dogs were bound to wander around a lion lying on the ground with a bad wound. They would come near it and sneakily nibble it a little with their small teeth. The start of this was a post on ResearchGate, an online community for scientists. I feel bad for Dr. Oliver, but someone got what was coming. He was racist all the time, and now, he was screwed over by an Asian. LOL. This short post quickly blew up on Twitter, and the issue of Jamie Anderson's racism began to surface. He was already in the spotlight because of the immune checkpoint inhibitor's side effects. But if he was also a racist? Instinctively realizing that this was going to be a very entertaining story, media outlets like CNN and Fox News began gathering more specific tips. And the next morning. So, are you saying that he continued to make discriminatory and offensive comments to female and black scientists at the lab? Asked Natalie, the CNN reporter. One scientist at the Cold Spring Laboratory, who was guaranteed anonymity, let out everything she had been holding in. Yes, it was no joke. It was worse for me especially because I was a black, female scientist. You're going to be shocked when you hear it. Can you give me a specific example? Once, he said that black women evolved to have a big butt due to genetics, so they are good at twerking. He said that I should practice it and perform it at the company picnic. Natalie was momentarily speechless in shock. That's really beyond my imagination, right? There's a lot worse than this, too. He said that black people have smoother skin because they have a higher expression of the gene that synthesizes melanin, but melanin expression probably contributes to lower intelligence. Wait, you're saying that director James Anderson said this? He says this kind of stuff out loud in public places, like conferences. What do you think he's like in the lab? Racism and sexism happen daily in that lab. If a black scientist gets bad data, he'll say that the future of this project is as dark as your skin color during the meeting. How could someone say that? And to be honest, he doesn't even know half of the projects of the papers that are published from there. But he still puts his name on every single one of them, which is a violation of research ethics. Wow. Honestly, I don't think someone like that is qualified to be a lab director. I hope he just takes responsibility for the immune checkpoint inhibitor project's failure and leaves. Jamie Anderson's untouchable charisma and prestige vanished like it was a mirage. Scientists, who no longer had to be afraid of him because he was the boss, began speaking up. The nation was stunned by the ugly side of Jamie Anderson, the Nobel Prize recipient and discoverer of DNA structure who was the hero of 20th century biology. Scientists in the same field reacted like they knew that this would happen someday, but the general public was extremely shocked. Media outlets had no time to rest nowadays. They had to cover Young-jun's declaration to conquer cancer, the president's announcement, and the side effects of the immune checkpoint inhibitor. After working so hard, they had Jamie Anderson's racism and sexism scandal to cover as well. The fall of the greatest scientist in the 20th century, and the rise of the greatest scientist in the 21st century. CNN ran a headline with a photo of Young-jun and Jamie Anderson. They were similar to each other in terms of their ingenuity, and they had both risen and fallen around the same time. They were also sworn enemies who fought about the immune checkpoint inhibitor. American media outlets continuously compared them and asked Young-jun for interviews. He declined most of them, but he could not deny the request asking him to explain the experiment he did with the mock tumors at the conference. Scientists could read papers, and they could understand the explanation Young-jun gave them at the conference. However, if it attracted this much attention from the public, it was necessary for him as principal investigator to provide an easy explanation for a lay audience. As such, EGFR continues to generate cell division signals, and the cancer cells proliferate rapidly. Young-jun concluded his explanation in the CNN interview. Then, as he feared, Natalie slyly asked a question about Jamie Anderson. There's been a lot of issues regarding racism in the scientific community recently. Yes. It's being argued that it is a naive premise to think that intelligence evolved the same way when all races have slightly different characteristics, such as skin color. What do you think about this argument? They were probably going to use Young-jun's answer to beat Jamie Anderson. After all, the public loves a hero who takes down a villain. Genes can affect intelligence. If genes differ significantly between races, intelligence could vary, but Young-jun said. What exactly is intelligence? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Pardon? Deductive reasoning, synesthesia, imagination, language, memory, arithmetic skills. There are a lot of different abilities that could be called intelligence, and it is being constructed and organized pretty well in the scientific community, but we still don't know which are superior, Young-jun said. And how can language be tested? Do genius writers like Hemingway who can make people cry with just 6 words have incredible language abilities? Then what if that person is good at writing, but cannot speak? Does that person have good language abilities? Or is it bad? Oh, and who is more intelligent between a great philosopher like Sartre and a genius mathematician like John von Neumann? I understand what you are saying. There's no point in comparing them. That's right. This is the same thing as comparing mass and length. If someone asked what was bigger between 1 meter and 1 milligram, who could answer that? There is no point in comparing biological intelligence quotients unless those preliminary questions are addressed. And Young-jun said, there are about 2,000 genes that affect language. How they are expressed in each individual brain cell determines the activity of that cell. How those cells communicate with each other determines language ability. The complexity of the micro-world is far greater than we can see. So, you're saying that you agree that genes will have an effect in some form, but that it is too complex and variable for us to understand? That's right. Thank you for your interview. There's one more thing we would like to ask you. Yes. It's about a paper that Dr. Jamie Anderson, the director of the Cold Spring Laboratory, published in Nature, about the structure of DNA. There is a rumor that he stole the data from a scientist named Rosaline Franklin. What do you think about this? Rosaline, who was sitting beside Young-jun, quickly turned her head and glanced at him. I think a lot of what Dr. Rosaline Franklin deserved went to Dr. Anderson, Young-jun said. Dr. Rosaline Franklin produced that data, and the paper was being written, it hadn't been revealed yet. Regardless of who gave that to Dr. Anderson, it is true that her data was used without permission. There is no question about that. It's a major research ethics violation. This kind of thing should not happen. At ABio, Park Joo-hyuk laughed so hard that his stomach hurt while standing beside Lee Hye-won's desk. This crazy bastard, he got justice all the way in America, and he made an old guard from the 20th century retire. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. He is our CEO, but he sometimes scares me, Lee Ha-won said. The things that were happening in the United States were major news in Korea as well. This morning, there was breaking news. Jamie Anderson resigns as the director of the Cold Spring Laboratory. It was called resignation, but he was basically fired. Anyways, I'm happy that a racist like him was destroyed, Park Joo-hyun said. If you're done, you should go work as well. I have patent documents to write. There's another patent? Park Joo-hyuk chuckled. Yes. It's from Sweden. That, gene surgery. Oh, you're writing about that. Yes. But work is manageable nowadays. No late nights either. You got an email. Park Joo-hyuk pointed to her monitor. Lee Ha-won really received an email, and it was from Youngjun. Click. When she clicked on it, she saw a manuscript that looked like a rough draft of a paper and a few concepts. Please have the patent team review this in denial and prepare the application. Patent application for technology to quickly grow cultured meat by hyperprogression. Lee Ha-won was speechless. Park Joo-hyuk gave her a pat on her shoulder. Good luck tonight. One European Medicines Agency. Springdale was a city in Arkansas that was about an 18-hour drive from Maryland on Interstate 70. This was where Tekison Foods was, a huge livestock company. Tekison Foods first started out as a meat processing company, but now, it acquired thousands of livestock farms and grew their own livestock. It was the second largest livestock company after red meat in Brazil. Also, it was the biggest beef exporter in the United States. The head of Tekison Foods was McKinney. He was a legend in the livestock industry. There were 3 reasons why he became famous. One was because of his talent and sharpness in business. He was the one who went to Korea as soon as Youngjun developed the diagnostic kit and proposed they make an animal disease diagnostic kit together. Thanks to that, he made a contract with Youngjun faster than anyone else and succeeded in supplying the kit to Tekison. That was how sharp, fast, and accurate McKinney's business sense was. The second reason was that he was a strong animal rights advocate. It was ironic that someone who made his living by slaughtering livestock would be an animal rights advocate, but that was what he aimed for. An advocate for the rights of animals suffering in factory farming. That was the image McKinney sold to the public. People wanted to eat meat, that was the inevitable truth. But at the same time, people felt sympathy for animals who were brutally slaughtered. In response to the inevitable tragedy, McKinney took on the role of the moderator. He took over a number of livestock farms and transformed the factory farming system into a welfare system. The animals had more green space to roam, and they ate clean feed. The animals were killed in the quickest way possible to minimize the pain, with no fear of death until just before the slaughter. Tekison solidified its brand value by building a reputation for animal welfare. They made morally conscious customers feel less guilty about eating meat. The third reason why McKinney was famous was because he came back from end-stage pancreatic cancer. There were quite a few people who survived the disease now that Vernigen, ABIO's pancreatic cancer cure, was commercially available, but there was nothing like that in McKinney's days. He stepped away from his role as the CEO after being diagnosed with end-stage pancreatic cancer, but he came back after participating in the clinical trial that ABIO conducted. He recovered from pancreatic cancer, which had a mortality rate of nearly 100%, and came back to his role as the CEO. Steve Jobs didn't come back, but McKinney did. A lot of people were amazed and applauded at his return. There's swine fever at the Westcoff barn? McKinney asked. He was listening to the third quarter earnings report. They look fine, but the diagnostic kit showed the sign. It's only one pig for now. It didn't show up in the rest of them, said the franchise farm manager. Good. Whatever it is, let's quarantine them right away. Test the herds once every week if possible since the diagnostic kits are cheap, said McKinney. Everything looks fine, but the diagnostic kit showed swine fever? The diagnostic kit was probably right. It's probably in its incubation period, and it will develop soon. There was no cure for swine fever, so there was a high probability that the infected animals would die. And because swine fever was so contagious, an entire barn would have to shut down if it spread in the incubation period. I'm glad I bought the kit. McKinney let out a sigh of relief inside. The diagnostic kit had already saved him twice. When he first supplied the kit, bovine acabane disease was found in Missouri. If they found it a little later, 3 farms in Missouri would have been destroyed. Additionally, about a month ago, infectious bursal disease was found in one of the farms in New Mexico. What could have killed hundreds of animals and forced them to close their doors ended with the loss of 5 cows and 2 chickens. There is an economic loss, but killing livestock is too cruel. The top priority is to stop the infection from spreading, so let's quarantine it if it shows up in the diagnostic kit no matter what, McKinney said. He knew well about the killing process. It was a living hell. The chickens were suffocated and then tossed into a spinning grinder, but some of them were alive. The chickens, who had their legs and spines broken alive and had their organs crushed, could barely scream. The blood that splattered everywhere and the smell of blood on their bodies was enough to traumatize the healthiest of people. Large-scale killing doesn't align with our company image, so let's stop it as much as possible. And keep promoting our company image with that, McKinney said. Of course. But sir, didn't you say you were meeting someone today? The manager asked. Yes. I have to be out by about 3:20. It's 3:25 right now. Oh? McKinney looked at the clock in surprise, then got up. Move. He put on his jacket in a hurry and ran out. I can't be late. He is an important guest? Youngjun arrived at the Techison headquarters in Springfield at 3:30. There were refreshments prepared in the meeting room. McKinney, the head of Techison Foods, greeted Youngjun happily. Hello, it's been a while, Youngjun said. We're meeting in America this time around. It's nice to see you. Youngjun took a seat. Are you hot, Mr. McKinney? You're sweating. Haha, it's fine. Chuckling, McKinney wiped the sweat off his forehead. The reason I asked to meet with you today is about the cultured meat business. Youngjun cut straight to the chase. The cultured meat industry? Yes. Mr. McKinney, you run one of the world's largest livestock industries, and you are also a strong animal rights advocate. I thought you might be the person who will be able to apply my technology in the best way possible. Have you developed cultured meat technology? To be honest, I don't have any experimental data as it is only in theory. However, I think it is very promising. So, I thought it would be good to talk about it while I'm here before I go back to Korea, Youngjun said. McKinney crossed his arms and thought. Youngjun said, of course, I understand that it will be hard for you to support cultured meat technology when you are the CEO of a traditional livestock industry. However, please think about this not as the CEO of Techison Foods, but as an animal rights advocate. Consider how many human and animal lives this could save, and how it could protect the environment. Can cultured meat save human lives too? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Absolutely, Youngjun said. Right now, there is plenty of food. The reason there are starving people is because of unequal distribution. However, that won't be the case in the future. I see. I agree with you. McKinney nodded. Dr. Ryu, I focus on livestock, but I am also quite interested in agriculture as well. There have been a lot of predictions that a food crisis will slowly approach due to continued global warming and land degradation. And I read somewhere the United Nations Climate Council. The IPCC. Yes. You know about it. I saw the IPCC's prediction the other day, and they said the increase and decrease in food production will be relatively equal in 2020, but the decrease will become a lot bigger from 2030. That's right. This means that from 2030, yearly food production will decrease when the population is growing. We will be able to defend ourselves for a while by changing how we distribute it, but it's only a matter of time. If the temperature rises by even 1 degree, the production of rice and wheat drops by 10% on average, and the quality will drop by 30%, Youngjun said. McKinney interrupted Youngjun and said, I get your point, Dr. Ryu. Almost half the corn currently produced on Earth is eaten by livestock. You're saying that if we changed all that land used to grow livestock and corn to grow grains, we could solve a lot of our food problems, right? Exactly. That's why you are saying that it will save people too. That's right. Chen Jimyong laughed inside while listening to their conversation. There was a reason why Youngjun came to McKinney without hesitation. It was because McKinney was similar to Youngjun, smart and virtuous. They are really hitting it off. To McKinney, Youngjun said, and the environmental issue is important as well. If methane was carbon dioxide, the emissions from a single cow would be equivalent to a car. Then, there's the issue of disposing of waste from the slaughtering and processing. There's also severe land degradation because it takes a lot of cultivation to feed those animals. McKinney nodded. I completely agree with you, Dr. Ryu. I saw the data from the Food and Agriculture Organization saying that 15% of all greenhouse gases come from the meat industry. Yes. Then, why don't you invest in cultured meat technology? If you decline, I will take it to another company. If existing livestock industries don't take it, ABio will do it. McKinney smiled. Dr. Ryu, we are already investing in cultured meat. Really? Yes. There's a venture company in Silicon Valley that makes cultured meat. There aren't a lot of companies that do cultured meat because it is a new business, but it is the biggest and most famous one. What is it? It's called Eat the Green. They have about 60 employees, and they are passionate. We invested $200 million on it last year. Is it an SI, or a strategic investment, was when a big company strategically invested in another venture company. It was the opposite of a financial investment, FI, where the capital provided the money. Ventures that received SI from a large company had an advantage when going public. That's right, McKinney said. It is true that the livestock industry is afraid of the cultured meat industry, as it is an alternative industry that could replace us. However, the scarier an enemy is, the more you have to keep an eye on them. McKinney's seasoned business sense had already caught on to the cultured meat industry. Rather than ignoring the technology that would blow up and turn the livestock industry upside down one day, he decided to do it himself. If he could monitor its development, the livestock industry could also adapt quickly to minimize the damage. Actually, there are quite a few livestock companies that have invested in cultured meat ventures like me. I see. Why don't you come to Eat the Green with me? *****. The employees at Eat the Green were very busy. It was because McKinney, the CEO of their biggest investor, Techison Foods, was suddenly coming to visit. Geez, how could our CEO say yes at once just because he asked? Said Frederick as he cleaned the lab. The lab wasn't a messy place to begin with, but he had to make the place shine because an important guest was coming. There's nothing we can do about it. And besides, they said it was important business, Stefan said. The scientists organized the artificial meat that was cultured. Plate 3 is the most successful experiment. We should make some burgers with the meat we grew here, Frederick joked as he glanced at the incubator. Ding, The elevator in the hall outside the lab arrived. Exiting the elevator were McKinney, executives from Techison Foods, and 5 Asian people. One of them was incredibly famous. Dr. Ryu? Frederick shouted in shock. Youngjun, who heard it, looked over. Frederick groaned. Hello, Youngjun said as he held out his hand. I'm Ryu Youngjun, the CEO of ABio. Nice to meet you. I'm Frederick. Frederick shook Youngjun's hand while stuttering. Youngjun was a legend in the cultured meat industry. Of course, he didn't actually do anything directly because he only recently became interested in cultured meat. However, cultured meat was usually made from stem cells, and 2 years ago, when Frederick first entered the field, stem cell technology was very inefficient. They had to be harvested every time from the cow's bone marrow, cultured and then used to produce meat. That was the biggest obstacle to the development of the cultured meat industry. That was until some crazy genius from Asia invented a shocking base technology called induced pluripotent stem cells. Because it was such a fundamental base technology, it had caused huge structural changes in fields completely unrelated to pharmaceuticals as well. You're a scientist at Eat the Green, right? RYJ asked. Yes, I am, Frederick answered in a trembling voice. ABio has come here to invest. As a hands-on scientist, what do you think? Are the experiments going well? Frederick thought for a moment. The CEO of Eat the Green wasn't a bad person, but people were bound to emphasize results and hide failures when trying to attract investments. However, Frederick wanted to give him all the information. It was a courtesy for the best scientist in the field. To be honest, it is not very efficient. Frederick, the scientist who was on the lowest rung of the ladder, had no right to say this, but he courageously spoke up. Really? Yes. It's far more productive to grow cows and get meat from them. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. Maybe this whole artificial meat culturing is just too inefficient. No way. RYJ shook his head. Pardon. We use a lot of unnecessary energy when we get meat from cows, right? It's not like we eat cow eyes, hair, or hooves. What? When livestock produces meat, they also produce waste that we don't need. But cultured meat doesn't produce any of that waste, and all of its resources go straight to producing meat, right? Of course, cultured meat is more efficient than raising livestock for meat. Baffled, Frederick was at a loss for words. Nov. JNN. It was like someone was telling him that teleportation was a much more efficient technology than airplanes because it's much faster. The methodology is correct. The only thing that is inefficient is the technology, RYJ said. And I'm here to solve it. Where is the CEO? Diego Lopez, the founder of Eat the Green, grew up in a small town in Mexico. He had witnessed something shocking when he was 11. It was the scene of a chicken vendor killing a chicken in his truck. The vendor grabbed a chicken by the back from the steel cage that was on the back of his truck. The chicken clucked with its legs flailing in the air, which Diego found amusing until then. He knew that the vendor was going to slaughter the chicken, but Diego, who had never seen that process before, did not realize how brutal it would be. Squirt! In the blink of an eye, the vendor's knife pierced through the chicken's stomach. Gurgle! The chicken made a weird sound. Its flailing legs froze. Then, the chicken vendor threw that into the pot with boiling water. Diego froze as if he met a poisonous snake at a trail. After a moment, the chicken vendor pulled out the chicken with tongs, plucked its feathers and cleaned out its organs before selling it to Diego's grandma. That day, Diego did not touch the chicken mole that was on the dinner table. Diego became a vegetarian a few weeks later. At first, his decision didn't come from a clear belief that animals also had a right to live, it was just that the scene of killing the chicken was so traumatizing that it had become ingrained in his mind. Diego learned to supplement his protein intake with dairy products, like cheese and milk, and grains, such as corn and beans. But like many vegetarians, he ran into a problem with vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 was an important nutrient that was used in many important processes including DNA replication, cell division, and blood production. However, there were almost no ways to absorb it on a vegetarian diet. There were reports that plant-based foods like fermented foods and marine algae had B12, but the absorption rate was low. The easiest and most efficient way to get vitamin B12 was to eat red meat. If that wasn't possible, they had to at least eat something like fish. For Diego, it felt like human fate. Humans can only survive by taking the lives of other animals. To solve this problem, Diego looked for a lot of different vegetarian groups. He found that many others were struggling with this issue as well. Could there be a more fundamental solution? The desire to eat animal flesh without causing pain to animals was completely contradictory. Diego knew that he was making a big deal by refusing to eat meat, and he knew that it could look like a useless complaint from an overly sensitive and frustrating idiot. But what could you do if you were born that way? And there were quite a lot of people like that in the world. Even if they weren't actually vegetarians, many people have stood at this crossroads at least once in their lives, maybe during puberty. It was a decision between having compassion for animals and enjoying the pleasure and health of eating meat. I chose to be vegetarian, but I do not condemn people who chose the other way, Diego said. Of course, since it is their choice, RYJ said. Yes. But the problem is that if you choose one, you will have to sacrifice the other. It seemed like there was no way between the two crossroads. Just like how it was impossible for Shylock to cut off 1 pound of flesh without spilling blood, there was no way to obtain meat without harming animals. They were like opposites that were incompatible. However, science can create paths that don't exist. The most fascinating part of science is that it can make previously unimaginable and illogical thoughts into reality. For example, like going to the moon, Diego said. Mr. Ryu, think about how ridiculous that desire was before the space age. It was almost psychotic. But we went to the moon. Like that, I believe that science will be able to realize the crazy idea of being able to eat meat without causing pain. Yes, I think so as well. I came to the United States after marrying my American wife who I met in a vegetarian group. And I started studying cultured meat. I see, yes. And I'm telling you, since you're here to invest in us, but we're at the top of the world in cultured meat technology, Diego said with confidence. Is that so? We reduced the production cost, and it is 300 times less compared to the technology 15 years ago. Of course, the induced pluripotent stem cells you made played a huge part in it. Haha, our companies actually pay a lot of royalties to A=Bio and Agen, so we were basically already business partners. I think I've seen your names in a few reports. I remember. Really? It must have been nothing since A-Bio has a lot of new drug pipelines, but thank you for remembering us. Anyway, we are very grateful to you in many ways, Diego said. That's why we've set up a meeting today. We don't need any investments right now, and we have been refusing any investments. However, we are willing to work with you, Mr. Ryu. How much are you willing to fund us? I am not going to invest money since you say that you have enough. I am here to invest my technology. Diego looked confused. Hadn't he just said that Eat the Green was the best in the world at cultured meat? He's investing his technology in our company. He was already using RYJ's iPS cells, and he had never heard of A-Bio doing cultured meat. What kind of technology are you talking about? Diego asked. Cultured meat technology, of course. It costs about $3,000 to produce one hamburger patty's worth of meat right now, right? That's right. I can make that near $3. $3. McKinney, who was listening to them, shouted. How can you make it $3? $3. $3. Up until this point, cultured meat had only shown promise as a future technology. At $3,000 for one hamburger patty, it was $3 million for a hamburger. It would be even more expensive if the value of the intermediate distribution process was included. Therefore, people did not think of it as more than being interesting or just merely wanting it to go well. However, it could make a Big Mac if it became $3. It was still more expensive than conventional meat, but there were so many benefits to cultured meat that the price was still competitive. Commercialization is possible. Eat the Green would be able to grow from a venture company that relied on technology patents to a medium-sized company with a product. And I have more technologies to invest. The meat you're producing now is just tightly packed muscle fibers, right? RYJ asked Diego, who was frozen. Yes. How is the texture? A lot of people say that it is tough because it's 100% muscle fiber. It feels like chewing on hardened spam. The problem of texture is probably something that the cultured meat technology is going to have to solve over the next few decades. The reason is that real muscle isn't made up of just muscle fibers. There are fascicles that hold bundles of fibers together, and they are wrapped with the perimysium and the epimysium. There are blood vessels in this, and blood contains a lot of different types of cells. The heme red blood cells is the main component that makes the taste of blood. The epimysium also holds a lot of moisture, and there are a lot of fatty acids in it as well. Perhaps it's more familiar to call it marbling? And you have to include nerve trunks as well. It will be challenging to delicately create meat tissue that contains all of these ingredients while controlling the proportions of all of them, RYJ said. The meat that was obtained from livestock was like a sandwich with all sorts of toppings. No matter how many slices of bread were made, it still couldn't make a sandwich. The biggest challenge of cultured meat was cultivating tissue that contained all those components. And creating the muscle isn't just the end of it. It will be hard for artificial meat to match the meaty texture that is created from the process of muscle on bones being pulled apart, destroyed, and regenerated. At the current rate of development in the cultured meat market, it will probably take decades for it to surpass the quality of traditional animal products. There was silence. Diego cautiously spoke up. We haven't even dreamed of that. Are you trying to say that what you are saying is possible? We don't make cultured meat, but we are the best in the world at making organoids for medical purposes. And the inventors of that technology are here. RYJ introduced the life creation team. Chen Jimyang and the other scientists laughed awkwardly and introduced themselves as well. We have already succeeded in co-culturing tissue. We can show you how to co-culture fat cells and muscle fibers. We will also show you how to grow it so that the gaps between the muscle fibers are hydrated. All the things I mentioned earlier are theoretically attainable. Wait, McKinney interrupted. Sweat rolled down his neck. He had invested in cultured meat for a long time, but how could things advance so quickly? Can that be done overnight? Our company will go bankrupt. Tekison Foods was a traditional livestock company. They ran the farms they acquired, and they slaughtered and processed the livestock from them and supplied them to a number of restaurants and butchers. Cultured meat, of course, required no slaughtering and very little processing. Since one hamburger was still $3,000, McKinney was just looking for a way to adapt while slowly building the technology, but it seemed like it was going to become $3 overnight. Mr. Ryu, that technology will make everyone in the livestock industry lose their livelihood. It's different from pharmaceuticals. People will kill themselves, McKinney said. Like how more people look for wild products after successfully creating a farmed product, this will result in premiumization of the traditional livestock industry, RYJ said. But like you said, Mr. McKinney, there would be a lot of confusion if a technology like this suddenly came into the market. Then, what? I met with President Campbell before coming here. The president? Diego asked in surprise. Yes. The United States produces the most beef in the world, about 20% of the entire production comes from the United States. And a large portion of that comes from our company, McKinney said like it was painful. RYJ smiled. But don't worry. Technology eliminates jobs, but it also creates them. This will become a huge planned economy project with the cooperation of governments around the world. Campbell was enthusiastic when Youngjun decided that all the patents from the ABio Cancer Laboratory would be distributed free of charge. He even scheduled a few things after their meeting as he didn't think it was necessary to draw out the meeting. However, Campbell cancelled all of them within 10 minutes of meeting Youngjun. Mr. Ryu, let's take a deep breath. Let's take our time thinking through this, Campbell said, flustered. This is completely different from the new drugs you have made before. You're competing with different companies within the same industry when you develop new drugs, but cultured meat is turning an entire industry upside down. You know what I mean, right? I know. As a politician, I am pretty familiar with cultured meat due to the food crisis and environmental issues. That technology is not supposed to replace traditional livestock overnight. It is supposed to compete with the traditional livestock industry for a long period of time and then slowly move to cultured meat. I see. But what you're talking about, Mr. Ryu, seems to be something that can be realized in a short period of time. Would you like to do it over a long period of time? There is going to be mass unemployment if you do it right away. The reason that primary industries are so scary is because there are so many industries rooted in it, Campbell said. For example, AGEN might take a hit even though it seems like they are unrelated. One of the biggest consumers of antibiotics produced by pharmaceutical companies is the livestock industry because they have to feed it to livestock. The distributors that sell the meat, the companies that dispose of the waste, and even the research and development industry that breeds livestock. The research and development industry alone has a $6 billion market. If cultured meat disrupts this industry, the entire market disappears into thin air. There will be no need to breed animals. Well, even if they take a temporary loss, those people probably won't take a major hit like long-term unemployment since they just have to change their field of research. Yes, that is true, but the biggest problem is the farm owners who grow livestock. It's going to be a pain if they fight back about their right to preserve their livelihood, Campbell said. The traditional livestock industry will still be maintained even if there is cultured meat. Publishing companies made a huge deal about how paper books were going to disappear when ebooks were developed, but they are fine, aren't they? And they are coexisting with things like art books. You're saying that the traditional industry will become premiumized, just like how people look for wild, organic products. Yes, that will happen to a certain extent, but not all farms will be able to survive by labeling them as premium. They need a second option. That is why I want to speak to you. The cultured meat industry will create tons of new jobs. Would you be willing to help farmers change their industries? Change their industries? Campbell tilted his head in confusion. Mr. Ryu, changing industries in a primary industry like livestock is different from closing down a restaurant and reopening it as a bar after remodeling the place. What are the farm owners going to do with that rural land they have left after getting rid of all their livestock? Make them farm? Farming? That's ridiculous. The agriculture industry is already saturated. How are they supposed to use their small plot of land to compete with existing farmers who spray pesticides on their farmland with an airplane? It will be a little different from existing farming. They will be producing the base material for cultured meat. What? Existing cultured meat developers emphasize the fact that cultured meat can protect animals as their biggest advantage, right? They say that it is safe for vegetarians as well. Yes. But there is one secret that cultured meat developers are hiding, and that is the limitation of cultured meat in protecting animal rights. A limitation. If you artificially grow animal cells, where do you think those cells are grown in? Well, like a nutrient-rich solution. That's right. Those nutrients include all the different kinds of growth factors, vitamins, amino acids, sugars, and hormones. You can artificially match them to a certain extent, but you will still reach a limit eventually. So what can you do? Currently, animal cell cultures use FBS. FBS. Fetal bovine serum. It refers to appropriately processed bovine serum. You collect cow blood, settle the blood cells, treat the plasma, and then use the serum. It uses the various nutrients in the cow's blood to culture animal cells. It's the same for cultured meat. Cultured meat uses FBS as well. It also uses cow's blood. They compromise with animal rights by drawing blood instead of slaughtering them. Sensitive vegetarians would probably refuse to eat meat if they knew this since it's made by exploiting cow's blood. I see. And FBS is extremely expensive. It has to be since you have to remove invisible bacteria, viruses, and blood cells, and you have to check the quality of it to make sure there is nothing left. You need a skilled scientist and expensive equipment like centrifuges, Youngjun said. That's why cultured meat is expensive. The reason why one hamburger patty costs millions of dollars to make is because of the FBS. Campbell stroked his chin in thought. Since you're saying that you can dramatically reduce the unit price of cultured meat, have you found something to replace FBS? That's right, Youngjun said. Is it a plant? Precisely. Hormones and growth factors are normally incompatible between plants and animals because the structure is completely different, but I found a plant species that can be used to grow cultured meat with some processing. Campbell knew exactly what Youngjun meant. Alright. So, you're trying to say that the plant species will have to be mass-produced when the cultured meat industry becomes the major meat industry, right? And you're asking the government to help existing livestock farm owners change their business to that. That's right. You're taking livestock farm owners and adding them to the cultured meat industry by using the land that they already have for livestock. Yes. Alright. Are you okay with that? Of course. And one more thing. Mr. Ryu, do you think you could slow down the commercialization of the cultured meat technology? How? By releasing the technology you have over the span of 5 to 10 years instead of releasing it at once. To give cultured meat and traditional meat to coexist. Please. Alright. We do have to minimize the damage to existing farms. Thank you, Campbell said, relieved. Mr. Ryu, I'm saying this out of worry, but do not feel guilty if this technology reforms existing livestock farms and puts them out of work. Cultured meat is not just a technology that is required because of picky vegetarians. The food crisis and environmental problems caused by population growth are much closer than most people realize. If you don't start this now, it will be too late. This advancement is a good thing, Campbell said, and it is inevitable for people's jobs to change as technology develops. And it's the government's job to minimize the noise in that process. I am grateful that you have pointed out the new jobs that will be created by replacing FBS or whatever that is. You can leave it to me from here. Thank you, but I think it would be a good idea to talk to other governments about this, not just the United States. If this is difficult for you, I can do it for you. How does that sound? Sure. Great. With a bright smile, Campbell shook Youngjun's hand. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All right, sure, McKinney said. I will do that, Mr. Ryu. What's that plant called? I will buy it right away. We just have to gradually reduce and get rid of the livestock we have right now and grow plants, right? And then we have to change the slaughtering and processing operations to facilities that grow cultured meat and test for bacteria infections or something. Yes, that would be great. Tekison Foods will go in that direction. Save some of the farms and businesses and sell traditional meat at a premium. I can picture it already. How much support did the government say they were going to give? President Campbell is going to plan the budget and announce the policy. All right. That's a relief. It's great that you are not going to release your technology at once but do it over a few years, McKinney said enthusiastically. Mr. Ryu, I knew that one day, the cultured meat technology was going to turn the livestock industry upside down. I think it's much better to do it in a planned way with your cooperation and the governments. I am a supporter of the free market, but things are bound to go wrong when you leave a technology like this to the market. Companies will pit themselves against each other and spread rumors. That could happen. If you announce this, there may be some livestock companies who resist the change and try to maintain the status quo, such as red meat. They are our competitor, but they are good at politics. Be careful. Mr. Ryu, Diego interrupted. I'm sorry, but why are you bringing us this powerful technology instead of doing it yourself? Because I don't want to be in charge of it, Youngjun replied calmly. You don't want to manage it. This business will bring in a lot of money, but I am already busy with developing new drugs. I don't want to spend my energy on something other than running the ABio Cancer Lab, ABio, and AGen. Alright. But when you invest a technology like this, you usually take equity in the company. I don't think we will be able to pay for the technology because we're only a venture company. Then ABio will take the equity, but I don't intend to participate in running the company, Youngjun said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In a flower shop in the suburbs of Springfield, Lila, the florist working there, met an unusual customer. It was an Asian man wearing a mask, and he came in with 4 big security guards. The man kept mumbling to himself in a quiet voice. What did you say the name of the plant was? Nov, L, B / JNN. It's called Kochia. It's over there. Rosaline replied. Where? Here. Rosaline popped out of Youngjun's body and led him to the Kochia plant. It was an ornamental and perennial plant that was about a meter tall. It was commonly used to decorate gardens. You have to collect these leaves, grind them up, boil them at 95 degrees, and then age them for a day at room temperature. The restriction enzymes will break down the starch as the plant cell wall bursts and make a lot of EGF, epidermal growth factor. Rosalind said. After that, you just have to dilute it in water and pour it into a container with the stem cell. The cells will multiply quickly as the EGFR is stimulated. Does it not matter if the EGFR isn't mutated like hyperprogression in cancer cells? It doesn't matter because you are mass differentiating stem cells into muscle fibers, and cells that are undergoing differentiation have high EGFR expression anyway. All you have to do is put in a lot of the EGF that can stimulate the EGFR. And Kochia leaves have a lot of that. Alright. Youngjun picked up the Kochia plant that was a meter tall. How much is this? He asked. It is $200. Will you be growing it at home? Yeah. As Lila was completing the transaction, Lila asked, are those men outside with you? Men. Youngjun turned to where Lila was pointing. 3 men wearing suits were staring at Youngjun from the entrance. When he left the shop, they talked to him first. You're Mr. Ryu Youngjun from ABio, right? Yes. We're from the Blue House. The Blue House. Yes. We're here about a letter from the White House about the livestock industry. Can we talk to you for a minute? Let's go, Youngjun said. He gave the kochia plant to Kim Chul-kwan. Please keep this in the car for a bit. Youngjun followed the Blue House employees and went to a cafe nearby. There was already a room reserved. As Youngjun walked in, the cafe owner gave him a drink. Then, a middle-aged man with gravitas came in. Hello, Dr. Ryu, he said as he sat down on the sofa across from him. I'm Kim Junrak, the chief of staff of the Blue House. Hello. We should have met at the Blue House sooner, but we are a little late. I apologize. How did you know I was at a flower shop? Our informants track you when you go overseas. That was a bit of a problematic statement. I am a citizen. Are you saying that you were surveilling me? You were attacked in Korea before as well, right? We're just trying to keep track of your whereabouts because it will be a big problem diplomatically and a big loss for the country if you get into an accident overseas. I could have made excuses, but I told you in honesty because I respect you. I hope you don't take it the wrong way. All right. And from what we know, we are not the only people tracking your movements. Are you saying there are more? Yes. We cannot tell you in detail, but intelligence organizations from a lot of countries and big companies are following you, Dr. Ryu. I mean, they have no choice since we never know when you are going to do something, like develop cultured meat technology. It is helpful to at least know that you went to Eat the Green, a venture company that does cultured meat. I see what you mean. Then, let's get to the point, Youngjun said. Kim Junrak took a sip of his coffee. He paused for a moment before speaking. Dr. Ryu, don't develop the cultured meat technology. Don't develop it. Yes. Why? It is for your own good, Dr. Ryu. They are too big of an opponent. This research will affect the entire traditional livestock industry. There will be opposition, and whatever that opposition is, it will be significant. It could even be physical. You don't have to worry about that. It does seem like you have a great security team. Youngjun automatically glanced at Rosaline, who was sitting beside the sofa, and Kim Junrak glanced at the K-Cop's security team. But Dr. Ryu, you don't know what will happen in a country like the United States where they have guns, no matter how good your security team is. President Kennedy was assassinated here, but you don't have that level of security, Kim Junrak said. And there's also the question of public support. The concept of cultured meat is unfamiliar to people, and a lot of people are going to reject it. If livestock companies provoke them with even a little bit of false information about its dangers, there is quickly going to be opposition. Cultured meat has too many points that can be attacked in terms of safety. It can be ripped apart by everyone and be destroyed. I already know that. Dr. Ryu, you have become a hero in the pharmaceutical industry. You are the most valuable human resource in South Korea right now. To be honest, we don't want to lose that, Kim Junrak said. We are saying this because we don't want to see you go into the cultured meat industry and collapse. That industry is too big to take on. It's a completely different story from competing with big pharma companies like Squamtix and Agen. You should stop when you can. Youngjun combed through his hair with his hand. Mr. Kim, do you not think that this technology is needed? It is. I am also someone in charge of shaping the policies of a country. We are on the verge of a global food crisis, and it won't be long until it hits the world, but I would like you to leave that to other scientists. There is no need for you to go up against them yourself. You have too much to lose. Mr. Kim, do you know about a scientist named John Beckwith? Beckwith. He was a world-renowned scientist who was the first to isolate a gene from E. coli in 1969. In that important period in his career when he had so much prestige and attention, he held a press conference and said this. What did he say? Be cautious as this technology may ultimately pose a threat to humanity, and scientists must exercise self-restraint in carrying out this research. Apparently, he was even called a traitor to science at the time because he poured cold water on the rapidly developing field of genetics when he was the greatest scientist in the field, Youngjun said. But scientists must know how to act like that. They have to know exactly what they are studying. What they should be considering is the impact of that research on humanity and the world. I believe that prestige and wealth are secondary to a scientist n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Your life might be in danger. All the scientists working in high-risk labs at biosafety levels 3 and 4 have already put their lives on the line. And as you know, I've also injected HIV into my body. If I was scared of danger, I wouldn't have started science to begin with. Cultured meat is a technology that humanity must secure. I will still do this even if you try to stop me. Diego, the CEO of Eat the Green, held a press conference. There was no way a press conference held by the CEO of a small venture company would attract so much attention, but this was an exception. It was because Youngjun joined the press conference. What did this mean? It meant that Eat the Green stock prices rose by 30% even before the press conference was held. And stock prices of traditional livestock companies, such as red meat, began falling rapidly. With the public's attention centered on the company, Diego gave the reporters hamburgers. That hamburger is made from cultured meat, Diego said. It used to cost millions of dollars to produce one, but I've ordered 50, one for everyone here. Obviously, I don't have that kind of money. The reporters weren't interested in Diego's show, they hadn't even taken a bite out of the burgers and were already typing up their articles on their tablets. Eat the Green has drastically reduced the cost of cultured meat with the help of Dr. Ryu Youngjun. It is now ready for commercialization. Diego presented the experimental data analyzing the synthesis process of cultured meat on the monitor. Eat the Green's lab reproduced the experiment that Youngjun demonstrated several times. With the help of Dr. Ryu Youngjun here, Eat the Green was able to reduce the production cost of cultured meat and drastically increased the growth rate by using FBS substitutes, Diego said. We have sent a commercialization plan to many governments. The currently developed cultured meat will be commercialized soon following the FDA's approval, and further research will be done to improve the flavor. Within 10 years, we plan to replace most of the meat currently on the market. Everything was announced by Diego, and even though Youngjun just stood there beside him, everyone's attention was on him. Everyone knew that this huge incident was because of Youngjun. Dr. Ryu. The reporters showered him with questions when it was time for questions. Is it really possible to replace all meat on the market in less than 10 years? As the CEO of a company, Diego could inflate his achievements and bluff. But not Youngjun. There wasn't a single technology he'd talked about that hadn't been realized. Yes, it is possible, Youngjun said. We will make it happen. Some of the reporters stood up from their seats out of excitement. You're going to clash with the traditional livestock industry. Do you have any plans for this? The government will make a detailed announcement on that matter. Did ABio acquire Eat the Green? We received a lot of equity in Eat the Green, but we don't intend to interfere with the management of the company. We are going to limit our role to the technical advisor. Dr. Ryu. All the questions were directed at Youngjun, which was a little embarrassing for Diego. The internet was going wild with the breaking news. The United States was the world's largest livestock producer. Not only had public opinion in the United States been turned upside down, the world was so noisy that it was like someone had poked a beehive with a stick. It was certainly a different atmosphere than when Youngjun developed a new drug. The world cheered when big drugs like the Alzheimer's cure and pancreatic cure came out, but not this time. People were more worried than cheerful. That's trouble. We were going to need that technology someday. What's going to happen when a primary industry like the livestock market gets disrupted like that? I wish the American economy good luck. Those in the agriculture and livestock industry who were watching the news quickly began thinking. Red Meat, the world's largest livestock processing company, was shocked. They received a letter from the United States government about the plan to replace traditional meat with cultured meat almost simultaneously with Eat the Green's announcement. Are you kidding me? Stephen, the CEO of Red Meat, crumpled up the letter and threw it against the wall. Kochia? They're going to replace meat by growing some little ornamental plant? They're crazy. Stephen had started out as the owner of a small cattle farm, but he had built the largest livestock company in the world. He was often compared to McKinney. They had a lot of similarities, but a lot of differences as well. McKinney adapted himself to changes, but Stephen adapted the world to his standards. What does everyone think? He asked the executives of Red Meat. Tell me about the situation. This situation was also urgent for other companies, as well as the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Calls from traditional livestock companies were pouring in. They had already asked the U.S. Department of Agriculture to regulate cultured meat in the early days of its development. They demanded that the definition of meat be limited to those produced by traditional livestock farming methods. However, the Department of Agriculture had held off on answering for a long time. This resulted in the rapid development of cultured meat. Farmers in Korea were already preparing to rally. The Food and Agriculture Organization, a United Nations agency, was also put on the spot. People were asking about the United Nations position on this issue. Their priority was solving humanity's food problems, and they had been working with the World Health Organization and others to campaign against hunger in poor countries. In some contexts, cultured meat was great because it would help solve the world's food problem. But on the other hand, no one knew how it would affect the primary industry of livestock in poor countries. Oh my god, Tanya Manker, the founder and CEO of GRO, an AI-powered global food data analytics company, was horrified by the news. It had been 2 years since she spoke at the TED conference and warned the world that a food crisis was going to come in 10 years. She thought that there was nothing they could do. With the United States leading the charge, agricultural and livestock superpowers were throwing away food to control the prices of their products and starving half of the planet. The environment was extremely degraded, and much of the land in underdeveloped countries like India, China, and Africa had been urbanized. The population was rapidly increasing while the amount of arable land was sharply declining. The situation was dire from the perspective of a food expert who analyzed data, and other food organizations including the FAO knew that as well. However, those superpowers did not care as they were not the ones who were starving. At this rate, humanity was going to have an energy deficit of 214 trillion kilocalories by 2027. The food crisis was going to be a catastrophe larger than any disease, and it was clear that it was going to crush poor countries first. But now, there was a solution. Get in touch with this Dr. Ryu Youngjun. I know it's going to be hard to reach him right now with his phone blowing up, but we have to do it somehow, Tanya Manker said to her employees with the newspaper in her hand. One Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations? There were 5 people in the Neil Simon Theater located on Broadway, New York. They were covering their faces with a hat and sunglasses and talking in Korean. Can we really be watching a musical right now? Young Harim asked while fixing her sunglasses. Didn't you say that you wanted to? Youngjun replied. Well, I didn't know we would watch it under these circumstances. Jung Harim pointed to the big television in the theater's waiting room. Employees of livestock companies who were gathered in Washington City were waving banners and carrying signs condemning President Campbell. One of them was caught on the screen. "Mind your own medicine." It was a message to just stick to developing drugs. "I think they're talking about you," Park Dong-hyun said. "I think so." Youngjun nodded like it wasn't a big deal. "Well, at least they are not trashing you openly because it's right after you made the cancer lab." "Honestly, it doesn't matter if they trash me," Youngjun replied while fiddling with his ticket. "To be honest, I'm curious. Is there something you're counting on?" Chun Ji-myung interrupted. "Counting on? It just seems like you're so nonchalant in these circumstances. The livestock workers just ran out because they were surprised. They will adapt when the policy from the government will go smoothly. It will die down once we've successfully transformed one place as a demonstration." "A demonstration?" Tekison Foods is going to turn 3 of its farms into Kochia farms, and it is going to change the facility associated with them into a cultured meat production facility. "But you said that the taste and texture doesn't compare with regular meat yet? There are some foods where that isn't very important, like meatballs or sausages. Tekison Foods will be able to adapt because they also produce things like that." The life creation team took a breath of relief. "That would certainly cut down on a lot of the fuss they are making," Bae Sun-mi said. At that point, experts on food statistics who can back up the cultured food will step forward. Experts on food statistics? Like Tanya Manker. I saw her TED Talk before. A lot of food experts predict that a food crisis will come in 10 to 20 years. The crisis is closer than we think. It will be late if we don't start cultured meat now, Youngjun said. The public didn't really care even if they talked about it because most developed nations have plenty of food, and the idea of a food crisis didn't really make sense to them. That's why change has been so slow. But this time, it's going to be different. I have something in mind as well. You're saying that people like Tanae Maker are going to step up? Yes. She might even contact me. But sir, farm owners of traditional meat companies might be satisfied if the government gives them kochia and supports them. But with the businessman, Jung Harim asked. The businessman. I think that Mr. McKinney is a very unusual case because most executives at big companies don't like change, and they don't like venture companies like Eat the Green growing because of a new technology that could disrupt their power, right? Sure. And it's even worse if Tekison Foods demonstrates successful change and takes the lead in the cultured meat market. Other livestock companies will try to challenge them and drag them down. Hey, Chun Ji-myung tapped Jung Harim's shoulders like he was baffled. Our CEO is a master at beating people like that, don't you know that? Yes, but I couldn't tell what you were going to do. Jung Harim trailed off. Science always reveals the truth, right? The musical is about to start. Let's go inside, Youngjun said as he pointed to the theater entrance. *****. There was a protest denouncing Campbell in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. Guarantee the right of farmers to maintain their livelihood. We condemn the hasty policy. Limit the definition of meat to those produced from traditional livestock. The crowd was pretty big. The impact was quite strong considering that the protest was organized only a few days ago. That was how impactful the cultured meat technology was on the existing livestock market. The government had sent the livestock companies a letter about the policy regarding the cultivation of kochia, but it wasn't accepted easily. There was no need to grow livestock for cultured meat. It also didn't require additional processing like slaughtering and deboning since it was produced as a chunk of flesh. From the livestock company's perspective, this seemed like a terrifying technology that was going to take away their livelihood. It was like a Mercedes was driving by them while they were pulling carriages. It was a technology that didn't need horses, hay, or coachmen. It was a transportation vehicle that started with only a gas pedal and one that had much better braking power. That was what cultured meat felt like to livestock farmers. I don't understand that, McKinney said as he watched the TV. I mean, it's not like the already made cultured meat is going to disappear because they are against it. There are tons of businesses in the world that go out of business because of technological advancements, but does the government give them guidelines to change their business? All they do is give them a little money. He put his feet up on the table and turned to look at his secretary. Right? Yes, sir. I don't know if people are just stupid or if they can't perceive reality because they are so comfortable. Cultured meat was a ticking time bomb that was going to go off in the livestock industry someday, and it exploded in the safest way possible under the control of Dr. Ryu and the government. Why can't they see that? They would be able to secure their livelihood if they followed the guidelines from the government and changed businesses, as Dr. Ryu said. Complaining, McKinney poured himself a glass of whiskey and took a few sips. Speaking of which, is our demo farm and facility going well? Of course. The renovation is almost complete, and it can start right now, the secretary replied. McKinney displayed his remarkable decisiveness and began changing his business even before Eat the Green and Youngjun's announcement. He transformed 3 farms and 1 facility into a pilot case. It was a stroke of genius that I made a deal with Dr. Ryu so early on. Thanks to that, McKinney was able to catch that extremely important piece of information a little bit faster than everyone else and move fast. He didn't have to see if everything added up or not. McKinney's business instincts were telling him to listen to Youngjun's cultured meat plan. Tell me about how the business is going, McKinney said. First of all, we moved 581 cows, 3,047 chickens from Bellwood Farms to Tifton Farms. We moved them there because they built a new bar, right? Is there enough space? Yes, they have room. That's good. And we tore down the barn, removed the concrete floor, and planted kochia at Bellwood Farms. It's a popular ornamental plant, so they ordered 300 full-grown trees from a garden shop. Get all of them while you can. They are going to be sold out soon. Yes, sir. And they are probably picking the kochia leaves and sending them to the facility. Has the facility been replaced? The CEO from Eat the Green came and helped us set up the facility. We installed 5,100-liter incubators and trained the staff again. And it wasn't difficult? They were all afraid because they had to grow animal cells, but they said it was pretty simple because it wasn't for research and they just had to follow a recipe. And they didn't hate it. To be honest, the farms and workers at the facilities are very happy. I would think so. You would have to be a psychopath to actually like slaughtering live animals, cutting open their stomachs and gutting them with blood splattering all over. People just do it because society needs it and it makes money. But with cultured meat, you're growing it on a plastic dish, so it feels better and it's cleaner. Yes, and they said that it's fun. The farmers love it, too. It's easier to look after kochia than livestock. And it doesn't feel good to send their beloved animals to the slaughterhouse. I know because I've done it before. Yes, sir. We have to support Dr. Ryu and Eat the Green. If our farm and facility go well, we have to send out a press release and tell them we've successfully changed industries. That's respectful to them and it's good for us. Tell the PR team to get that ready. Yes, sir. After the performance, Youngjun took the contact number that Kim Chul-kwon handed him. It was a call that he received while he was watching the musical. It's from a Tanya Manker. Oh, she finally called. Youngjun called the number. After setting up a meeting, he spoke to the life creation team. We were supposed to hang out together, but I'm afraid I won't be able to. Do you have a meeting? Yes. Go have fun. Thank you for working so hard on experiments and meetings. You should go tour New York and rest at the hotel until you fly back, Youngjun said. Then, Youngjun said to the security team, let's go. As he was heading to the security car, Park Dong-hyun stopped him. Sir? Yes? Your card. Oh, my card. Haha, I thought you wanted to go to the meeting together. Hehe, sorry. Park Dong-hyun scratched his head like he was a little embarrassed. The best boss is the one who leaves his card. I'll be on my way now. Have good food and spend a lot of money. Youngjun gave him the company card and got in the car. Make sure to keep the receipts. Alright, take care. Youngjun's car drove toward 12 East 49th Street. Fortunately, Tanya's company, GRO Intelligence, was located in New York City. It was a company that specialized in agricultural data analysis systems using artificial intelligence and big data. GRO Intelligence was the Wikipedia of agriculture. It had a deep analytic engine that analyzed climate, crop conditions, and crop types to predict the future. We have a $3,000 membership, and it's recognized around the world as the best data available. Our customers are mainly investors in the agricultural business, multinational corporations, and governments, Tanya said. I was interested in GRO Intelligence, so I looked into it, Youngjun said. Really? My company isn't very famous. I saw your TED Talk. I see. Is that why you did cultured meat? I have thought about the food crisis before, but that talk kind of pushed me to do it. Plus, I found an appropriate technology while finding a cure for lung cancer. I heard that news as well. I'm not in the pharmaceutical industry, but it was impressive, Tanya Manker said. Youngjun grinned. Then, should we talk business? Why did you want to see me? Please use our company's system, Tanya said straightforwardly. GRO Intelligence's system? Yes. The public is not yet aware of the food crisis, but it's closer than we think. According to our prediction program, the food crisis will come in 10 years. But we can stop it if we use the cultured meat technology well. Please tell that to people. But they won't believe me. But, Ms. Manker, you should be the one to say that. Pardon? You have emphasized the food crisis for a while now, and it's time to step up again. But I don't have your fame and reputation, Dr. Ryu. Even if I speak, people will not pay attention. They will this time. And please let me use that program. I can add my own variable data to the AI prediction program, right? Yes, you can. Then, please give me the license so I can use it for about 10 days. Afterwards, Youngjun received the program from Tanya. He left GRO Intelligence after installing it on his laptop and registering as a user. Mr. Ryu? Tanya, who followed him out, shouted. Yes? I am going to give another lecture emphasizing the food crisis and how the cultured meat technology can solve it. Thank you. But you said that they were going to believe me this time, right? Yes. Is that because cultured meat technology exists now? The lives of citizens from developed nations have been so plentiful that it was weird to talk about a food crisis, but now they will understand the logic because the change has already started? Yes, that too, and yes, that is why. Youngjun smiled and got in the K-Cop's car. Tanya looked a little puzzled. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Thud. He closed the car door and closed his eyes. Rosaline. Yes. I am going to hype up GRO Intelligence. How? I am going to feed GRO Intelligence's AI with some important data as a variable, use that to track crops and make predictions with it like a fortune teller. Important data? Because I have you. Youngjun said. Rosaline, activate simulation mode. Proposed amendment to the meat regulation bill. Campbell read the proposal that was published in the morning. This bill was the one that Congress was going to have a legislative hearing about. Haha, geez. Campbell handed the proposal to the chief of staff. They are proposing an interesting bill. Our Congress is talented at wasting its energy on nothing. Do you think so, too? I feel exactly the same way. Sometimes they do a good job, but sometimes they just do pointless things. Restricting cultured meat for the sake of the livestock industry, isn't this the same thing as the medieval church banning crossbows because they were too dangerous? That's actually a rumor. Really? All the Pope said was that Christians should not use ranged weapons. I see. Anyway, the congressmen probably don't actually think they can stop the technology from developing. But they are just going along because the livestock industry is fighting back against cultured meat pretty strongly. That's what is meaningless, Campbell pointed out. I've reviewed this technology very closely with Dr. Ryu, and I've reviewed it with James, the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Frankly, we need this cultured meat technology and it's effective. Replacing the traditional livestock industry with the cultured meat industry over 10 years, I am going to make this the most important economic achievement of my term. Then, shouldn't you convince the congressman? If you look at the details of this bill, it seems like they consider cultured meat to be very dangerous and are trying to make heavy regulations, and they are trying to adjust the price by increasing the taxes on cultured meat to protect the traditional livestock industry. The main points are that they are going to increase regulations on existing cultured meat so that it won't be easy to get market approval, and they are going to put a bunch of taxes on it and make it 50 times more expensive than regular meat? Yes, they will retreat on their own. I don't need to do anything. How? All the White House needs to do is to advertise the policy of changing farms to grow coccia instead of livestock. I will let you know the timing. Can you tell the Director of Communications? And when will this be? When the first successful transformation story comes out. It will probably be Techison Foods that Mr. McKinney is running. Keep an eye on them. Congress said that they are having a public hearing about the bill, right? Yes, and they are broadcasting it live. There's a high chance that Mr. McKinney will be on the panel. Just watch if there is any lobbying from the traditional livestock industry to influence the panel selection process. Other than that, just leave it alone, said Campbell. Dr. Ryu will take care of it. Everything is going according to his plan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Whoa! Rosaline exclaimed as she popped out of Youngjun's body. They could see a huge golden field stretching to the horizon from the window of the K-Cop's car, which was driving down a dirt road. I've never seen anything like this before. Me either. Youngjun said as he glanced out the window. America really does have a big agricultural industry. I heard they use light airplanes to spray pesticides, but wow. Can I go out for a bit? No. We have a long way to go. Where are we going? There are going to corn farms after we pass this field. We have to go there. Why corn? It's the main product of the American agriculture industry. And the yields were much lower last year. Do you know why? Why? There was an outbreak of a disease that infects corn called red mold. Red mold? Rosaline's eyes shone. Does it look like this? Rosaline manipulated Youngjun's vision and a pathogen that looked like a clump of red dust appeared in front of his eyes. How many people in the world do you think know what fungus looks like unless their eyes are a microscope? I don't know, but you're probably right. As Youngjun was replying to Rosaline, he realized something. Where did you get this image? It wouldn't have been in my head. I saw it myself. It's in that field over there. Rosaline pointed to the window. Oh, I wasn't sure, but we came to the right place. I heard they didn't use red mold-resistant seeds and just used last year's seeds. The mold is still spreading as I expected. But that field is a wheat field, not a corn field. This fungus can infect wheat and rice as well. It seems like it has spread in the cornfield as well. The spores are flying around in a pretty wide area. All right. We are going to make the outbreak of the damage into data. And we are going to use that on GRO intelligence. You're saying that you are going to analyze how it will affect this year's crops? Yes. The program from GRO intelligence is a crop forecasting program. You feed it data as variables, and artificial intelligence predicts the results. The more diverse and better quality the data is, the better the results. Youngjun said to Rosaline. But it's pretty difficult to get data on things like how much a pathogen will spread. But let's include that data this time. What if people ask how we got the data? They probably won't be interested in how we got the data. They probably will have already gone wild over the results that GRO intelligence predicted with the data. Sir, Kim Chul-kwon said to Youngjun from the passenger seat. Yes. Should you be going around the United States right now? Shouldn't you return to Korea? Why? Korea has a livestock industry as well. It sounds like the atmosphere there isn't good either. N/O/vel/B/N.C//OM. I would think so. Kim Chul-kwon handed his phone to Youngjun. It was the free discussion board on the ABio website. Ryu Youngjun should stop doing pointless things and focus on developing new drugs. No matter what it is, it's better if it's from nature. If you synthesize meat in a lab, what benefits would that have? The way for people to live is by eating meat from healthy pigs who grew in the wild. Man, people in Heljosian never change, do they? One, you treated him like a national hero when he destroyed all kinds of incurable diseases, but you're treating him like a traitor as soon as he tries to touch your livelihood. I think that you should have discussed this in depth with the livestock industry and gotten approval before developing this technology. Who do you think you people are for him to discuss developing new technology with you and get your approval? And if you did discuss it, would they have told him to do it? You're talking nonsense. Ryu Youngjun, you ackhole. I didn't peg you for someone like that, but I'm trembling in anger because of your betrayal right now. Are you happy that you drained the life out of poor farmers and fled to the US? Dr. Ryu, please ignore the ridiculous comments here and keep doing your research. I am rooting for you. I am a vegetarian. I hope cultured meat comes out quickly. You've changed, Dr. Ryu Youngjun. Where's the person who studied pharmaceuticals for ordinary folk? Why are you making something that threatens the livelihoods of ordinary people? This is right. Everyone changes when they get their hands on money. He just fled to the US because cultured meat makes a lot of money. Ackhole should rot in hell. When you say that this is right, you're talking about how it's right for me to beat you up, right? How can you say he has changed? This is for everyone saying that Ryu Youngjun has changed. Ryu Youngjun is the same person he was before. Why are people making a fuss about a scientist doing science? The livestock industry is taking a hit right now, but a fatal food crisis will come in 10 years if we don't do this now. Stop criticizing a person who is doing important work and shut your mouth. But the government is making a policy about how to grow kochia for a living and allocating 80 billion won to it, aren't they? What's the matter? They are going to get compensation and the military is going to renovate the barn for them. The government is also going to buy the livestock, slaughter them and use it to feed soldiers. Aren't they doing everything they can? Selfish bastards. What a mess. The discussion board exploded after the announcement of the cultured meat technology, and now there were over 100 pages. Youngjun had done a lot of different research before, but nothing had become this big of an issue. Shouldn't you return and take care of the company and explain to people? Kim Chol-won asked. It's okay. It will calm down in Korea if we do it in the US. Really? There are over 2.2 million farms in America, totaling 3.7 million square miles. 37% of the US land area is farms that grow and raise agricultural and livestock products. It's the largest in the world, Youngjun said. There's even a saying that the scariest weapon the United States has is not a nuclear submarine, but corn. I see. And our politics and economy are so heavily influenced by the US that it's basically a miniature version of America, right? If we stabilize cultured meat here, Korea will naturally follow. So will the world. Sir, the young security guard who was driving the car turned to Youngjun. The cornfield is up ahead. Please pull over in front of the farmer's house, Youngjun said while looking at his phone. He was getting a call. Techison CEO McKinney. Hello, this is Ryu Youngjun. Hello, Mr. Ryu. Hello. I called because there is something I would like to discuss with you. What is it? Red Meat bought some of our cultured meat. They bought some? Yes. Is it already on the market? 8 The Green got approval from the FDA for what we are making right now a while ago. The only thing that has changed is the production process from your idea. The problem isn't getting the product on the market. Of course, we don't know when the FDA will pick a fight with us and stop it, but we are packaging the meatballs to put on the market. Red Meat is the large livestock company that is most strongly opposed to cultured meat, so they are probably going to try to argue that there's something wrong with the meatballs. I think so as well. But I had no choice but to sell it to Red Meat because we were advertising it a lot before launching it. If we didn't, they would have thought that we weren't selling it because we have something we are hiding. Probably. You did good. But I am worried about what they will quibble about. Since it's a food product, there could be heavy metals or antibiotics in it, and that could be fatal to us. Things like that can't be left in our cultured meat production process. That's right. That's why honestly, I have no idea what they are going to do. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Youngjun hung up the phone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days before the public legislative hearing about the bill was held, a video was uploaded to the online Bellwood Community Board. It was a video that Techison Foods employees took of the facility in the Bellwood region. The employees took a video to commemorate the occasion as they were so excited and proud to see the meat growing on their plates. Since McKinney didn't have any privacy policies for that, they first posted that on their personal social media. Those videos quickly gained traction with tons of likes. Then, someone took that video and posted it to the online community board. After that, it spread to other regions as well. It quickly spread among the farmers of the livestock industry. There's already a company that adapted to cultured meat. Techison is making cultured meat. More unbelievable news came up at the same time. It was that all the workers who originally slaughtered livestock there before the change were still there. How could the people who used to kill cows do biology? How can they grow meat on plates? The workers from other facilities were shocked but soon understood the situation. It was because it wasn't as difficult as they thought. Production was different from research and development. Research and development to increase the density of semiconductors required a high level of expertise and creativity, but the factory workers who produced them didn't need it. All they needed to do was simply follow protocols and perform set tasks among mechanized and automated equipment. Techison did not fire a single employee as they changed 3 farms and 1 facility into a cultured meat establishment. In the future, the company plans to convert other farms and facilities as cultured meat technology evolves while gradually reducing the number of livestock. As soon as the first successful case came out, the White House began advertising their policy. Now, they had confidence in their success. They changed the policy letter, which had previously been sent to large livestock companies and farmers, to a more public format. They created a press release for the public. They held press briefings, ran advertisements, and explained the policy in detail through various newspapers and news outlets. In all of it, they used Tekkisen Foods' successful adaptation as an example. "We have to push now," Campbell said. "Please tell me the panels that have been selected for the public legislative hearing. The opponents are red meat and commentators from conservative organizations. What about on our side? We have Mr. McKinney from Tekkisen Foods, Diego from Eat the Green, and Tanya Manker, the CEO of GRO Intelligence. What about Dr. Ryu? I believe he has been contacted to attend and we're still waiting to hear back." One hell Josian is a negative term that people use to criticize Korea, calling it a living hell. The public legislative hearing about the bill was about 10 days later. However, that was only the D-Day. There were dozens of smaller, localized battles going on every day. Numerous intellectuals and livestock industry officials were constantly appearing on TV debates and lectures, strongly voicing their opinions. Among them, there were 3 people who had the strongest influence. The first was Stephen, the CEO of Red Meat. He was the godfather of conservative organizations and the traditional livestock industry. Although many of his workers had left recently, the interest group of traditional livestock companies that rallied around him was still powerful. The second was undoubtedly McKinney. He proved that it was possible to change the traditional livestock system into a cultured meat system by being the first in the world to show a successful transition to cultured meat. This outstanding real-world example was much more powerful than a lot of rambling debates and lectures. The third was Tanya Manker, who had a recent surge in popularity. She had already given a lecture predicting a food crisis at a TED conference in the past. However, there was no one to take her seriously in North America, where half the population was obese. It was nothing more than an interesting theory to average citizens, and they just talked about it as gossip for a few days, then forgot about it. At the time, Tanya was advocating for agrarian reform in India and Africa for the relief of the food crisis. However, it was different this time. It was because there was an entirely new way to solve it. Every market has its tipping point. Tanya, who was giving 3 lectures a day, was repeating something she had said countless times before at New York University. A tipping point is when something starts to change drastically. From that point on, the whole world is affected and a lot of things change irreversibly. It's like the subprime mortgage crisis. It passed its tipping point in September of 2007 when the interest reduction policy came out. The Lehman Brothers went bankrupt as the real estate bubble burst, and the whole world went into a huge, uncontrollable mess, Tanya said. There is a tipping point to the food crisis. If we do not take action now, I believe that point will be 10 years from now. Tanya presented a world map on the screen. Many regions were colored either red or blue. This map is the world's calorie data, the calories of food produced in each region minus the calories consumed. Countries colored blue are those that have a surplus of calories and are stockpiling or exporting food, Tanya said. Brazil, India, Europe, and many other places have emerged as a calorie powerhouse over the last 40 years. They became countries that are self-sufficient and can stockpile and export food. But China has gone from being an exporter to the world's top food importer. She pointed to China. It was so fiercely red that there was an obvious difference compared to the other red countries. What about the future? Tanya asked. 10 years from now, the combined population from Africa, China, and India will be more than half the world's population. Will Africa and India, which are still blue, follow China in the future? Or will they maintain the status quo? There was a dead silence among the audience. Getting the students' attention, Tanya said, there are people who are optimistic about the situation. They believe that India, which has succeeded in the Green Revolution, will continue to be a calorie exporter. But that won't happen. Tanya slowly walked to the front of the stage. India and Africa are regions with growing economies and populations. What happens in these countries is that existing people in agriculture will start a new business and the rural areas will become developed and urbanized. The land that can produce food decreases while the population rapidly increases, which makes us race towards the tipping point, Tanya said. 40 years ago, China was also a calorie exporter, just like India and Africa. It is likely that India and Africa will follow in China's footsteps. We have developed an artificial intelligence forecasting program, Tanya said. This program analyzes things like world food production and consumption and climate change patterns to predict the future. In 2027, there will be a 214 trillion kilocalorie deficit. That means we will need 379 billion more Big Macs to feed the world's population. That's more Big Macs than McDonald's has ever produced, Tanya said. What's worse is that this isn't even including things like nutrient balance. This is just a calculation of the energy. Not only do we need carbohydrate foods, which can produce a lot of energy from fewer resources, we need high-quality sources of protein as well. Tanya's lecture was shifting to cultured meat. When we get close to the tipping point, governments around the world will start destroying traditional livestock industries at a great cost, just like how the US government spent hundreds of billions of tax dollars to keep AIG and the banks afloat during the financial crisis since you can't starve your citizens. They will end up using desperate measures before starving citizens turn to riots and things spiral out of control, Tanya said. Meat production is a huge waste of resources. It takes 30 kilocalories of feed to make 1 kilocalorie of beef. If we consider the opportunity cost of the land resources that produce that feed, we've lost even more energy. The calories of feed used to raise livestock are enough to feed 4 billion people across the world. Tanya went on. There are other problems as well. The traditional livestock industry is a major contributor to deforestation and methane gas production, which accelerates climate change tremendously. Because crop yields plummet exponentially with a 1-degree rise in temperature, the traditional livestock industry is having a huge negative impact on food production in the long run. However, it's a completely different story if we set up a complete cultured meat facility. There is no environmental degradation or waste of resources. We can use all that land used to produce livestock feed to produce food crops. Cultured meat is the technology we need right now. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. *****. That is ridiculous. There's a woman who is talking about something like that, right? Steve from Red Meat, the godfather of the traditional livestock industry, was directly arguing Tanya's point at the University of Pennsylvania. The traditional livestock industry does not destroy the environment that much. It takes 30 calories of feed to produce 1 calorie of beef. It takes 8 calories to produce 1 calorie of pork and chicken, Stephen said. And the food crisis. Logically, will there ever be a food crisis? I believe that argument comes from a lack of understanding of market economics. If there is going to be a food crisis, the price of food in the world is going to go up. Then, do you think India and Africa will stop producing food and develop their rural areas? India will still be a food exporter. Stephen lectured aggressively. I don't even know what the AI program that predicted the food crisis is. If they had that kind of technology, they should start something like Google. It's baffling that they are looking at food production with that amazing artificial intelligence, Stephen said. And isn't it funny that the solution she suggests is cultured meat? Cultured meat? Is she telling us to eat that unknown, grotesque clump of meat that was made in a lab with a bunch of chemicals? It would be more realistic for us to eat cockroaches like in the Snowpiercer. Several protein substitutes like insects or marine resources have been discussed, but cultured meat is a stupid idea. Stephen was shouting to the conservative organizations and students at the University of Pennsylvania. A little ways from there, at Columbia University, McKinney was giving a lecture. I have studied market economics for 40 years, and I agree with Tanya Manker's argument. The reason is that you cannot revert a land that has already been developed. For example, everyone, let's tear down the Columbia University campus and grow cows here since we don't have enough food, McKinney said with his arms wide open. There was laughter among the audience. We cannot stop the development in India or Africa. The problem is not about market economics, the problem is about the model of development of countries. How do rural areas in America, the best in the world for agriculture and livestock, look like right now? There are less young people, agriculture is losing power, and land is continuing to be developed. India and Africa will inevitably follow that route, McKinney said. Once land development occurs, it is difficult to go back. How can you grow crops and livestock on land that has been urbanized? Land is bound to keep reducing. And like all of you know, the world population is increasing. Isn't the food crisis inevitable? With the 3 people leading the discussion, experts on food and agricultural and livestock industries went all over the United States and gave their lectures. Diego, the CEO of Eat the Green, often moved to support McKinney while he was busy with commercialization. A significant amount of their lectures were uploaded on YouTube and had a lot of views. Everyone was curious about how this battle would be concluded. Everything ends on the day that the hearing starts. At the same time, there was one more thing that people were wondering. What is Ryu Youngjun doing? There was no way he could be this quiet. While rambling debates and spontaneous lectures were happening from all over, Youngjun hadn't appeared publicly, not even once. It's because Dr. Ryu is not confident in his cultured meat technology. It is because he does not believe in the food crisis either. Taking the opportunity, Stephen shouted whatever he wanted. He just quietly made cultured meat as a meat substitute, but he got scared because the impact was bigger than he thought. And he has a guilty conscience as a scientist because there is no such thing as a food crisis. Dr. Ryu knows that as a scientist, he knows that third-grade artificial intelligence is useless. Stephen, who finished his lecture, received a round of applause, then started receiving questions. One student raised their hand. Mr. CEO. Yes, the female student over there. Dr. Ryu Youngjun just published a press release from ABIO 30 minutes ago. A press release? Stephen flinched. ******. Who could have imagined? When everyone was fighting over cultured meat, Youngjun was studying something completely different. Cultured meat? I already created and supplied the technology, and I also suggested a solution to change industries, which can protect workers. I did my job as a scientist. The things happening right now seem to be a political fight rather than a debate about the truth of cultured meat. I am not interested in things like that, Youngjun said. I will explain the dangers of cultured meat during the legislative hearing. But right now, I don't want to get into this fight. I would like to study something that will be more helpful to farmers with that time. Youngjun went on. I have been using Ms. Tanya Manker's artificial intelligence program. There is a high chance that red mold will spread in the central United States within 10 days. Last year, the cornfields in the eastern and central parts of the United States were hit hard by red mold and had significant crop failures, but they did not use resistant seeds this year and used the same seeds. It was because they believed that red mold was completely eliminated. However, ABIO confirmed that red mold is still present and in its incubation period in the wheat field a little west from the cornfield. The data that was included in the artificial intelligence as variables were shown. These are values from entering in information about the type of crop, surface area of harvestation, space in between organisms, and climate. The temperature will fall this Sunday and drastically increase the number of spores. The resulting spores will be carried eastward with the faint winds from the Rocky Mountains in the western United States. They end up taking over the central United States, and most of the corn crops will be affected as the organisms are close together and there is no windbreak to block the wind. If Ms. Tanya Manker's program is correct, it is predicted that most of the corn will be infected in 10 days, Youngjun said. Please remove red mold infected ears immediately and dry them to prevent an outbreak, and please buy and use Agen's fungicide that was developed last year during the red mold outbreak. Youngjun received a call right after the press release was published. It was Tanya Manker. Hello. What happened, Mr. Ryu? What do you mean? Your prediction about the spread of the disease. The artificial intelligence program you gave me already had a function that can track that. There is, but it's not usually used. Since it's difficult to get data on how a disease will spread. ICN/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Red mold is especially hard to detect because it can't be observed during the incubation period. The Department of Agriculture did an inspection just last week, but they didn't find any signs of an infection. Tanya said in confusion. The way we found the red mold is related to ABio's new technology, so I can't tell you now. I will reveal it when the time is right, Youngjun said. Rosaline chuckled. Youngjun used Rosaline's simulation mode to find the red mold and modeled the spread of the disease. After collecting the data, he used Rosaline to predict how the fungus would spread, and it was exactly what Tanya Manker's artificial intelligence program predicted. The red mold would produce large quantities of spores starting on the 5th day, which would travel with the faint wind and take over the cornfield in the central region. After about 5 days of incubation, the outbreak would begin on the 10th day and cause massive crop damage. But people don't know that. Like how difficult it is to get data on red mold. Tanya said, Mr. Ryu, the only thing people understood was that my artificial intelligence program predicted the spread of red mold. If it's not right, my prediction of the food crisis will take a hit, too. Are you nervous that you'll be wrong? I am confident in my program. But I am scared because I don't know how you got the data and used it as a variable in the program. Don't worry too much. There is definitely red mold in the wheat field, and if the program is right, there will be a major outbreak in the cornfields 10 days from now. The timing coincides with the legislative hearing. If we fail to predict it, we will take a huge hit at the hearing. It will succeed, and it will become the weapon of the cultured meat advocacy group, Youngjun said. It's easier said than done. It will be fine. Don't worry too much and just wait. Sigh. Okay, then. After the call ended, Youngjun got a call from Agen. It was Nicholas, the CTO. Dr. Ryu, you asked to increase the production of fungicide, the drug for red mold, by 10,000% in the request you sent to the production line. Is this a mistake? No, it's not. The weekly production is only about 20,000 liters right now, right? Soon, the central and western United States is going to be using 500,000 liters a day. We need to supply them. Even if we increase the production 100 times more, it won't be enough. To be honest, even I'm scared to trust that AI program. If you change the production line by that much and if red mold doesn't spread, it's going to be difficult to get rid of the leftover inventory. It's going to be a pretty big loss. I understand. But it's really necessary, so trust me and do it. If anything, the sales will skyrocket and you'll make a lot of money. Dr. Ryu, is this really okay? Of course. There will be mold. No, not this, but you. The things you are doing are a little different from pharmaceuticals, Dr. Ryu. And for the first time, you're being attacked by people, right? I'm asking if you are okay. Isn't it too much to predict red mold? Thank you for your concern, but I'm really fine. Please make sure to increase the production of the red mold drug. I will trust you this time since we are close. But I have to convince the executives with something this big. I can't guarantee it, but I will try. Thank you. McKinney was also surprised by the press release, but Stephen, the CEO of Red Meat, was even more shocked. People were starting to be swayed, and the political sphere was getting nervous as well. The criticism of the farmers was directed to the Department of Agriculture. Just a week earlier, they had conducted a large-scale investigation on diseases, but they hadn't mentioned anything about red mold. The farmers wanted the Department of Agriculture to give them some sort of explanation about Youngjun's announcement. At last, the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture held a press conference. The recent large-scale investigation included the wheat production area in the western region, which Dr. Ryu claims is the origin of the red mold outbreak. However, the Department of Agriculture did not find any signs of a red mold infestation. During the red mold outbreak crisis last year, the Department of Agriculture dried and disposed of all the infected lips and contained the outbreak. Through this, we confirmed the complete eradication of red mold in the western region of the United States. There cannot be red mold in the region. This is why we did not mention it. When the statement finally came out, it was met with a flurry of questions about whether the red mold was just dormant in the western region. It is impossible to find red mold when it is dormant, and it cannot be predicted with an artificial intelligence program. However, if it is dormant, there should have already been an outbreak in the West. Since it is already 20 days later than last year's initial outbreak, we think it is highly unlikely that we'll see red mold this year. Stephen, the CEO of Red Meat, borrowed the announcement from the Department of Agriculture exactly. That artificial intelligence was talking about the food crisis 10 years later, and now it's saying that red mold, which doesn't even exist, is going to take over the cornfield, Stephen said. Don't believe that, people. The reason that I can be sincere as the CEO of a livestock company is because the livestock industry consumes half of the corn production in the country. Corn is the most common feed of livestock. Please believe me, there is no red mold. Stephen firmly refuted Youngjun's claims. People, this year's crops in the central regions were not planted with red mold-resistant seeds. Not many farmers used resistant seeds even though we had that mess last year. Do you know why? Because red mold was completely eliminated last year. There is a very low chance that it will spread this year. This is evidence that the artificial intelligence is wrong. It is giving a completely wrong prediction, isn't it? Stephen said. No one will take this seriously. In fact, no one has confirmed what Dr. Ryu said. Who would bet on such a wild claim? Didn't Tanya Maker, McKinney, and Diego all stay silent? Like Stephen said, people who were in favor of cultured meat and emphasized the food crisis all stayed quiet about this issue. They were afraid they would give the other side a bigger weakness if they tried something. As Stephen's attacks became stronger, the situation actually became worse. The major agricultural companies in corn-producing areas began to issue statements attacking Youngjun. A third-rate artificial intelligence robot and a fortune-telling scientist cannot have more credibility than the Department of Agriculture, the representative of the Union of the Agriculture Corporation of the Central Region announced. Our corporations are already being hurt by the cultured meat technology. It is because more than half of our corn production is being used in livestock feed. Our stock prices have dropped significantly since that false prediction of a food crisis and the introduction of this unsafe junk food called cultured meat. And now red mold? I don't know what kind of bridges Dr. Ryu Youngjun has burned with the agriculture corporations in the central region of the United States to say something as ridiculous as this, but there is no way. On top of that, they stormed to the United States National Institute of Health, where the Biocancer laboratory was, and held a rally. Ryu Youngjun starves American farmers? He must go. Ryu Youngjun is the tumor of the food products industry. As the atmosphere was getting riled up, David, the CEO of Conson and Colson, was lost in thought. Dr. Ryu Youngjun is not wrong. Would someone like him announce something like that just based on an artificial intelligence program? He probably has other evidence. His sharp business intuition was focused on the cultured meat issue and waiting for the right time to get rich. And this was one of those times. However, it looked too dangerous. Even if that artificial intelligence program was incredible, would things really go as Youngjun said? We have a treatment for red mold, right? David asked the CTO. We do. Agen copied our treatment to make theirs. Let's increase production by 50%. But let's keep it a secret since it might fail. Are you sure? 50% is not too bad. We will suffer a loss if there is leftover inventory, but there was a huge mess last year because there wasn't enough treatment. It's better than that, David ordered. The public was polarized. Racist and conservative organizations, led by traditional livestock companies and agriculture corporations from the central region, all criticized Ryu Youngjun. And environmentalists, people who saw great benefits from Youngjun's drugs, and his supporters fought against them. Red mold cannot spread. The Department of Agriculture completely eradicated it last year. Fungus usually produces spores when the temperature drops below 11 degrees Celsius, but we already passed that temperature 20 days ago. But after that, it was pretty warm due to high atmospheric pressure. The lowest temperature drops to 8 degrees this Saturday. That is when the artificial intelligence predicted that red mold spores would occur. Everything that Ryu Youngjun has ever said was right. I think red mold will spread this time. Time flew by as chaos spread across the United States. On top of the cultured meat issue, debate shows on TV and the news began talking about the red mold crisis as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the fifth day, Youngjun came to the wheat fields in the west with Rosaline and sat down on a hill as the sun went down. The ripe ears of the whelm seemed ablaze with a gold flame against the setting sun. It's beautiful, Rosaline said as she watched the beautiful scenery. It is beautiful. I think I've really been influenced by you. I can feel this way, and I don't even find it awkward. Yeah, you were a psychopath when we first met. Talking about how we would pass the break-even point in a few years if we kill some people and eradicate the flu. I am glad you are an ethical person, Rosaline said. Even within the arts, the most boring studies are things like philosophy and ethics, so it seems like it's unrelated to science. It seems like people who are used to scientific thinking won't really consider morals, Youngjun said as he looked down at the wheat leaves. But we shouldn't do that. Science is a science that tells us what can we do, but ethics tell us what we should do. The advancement of technology should be able to answer both questions. Did you find a definite answer about cultured meat? Moving to cultured meat is necessary. I trust McKinney and President Campbell to handle the fuss in that process. Since there's already a case of a successful transformation, it will go well. I see. Rosaline came closer to Youngjun. She climbed onto his knees and sat down. However, she had no weight. Youngjun quietly observed Rosaline's face. Rosaline, who had come from his trauma, looked exactly like Ryu Sae. And in fact, there was something innocent about her, like a child her age, marveling at her newfound senses and feelings. If something looked interesting, she would pop out of Youngjun's body from time to time to look at it and touch it, and it really felt like Ryusae had come back to life. However, she had no weight. What Youngjun saw in front of his eyes was nothing but a fantasy, since her real body was just a cell floating in the air. And as a cell organism, she also had some unusual perspectives. I feel pity for the livestock, she said. The livestock? Not the livestock industry. Yes. It had been a while since he had felt this kind of confusion from his conversation with Rosaline. Why? Youngjun asked. Because once the cultured meat industry is fully established, the number of livestock will decrease exponentially. Is it the number of animals that is the problem, or is it the fact that they are crammed into small spaces, abused, and force-fed in factory farming conditions? I can definitely feel compassion and sadness for that, Rosaline said, but when you look at it from the perspective of a single-cell organism, it's a little different. The chicken, for example, has exploded in population compared to its ancestor, the red fowl, and the population now is about 35 billion. African black rhinos went extinct as Homo sapiens appeared on Earth and competed with other species, but chickens grew in population. Rosaline said, from my perspective, the domestication of animals is an adaptation that is a huge merit to the reproduction of that species. I didn't know you could think of it that way, but their species will face a huge crisis as cultured meat gets set up. Maybe, they will become extinct. In maybe 50 years, chickens will become an endangered species. Rosaline said, from now on, animals that use cuteness as a weapon, like cats, will be the only animals that will be able to adapt and survive in the age of humans. We're going to wipe out HIV, and we're planning to make mosquitoes go extinct. We're getting rid of everything that does not help and bothers humans. HIV too, of course. That is also an organism. I'm not saying it is wrong. You are also a human, and your world is still important to me. Tell me if you want something after livestock. Rosaline said, I will get rid of that species forever. Youngjun felt a little scared. He was going to say that she was still a psychopath but paused. Compared to Rosaline, who perceives the eradication of HIV in terms of species extinction, maybe I'm the psychopath. As Youngjun was a little confused, Rosaline spoke. Oh, it is starting. What is? The spores are forming. Do you want me to turn on synchronization mode? Rosaline said as she pointed at the wheat field. The level of infection of the wheat field was pretty high, but most of the hyphae were underground, and only a few fungi had infected the wheat. And regardless of where they were, all the fungi were dormant. They spread their hyphae in the ground, settling in and gathering nutrients. It had multiplied inside the wheat leaves, but it did not show. But now, it was different. As the temperature dropped, they began to turn into spores. The fungi had to mix their spores and become diploids before winter came. Simply put, the spores had to mate to mix their genes. Next, they would go into a long winter hibernation in the ground with new genes. The last chance to gather energy before then was now, when the ground was rich in nutrients from the many leaves and fruits that had fallen. The leaves of the wheat were golden brown, and the tips of the hyphae were peeking out of the ground. Now, the white spores began opening one by one. The wheat leaves would turn white from the remaining spore shells, and they would soon fade into a reddish color and begin to disease the plant. This fungus was named red mold because of this color. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. PSHH. The spores that popped out from the ground first infected the wheat. The level of infection that was around 5% quickly became 80%. However, there were still countless spores. Then, the wind began coming down from the Rocky Mountains, Fein wind. Whoosh! The sound of the wind rang in Youngjun's ears. The Fein wind took the spores and headed east. Those spores would fall on the central region. However, this was not the end. The newly infected red mold spores had a short incubation period. This is because the average temperatures were right now. As individual spores varied greatly, they would be able to extend their hyphae and form new spores in as little as a few hours or 3 days. The enormous amount of new spores would continue to blow toward the central region. They would continue to multiply until the temperature dropped further and they entered the filamentous body. Let's go. Youngjun got up. There will be talk about the appearance of red mold in the wheat fields any minute now. *****. Campbell was lost in deep thought. He was a supporter of Youngjun, and he was also a supporter of cultured meat, but he was skeptical about the red mold outbreak. And Anthony, the secretary of the Department of Agriculture, was someone he had appointed himself. Campbell trusted him. Do you really think Ryu Youngjun is wrong this time? Campbell asked. I know that you trust Dr. Ryu Youngjun a lot, sir. And I like him as well. I mean, I'm taking a muck, the diabetes drug, as well. But not red mold? We had it contained last year, and I believe that it will not happen this time. And it's already 20 days past red mold's usual appearance period, Anthony said. Sir, Dr. Ryu, for once, is wrong. Unless he is a god, he cannot be right about everything. He misjudged the capability of that artificial intelligence program, that's all. But I got this email. Campbell opened his inbox. It was an email from Youngjun. Agen will be producing great quantities of a red mold treatment in preparation for the outbreak, and if you arrange to purchase them through me in advance, you will be less resented by the farmers. It wasn't very long, and it was bold. How did he get your email? I told him it when we were doing cultured meat because I'm going to make that my most important accomplishment of this term. I told him to email me directly if there are any problems with it. But he wrote about red mold, not cultured meat. If he is right, Dr. Ryu emailing me directly wouldn't be a problem. Campbell rested his chin on his hand and tapped on the table with his fingers. I'm thinking of writing a contract to arrange something. Don't do that. You will be criticized even more. Is that so? Even Tanya Manker, the creator of the artificial intelligence program, has stayed silent as well. She's not confident either. That is how unlikely it is to happen. Campbell let out a deep sigh and held his head. All right. I will think about it. You can go now. If red mold does not appear, that artificial intelligence program and Tanya Manker will be under a lot of fire, and she's the logical center of the cultured meat industry. Things could get a little difficult. Don't worry too much, sir. You will still be able to push for the cultured meat industry, Anthony said. But it would be wise for you to not provoke corn farmers any further right now since they will suffer losses from having corn left over during the setup process of cultured meat. That leftover corn is the key to solving the food crisis. Leave it to me to protect that land and those farmers until the time comes. All we need to do is win the cultured meat legislative hearing. Anthony reassured Campbell and walked out. He returned to his office and sat down. New reports had piled up on his desk during his brief absence. Taking a sip of his coffee, he picked up the report that was at the very top of the pile. Huh? His eyes widened. Surprised, Anthony set down his coffee and read the report closely. Diseased plants were found in the wheat production area. The leaves have turned a dark red color, indicating one or more of the following infectious agents: red mold, leaf blight, leaf miner larvae, or mites. What is? The number of infected plants wasn't very high, only about 30 of them were infected in 2 farms. However, if this was red mold, the infection rate was probably close to 100%. The rest just hadn't shown up yet. Anthony's mind went blank. It could be a different type of disease, but if it was red mold? Microscopic spores that weren't visible to the naked eye had already swept across the central region with the Fein winds. The cornfields may already be infected. Youngjun's email that he read in the Oval Office lingered in front of his eyes. He quickly called the office. Sir, I think I was wrong. There is a possibility of a red mold re-emergence, Anthony said. A re-emergence? Yes. You haven't written back to Dr. Ryu Youngjun about not buying any treatments, right? I was still thinking about it. We have to do a close examination to determine if it really is red mold. I think it will take about 4 to 5 days. Is that the day of the hearing? Is it? If it is red mold, can it appear in the central region as well? Yes. The incubation period is short as the temperatures are low and the fungus are spores right now. If spores flew over the central region, we will have an outbreak in 5 days, and things will become a mess. I see. Do a close examination. I will reply to Dr. Ryu Youngjun, and you can take him to the Department of Agriculture and write a contract for the purchase of the red mold treatment yourself. Yes, sir. As Tanya Manker, McKinney, and Diego, who didn't know how things were going, hesitated, the cultured meat opposition crowd gathered momentum. Stephen was now excitedly criticizing Youngjun and the developers of the cultured meat technology. The cultured meat regulation bill must be passed. It is ridiculous that we are having a legislative hearing over this. The world shouldn't be controlled by one mad scientist who is pretending to be a prophet. How much have the stock prices of agriculture and traditional livestock companies dropped? Stephen shouted to a crowd of conservative groups. He needed to gather as much power as possible right up until the day before the legislative hearing. It would become a powerful weapon in the hearing and would make or break the bill. Above all, cultured meat is dangerous, everyone. Not only is it economically dangerous, it is dangerous to the health of the American people. Do you know how they make that meat? Stephen shouted confidently. It's the same way cancer cells are made. The method of making the cultured meat borrows the mechanism by which cancer cells divide. It's made like a cancer cell. Ryu Youngjun and his minions are trying to put cancer cells in our belly. The final 3 days leading up to the hearing were basically a one-man show for Stephen and the conservative organizations. Most of the conservative organizations came together. They gathered on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., even on the morning of the hearing, and began marching. Get Ryu Youngjun out of America? Ban dangerous cultured meat? Protect livestock companies? Their chants echoed in front of the Capitol. However, the organizers sensed something wasn't right. Farmers from the central and western regions had not shown up to this last, important rally. Stephen, who sat in the hearing with experts from conservative groups, stared at McKinney. He looked a little nervous. They were rivals and competitors who had fought for a long time. It was like you to extend to the cultured meat industry first, McKinney. Stephen thought to himself. But you burnt your tongue trying to eat a potato that was too hot. After you stop the wave as the breakwater, I will eat it slowly. Break just this once. Tanya Manker also looked nervous. She sat in her seat and whispered to McKinney and Diego. Today is the 10th day. McKinney nodded. There's still the rest of the day left, Tanya. We should be seeing some kind of sign by now if there is an outbreak of red mold. If not, so be it. We'll just have to prove the safety of cultured meat and argue for its food production efficiency. McKinney paused. DRRR. It was because Youngjun, who was coming to sit down in his seat, was pushing a huge cart. And there was a huge machine on top of it. What is that? The audience began whispering. All the panelists were shocked. Youngjun put the cart behind the seat, pulled out the cord and plugged it in. What are you doing? Stephen shouted. I got permission from the Capitol, Youngjun replied briefly. Last time, I said that I would discuss the safety of cultured meat at the legislative hearing when I pointed out the danger of the red mold outbreak in the central region. Youngjun tapped the machine with his fingers. This is the FoodScan 3.4 version we purchased from Force Healthcare. It is the newest product. It is the most efficient machine that can analyze the components of raw and processed meat products and even measure the CD value at the amino acid level. The Speaker of the House walked in front of Stephen, who was frozen in shock. The Speaker, who was in charge of leading the hearing, stepped up to the podium and picked up the microphone. Before we proceed with today's legislative hearing, I would like to share with you a fact that may affect the outcome of the hearing, the Speaker said. A disease has spread in corn and wheat fields in the western region. The number of infected plants was increasing slowly until yesterday afternoon, but the situation deteriorated rapidly since the evening, and most of the plants are showing symptoms. What? Stephen, who was surprised, stuttered. The Speaker said, the Department of Agriculture has closely inspected the site for 5 days, and we received the results this morning. The source of the infection has been determined to be red mold. This was announced 30 minutes ago. I am announcing this now as this is likely to have an impact on today's hearing, but you may have not heard it due to time constraints. Jake, a farmer who owned a corn farm in Michigan, sat in his field for 30 minutes. Last night, the ears of hundreds of corn suddenly began to turn dark red and go bad. He felt uneasy since then, but his entire field was devastated by the morning. He didn't care about the last rally before the legislative debate. His harvest for this year was about to be destroyed. A much deeper issue than all the protests and marches they had done had occurred. The battle between the traditional livestock industry and cultured meat. All of the feed for livestock in those traditional livestock industries was about to be cut off. A food crisis in 10 years? A crisis would start in the United States next year, as half of the entire corn production in the country was used for livestock feed. All of that was about to disappear. Then, the price of livestock feed would naturally increase, and so would the price of meat. That was the problem for livestock farmers, but it was even worse for corn farmers. Jake? Someone from behind shouted. Pendleton, an old friend of Jake's, was driving his truck over. So, did they have any treatments at American Farmer? Jake asked. American Farmer was the most famous distributor of agricultural supplies. They bought pesticides from pharmaceutical companies and supplied them to farmers. No. Pendleton shook his head. What about husbandry? Someone already bought all of it. Right. But they only had about 10,000 liters. They said it was sold out last night. Damn it. Jake let out a deep sigh. Damn it. Jake kicked the wheels of the truck. Let's go in now, Jake. I failed last year, Jake said in a depressed voice. Our crops failed last year, too. I'm the f***ing idiot for listening to the ACK calls at the USDA one and not using resistant seeds. Jake shouted. Since the harvest decreases a lot if you use resistant seeds. We were greedy. Who can we blame? I thought they had it completely contained. Everyone thought so. It's not our fault. Pendleton patted Jake on the shoulder. How the hell did it spread? Apparently, there was some left in the wheat fields, Pendleton said. Really? You know Winter Wheat Company in the winter wheat fields? The first red mold-infected seed came out from one of their farms. The department heard about that and investigated it, and it turned out to be the origin. Winter wheat. Did those idiots even contain it? They did. But the investigator missed that spot because they didn't plant wheat there last year. What? How could the fungus be there if there was no wheat? It was a bit damp, and the red mold was left there as a filamentous body in between the moss and the dirt. Oh. And when they planted wheat in that spot this year, it got infected and became the first infected seed. The USDA thinks it started from there because it's the exact same thing that spread last year. Sigh. How much did you lose last year? About $300,000. You think it's going to be worse this time? I am going to go bankrupt at this rate. It's over. It's not just small farmers like us that are going to get crushed. All the big agriculture corporations will take a hit as well. They are all in trouble. Both of them dropped their heads in despair. Jake? Pendleton? Another truck was headed their way. It was their friend who also owned a farm. Look at the news. Watch the announcement from the USDA. The USDA and the White House, who were under attack due to the cultured meat industry, took this opportunity to turn the tables. The USDA was competent, and they had to rebuild their image. The USDA never ignored farmers and people in the livestock industry. That image and their credibility needed to be restored. The USDA has always been committed to protecting the livelihood and property of existing farmers and livestock workers, Anthony said. The USDA dismissed the possibility when Dr. Ryu warned us of the spread of red mold in the central regions. However, we felt that we had to consider the huge damages that farmers would suffer if the USDA was wrong. Anthony deeply thanked Youngjun in his head as he stood in front of the reporters' flashing cameras. Dr. Ryu Youngjun proposed to supply the USDA with a large amount of red mold treatment, and after much consideration, we accepted the proposal and signed the contract on the 13th, about 9 days ago. Agen has produced about 100 times more than their usual amount, and we have already secured inventory. We are going to supply the treatment to farmers in the central and western regions, Anthony said. Also, we deeply apologize for not being able to prevent the outbreak before it happened, even though Dr. Ryu warned us about this situation. There was silence in the hall where the legislative hearing was being held. The congressman had never seen the hall be this quiet. It was obvious, but they could not broadcast Anthony's press conference while the legislative hearing was proceeding. However, the focus of most of the citizens sitting in the audience had already slipped away from cultured meat. They all had their phones out and were watching Anthony's press conference. Red mold is here? People began whispering amongst themselves. They quickly searched through the news. A heavy silence fell over the room. Even those in favor of cultured meat and supporters of Youngjun were extremely shocked at what had happened. Public opinion had changed completely. Posts shocked about the incident were pouring in. Then can the red mold in the central and western regions be treated? They say that the treatment itself is easy. They just have to spray it like you're spraying pesticides from an aircraft. They say the plants can be recovered because it's still in the early stages of infection. A national crisis happened last year because we didn't have enough treatment, but this time we can prevent it. How the hell did the AI do it? The AI predicted that a dormant red mold that showed no symptoms would show up and wipe out the entire Midwest. Then is the food crisis real? That will come in just 10 years? Isn't it just that Ryu Youngjun used the artificial intelligence program well? Not that the artificial intelligence program is good. Ryu Youngjun also analyzed the food crisis theory by the same artificial intelligence program. Tanya Manker also had the same results. I can't believe red mold actually came. The USDA made a mistake in not preventing or predicting it, but it's a relief that they listened to Ryu Youngjun and bought the cure at the last minute. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. D. Dr. Ryu? Did you not spread it? Stephen shouted. Everyone's attention was drawn to Youngjun. Me? Youngjun tilted his head in confusion. How? Perhaps you brought spores. Red mold spores can only survive in air for about 4 hours. It takes over 10 hours by airplane to get from Korea to the United States. Or you brought an infected plant. I would have been reported at the airport if I had brought in a live, infected plant. You can check my immigration records. But, or do you want to say that I created and spread a completely contained fungus after I entered the United States? I've been advising the Department of Agriculture on this red mold outbreak for a few days now and have been given a detailed explanation. There is a separate origin of the outbreak. We can figure this out after the hearing since this is a hearing about cultured meat, not red mold, Youngjun said. The audience murmured. They were already talking about winter wheat. They were already on Youngjun's side. They were astonished by his incredible insight in predicting this huge agricultural crisis and the powerful analytical capabilities of artificial intelligence. First member of the affirmative party of the Cultured Meat Restriction Bill, please present your opening statement. The speaker began the legislative hearing. It was Stephen's turn to speak. As he stood up, Youngjun glanced at him with a notebook and pen in his hands. Stephen picked up his statement with trembling hands. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He had purchased cultured meat from Techison Foods before, and he produced negative data on cultured meat. He had a lot of data prepared, but he could not speak. If Youngjun did not spread it himself, how could the accuracy and timing of his predictions be this good? Stephen felt terror. Youngjun seemed like a shaman who could make it rain with a prayer, or a strategist who could predict dozens of moves ahead with his amazing strategic abilities. To Stephen, Youngjun did not look human anymore. See, cultured meat is created in the same way cancer cells are made. Stuttering, Stephen began his statement. Cultured meat is grown in a dangerous environment with growth hormones. That originates from kochia leaves. And cultured meat can also be infected with bacteria or viruses because it is grown in a nutrient-rich culture. If we eat cultured meat, we are eating that as well, Stephen said. And cultured meat is created from stem cells. Like cancer cells, stem cells have the ability to divide indefinitely. There's no guarantee that stem cells won't go into your body and become cancerous. Stephen's statement went on for about 15 minutes. Thank you. First member of the negative party of the Cultured Meat Restriction Bill, please cross-question. The legislative hearing, a variation on the Karl Popper debate method, was where each side presented a speaker and took turns asking questions about the speaker. Youngjun stood up and began his cross-questioning. You stated that cultured meat is dangerous because it contains growth hormones, is that correct? Yes, Stephen replied with a shaky voice. Do you know where that growth hormone comes from? I understand that it comes from kochia leaves. Do you know that kochia leaves are consumed for food? I do not know. It is commonly used for food in India and Pakistan. It is difficult for plant growth hormones to be active in living animal bodies when administered orally. The reason is because it cannot pass the stomach wall. That is why people in India and Pakistan do not have any health problems even though they eat a lot of kochia leaves. However, it is different when it is dissolved in cell cultures. The growth hormone can act on and divide cultured meat because the receptors are all exposed at the cellular level. This means that the hormone is effective in cultured meat, but it has no effect in the human stomach, Youngjun said. The hormone does not enter our body as the culture medium containing it is removed during processing, but even if it does, it is a food used in India and Pakistan. Furthermore, cultured meat is also very unlikely to be infected with bacteria or viruses because it is grown in a sterilized space. Let me ask you, Stephen, are the barns where traditional livestock farmers raise their cows, pigs, and chickens sterile? When you handle the animals, do you use equipment that has been sterilized at high temperature and pressure using equipment like autoclaves? No. Do you install HEPA filters and air barriers in your barns to control air coming in from the outside, and do you use floor adhesive pads to remove contaminants from under your feet? No. Then, do you sterilize empty barns with UV light and OPA-based disinfectants? Do farmers wear sterile clothing, masks, goggles, waterproof boots, and hair caps when they enter the barn to feed or care for livestock? Watching Youngjun's attack, Diego whispered to McKinney, "Steven looks like he's going to cry any minute." Youngjun went on. "The medium in which we grow our cultured meat contains indicators, so any virus or bacterial infection is reported immediately. The cultured meat tanks are basically automatically diagnosed 24 hours. Does a system like that exist in your barn? No, it does not. You claim that eating stem cells can cause them to become cancerous in the body. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yes. Are you certain?" Steven covered his face with his hands. In a pained voice, he replied, "That is my understanding." "Do you know that ABio uses stem cells to treat glaucoma?" "I did not know that. We directly administer stem cells into the patient's eye by injection when we treat glaucoma. 400,000 American patients were cured like that. Not one of them developed a tumor. Do you know why that is?" Steven replied that he did not know, but he knew. The stuff about stem cells and cancer was not to attack Youngjun, but to scare the people who were watching this hearing on television, since it would be beneficial to Steven if even one person believed it, no matter how many scientific explanations Youngjun gave. However, the scale had been tipped too much. The red mold that had emerged right before the hearing gave Youngjun an enormous amount of power. Steven berated Youngjun about acting like a prophet, but he actually became one. "We have developed a technology that automatically kills undifferentiated stem cells. This technology has also been applied to cultured meat," Youngjun said. To Steven, it sounded like Youngjun was telling him that he was going to destroy him like schematics if he kept getting in the way. "Cultured meat is safe. Do you have any objections to my question so far?" Youngjun asked. Steven dropped his head. Youngjun turned to the speaker. "Thank you. I conclude the cross-questioning." As Youngjun went back to his seat and sat down, the speaker glanced at Steven, then said, "First member of the negative party, please present your statement." It was Youngjun's turn again. "I will begin." He walked over to the food scan machine. "1 United States Department of Agriculture. Cultured meat is an already established technology that is necessary to deal with the upcoming food crisis, prevent environmental destruction, and solve the moral problem of eating meat. I believe everyone is already familiar with its usefulness," Youngjun said. "I think the reason why this legislative hearing is being held on the bill to restrict cultured meat is because people are not yet convinced of the safety of cultured meat, as stated by the affirmative party beforehand." Youngjun turned on the food scan machine. "For those who were not convinced by my statement earlier, I will prove it to you now." He pulled out a few large plastic bags from the icebox next to him. Each bag had a large piece of tape on it, and it had beef inside. "I requested this from the administrators. The name of the company that processed each piece of meat is probably written underneath that tape. It could be cultured meat, it could be from Tekison Foods, or it could be from red meat." Youngjun lined up the 10 plastic bags on the table. "I don't know the order either. We will randomly pick one, analyze it, see the results together, then take the tape off. Which one should we pick?" "Number 1 is the far left," Youngjun asked the audience. This was not how an introductory statement was usually done. The usual way was to just read through the statement. Youngjun wasn't violating the rules, but the audience was taken aback by his unusual actions. However, one brave person from the audience shouted, "Number 3. All right, I will analyze number 3. Food scan can analyze 10 species at a time, so let's do one more. Which one should we do? Number 5? Someone shouted again. "Sure." Youngjun picked up the 2 plastic bags and took out 100 grams of beef from each. He opened the first and second sample lanes, put in the beef, and pressed a button to start the analysis. Beep. Whir. With his arms crossed, Youngjun silently waited as the machine started with a short beep. This was too relaxed to be an opening statement, where every second counted. "We don't need to be constantly talking for 15 minutes. Rosaline said. "A picture was worth 1,000 words, showing people once was enough." Click. The lids of the first and second sample lanes opened. It meant that the analysis was complete. Youngjun pressed a button, and the results were presented on the screen in the front of the hall. Sample 1, 324.1 kilocalories, 25 g of fat, 12 g saturated fat, 1 g polyunsaturated, 12 g monounsaturated, 85 mg cholesterol, 57 mg sodium, 331 mg potassium, 0 g carbohydrate, 0 g fiber, 0 g sugars, 24 g protein, 0 IU vitamin A, 9 mg vitamin C, 3.1 mg iron, 2.5 g cobalamin, 22 mg magnesium. These are the values from the first sample, Youngjun said. "Shall we look at the second sample?" Youngjun went on to the next slide. Sample 2, 284.7 kilocalories, 19 g fat. There is a big calorie difference, and the fat and protein content is very different. The second sample has a much higher vitamin and protein content as well. "What do you think they are?" Youngjun asked. "The second is cultured meat. The first is red meat?" Someone shouted from the audience. "The second sample is cultured meat really?" Youngjun said, then turned to face the panelists. "What do you think?" The affirmative party was flustered, and so was McKinney and Diego from the negative party. I also think that the second sample is cultured meat," McKinney said cautiously. The first sample is cultured meat, said the man with a beard who was sitting beside Stephen. It was Clarence Bishop. He was one of the conservative polemicists who was strongly against cultured meat. I studied food nutrition, and it seems to me that the fat content of the first sample is higher than a beef tenderloin processed the normal way, Clarence said. Dr. Ryu, I did a lot of research on cultured meat myself, and free fatty acids can occur in the process of stretching the muscle fibers. When you use the mechanism of cancer cells and proliferate it in a short amount of time, the fatty acids will stay in the muscle fibers and increase the saturated fat content. It becomes a product detrimental to your health. Is that so? Youngjun asked. Yes. The first sample is cultured meat. Youngjun chuckled, and so did Diego. Then, let's reveal it. Youngjun took off the tape, and the company name was revealed. Red meat, red meat. The affirmative party was a little flustered. Wait, how could you do this? Putting red meat in both of them, and Clarence argued. I didn't tell you before, but I asked for 3 products from each company. I did not know that both of them were red meat products either. We picked them at random as everyone saw, didn't we? Youngjun said. What do you think happened? How is it that the same species of cattle, raised in the same traditional way and slaughtered and processed in the same way, have such different components in their tenderloins? Youngjun took off the tape on all of the plastic bags. He put each sample into the food scan and ran it. The reason they differ is because they come from a live animal, Youngjun said. It's the same way that we all look different from each other, have different personalities, different heights, different weights, and different tendencies. Livestock animals like cattle also have different tendencies, so naturally, the meat we get from them is going to be different. Youngjun picked up a product from red meat. The component composition of meat is not strictly analyzed, they are just being distributed, right? We do not scientifically know what we are eating. The components in a beef tenderloin known on the market are average values. And all biology has great deviations to the left and right of the average, Youngjun said. Tenderloin is generally thought to be low in fat and cholesterol, but what about sample 1? The values were so shaky that even a food nutrition expert was confused, right? That's because I thought there was cultured meat among them, so Clarence mumbled. Youngjun nodded. Now that there is cultured meat, people are at least suspicious. Before that, everyone would have eaten it without thinking, even people with high cholesterol. It is just that the human body itself is robust enough to buffer a lot of variables. But eating food that you don't know the composition of is not a desirable situation both nutritionally and medically. Ending up with acute kidney failure or intestinal ulcers is common from eating bad things and not being able to digest them, Youngjun said. But cultured meat is different. You can trust the nutritional facts. Cultured meat is grown fiber by fiber in a strictly controlled manner, so it does not have a big deviation, like traditional meat. Click. The analytical data for the 10 different meats showed up on the screen. There were 3 from red meat, 3 from Tekisen Foods, and 4 pieces of cultured meat. Let's compare the data. First, Youngjun opened the data from red meat and Tekisen Foods. It was a complete mess. The worst one showed that a piece of red meat's beef had a 3 times higher sodium content than the meat from Tekisen Foods. Youngjun pressed a few buttons and statistically analyzed the data. He organized red meat, Tekisen Foods, and cultured meat into 3 separate places. He graphed the results with error bars. Regardless of what company it was, the values of traditional meat varied tremendously with error bars ranging from 20% to 300%. In science, these values are usually seen as meaningless. We conclude that another factor is required to control the data, Youngjun said. That is how new technologies are invented, by discovering and applying new factors. Youngjun went on to the next slide. The result of that is cultured meat. The error margin was 2%, the calories for all 4 samples were 320.5, and 3 samples had a fat content of 15 grams with one having 14.9. The values were basically identical. The composition of cultured meat is more stable and credible than traditional meat. Youngjun pressed a few buttons for analysis again. This time, let's take a look at the values of residual hormones, antibiotics, bacteria, and viruses in the meat. This was even worse. All the values were much higher in the traditional meat. This made sense in a way as these animals had accumulated them from eating feed that was enriched with antibiotics and hormones. No matter how hygienic the slaughter conditions were maintained, blood splattered everywhere, and saws were used to cut through meat and bones. As they hosed it down with water afterwards, there was naturally a higher chance that microorganisms would reproduce in these places. The microorganisms that were left in the body of the livestock in the first place would have developed resistance to antibiotics after a long battle and remained in the processed products. In terms of food safety regulations, it doesn't matter if it is eaten after processing, Youngjun said. But there is no reason to intentionally eat something that is full of antibiotics, hormones, and microorganisms when there are alternatives. Youngjun went on to the next slide. There was almost zero residual amount in cultured meat. It wasn't created in a hygienic slaughter environment, it was created in a sterile space. Like how workers who assembled ultramicroscopic semiconductors wore dust suits, cultured meat was made on a biosafety workbench with workers wearing sterile suits, completely isolated from outside contaminants. The product, which is vacuum sealed there, contains no bacteria or viruses. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Even the trace amounts that you see now must have come from my hands during the transfer from the bag to the machine, Youngjun said. There are no residual amounts of hormones and antibiotics. There are no antibiotics because we don't use any, and the hormone disappears when we remove and wash away the culture media. Of course, as I said earlier, it is okay to consume because it is from a plant and does not affect the human body. Youngjun went on. Everyone. Cultured meat is safe. You can rest assured. That is it for my statement. You have 40 seconds left, said the speaker. It's fine. It's my turn to be cross-questioned, right? It was the same thing as how Youngjun attacked Stephen when he gave his statement first. This time, Stephen had to question Youngjun and find holes in his statement. That's right. The first member of the affirmative party, please begin the cross-questioning, said the speaker. Stephen pursed his lips and stood up. He was speechless for a long time as he stared at Youngjun. Ask me anything, Youngjun said. Question. Pardon? With a defeated face, Stephen said, there is nothing to cross-question. *****. The hearing was basically over after Youngjun's statement. The rest of the discussion was one-sided and meaningless. After everything ended, Tanya Manker and McKinney called Youngjun, who left the hall. I was so surprised, Mr. Ryu, McKinney said. I apologize for not giving you a heads up about how I was going to present it in advance. I was busy advising the Department of Agriculture on the red mold thing. That's all right. We won easily, thanks to you. Dr. Ryu, Tanya interrupted. Is there any chance you could tell me how you predicted that with my program? I will tell you if I get a chance to, Youngjun said, smiling. VRRR. A few huge dump trucks that were heavily loaded were driving by on the other side of the road. That's probably the red mold treatment. I heard they are concentrating the supply on infected areas right now, McKinney said. It must be hectic down at the USDA. They are probably busy, but also probably happy, Tanya said. They averted an immediate crisis thanks to Mr. Ryu. And the global crisis 10 years later, McKinney added. Tanya Manker's artificial intelligence program succeeded in predicting red mold. Worries about the safety of cultured meat completely disappeared after the legislative hearing. Now, experts on food supply who emphasized the food crisis excitedly began to advertise the need for new technology everywhere. With the United States, one of the countries with the most developed livestock industry, leading the charge, governments around the world drew up a long-term plan for 10 years. They would gradually reduce the number of traditional farms and replace it with a field to grow kochia. This would allow them to preserve farmers' profits by making use of the land instead of it being idle. They would also help meat processing industries train their employees to transform their operations into cultured meat production facilities and maintain employment. If only things could go according to plan. Youngjun was spending his time sitting on a hill near a cornfield in Iowa. The sound of light airplanes flying overhead echoed in the sky. Large amounts of red mold treatment were being sprayed over the cornfields 5 times a day. It's a relief that there is a cure, Youngjun said. Agen is probably really happy since they sold a ton of the treatment to the US government. Probably. PSHH. The planes poured the treatment onto the cornfield again. It looks like it's raining. Rosaline popped out of Youngjun's body. She began running towards the center of the cornfield. Where are you going? I want to go inside. Rosaline ran into the corn stalks that were taller than her. The treatment poured onto her, but her clothes or hair didn't get wet at all. After observing the sky, she looked around at the corn ears. This drug is a fat-dissolving compound with a steroid cure, Rosaline said. After soaking into the ground, the treatment would absorb through the roots of the corn and travel along the sieve tube. Rosaline shared her vision with Youngjun. The treatment went into the corn and the leaves and entered the alpha receptors of the fungus. The 24th carbon of the treatment acted on the back of the hyphae-forming material in the fungus. It works as a Lewis acid, Rosaline said. The fungus dies as the hyphae-forming material is destroyed. You can show me this without using fitness now, Youngjun chuckled. Rosaline turned and glanced at him. No, I used fitness. Ugh. I didn't think I would need to get permission because I only used a little. It's okay. Rosaline stopped synchronization mode, which she turned on herself, and returned to Youngjun. That treatment looks similar to prednisolone. Prednisolone. It makes sense as they are both steroids. What is prednisolone? It's a hepatitis treatment. It's one of the 2 pills you were taking when you first created me. The other one was pentoxyphyllene. *****. If Dr. Ryu says that he is going to terraform Mars next week, I'm going to trust him and buy land on Mars, David said in the car with a loud chuckle. Did you make some profit? Asked his driver, who had worked for him for 30 years. It was huge. We increased production by 50%, but we should have increased it by about 200%. We sold all of it, no inventory left. And the company image improved a lot, too. Really? I mean, Johnson & Coulson was the national pharmaceutical company of the United States, right? We already had a pretty good company image. But on top of that, we became the company that had the foresight to see the potential in Dr. Ryu's absurd prophecy, David said as he snapped his fingers. He is a genius. I hope to maintain a good business relationship with him. When you first saw him, you tried to dominate the diagnostic market first to keep Dr. Ryu in check, right? Well, I didn't know that he was such a genius back then, David said. When brilliant people and geniuses come along, company executives that have a vested interest are bound to try to consume them. But not now. You have to follow them if they are overwhelmingly brilliant, David said. I believe that someone like Dr. Ryu Youngjun is unprecedented in the history of humanity. He used to be compared to people like Einstein, but I think he's past that level now. Is that so? You can see it in the way he made everything in this cultured meat project go according to his plan. He's not just a scientifically brilliant scientist who can develop good drugs. Being able to deliver a technology that could transform an industry as large as this while minimizing the noise like that is beyond the capabilities of a normal human being. It was really fascinating. I was shocked to see that red mold actually re-emerged. Plus, he does things like analyze the nutrient composition of cultured meat on live television. The idea of protecting the livelihood of most of the people who were already in the industry is amazing. Scientists don't usually think of things like that because they've fulfilled their responsibility by providing the new technology, David said. I see. I'm just glad that an ordinary person like me can live in the same generation as a giant like him. If you're just an ordinary person, what does that make the rest of us? Ha ha ha. Compared to Dr. Ryu, everyone is just a common, ordinary citizen. Now, I think Dr. Ryu is doing science in all fields, not just pharmaceuticals. I have high expectations for what he will do next. On the day that Youngjun was returning to Korea, he met Campbell. As a state guest, Campbell was personally seeing him off. This was also quite unusual, but as a politician, Campbell used Youngjun's image well. Youngjun was someone who had stopped a national crisis and someone who established a cancer laboratory to begin a long-term project with the United States. This was enough justification. Youngjun didn't like to get involved in politics, but he didn't have any reason or grounds to refuse Campbell's offer to thank him and see him off. The United States of America is greatly indebted to Dr. Ryu Youngjun from this red mold outbreak. I hope we can maintain a positive relationship. Campbell shook Youngjun's hand and turned around to face the camera. Click, click. Cameras flashed from all over. The White House has arranged a plane for you. I hope you have a comfortable return home, Campbell said. Just like Campbell said, the way back was very nice and comfortable. Being treated as a state guest, Youngjun spent his time leisurely in the White House's private jet. It had been a while since he had relaxed. What are you going to study when you get back? Kim Chul-kwon asked. I don't know. I'm thinking of finishing up the things I have already started instead of starting a new research project, Youngjun said. Like what? I started a lot of things, so I have a lot to finish as well. For example, probiotics. Probiotics. You have to keep taking amok to treat diabetes right now, but we can cure diabetes if we create a gut environment where the microorganism can produce amok by itself. I see. But since it's a living bacteria with edited genes, it's difficult to get approval for a clinical trial. That's what I'm thinking about, Youngjun said. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Wait. Now that he thought of it, his results about probiotics changed depending on Rosaline's level. At first, all Rosaline said was to use a bacteria called Chloridinus limovittus. When Rosaline became level 3 and he was able to use advice, Rosaline told him to manipulate the genes of the bacteria to treat diabetes. Rosaline is level 20 right now. Youngjun also had a powerful skill called simulation mode. Do you want me to look at probiotics again? Rosaline asked. Yes, please. Activate simulation mode. A message window popped in front of Youngjun's eyes. His vision faded out into pitch black. I'm tired. I'm going to take a short nap, Youngjun said to Kim Chul-kwon and calmly closed his eyes. He leaned back on his chair and focused on the scene in front of his eyes. The small, intricate, and complex system of the bacteria appeared. This is the microorganism empire, Rosaline said. Biologically, humans have 3 cell systems. 3. The first is the somatic cell system. These are cells that exist in a newborn baby's body and mature during growth but don't divide much afterward. They are difficult to regenerate, but they are relatively strong and used until people die. And the other 2. The other is the immune system. Because the most dangerous enemy that threatens the somatic cells is foreign invaders, they need a system to defend against that. That is the immune system. White blood cells, which are made in the bone marrow, constantly circulate the body and look for foreign invaders, Rosaline said. And surprisingly, there are foreign invaders that have established themselves in the human body. That is the empire of microorganisms, the microbiome. You can think of them as foreign individuals who have such a huge business in the country that the government cannot touch them. And you're saying that the human body is maintained from the harmony of these 3 systems. Yes. And this might be obvious, but the immune system is the most interested in the microbiome. You can say that most of the immune reactions happen in the intestines. As such, developing a well-crafted and amazing probiotics is not just simply effective for diabetes or weight loss, Rosaline said, because manipulating the microbiome means manipulating the immune system. I get it now. Like how diabetes was a type of autoimmune disorder, but you can treat it with probiotics now. You can treat most autoimmune diseases and allergies. Should I list some? Rosaline said. What simulation mode is saying right now is rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, Sjogren's syndrome, psoriasis, ulcerative colitis, some forms of autism, Crohn's disease, ankylosing spondylitis, a few types of anemia, asthma, some forms of Lou Gehrig's disease, dementia, and most allergies. And this isn't a treatment, it's a prevention. There were 3 stages to the pharmaceutical industry: prevention, diagnosis, treatment. Excluding the vaccine, most of the things Youngjun had done until now were limited to treatment, but this was different. How many genes have to be edited to see those results? You have to use 2 more species of bacteria other than Chloridinus limovitus. And you have to modify a total of 107 locations. Alright. Thanks. End simulation mode. Stop simulation mode. Youngjun, who minimized the window and took a sip of wine, began thinking. How do I get approval for that ridiculous probiotics? Even eating cooked corn and beans with a couple edited genes created several issues. If Youngjun proposed a crazy idea to put a live bacteria with 107 genes edited into someone's gut, no matter how much Youngjun had shown the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, he couldn't imagine them just saying yes. Also, he didn't want them to give him approval just because he was Youngjun, as that would be a violation of research ethics. Wait, but have I contemplated things of this magnitude before? His scale of thinking had changed at some point. Youngjun was originally making one drug for single diseases, like the flu treatment, but his scale of thinking had changed after trying to conquer cancer. Now, he was thinking of ways to cure all those autoimmune diseases at once. Is this because of Rosaline? Youngjun took a sip of his wine. Rosaline has decomposed the alcohol. Don't drink wine. Your blood vessels smell like ethanol. I'm too lazy to clean it. Rosaline said. Oh, alright. Youngjun arrived in Korea. Ryu Youngjun returning to Korea after developing cultured meat. Photos of him entering the airport terminal appeared in various articles. He was a little worried, but fortunately, the trouble had mostly died down. Youngjun's prediction that Korea would follow if the United States calmed down was correct. The plan to transform traditional livestock into cultured meat that he discussed and created with the White House, the USDA, and McKinney was based on the United States, but it was created with other countries in mind as well. Campbell shared the plan with other governments, including Korea. It's funny seeing how people's attitudes change, Park Joo-hyuk said to Youngjun, who had arrived at ABio. What attitude change? Public opinion. When you announced cultured meat, people were all up in arms, making a fuss about how you were a traitor to your own people and whatnot. It looked that way, even in the United States. They were fighting with your fan club, environmentalists, and vegetarians who were in favor of cultured meat. It was pretty big. Did you get complaints? You think it was just complaints? They swarmed here to protest and stuff. ABio people suffered. It must have been hard. Yeah, but that public opinion completely disappeared after red mold showed up and the live legislative hearing was broadcasted. That's good. And there are 2 farms that switched to cultured meat in Korea, too. Now that they've done it successfully, public opinion is praising it again. Talking about how this is the way to prepare for the future and whether it would be Korea, which imports food from the United States, or the United States that is going to go down if a food crisis happens. Youngjun nodded. Countries that import food, like Korea, would be on the verge of starvation. But if a food crisis like that came, it won't matter whether they are a food exporter or importer. Because there will be a war? Yeah. People would have bowed to ABio and eaten cultured meat if we developed this technology after the food crisis. It's a bit unfair because we're being berated for making it early and pushing for it. Whatever. Youngjun leaned back in his office chair. Other than that, did anything else happen while I was gone? Youngjun asked. Youngjun could ask this because Park Joo-hyuk was his friend. There were other supervisors in the research team, management team, or finance team that he could ask as the CEO. However, Park Joo-hyuk was his partner and a friend that he could rely on. He could be the most logical and give Youngjun the advice he needed without being afraid of stepping on someone's toes. Well, I don't think there are any problems, Park Joo-hyuk said. But Youngjun, do you want to go on a blind date? Do what? Youngjun squinted like he didn't believe Park Joo-hyuk. A blind date? If I were to make a line with the people who want to meet you through me, it would reach Agen. Phew, no, I don't want to. I don't have the time, and I'm not interested in dating. That's weird. I feel like you weren't this uninterested in girls. Park Joo-hyuk crossed his arms and tilted his head in puzzlement. Do you secretly have a kid or something? Are you crazy? Youngjun was startled. If you don't, you don't. What are you getting so worked up for? Rosaline, who was beside Youngjun, giggled. Are you already seeing someone? Is it that Dr. Song? No, I'm not interested in seeing anyone, so stop, Youngjun said firmly. Park Joo-hyuk stared at Youngjun in thought. What? Youngjun asked. I usually don't tell you to date someone because I pity the girl who would date you. This bastard. But honestly, I'm worried for you. You look like you're addicted to work. You're going to burn out if you keep doing that. I had burnout syndrome when I was studying to be a lawyer, so I know what it feels like. It's a medical condition registered by the World Health Organization. I was worried about you because the entire world was criticizing you when you were doing cultured meat. And honestly, you have too much stress. I'm fine. And you're single, too. You shouldn't be worried about me. I can get a girl whenever I want to because I'm good looking, Park Joo-hyuk said. People can look like dogs or like cats, right? All your past girlfriends have looked like puppies, right? Really? I know someone that looks exactly like a puppy. She's a model. Whatever. You date her. I don't like puppy faces. Puppy faces are drawn to puppy faces. Then what are you? Youngjun asked. Park Joo-hyuk gave him a sexy look. A sculpture. A broken one? Knock knock. As they were exchanging stupid jokes, Yu Sung-mi, Youngjun's secretary, knocked. Sir.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes, come in. Click. Yu Song-mi poked her head in and said, "You have a meeting at the A-Bio Next Generation Hospital. You have to leave now. Young Soon-rae, an elderly woman, bought A-Jen's life insurance. She did it because her son and his wife forced her to, but she didn't think it was a waste of money. It was because A-Jen sent her a diagnostic kit every month. It was included in the premium. One day, a bright dot appeared in the kit. What does this mean? Young Soon-rae asked her grandson anxiously. You can diagnose yourself. Her grandson connected the diagnostic to his phone and turned on the remote diagnostic service. Melanoma. A few nearby hospitals showed up on the screen, and A-Bio Next Generation Hospital was one of them. Young Soon-rae went straight to the hospital. The diagnostic kit said melanoma? Have you had any age spots show up on your skin recently? Here. She showed him the dark spot on her shoulder. Melanoma was one of the cancers that A-Gen and A-Bio had yet to conquer. The odds weren't in their favor with existing treatments. However, this was the A-Bio Next Generation Hospital. This hospital was becoming increasingly different from other hospitals as Youngjun's research was getting faster and being commercialized here. Well, harvest some skin cells. We need it for simultaneous precision diagnosis, said the doctor. He harvested the cells from the epithelial tissue from where the melanoma was and sent them to the stem cell technicians at the Next Generation Hospital. Epithelial skin tissue from patient sample 48,847. The technicians dedifferentiated the somatic cells into stem cells. And at the same time, they sent the entire genome extracted from the cells to the diagnostic device department at Lab 1, requesting whole genome, WG, analysis for patient sample 48,847. The results were transferred to the A-Bio's server cloud a few days later. Genetic analysis data of patient sample 48,847. The data was fully analyzed. 34 melanoma-specific mutations were found. Of these, clinical cases of mutations that were resistant to treatment are the following. KN44T790M mutation, report of colistin resistance in a 44-year-old male patient, Nature. ARTK24L mutation, report of telenub resistance in an 85-year-old female patient, NEJM. This information was more valuable than gold to a doctor. Back in the day, hospitals would just try a bunch of drugs and change them if they didn't work to find the right one for the patient. But in just 2 days, A-Gen could analyze existing clinical cases and the patient's genotype to pick the most promising treatments. However, this is a theoretical value. They needed empirical data. The skin tissue is ready. The stem cell research team sent a report. The organoid wasn't ready yet. The life creation department hadn't gotten to that stage. However, A-Bio had succeeded in regenerating some skin epithelial tissue from stem cells before. Colistin and telenub are very likely to be resistant, so please test those two if you have time. In the meantime, let's prioritize glutenib, alimap, cariptine, osimerezumab, and bevitinib. The stem cell research team, which had received the doctor's email, began dropping the treatments onto the skin tissue they grew. Among them, osimerezumab showed especially strong effects. The doctor, who received the results, gave her a prescription. It's called osimerezumab. I will give you a week's worth, so come back after you finish them. Because Young Soon-rae had A-Gen Life, all the costs were covered by them, including whole genome analysis and the stem cell-based treatment testing. It seemed like A-Gen would lose money because it was so expensive, but to everyone's surprise, A-Gen Life was making a huge profit. It was because the price of the testing had gone down. The 200 gene analysis machines at A-Gen were running 24 hours a day, producing massive amounts of data. Technologies like iPSC and skin tissue differentiation were well established and could be tested quickly and easily. And the most crucial point was that drugs were cheap. 1 week's worth of treatment is 18,001, the pharmacist said to Young Soon-rae, who went down to the pharmacy with her prescription. The plant-based pharmaceuticals research department had worked on a total of 17 drugs so far, and osimerezumab was one of them. Plus, it was a perfect match for Young Soon-rae. In just 2 months, Young Soon-rae's melanoma was almost gone. If it was a few years ago, she would have spent tens of millions of won to try a bunch of drugs. She would have lost her hair, gotten sick, and gotten worse overall. She could have been in danger if she used colistin or telenub. Diseases that other hospitals can't cure can be cured here. And they can do it cheaply, quickly, and with minimal side effects. After her treatment, Young Soon-rae became a walking advertisement for A-Gen Life. Whenever the elderly people in the neighborhood gathered, she talked about the Next Generation Hospital and A-Gen Life's insurance. It's a relief to hear that it's going well, Youngjun said when he heard how the hospital was going. Several donors who were running public welfare foundations and doctors were present at the hospital board meeting. I don't want to interfere with running the hospital, but the reason I called for a board meeting is because of the A-Bio Cancer Lab, Youngjun said. I would like the new anti-cancer technologies that will be created there to be adopted right here. Technologies that can completely conquer cancer in the future. It would be best to write a technology supply agreement as soon as possible. Youngjun, who came out of the meeting after writing the contract, looked around the hospital. It had gotten bigger, and it now had 32 medical specialties. There were about 1,000 beds and more than 100 attending doctors. Was there a psychiatry department here? Youngjun asked as he walked down the hall. He asked because he saw the Department of Psychiatry down the hall. It was built a few months ago when Professor Shin Youngju transferred here from Yunyi University Hospital, said the young intern doctor who was seeing Youngjun off. I see. Oh? Suddenly, Rosaline popped out of his body as if she had seen something. What? Youngjun stopped in his tracks and stared at Rosaline. She began running toward the lobby where the front desk of the psychiatry department was located. Come here. Youngjun, who followed her, was surprised. Dr. Ryu? Song Ji-hyun said with wide eyes. Beside her was a big man who was shaking his leg with his head down. He raised his head and stared at Youngjun. Youngjun recognized him. Synchronization mode. Would you like to gain insight into schizophrenia? Fitness consumption rate, 0.2/second. A message window popped up. He also recognized this message as well. This man was in the hospital lobby when Youngjun went to see a psychiatrist to see if he was going crazy after getting Rosaline. He had barely stopped this man, who was extremely tense, anxious, and panicked at the time, from jumping out the hospital window. And he's my brother, Song Ji-hyun said. Song Jong-ho was a year younger than Song Ji-hyun. Their father was an executive at SG Group, and their mother had a doctorate in economics, but she quit her job to be a stay-at-home mom. They had nothing but happy memories of a warm and stable childhood in a prosperous middle-class family. Song Ji-hyun was also famous for her beautiful looks, but Song Jong-ho was even more famous. He was a celebrity among the moms in the neighborhood. Oh, Jong-ho is a boy, but he's still so much prettier than girls. He's going to break some hearts when he gets older. Everyone who saw Song Jong-ho said he was handsome, praised him, and loved him. In fact, he became a good student who was smart, well-spoken, athletic, and studious, just like his sister. Then, it began when Song Ji-hyun was a freshman in high school. You got all of that today? Song Ji-hyun asked in surprise when she saw Song Jong-ho pouring something out of his bag after returning from school. It was a bunch of chocolate. Yeah. Can I read the letters? Not the letters. Then can I have some chocolate? Yeah. You can have all of it. I think some of them are handmade. Are you sure you don't want it? I don't like sweets anyway. And you always have a sweet tooth. You even named your dog Cream. How could you name a golden retriever Cream? When she grows up and has puppies, I'm going to name them Brownie, Song Ji-hyun said as she picked up one of the chocolates. Are you sure? I'm going to have them all. Yes, I'm sure. You only like me, your sister. What am I going to do about you? Song Ji-hyun said as she unwrapped a piece of chocolate. You're the only one I like. Gross. Stop being so ridiculous. It's true, Song Jong-ho said. So you can't hate me. You're the most popular person at school. Who would hate you? No, there are a lot of kids who hate me. A lot of them, says the person who just poured out 40 letters and chocolates out of his bag. It's true. They talk crap about me all the time. I can hear all of it. It's gotten to the point where it's almost traumatic. I feel like I can hear them telling me to fuck off and calling me an asshole. I think I'm being bullied. Stop being silly. You don't think I know you? We went to the same school just a few months ago, Song Ji-hyun replied as if he was being ridiculous. There's no one I can trust at school now that you went to high school. Surprisingly, there was a tear in Song Jong-ho's eyes. Song Ji-hyun was surprised to see him wipe away a tear from his eyes. Are you crying? Never mind. Song Jong-ho ran into his room. What the? Shocked that Song Jong-ho was in tears, Song Ji-hyun contacted someone she knew in their junior high. It was a junior she had become friends with in literature club. Ian, you're in the same class as Jong-ho, right? Yes. It's been a while. How is high school? Yeah. Do you know how Jong-ho is doing in school nowadays? Jong-ho? He's great. He's the only celebrity at Sungso Junior High now that you're gone. Okay, he's not getting bullied or anything, right? Wait. Bullying? No way. Jong-ho is more popular amongst the guys because he's good at soccer and the girls give them attention when they're with Jong-ho. Among the girls ask him how much chocolate he got today. I heard that he has to take a little every day because it doesn't fit in his backpack. Okay, thanks. Song Ji-hyun came out of her room and walked past Song Jong-ho's room. Cream, their small golden retriever that was around 3 months old, came and licked her toe. She hugged Cream and calmed down her strange sense of anxiety. 5 months later, Song Ji-hyun heard that Song Jong-ho got into a fight with his friends. She heard that her brother, who had never fought with anyone, let alone raise his voice, had punched someone. Hey, Jong-ho is acting a little strange nowadays. Ian said to Song Ji-hyun on the phone. He's a little sensitive to coughing noises or sniffles, but he's been lashing out lately. That's how he got in a fight. Really? He said that he feels like people can see his thoughts leaking out because his head is wide open, saying that he can't take his mind off of it. *****. We went to get examined, and they said it was schizophrenia, Song Ji-hyun said. And he's been getting treatment regularly? Youngjun asked. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes. We thought he was cured once, but it came back. Since then, we've been coming to the hospital for medication. It must be hard. Schizophrenia is a difficult disease that is often called the cancer of the mind. You have endless hallucinations, delusions, and sometimes you lose consciousness, too, Song Ji-hyun said. Some people, like my brother, are lucky enough to catch it early on, but it's still dangerous. Recently, our data took him to the hospital and while he was gone, Jong-ho tried to hurt himself. He tried to jump out of a window. Really? Youngjun felt a little put on the spot. Yes. But thankfully, a man who was there stopped him and was able to prevent the accident. Oh, that's a relief. He's not usually violent, but he's become like this recently, so after some thought, we moved to the next generation hospital. It's not like the next generation hospital will be able to cure schizophrenia like Alzheimer's, but they have good doctors, so we came here to see if he will get better, Song Ji-hyun said. That was when a nurse shouted from the doctor's office. Song Jong-ho's guardian? Please come into the doctor's office. All right, Song Ji-hyun said as she raised her hand. As she walked away, she said to Youngjun, I think he's done. I'm going to go talk to the doctor. See you around. Schizophrenia is an incurable disease, said Shin Youngju, Song Jong-ho's doctor. Shin Youngju, who used to work at Yunyi Hospital, recently moved to the next generation hospital. How is Song Jong-ho? Youngjun asked. You should know better, Dr. Ryu. I don't talk about patient information to anyone. Professor Shin, could you teach me a little about schizophrenia? Are you going to develop a schizophrenia cure? If I can. It won't be easy, Shin Youngju said. Dr. Ryu, understanding schizophrenia is much more difficult than understanding cancer. The reason is because we don't know the cause. I don't know a lot about it, but I've heard that it's not the disease of the mind but of the brain. If so, I think biology will be able to find a way, Youngjun said. Shin Youngju stroked her chin and thought for a moment. Dr. Ryu, how high do you think the incidence rate for schizophrenia is? I don't know, maybe 1 in 100,000 people? It's 1 in 100. Youngjun's eyes widened. 1 in 100? Yes. The incidence rate is 1%. And it is the most typical modern disease, with urban patients having more severe symptoms, Shin Youngju said. It's what the WHO calls the schizophrenia paradox. Usually, the outcome of diseases is better in developed countries because they have better healthcare systems. But with schizophrenia, it's the opposite. Compared to patients in underdeveloped countries with predominantly agrarian societies, patients living in cities have more severe symptoms and a worse prognosis. I think it's going to be an increasingly dangerous disease since the world is being more urbanized. But there is so little research, Shin Youngju said. There's also a growing view that it is not a single illness. Cancer is also not a single illness. Like how lung cancer, pancreatic cancer, and breast cancer are completely different, schizophrenia should also be divided into several different diseases. But the medical community doesn't know that, so they are lumping it together as schizophrenia. I see. Even if you develop a drug, Dr. Ryu, it's unlikely that it will cure all kinds of schizophrenia. However, if you catch even some of it, a lot of people will have hope, and it will be a huge step in the research. I will tell you what I know. The symptoms of schizophrenia were the definition of what people thought of as a crazy person. Even in primitive clan societies, there were people who suffered from visual and auditory hallucinations because of schizophrenia. As societies developed, they became madmen, shamans, or prophets. They also became people who were possessed or people who received divine revelations. Mental asylums appeared in the Middle Ages, but they were more for the isolation and confinement of people with schizophrenia rather than treatment. Also, patients were often assaulted to make the demons leave the body. Beatings and assault were considered treatment. It was a doctor named Philippe Pinel who changed that barbaric paradigm. Treatment of people with schizophrenia cannot be achieved by abusive methods. Pinel's arguments and movement, along with his followers, were the first to systematize psychiatry, and he succeeded in making mental illness a medical concept. And after Freud's psychoanalysis swept through the psychiatric community, the name schizophrenia was given to the condition. Recently, there was a paper published in Nature that found 108 genes associated with schizophrenia. Shin Youngju found the paper on her computer and printed it out. I think you'd be interested. Take a look. It was late at night, and Youngjun was reading the paper. Before Youngjun used Rosaline to find the correct answer, he wanted to see where medicine was in conquering this disease. Rosaline, can you fact-check this for me? Youngjun asked. Yes, go ahead. Schizophrenia has a strong genetic component. If one twin is diagnosed with schizophrenia, there's a 50% chance that the other twin will be diagnosed as well. If both parents have schizophrenia, there's more than a 10% chance that the child will have schizophrenia as well. That's right. Rosaline replied. Genes don't determine schizophrenia in isolation. It's not like if someone has this genetic information, they will definitely get schizophrenia. It's more like if someone has this genetic information, they will have a very high risk of getting schizophrenia. It says that in most cases, the brain produces too much dopamine and it gets out of control. It's not just dopamine, it's the interaction of 3 neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin, and glutamate. And neuropathologically, there's a reduction in the volume and cross-sectional area of the hippocampus and amygdala, disabilities in the neurofilaments and the fiber arrangement in the prefrontal temporal region, and a disruption in the cavum septum pellucidum. Those things play a role as well. Then does brain damage cause schizophrenia? No. It starts with the overexpression of neurotransmitters. That damages the brain, the symptoms get worse in the damaged brain, and the overexpression of neurotransmitters gets worse. It's a vicious cycle. Can we target the brain like we're treating genes with Ca9? Are you going to send the Ca9 to the brain in a virus? The dendritic cell bypass can be used to send Ca9 to immune cells, but not brain cells. But if you use a virus, you will have to use the adeno-associated virus, and you cannot edit 100 genes at once. What if I put in normal genes? Same thing, you cannot put in 100 genes in a virus. Youngjun pressed the advice button. Give me any idea, even a crazy one. Let's put the genes in the mitochondria and put it into the brain. The mitochondria? The energy-producing organelles in the cell. And it is also a type of bacteria. Right. The mitochondria was a part of the cell that was inside the cell. It was an organelle that produced power, like a generator in a factory. In the strange microscopic world, the definition of a single organism became blurry, and that was exactly what the mitochondria was. It was a bacteria that had invaded the interior of a eukaryotic cell and become symbiotic billions of years ago. It was a primitive organism that had become part of the cell. Now, it was unclear whether it was a separate living or non-living entity that could be distinguished from human cells. Mitochondria have their own genes. They are also quite large, so they can carry about 100 extra genes. Take a mitochondrion, isolate it from a patient's cell, and grow it. Turn it back into a primitive bacterium, and then insert 100 genes into it. Rosaline said, inject that into the nasal passages and send it to the brain so that it enters the brain cells. I know that I said that even a crazy idea was okay, but this is. Mitochondria are a part of human cells, so it is safe. But since the genes have been edited, the biomaterials produced from it will be different. Rosaline said, that could cure schizophrenia. I was talking about whether I was going to get approval for probiotics on the plane, but this is much harder. The Ministry of Food and Drug Safety could call Youngjun insane for proposing to put in a genetically engineered bacteria into the intestines. But putting in a bacteria with 100 edited genes into someone's brain? Phew, Youngjun let out a deep sigh. Clara's thoughts. Ryu Youngjun is back to making drugs. Honestly, I kind of missed him doing this kind of work. Cultured meat was fun, but this is his specialty. Just a note that I am using patients/people with schizophrenia when referring to them as a narrator, but I will sometimes use schizophrenics in speech to show contempt and negative emotions toward people with schizophrenia. Person-first language is usually how people with mental health disorders, such as schizophrenia, like to be addressed. Smiley face. Song Jong-ho's condition was pretty severe. Shin Youngju didn't tell Youngjun, but she sighed as she read his medical history. Those voices made them do it, and they said they eat red when they stopped studying. Monks who hit flames at the temple took out the wiretapping chip, but the sound leaked out from the chip. Water drop yogurtok gyactic kadak. I wore a hoodie and the car made an uneven beep sound. The monks made snot by boom boom boom. They were hard on me. I was bathing, but when I was strong, I wore the sunset hat in the evening and scrubbed it hard. It was written by Song Jong-ho. Incoherence. This was one of the classic symptoms of chronic schizophrenia, disorganized language with no coherent argument, fragmented and meaningless logical progressions that were all over the place, resulting in the sentence making no sense at all. Song Jong-ho's condition was pretty advanced. Additionally, he also had circumstantiality and neologism. This was when the patients spoke nonsense without a point and created new words that didn't exist. They were both typical symptoms of severe schizophrenia. I prescribed a combination of clozapine, risperidone, and an SSRI, an antidepressant. I hope it will be okay, Shin Youngju said as she read the prescription history. This prescription was from the insistence of his guardian, Song Ji-hyun. Originally, Shin Youngju was only going to prescribe clozapine. However, Song Ji-hyun interfered with the prescription, talking about the guidelines and articles from the World Federation of Societies of Biological Psychiatry, WFSBP. It was a bit of a bold decision from Shin Youngju's perspective, but there was nothing she could not do. Honestly, it seems like she knows more about schizophrenia than I do. It made sense that Song Ji-hyun knew a lot about new drugs since she was a pharmacist and a famous scientist who developed drugs, but even considering that, her depth of knowledge was incredible. Her knowledge of schizophrenia was probably one of the best in Korea. They say that cancer patients know as much about anti-cancer as doctors because there are so many ways to study. Shin Youngju clicked her tongue. Asterisk. Jong-ho, you have to take your medicine. Song Ji-hyun, who returned home, gave the drug to her brother. It was always a battle to make Song Jong-ho take his medicine. It was nearly impossible for a woman to physically control a man who was 190 centimeters tall and had become 120 kilograms due to the side effects of medication. Talking to him was impossible because his language was broken, and she could not match his physical force. Her father, who could physically control Song Jong-ho to some extent, was not home, so Song Ji-hyun had to give it to him on her own. Of course, this wasn't the first time this had happened. As if she was trying to subdue an animal that wouldn't listen to her and give it medicine, she shoved a pill into Song Jong-ho's mouth with her finger and tried to give him water. Ack. However, Song Jong-ho quickly spat it out when the pill entered his mouth. You need to take this to get better. Song Ji-hyun put the pill that had fallen out of his mouth back in, but he spat it out again. After 30 minutes of wrestling and getting saliva and water everywhere, she finally succeeded in getting him to swallow a single pill. He also needs to take risperidone and SSRI. The treatment for schizophrenia was a dopamine inhibitor. After intense research on schizophrenia, modern medicine discovered one important truth, which was that dopamine was abnormally overexpressed in the brains of patients with schizophrenia. This large amount of dopamine was what created a variety of problems in the brain. As such, they predicted that inhibiting dopamine would be able to reduce the symptoms. This turned out to be correct, and dopamine inhibitors could be given to patients with early-stage schizophrenia and significantly improve the condition. This was a huge step in psychiatry. Patients had fewer hallucinations and delusions, and their cognitive abilities were restored. They were able to distinguish between the mental world where hallucinations and delusions occurred and the mental world when they were normal. From that point, the patient could regularly take the drug on their own to manage their symptoms, like diabetes, and live a relatively normal life. Let's take this, too. Song Ji-hyun was able to give him risperidone. Thankfully, it didn't take her as long this time. Clozapine and risperidone were both domain inhibitors. They were used in combination to treat severely ill patients. But the treatment was brutal. Song Ji-hyun gulped. She saw Song Jong-ho's eyes after taking the medicine. Her heart felt heavy. Dopamine was the happy hormone. This hormone was usually released when people were joyful, and happy, and it made people feel excited. Inhibiting that dopamine meant that it left the patient feeling incredibly helpless and depressed. All you need to take now is the SSRI. Song Ji-hyun took out another pill. SSRI stood for selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which meant that this was an antidepressant. She took out the SSRI and put it near Song Jong-ho's mouth. Slap. Song Jong-ho aggressively slapped away her hand. Ugh. You'll feel better after taking this. It's okay. Come here. Song Ji-hyun picked up the pill that had fallen onto the ground. Die. Song Jong-ho swatted away the medicine again. This time, his fingertips also hit Song Ji-hyun's cheek. AHH. His hand was the size of Song Ji-hyun's head. Her head turned from the force even though Song Jong-ho's hand just barely hit her. She caressed her cheek. She picked up the pill again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. How is it? Youngjun asked Rosaline as he took out the sample from the centrifuge. The sample contained cell lysate. The substances inside the lysate separated by weight when it was put in a centrifuge and a strong force of gravity was applied to it. The heavier components went to the bottom. After an hour of separation, layers formed in the liquid, just like how the heavier sand in muddy water would sink down and separate from the water if it was left long enough. It's complete. Rosaline said. Separate the light blue portion in the 13th layer from the bottom. That is where the mitochondria is. The 13th from the bottom? Youngjun squinted and stared at the 50 milliliter Falcon plastic tube. There are 13 layers in this sample? The boundaries of the separated layers could not be distinguished because the sample was nearly transparent and colorless. When Youngjun frowned, Rosaline intervened. Not there. Oh, the human eye cannot distinguish those as different layers. Rosaline popped out of Youngjun's body. Oh well. I will show it to you. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. She pointed at the bottom of the Falcon tube. This part. There's a separated layer here? If it's too difficult, should I do it for you? I will extract it if you give me control of your hand for a moment. It's fine. Hey, I did biology experiments for 10 years, too, Youngjun said as if his pride was hurt. Then try it. I will coach you. Youngjun held the pipette, drew out the solution, carefully isolating the liquid from the target layer. Did I do it? You drew out some impurities, but it was good enough. Aren't those impurities going to be removed during the culturing process anyway? That's right. But how are we going to culture mitochondria? I will teach you that right now. It's not very hard because the mitochondria was originally a separate organism. The concept of an organism was quite vague, as an organism usually meant a singular entity with one identity. However, even the most basic units such as the cell had a collection of organisms, and the mitochondrion was the most well-known one. About 2.1 billion years ago, there was an unusual prokaryotic cell that was much larger than the rest of the microscopic organisms. One day, it accidentally absorbed a bacterium. The bacteria was not digested inside the prokaryote as food, and the bacteria didn't destroy the prokaryote as a pathogen. Instead, the bacteria came to the very unusual conclusion that they were going to have a symbiotic relationship. It was the moment when two organisms from different micro-worlds joined hands. It was the birth of the greatest miracle of biology on Earth, the eukaryote, the common ancestor of animals and plants, including all insects, fish, mammals, reptiles, angiosperms, ferns, and more. The eukaryote was infected by countless viruses and absorbed them into its genes. Viruses lived in symbiosis with eukaryotic cells and helped them evolve in the form of transposons. One cell was like a collection of many organisms. At some point, the eukaryotic cell decided it was no longer going to live alone as a single cell. They formed colonies and invented a cellular society where many cells grouped together. This was the emergence of multicellular life. As the ozone layer formed later and reduced the amount of ultraviolet light reaching the surface of land, the multicellular organism moved onto land. This was about 500 million years ago, and all life on Earth today descended from it. It had been living as a part of eukaryotic cells for 2.1 billion years. It has probably lost a lot of its ability to function as an independent organism, but it will be able to grow with a few tweaks. Alright, let's try it. How do we do it? First, let's recreate the environment of the time when the mitochondria were still bacteria. Rosaline said, we're going to recreate the ocean that existed 2.4 billion years ago. Let's start with the PBS solution. Put 400 grams of sodium into the 1x PBS solution on the shelf. 400 grams of sodium. Then, we have to remove the oxygen from it. The ocean was starting to produce oxygen, but only in small amounts. And it reacts first with minerals like marble and iron, so it wasn't enough for organisms to use. Alright. And we have to increase the concentration of methane. Do you think you can do that? And then what? Now, we need to put the genes into the mitochondria. Mitochondria have lost a lot of their own genes over the last 2.1 billion years. They've been importing things made by the eukaryotic cell's own genes and using it, so let's activate their domestic economy that was missing. You're getting so eloquent now. I kind of want to use your domestic economy joke. You have to say that it was mine if you use it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Youngjun cultured the mitochondria for 4 days. It grew like crazy and filled a liter of culture liquid. Youngjun took a photo of them under an electron microscope and recorded values like the OD. The mere fact that he succeeded in restoring mitochondria to primitive bacteria and grew it was worthy of the cover of Science. Even though it didn't have any medical or industrial applications, it had a great academic value. However, Youngjun did not write a paper yet as he still had a lot to do with this. Here is the 107 genes you requested. The DNA synthesis team at Agen sent Youngjun a large amount of freeze-dried DNA. But where are you going to use all this DNA? The employee who delivered it asked in puzzlement. I am going to develop a new treatment. The details are still a secret, but I will give it to the scientists when I get some results. I'm doing it myself because it's a pilot experiment, Youngjun said. Electroporation was used to put the genes into the mitochondria. This technique used an electrical impulse to tear the cell membrane and insert the DNA. Most microbes didn't survive the damage and died, but it didn't matter, as he just had to recover the survivors and culture them. The cells cultured twice would all have new genes. Now, let's do animal experiments, Rosaline said. Youngjun got a mouse model of schizophrenia from the Agen Research Support Center. The mouse had its dopamine-expressing gene manipulated to make it behave similarly to those with schizophrenia. If Youngjun succeeded here, he would be taking the first step toward a clinical trial. We'll need a ton of animal data to prove its safety to get this crazy new drug approved for clinical use, but... Youngjun stared at the cage containing 30 mice. Dr. Oh Hyun-dong, a member of the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety's IRB, the Institutional Review Board for Clinical Trials, was one of Youngjun's supporters. Of course, being a supporter didn't mean that he was going to be generous in granting clinical approval for Youngjun's work, it just meant that he admired the brilliance of the future that a genius like him was building. Recently, there had been no new clinical trial requests from ABio, but this was inevitable. The latest cancer research Youngjun had done was going to be reviewed by the FDA as it was done in America. The research he had done at the Karolinska Institute in Sweden skipped clinical trials. They technically should have done a clinical trial for that, too. It didn't really matter because the patient strongly asked for it, and the government approved of it with the recommendation from the Swedish crown. Besides, what could the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety in Korea say about something that happened in Sweden? Cultured meat was also developed in the United States, and Youngjun had already proven its safety when he was there. Also, because the safety review was going to be done by the FDA first, there was less for the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety to do. Simply put, Oh Hyun-dong was bored. The contrast was even clearer when he thought of the after effect of Youngjun's induced pluripotent stem cells. Developing the first stem cell treatment for glaucoma, a cure for Alzheimer's, a cure for HIV, a cure for pancreatic cancer. It was hectic for a few months at the ministry as a bunch of drugs were released. Is he going to show us another fascinating technology? Oh Hyun-dong, who came to work and was mindlessly surfing the web, soon regretted what he thought. It was because he got a call from Youngjun, and what he said was extremely shocking. You're going to do what with mitochondria? Oh Hyun-dong shouted. The idea is to take mitochondria from human-derived cells, differentiate them so they can proliferate, and use them to transport genes. I want to insert 107 genes into the mitochondria and send it to the brain so that they enter the brain cells. I am going to cure schizophrenia by making those genes be expressed. Oh Hyun-dong dropped the pen that he was using to write down notes. Dr. Ryu, you're going too far, he said. The usual way to put genes into human cells is with something like the adeno-associated virus, AAV. There's no way to put 107 genes that way. It's difficult to put even one gene in there because it's so small. But why are you trying to put in 107 genes? Because we need to do that to cure schizophrenia. I contacted you to see how much preclinical data you will need for me to get approval for a clinical trial with this. I can produce as much animal data as you need. I can't even determine how much animal testing you will need because the experiment is so dramatic and unprecedented. Dr. Ryu, do you know why people use the AAV when putting genes into the body? Because it's safe. That's right. Its safety has been proven. It's known that AAV does not proliferate after it goes into the target cell. But do you have data on the safety of bacterial mitochondria that you want to use? N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Isn't the clinical trial supposed to be for that? A clinical trial always comes with a risk. Well, that is true, but... And the reason AAV is safe is because it does not go into the cell's DNA, right? Why, yes. The mitochondria doesn't go into the DNA either. It just stays in the cytoplasm, I guess. And it does not proliferate in the body because it needs a high concentration of methane for it to multiply. When it goes into human brain cells, they work just like regular mitochondria, only their genes have been altered. If we can set this up right, it could be very helpful in treating schizophrenia. I know it's a bit of a radical experiment, but we have to take it to clinical trials. What do I need to get approval? Sigh. I will discuss this with the other members. But for the animal experiment, please make it certain that the mitochondria you're using in your treatment will only go into the brain cells and not anywhere else. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What did they say? Rosaline said. We need evidence that it only enters the brain cells and not any other cells, Youngjun replied. Well, that's simple. But I am curious, too. How do we get the mitochondria to specifically enter the brain cell? This is much bigger than a virus. It's going to be difficult to get it in. It's just like we did with electroporation. Rosaline replied. You're going to run a microcurrent in the brain. No. Cell membranes in the brain are damaged and repaired a little bit every second because of the electric currents flowing between neurons. Rosaline said. The mitochondria will enter on their own by chance if they are able to stick to the target cells in the brain. The ones that don't get in will be deactivated by the lack of methane and be eliminated. How can we visualize it sticking to the target cells? One of the genes we introduced into the mitochondria is a gene called D7T1. D7T1. It's a custom-made dopamine receptor. With this, the mitochondria we made will track dopamine, like a drug-sniffing dog following a scent. The mitochondria will track it by following the dopamine pathway through the midbrain limbic system, and it will stick to cells that have high dopamine activity. Since the cells with high dopamine activity are the cells that cause schizophrenia, the mitochondria have to enter those cells. That's right. There are over 1,000 mitochondria in a cell. We will be putting around 100 mitochondria in a cell with our drug, and that isn't going to affect the physiology of the cell very much, Rosaline said, but the 107 genes expressed from it will suppress dopamine production and control serotonin and glutamate to replace drugs. Wow, Youngjun exclaimed in admiration. He had seen Rosaline's ingenuity several times before, but this was incredible. It seemed like a sci-fi novel when she first brought up mitochondria, but now, it was actually within reach. Science was about understanding. It seemed fascinating and magical when one didn't know how it worked, but it became obvious and clear once the logic was discovered. The mechanism of gene therapy through mitochondria was very clear now. Then should we try it on mice? Youngjun injected a solution containing mitochondria into the base of the mouse's skull with a syringe. But did Dr. Song Ji-hyun say that they caught the schizophrenia early in that patient? Rosaline asked as Youngjun was focusing on the experiment. I think so. If they caught it early on, it doesn't usually lead to suicide. We examined him through synchronization mode when we ran into him before, right? We saw that it was pretty severe. Really, the disease is very advanced. But why did Dr. Song say that? Who knows? Maybe she didn't want to tell you in detail. Rosaline said, I think you should meet with her. Really, even if you obtain great results in animal experiments, it might not be as good clinically. Why? Because there are psychological factors that catalyze schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is half genetic and half environmental. The genetic factors like dopamine and things like that mean that you are susceptible to schizophrenia. There are also environmental factors that trigger schizophrenia. Of course, it is not impossible to translate the latter into biology, as any psychological factor works by the electrical signaling in the brain or the release of adrenaline or epinephrine. Rosaline said, but you would have to deal with a huge amount of variables to get that with drugs, and that would take thousands of clinical trials. I can show you a way, but it is not realistic. All right, I'll meet with Dr. Song, Youngjun said as he put the mice in their cages. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Youngjun asked Song Ji-hyun if they could meet up. Unexpectedly, she asked him to come to her house. It's my parents' place, not mine. I just came here because I had something to do, but my parents aren't home right now, and there's no one to take care of my brother. I can't take him to a cafe or anything, so just come here. Song Ji-hyun gave Youngjun her address. He hung up and got in his car, but he felt weird. It was the first time he was going to Song Ji-hyun's house. Don't get too excited, Rosaline said. What? Who says I'm excited? I thought your heart rate was a little high. Don't make a fuss about it. I'm just nervous that I might make a mistake when I ask about the patient. Youngjun took K-Cop's security car and went to the address Song Ji-hyun told him. He went into the apartment alone with the security team waiting in the car. The security guard checking his identity at the entrance was surprised to see his face. Dr. Ryu? Dr. Ryu Youngjun? Bio? Yes. Oh my. I'm here for suite 1402. They will tell you if you call them, Youngjun said. 1402? Oh, them. The security guard's expression darkened a little. Why? Youngjun asked. Nothing. Their daughter told me that someone was going to be here around this time. The guard pressed a button, and the door opened. He followed Youngjun as he walked toward the elevator. But why are you going to that house? I'm here to see the daughter. It's not about that psycho, is it? The security guard's tone was odd. Youngjun glanced back at him. Ahem. The security guard cleared his throat with his hand covering his mouth and said quietly, be careful, Dr. Ryu. There's a schizophrenic man in that house. What if he suddenly attacks you? Does a patient with schizophrenia attack people? Well, they are insane, so it's easier for them to commit murder. You know, what if someone like you gets hurt? There's about 68 criminals who commit violent crimes per 100,000 people. What about for people with mental illnesses? Pardon. It's about 33 per 100,000 people. People with schizophrenia sometimes have violent tendencies depending on the situation and medication, but it often does not lead to violent crimes, Youngjun said. In fact, there were 3 or 4 people who actually tried to kill me, but they were all sane, and the person who ordered them to was an executive of a large company with considerable intelligence. Well, I understand you because the preconception that the mentally ill can easily commit murder is quite widespread, and I am not saying it's your fault. But those people are not the devil or animals, Youngjun said. They are patients. Ding! The elevator arrived on the first floor. Youngjun walked in and pressed the button for the 14th floor. There was a piece of paper on the wall of the elevator. Resident survey. Which of the following factors do you think has the greatest impact on the decline in real estate prices? Place a sticker on the factor you think is the correct answer. 1. A huge, severely schizophrenic patient. 2. Foreign workers. 3. People with disabilities. There were over 80 stickers on number 1 alone. Tisk, Youngjun clicked his tongue. Rosaline. I think I know why Dr. Song said that. He tore the paper off the wall.